Volume 7, Chapter 300, Part 1. The temple's movements were swift. By the time the two archmages Hike and Antial sensed something was amiss, it was already too late. Hike, who had moved near the southern part of the sacred barrier, soon felt a familiar energy approaching the barrier. The moment she confirmed their presence with her own eyes, Hike inwardly cursed. Damn it, it was impossible for all 6 high priests to leave the temple at once. For 3 high priests to be in one place was already a rare occurrence. However, the exact 3 they had requested, Levina, Agato, and Bayalo, were now approaching the sacred barrier. Levina, Agato, and even Paolo. One of the temple's duties was to maintain the sacred barrier. They hadn't completely ruled out the possibility that the temple would send someone to interfere, but that was only the worst-case scenario. And now that possibility has become reality. When they make contact with the sacred barrier, the adamantium suppressing the sacred power in 4 directions will shatter like glass. She had already sent a signal to Antial. Until he arrives, she must stall them to buy time. Though her heart was anxiously burning up, Hike calmly racked her brain. At times like this, one must remain composed. She carefully observed those who had come from the temple. Their forces are impressive. They must consider this matter important. While the presence of holy knights isn't particularly significant when 3 high priests are gathered, there were even holy knights positioned around them. No matter how powerful an archmage is, they are not beings who can exert absolute force. The reason Hike and Antial were able to survive even after being publicly named by the temple was partly because they didn't directly confront the temple. If they concealed themselves, it was nearly impossible for the temple to track them, but now a clash was unavoidable. I must stop them from reaching the barrier. But how? Rather than answering that question, Hike revealed herself to them. The clash would begin with a face-to-face encounter. The holy knights leading and guarding the high priests raised their swords at the beautiful silver-haired female mage who suddenly appeared. They seemed to sense something sinister in Hike's appearance. Levina, who had been sensing magical power from the surrounding atmosphere, curled up the corners of her mouth. It was her characteristic benevolent smile. "So you are the Archmage Hike. I see Antial didn't come with you." Antial was likely on his way. However, unlike Hike, Antial wasn't staking his life on this matter. No matter how obsessed with research an archmage might be, there's no guarantee they would risk their life confronting the temple. But Hike was different. The only blood relative she absolutely had to protect was right there inside that sacred barrier. The first to strike wins. Without replying, Hike abruptly cast a spell. Rage of the Earth, Rumble. Suddenly an earthquake shook the ground. Even the holy knights who had been waiting for the slightest attack signal lost their balance and staggered. Dust filled the air. Hike launched another attack spell. Dance of the Wind, swirling dust enveloped the surroundings. A hazy, earthy fog. Unless intended to suffocate, it's hard to consider this a direct magical attack. Coughing sounds leaked from the holy knights sprawled on the ground. At that moment, High Priest Agato's hand glowed white. The raging earth gradually settled under his holy power. The same went for the dust. Since magic had caused this natural phenomenon, pushing back the magical power with holy power naturally dissipated the spell's effect. Agato spoke with a solemn face. "That witch is trying to buy time. Why, does the state of the sacred barrier mean something to them? I don't sense any dark magic, so what benefit would mages gain from weakening the sacred barrier?" High Priest Paolo, who had been wearing an indifferent expression until now, removed the hand covering his mouth and continued. A thought suddenly struck High Priest Agato, furrowing his brow. Could there be someone inside? 4 years ago, they had banished Helmut, a carrier of the dark seed from the Reynosa ducal family. There was a good chance he was still alive within the Forest of Roots, but how could he be connected to the archmages? Helmut was a swordsman after all. Leaving the confused Agato behind, Levina shook her head. "Whatever it means, restoring the sacred barrier will solve the issue, but the barrier is over there and she's being a nuisance. Shall we split up? After all, one high priest is enough to make contact with the barrier." Agato nodded. "Levina, you should look for an opening and make contact with the barrier. We'll handle her." Hike wasn't engaging directly but was keeping her distance, fighting cautiously. If they tried to capture her, she'd slip away like a slippery eel. Rather than waste time playing into her hands, it was better to achieve their objective. A practical solution, Levina nodded. "Let's do that." Chapter 300 Part 2, Magic isn't exclusive to mages. Although the nature of the power is different, it's possible to achieve similar effects with holy magic. In other words, a high priest was akin to an archmage. High Priest Levina left an illusory doppelganger beside the other 2 high priests and cast an invisibility spell. Though their vision was obscured, Hike likely couldn't see their situation properly either. She was too busy pouring out spells. Levina had made up her mind. "No matter the chaos that unfolds here, I'm heading for the sacred barrier. It would be enough to make that witch pay the price afterward." Boom, crash, Hike toppled trees and shook the ground, blocking and demolishing the high priest's path. But because of this, she didn't have the capacity to carefully observe the high priest's condition. If she had paid just a little more attention, she would have noticed Levena's absence. But to Hike, the high priests were just stubborn and old-fashioned individuals. She had expected such people wouldn't choose to turn back when faced with a public duty, but that expectation was off the mark. Something's not right. At some point, Hike stopped her attack and turned her head towards the sacred barrier, and she saw her, a woman standing right in front of the barrier. Hike knew who she was, High Priest Levena. A high priest moved secretly without the escort of holy knights. It felt like her blood was turning ice cold. She had to stop her. She launched herself towards Levena, unleashing her first direct attack spell. Blades of Wind, but her spell aimed at Levena's back was dispersed in midair by the holy power of the other two high priests before it could reach its target. High Priest Agato shouted with a stern expression. "How dare you attack a high priest, such insolence? Hike, enemy of the temple, I shall take your life here today." Levena didn't look back. She had entered the sacred barrier and was now safe from magical attacks. Just one step away from her goal, Levena, tinged with a translucent light inside the sacred barrier, lowered her eyes. This is the power of Lumen, a torrent of immense holy power. Within it, she as a high priest felt freedom and deep repose. It was even sweet, a place as comfortable as a mother's womb. Soon, an enormous power began to spread from Levena's body. A white light softly diffused through the opaque barrier. It took but an instant for her power to reach the entire sacred barrier. Somewhere, it seemed like the sound of solid metal shattering could be heard. The adamantium that had been suppressing the cores of the four parts of the barriers crumbled into pieces. Hike too sensed the change occurring in the sacred barrier instinctively. Their plan was crumbling away. Aaliyah, even as she screamed inwardly, Hike swallowed that name. Even in this moment, she worried that the temple might learn of Aaliyah's existence. Distracted, she failed to notice the holy knight approaching from behind. Just as he was about to thrust his sword into Hike, bang, a tremendous impact struck the armor. The holy knight flew through the air like a rock. Beside Hike stood a mage with a long white beard and a monocle. Unlike usual, his face showed not a trace of composure. "Fortunately, I'm not too late," it was Antial. He had already grasped the current situation upon arrival. However, Hike shook her head. "We're too late, they've already restored the barrier. Aaliyah probably couldn't escape." If she had escaped, she would have contacted Hike immediately. The lack of contact means that the barrier was restored before Aaliyah and her companions could escape. If they collide with the sacred barrier from that high altitude, the mages would instantly lose their magical power, so even Aaliyah would be in danger. They'll notice the change before trying to cross the barrier, so they'll likely pull back. Helmut can't leave the Forest of Roots, but the others should be able to escape by other means, so don't worry too much. I'm disappointed too. But you did what you could, let's withdraw now. However, Hike didn't budge. Magical power rose from her body defensively. In her mind, the worst-case scenario played out, Aaliyah falling from the sky. She looked at Antial with vacant eyes. Antial frowned as he surveyed the direction where the temple forces were. Now that they had achieved their goal, the high priests and holy knights would turn their attention to them. The temples wanted criminals. They needed to flee this place quickly. Antial grabbed her shoulder. "Aaliyah wouldn't want you to die here either. She's a clever and exceptional mage, and that boy Helmut." Antial furrowed his brow. Helmut had already created a miracle. Could they expect a similar miracle this time too? An inappropriate thought for an archmage, but Antial couldn't ignore that sense of expectation rising from within his heart. Biting her lip, Hike spoke before Antial could continue. "I understand." The shock had faded and reason had returned to her as well. Antial immediately cast a teleportation spell. While teleportation magic is inherently high-level, it doesn't take long for archmages like them to cast. This magic was also the power that had kept them free from the temple's pursuit. A moment later, they vanished from that place as if their presence had been erased. Chapter 301 Part 1, Whoosh. The Holy Knight's sword sliced through the spot where they had been standing, missing by a hair's breadth. A look of dismay flashed across the Holy Knight's face. He immediately bowed to the High Priest. "My apologies, High Priest." Levena, who had already emerged from the barrier, stood there calmly. She raised a hand slightly. Her complexion wasn't great after pouring all of her holy power into the sacred barrier. But she knew she had succeeded. "It's all right, we've finished what we came to do." Levena's gaze lifted upwards, towards the sky high above the sacred barrier, a noble gaze as if looking up at Lumen. She spoke as if making a vow. "With this, the barrier has been reinforced, and whatever they were trying to do has been thwarted. Let's return to the temple and continue our discussion." Levena had sensed something in the barrier suppressing the source of power. Quite a powerful magical device, but as soon as Levena infused the sacred barrier with power, it crumbled without resistance. Like ice melting away, she couldn't understand how those mages had installed such a thing in the sacred barrier. Perhaps it wasn't impossible for an archmage to enter and exit the sacred barrier, so there was no need to be overly concerned. But why do I feel this lingering unease? Levina tilted her head. However, the very fact that the sacred barrier had been shaken was unprecedented. Levina barely managed to calm her anxiously stirring heart. Whatever happens, this world will eventually flow according to Lumen's order. Just as it had been decided 1,000 years ago after the Demon King War, it was just before Levina made contact with the barrier. Alaga was trembling on top of Agrel, and Agrel was flying hard, feeling intense fear that Alaga might urinate on its back. "We're about to enter, everyone get ready," Aaliyah stood up and shouted. The endpoint of the light beam indicating their target was drawing very close. The center point in the sky where the forces from the 4 directions of the barrier converged at the highest point of the barrier. Helmut also raised his sword. Even while riding atop a giant bird soaring through the sky, he gazed steadily at the barrier. Igrel muttered, It's definitely weaker than the southern barrier." Feeling confident, Igrel pushed itself toward the barrier, thinking it could break through alone. Igrel's movement was the signal. The energy gradually condensing from Igrel's beak struck the sacred barrier in a straight line just before collision. Quagagang, kagagang. Simultaneously, Helmut's sword swung and magic unfolded from Aliyah's hand. Charlotte and Asuka also swung their swords towards the barrier. All the group's powers struck the sacred barrier at once, as if unified. With a thunderous noise, the blue sky appeared on the other side. As the intense impact scattered the holy power at that point, the barrier momentarily disappeared, creating a vacuum passage. "Great!" Igrel let out a cheer. Having briefly slowed down due to the repulsive force of the sacred barrier, Igrel now put strength into its wings to pass through that passage. As they passed through the barrier, Helmut suddenly noticed something. A glowing pattern appeared on the surface of the barrier, maintaining its shape on the other side. It seemed as if that sparkling thing was facing towards them. Helmut thought, "It looks just like an eye," Lumen's eye. It was gazing at those trying to escape the forest of roots against his will. Lumen's will. The will to protect the human world and confine all evil things to this forest of roots. One couldn't say it wasn't right, but neither could one say it was right. Helmut put strength into his eyes as if making a vow. "I will continue to be human and live as a human." He would never again be controlled by the seed of darkness. But at that moment, an unexpected event occurred. Chapter 301 Part 2, Lumen's Will. The sacred barrier, which had momentarily weakened, combined the holy power rushing in from 4 directions and shone intensely. The barrier began to restore its original state in an instant, like a wave sweeping over a sandy beach. It was about to close, cutting them off in the middle. Did the temple make a move? Aliyah's face stiffened as she quickly assessed the situation. If they had been faster or slower, they would have avoided this. But at this exact moment they were passing through. If they got caught in it, everyone could meet their death up here in the sky, the worst possible situation. That's when Helmut moved. Helmut instinctively climbed onto Alaga's head and struck its nose bridge with the scabbard. Oh, Alaga finally snapped out of its trance. It had been frozen, paralyzed by its fear of heights. But for a demonic beast like Alaga, nothing triggered a stronger reaction than the threat of holy power. Alaga had never known true fear because it was so strong, but this moment was different. Holy power pressing in from all directions. This would soon burn its body, destroy its core, and erase it from this world. The pressure of holy power, as intense as the sun, transformed into the most powerful threat to Alaga at this moment. That moved it. Crying, with a roar, demonic energy explosively erupted from Alaga's body. It was like a volcano erupting. All the condensed demonic energy burst out at once, pushing away the approaching holy power as if crushing it. It wasn't calculation, but Alaga's instinct that felt it needed to pour out all its strength without holding back. Terrifying demonic energy clashed with the holy power, engaging in a fierce struggle. Lumen's eye was momentarily torn apart in midair. 2 irreconcilable forces were competing as if vying for supremacy, but it wouldn't last long. The outcome seemed clear. No matter how powerful Alaga might be as the strongest demonic beast in the Forest of Roots, this was a battle between an infinite divine power and a living, limited demonic beast. However, the gap in the sky that was about to be obscured became clearly visible again. Igrel didn't miss the opportunity and soared straight up into the sky, breaking through the sacred barrier. As soon as they escaped, the sacred barrier closed again immediately. It had been restored to its original state. Before they could even breathe a sigh of relief, Igrel shouted as if screaming, "Damn leopard, stop using your power. The magic's worn off. Should I flip over and drop you?" Its colorful feathers seemed to be getting soaked with sweat. To support Alaga, who had returned to its original weight, Igrel had to draw up demonic energy to the last drop of strength it had nursed to flap its wings. It was a stroke of luck that they managed to escape the sacred barrier carrying that weight. It was also thanks to Cyan, who didn't forget his role and lifted Igrel with wind spirits. The last magic stone crumbled in Cyan's pale hands. Haha, I really used up all my strength. It's the first time I've exerted myself this much. Feeling Agrel's back stagger for a moment, he pushed Agrel up with spirits amidst the collision of two forces. Aaliyah quickly cast a spell on Alaga. Now that they were free from the barrier, Alaga's fear of heights had returned in full force, causing it to squeeze its eyes shut. It accepted the magic without resistance. After finishing what needed to be done, Aaliyah muttered. Her complexion had turned pale. Anyway, we made it, Helmut. Her purple eyes carefully observed Helmut. He, who had shown the quick thinking to strike the back of Alaga's head, had put his sword back at his waist and was looking up at the sky. It was a dazzlingly blue sky. His eyes stung anew. He never thought he'd be able to see this sky again, a chest swelling with an indescribable feeling, perhaps due to nostalgia. Aaliyah quietly took his hand. Helmut turned to look at her with a stern face. Thank you. It was a phrase that sounded unfamiliar coming out of his mouth, but it was also something he had to say. Aaliyah smiled. It was a dazzlingly bright smile. With this, the things she had prepared were over and they were together again. It often takes long preparation to achieve what one truly desires. Now that she had accomplished it, an indescribable emotion welled up in her heart. Oh my God, we've come out of the forest of roots, it's the sky. Yes, Sarah, it's truly something to be grateful for. Susan and Sarah held each other's hands and wiped away tears. Asuka, Cyan, and Charlotte also looked at each other, sharing this emotional moment. I thought it was all over at the end. Yeah, I thought I was going to fall and die here. But we succeeded, we're free now. I'm never going back into that terrible forest. Me neither. I won't even look in the direction of the forest of roots. Watching Asuka and Cyan converse, a smile slowly spread across Charlotte's face. Asuka noticed it but pretended not to and turned his head away. Soon, Charlotte's face was slightly shadowed, but no one could see it. Igrel's job of carrying the humans on its back wasn't over, regardless of whether the humans on its back were happy or not. Igrel grumbled unnecessarily. I did all the hard work and the sky is nice here though. Although Igrel was forcibly included in this group, it had done its fair share. No, it was a task that would have had a high chance of failure without it. Of course, the chance of failure would have been even higher without Alaga, but that ignorant leopard was out of the question as it was trembling uncontrollably right now. Aaliyah greeted Igrel kindly. Thank you for your efforts, Igrel. Yeah, you all did well too anyway. Igrel was just as happy. It could now enjoy the skies of the whole world having escaped the forest of roots. Plus, it had one more new experience. Is this what unity feels like? It's hard for demonic beasts to feel this. Working together with humans to accomplish something gave Igrel a strange and new feeling, in a good way. Although they would only be prey in the forest of roots, it once again realized that humans were quite useful beings. But why is the outside air so stuffy? It's hard, heavy. Hey, pretty human mage with the shiny head, where are we going? After feeling moved for a moment, Igrel, now wanting to be freed from the annoying loads on its back, asked, Let's go east. There are people we need to meet there. It will be beneficial for you too, Igrel. Aaliyah's voice calmly provided the answer. She had already made plans for what to do after leaving the Forest of Roots. All right, east it is then. Igrel's head turned eastward. Now only a peaceful flight remained. And so they became the second in history to break through the sacred barrier and escape the Forest of Roots. Chapter 302, Part 1, In Front of the Path. It was after they had almost reached the east when Aaliyah contacted Hike. Contrary to Hike's expectations, Aaliyah's group had escaped the barrier. But there was a reason Aaliyah hadn't contacted her immediately as promised. If the temple had come into contact with the barrier, it means Hike and Antial couldn't stop them. That meant they might be in danger. They might even have been captured. Aaliyah's brows furrowed. This wasn't just worry. They had experienced the best and worst situations in succession in the Forest of Roots. It wouldn't be strange if something went wrong outside. Hike is resourceful, but the temple must have focused all their efforts on the sacred barrier. All contact with Hike was cut off the moment they entered the Forest of Roots. If Aaliyah tried to contact Hike while she was captured, it could put her in more danger. They still didn't know about Aaliyah's existence. I'll try when we reach the east, Aaliyah concluded. But before reaching that conclusion, there were many things to worry about. Igrel had definitely slowed down. She couldn't complain to Igrel, who was flying with an incredibly heavy load, but Alaga, who desperately missed the ground, didn't care at all and scolded Igrel. How can you say you're going to soar through the skies of the world outside the Forest of Roots at that speed? Shut up, you were trembling until the last moment. And besides, this is. According to Igrel, the atmosphere of the Forest of Roots felt like there was almost no resistance when flying. It wasn't because Igrel was a demonic beast, but because the atmosphere of the Forest of Roots itself was special. So in this situation, where they had to fly feeling the faint, holy power in this airspace that had been cleanly purified by the sacred barrier, it was difficult for Igrel to maintain its original speed. The load on its back was heavy, and Igrel had used a lot of demonic energy to break through the barrier. Keeping them from falling off was a testament to its sense of duty. Don't speak when you don't know what you're talking about. When Agrel snapped irritably, Alaga realized one fact and shut its mouth. It was true that Alaga was stronger than Agrel, but the situation was different now. If Agrel twisted its body and made a fuss, Alaga might fall onto the sacred barrier and die. Since demonic beasts have no loyalty, Alaga shouldn't rashly provoke Agrel here. Unlike Alaga, Aaliyah, who was grasping the reality of the situation, opened her mouth. We appreciate your efforts, Agrel. Please just hold out a little longer. Yes, human. Unlike someone, you speak nicely. After that, the argument subsided. They flew quietly towards the east. To lower the altitude slightly, they were flying in a gentle curve towards the east, turning slightly to the south, but the air was freezing cold. Although demonic beasts like Alaga and Agrel don't feel the cold, the other humans had to shiver. So Aaliyah installed a barrier to block the wind and preserve the temperature overall after lowering Alaga's weight. Unlike Cyan, who had used up all his strength to lift Agrel, Aaliyah still had some energy left. Using magic became much easier after leaving the sacred barrier, as if shackles had been removed. It should be fine at this height, but if we go lower, we'll definitely be noticed. Aaliyah also had to cast invisibility magic to conceal the size of Alaga and Agrel. Once the necessary preparations were done, Aaliyah thought again of Hike. She must be worried I didn't contact her as planned. Hike often spoke as if it were her responsibility to help Aaliyah. Though she never displayed any affection toward Aaliyah, she might have assumed Aaliyah had failed to escape the barrier. Well, it's a relief if she isn't fighting Anti-All. Aaliyah cut off her worries with that thought. Anyway, the flight was stable. As night fell after the day passed, everyone forgot about their fear of heights and fell asleep tied to ropes. They were all tired from being so tense. Even Alaga was snoring softly at some point. The demonic energy it had depleted was slowly replenishing, despite the absence of demonic energy in the surrounding environment. It seems that a demonic beast of Alaga level could recover strength even in the most hostile environments. While Agrel apparently couldn't sleep, there weren't many who remained awake. Aaliyah turned her head towards Helmut. He wasn't asleep but lost in thought, staring ahead, as if there was something there. Helmut, what are you thinking about? I never thought I'd leave the Forest of Roots again. Have you thought about what you'll do from now on? Helmut didn't answer this question for a while. His black eyes met Aaliyah's purple ones. After a moment, he slowly opened his mouth. What if I seek revenge? Chapter 302 Part 2 in front of the path. He seemed to be asking Aaliyah what she would do if he sought revenge, if he wanted to spill blood. Aaliyah tilted her head. You're talking as if you'd give up if I didn't want it. Because you saved me. Although he thought he had lost everything, the things Helmut hadn't completely lost returned to him. A new beginning again, but if he chose revenge, that path could lead to losing everything once again. Helmut didn't want to lose anything he now held in his hands. He had already experienced terrible despair, and even though that despair had been healed, it left scars. One such experience was enough, so Helmut would never choose a path that led to losing Aaliyah. The words that encapsulated all of this were brief, but Aaliyah understood. She tilted her head. You know, you seem to think of me as too good a person. You taught me morality. What? Haha, that's right, I used to tutor you back then. It was really frustrating at the time. I learned well. Yeah, top of the swordsmanship department back in the day. Anyway, listen, Aaliyah said, pointing her finger up. If you harm innocent people, I'll stand in your way, but Reynosa is different. You have the right to revenge. It's not simply a matter of a mother abandoning her son. Even after Helmut saved the Duke and Duchess of Reynosa, they repaid him with betrayal. In his weakened state, they handed him over to the temple and had him exiled to the Forest of Roots. If you take revenge, I'll watch your back. Because the act of vengeance was Helmut's to carry out. Helmut shook his head slightly. Reynosa is close to the temple. Hike is also a public figure of the temple. Why couldn't I be one too? I've passed through the sacred barrier and saved a seed of darkness holder. If the temple finds out about this, there's no avoiding it. And then Aaliyah asked a sharp question. But that's not the issue, is it? Do you really want revenge? As is common with those who have been betrayed, it wouldn't have been strange if he had been sharpening the blade of revenge in the Forest of Roots. It would have been natural for him to want to burn everything down, from Reynosa to even the temple. Helmut answered after a moment, I don't know what I want. Helmut was originally not one to have big emotional swings. He certainly felt something about the betrayal, but it didn't lead to destructive, murderous intent. If Helmut wanted to grab a sword and run to Reynosa right now, that would be more strange. Alaga would probably be excited to help me get revenge right away. Aaliyah nodded. I thought so. Listen, Helmut. Her purple eyes took on a serious light. You can take revenge if you want. It won't be easy and it might become dangerous, but if you need to do it, then do it. But if you don't want to, Aaliyah spoke firmly, you don't have to be bound by the thought that you must seek revenge. You can choose whatever you want, and I'll support you. You don't have to decide anything right now. If you need time, think about it as much as you want. All right, When he made a decision, Aaliyah would be the first to know. Helmut unconsciously placed his hand on the hilt of his sword. Darien had refused to leave the Forest of Roots because he didn't want revenge. Darien had spoken as though revenge awaited him the moment he left the forest. He believed that those who sinned must pay for their crimes. That was Darien's sense of justice. In a way, Darien prioritized his ideals and principles over his own emotions. Even if he didn't want to, if Darien had come face to face with Ludus Cicero, he would have struck him down. A swordsman's conviction and a commitment to justice, those were what made Darien solitary yet steadfast. That's why he chose not to leave the Forest of Roots. Even if someone came to rescue him as they did for Helmut, unless it was for a cause as significant as Basser falling to ruin, Darien would not have left the Forest of Roots. But Helmut was different. It's not that he thought Darien was wrong, but he didn't want to choose something that went against his own heart. At least that much was certain. My heart. Would he know what he wanted to do if he thought about it? That was a question even Helmut couldn't answer yet, but there was still plenty of time. As they were about to arrive at the eastern edge, Aaliyah contacted Hike. A circular, opaque image immediately appeared right in front of her. It was the first time she had heard such an urgent voice from Hike. Startled, Aaliyah answered calmly. Yes, we passed through the sacred barrier. It seemed like the temple was restoring the barrier, so I contacted you late in case you had been captured by the temple. We're heading east as planned now, though our numbers have increased more than we thought. Are you in the east? Her tone suggested she had done her best. Aaliyah didn't blame her. I thought that might happen. It's complicated to explain now. It would be better to talk when we meet. Aaliyah turned the image floating in the sky to show her surroundings. Hike's sharp mind quickly processed the sight of them seemingly riding on some huge beast in the sky. Please prepare to deal with it. The conversation ended briefly with that. Chapter 303, Part 1. When everyone finally got up after lounging around on Agrel's back, they saw the end of the barrier. There was a minor incident midway through when Asuka nearly fell to his death due to his rough sleeping habits. But fortunately, the rope tied to his body prevented a disaster, leaving him dangling instead. However, Asuka had to endure this predicament. Don't pull him up. Aaliyah stopped Charlotte, who was trying to pull up the rope. What? He fell because he trusted the mages and dozed off. Let him climb up by himself. Even though Asuka was highly athletic, it was difficult to dangle with his body uncomfortably tied and his arms twisted. If he somehow managed to cut the rope, he would fall. Before that happened, he needed to grab the upper part of the rope and climb, but it wasn't an easy task. Above all, this was high in the sky where strong winds blew and the ground was far below. His hands trembled uncontrollably. He yelled at the top of his lungs. You witch, you evil woman, what a nasty temper. Helmut, watching from the side, casually drew his sword and brought it close to the rope attached to Asuka's saddle. Asuka, realizing what was happening, panicked. Hey Helmut, what are you doing? Are you doing this because I insulted your girlfriend? No, it's just because you're being too noisy. Exactly, quiet down, human. Can't you shut up before I drop you, sleeping peacefully on my back like a leech? Agrel's rebuke ended the commotion. Fortunately, Asuka, befitting his status as the top graduate of the swordsmanship department, managed to climb back up. Everyone could now tell that they were nearing the east. The barrier gradually descended and eventually disappeared. Where should I land? Please land wherever there's a suitable spot. Just then, an open space among the trees caught their eye. They used magic to scan the area, but there was no sign of people from the temple nearby. Aaliyah narrowed her eyes. Even in an emergency, they didn't extend their surveillance this far. Even the temple can't monitor everything happening around the barrier. For many years, the sacred barrier had stood firm without any changes, which made the temple feel there was no need to keep an eye on it. Unnecessary skills naturally decline. That's why they didn't notice when Helmut left the sacred barrier. They'll probably think it's enough that it's been restored if they do anything more. They would likely blame the mages, which could lead to increased oppression against mages. However, mages had been active for a long time now, and curbing that momentum would not be easy. But before Aaliyah could continue her thoughts, Agrel landed on the ground. It was such a gentle landing that they barely felt any impact. Hey, get off, you big leopard, what are you waiting for? Alaga immediately leaped off Agrel's back with a thud. Because of that jump, the humans sitting on Agrel's back experienced a bone-rattling shock that made Agrel's soft landing meaningless. Cyan grumbled, well, that woke me up. Giarararul, Alaga let out a long roar. The entire forest shook and nearby birds flew away fluttering. It was fortunate that it didn't release any demonic energy. If I ever fly again, I'll change my name. Anyway, Alaga was enjoying its sense of freedom, sniffing the scent of the earth. For a leopard, long-term flight is not just arduous, it's nothing short of torture. Alaga moved its body without regard for the humans on its back, and those above had to untie their ropes and jump down on their own. It wasn't difficult for the others except Susan. She managed to jump to the ground, barely holding Sarah's hand. Helmut got down slowly without rushing. The forest on the ground, unlike the forest of roots, held refreshing air. The air that filled his lungs deeply was even fragrant. The time that had stopped for the past 4 years was now covered with vivid greenery. Though he hadn't realized it before, living a lifetime without this free and life-filled atmosphere would be unfortunate. Cyan smiled and asked him, "So how does it feel to escape for the second time? It feels like I'm reborn." "Yeah, so how are you going to proceed with your new life?" "I'm still thinking about it." "Well, I have a good idea." Cyan was the first person to suggest something to Helmut. However, before Cyan could speak again, someone walked out from the other side. No, it was more than one, two archmages, Hike and Antial. They hesitated upon seeing Agrel and Alaga, who were occupying a significant space, but soon their gaze shifted smoothly to the others. "Welcome back, everyone. You all did an excellent job. You've accomplished a difficult mission splendidly." Antial's face, having seen success in his long research, was bright without a hint of shadow. Those who saw Hike's face gaped and looked back and forth between her and Aaliyah. "They look exactly the same. Is she Aaliyah's grandmother?" "No, she's a bit different. The aura is different." "I don't know, she seems nicer than Aaliyah." The last remark was made by Asuka. Aaliyah, ignoring the chatter, approached Hike and started a conversation. Antial's gaze turned to Helmut. "Helmut, it's been quite a while, hasn't it? It's good to see you again. I heard you helped Aaliyah a lot." "Thank you." It was an awkward greeting, uncharacteristic of Helmut. "I just had the opportunity to put my research into practice, so there's no need to think you owe me. More importantly, do you remember what I told you back then?" Chapter 303 Part 2. Their meeting was about 5 years ago. However, for both Antial and Helmut, that encounter remained a vivid memory. Helmut nodded. "I remember. I'm not sure if it's going well, though." Antial had told Helmut not to succumb to the Seed of Darkness and to resist fate, but Helmut was eventually consumed by the Seed of Darkness, and it was thanks to Alaga that he was able to escape from it. However, in a way, meeting Alaga was also part of Helmut's fate, and now he had left the Forest of Roots once again. Perhaps fate and skill were intertwined, and so far things had turned out as Antial had predicted. Thankfully, since there are almost no humans in the Forest of Roots, no one was hurt. "You've been through a lot, but now you're standing here in your right mind. That's enough. Above all, you have a lover and friends who would risk their lives and walk into danger for you." Antial's eyes were strangely clear. Those eyes showed insight. He was an archmage, but also an old man who had lived for many years. "What you have will lead you on the right path." "The right path, huh? Of course, that right path may not always be a peaceful one. The life of the strong is always like that. I'll keep that in mind." While this conversation was taking place, Alaga and Agrel were observing the newcomers with blank stares. For them, new humans were a new spectacle. Agrel was resting deeply, sorting out its wings that were numb from continuous flying. "There are two shiny-haired humans now. Interesting. Are they twins?" "No, from what I hear, one's older." "Mother and daughter?" "I heard she's her grandmother. But more importantly, didn't they say these new humans are archmages? Their magic power is certainly impressive." The air here feels heavy. It's going to be harder dealing with humans outside the Forest of Roots. If they went around eating humans at will just because they left the Forest of Roots, they might be hunted down. Neither of them had any intention of doing so, though. Alaga snorted. "That's your problem. They're all about the same level to me." "Stop bragging. But don't you think we're being ignored right now?" The humans were only talking among themselves, as if they were beasts incapable of speech. While Sarah and Susan, who were nervously holding hands, could be excused, Alaga and Agrel were not the type to be ignored anywhere. "Helmut, you bastard, shouldn't you be introducing me?" The impatient Alaga immediately burst out. "You lot, why are you chattering without us? Huh, am I invisible?" Agrel also raised its voice, flapping its wings. "Yeah, are you ignoring the rulers of the Forest of Roots?" Subtly showing off. Only then did Hike and Antial's gazes turn to them. In fact, even though they were archmages, they were also shaken by the sight of Alaga and Agrel. Having never conversed with demonic beasts before, they didn't know how to deal with them and had pushed it to the back of the queue. "My apologies, I'm Hike, an archmage." "I'm Antial, also an archmage." The two stepped boldly toward the two demonic beasts. They were demonic beasts with intimidatingly large and terrifying demonic energy. No matter how much they tried to contain their demonic energy, it was difficult to hide their enormous presence. Helmut introduced them half-heartedly. "This is Alaga, ruler of the central region of the Forest of Roots, and this is Agrel, ruler of the southern region. We just heard how you came to be together." Hike smiled with her eyes. A wave of seductive magic emanated from her. It was effective not only on humans but also on animals. However, it didn't work on Alaga or Agrel, who possessed powerful demonic natures. Agrel asked bluntly. "That shiny-haired human said meeting you would be beneficial to me." "You mean Aaliyah?" Hike asked with a subtle nuance, as if wondering if Agrel couldn't remember the name. Agrel, who had been internally placing humans below itself and thus not properly using their names, responded grudgingly. Why yes, Aaliyah. Of course, I'm a mage specializing in artifacts. It would be difficult for you to live in the human world in that form. You'd stand out and probably encounter many annoyances. So I've thought of something. Would you like to come along? Igrel agreed immediately. Well, even if they're like flies, humans can be annoying. Fine, let's go. Since everyone else was already part of one group, only Igrel, who had just joined, needed to follow. This place was where they had come to meet up. It was safer to leave and erase their traces. With the archmages now involved, there was an even better way to leave than using teleportation magic. Antial waved his hand in the air, opening an entrance to his hideout. The circle drawn in the air gradually expanded until it was wide enough for even a Grell or a Laga to pass through. He smiled gently. Well then, shall we change locations? Chapter 304, Part 1. Antial's hideout welcomed a large number of guests for the first time in a while. Two of these guests were so enormous they barely fit through the entrance. Fortunately, the hideout had a spacious yard where even those colossal guests could gather comfortably. Now it's time to celebrate. We've overcome difficult challenges, so everyone please enjoy yourselves to the fullest. Antial declared, gesturing with an open hand towards a massive table laden with food. At that moment, everyone remembered a sensation they'd temporarily forgotten. Hunger. The tension instantly dissipated, replaced by a chorus of rumbling stomachs. Grrr rumble. They had been starving for over a day, not daring to eat while suspended high in the air. Without hesitation, everyone gathered around the table and reached for the feast before them. Munch, munch. Particularly enthusiastic sounds came from Asuka and Cyan. Despite the ravenous atmosphere, Charlotte, a noble from birth, and Aaliyah, naturally prim, maintained their characteristic elegance. Susan and Sarah, accustomed to the forest of roots, ate with less grace than the nobles but were still somewhat presentable. Helmut, who had been tearing into a giant, spicy rib, suddenly stopped and looked around, feeling self-conscious. Eat slowly. Aaliyah, delicately slicing her steak with a knife and fork, gave him a gentle smile. Her pitiful gaze seemed to say, "Don't worry, you poor thing, I won't take your food." He felt strangely embarrassed. Helmut opened his mouth as if to explain himself. "I wasn't starving, it's just that the food, it was just so delicious." A wave of nostalgia washed over him, a familiar taste from a distant memory. He had spent a short time in the human world, but his memory was exceptional. It didn't take long for Helmut to unearth the name from the depths of his mind. Finn. You remember Finn? I remember the dishes he prepared. Finn of the Pace Mercenary Corps. He vaguely recalled a shockingly fragile and easily flustered young man. However, Finn possessed one undeniable talent, a talent Helmut lacked, the talent of cooking. He left the Pace Mercenaries and became a chef. He gained experience for several years and recently opened a restaurant. It seems the Mercenary Corps supported him in his endeavor. I've kept in touch with them since then, so I heard about his progress. His food is quite delectable, even for this old man's discerning palate. I figured you were acquainted, so I requested his assistance with the meal. He readily agreed. Finn is. The name he pulled from his memories after so long sounded unfamiliar. While Helmut was in the forest of roots, time had continued to flow, and for some, it had been enough time to change their lives. Finn doesn't know you'll be eating his food. I thought it would be a moving experience for you now that you've left the forest of roots. What do you think? Thank you, Helmut replied awkwardly. Antial had prepared for his arrival with an almost unsettlingly meticulous and thorough approach. Perhaps that's why he was called an eccentric. Just then, Asuka spoke up. Hey, who's Finn anyway? Someone you knew before? What kind of relationship? It's not a woman, is it? Though Asuka's words were thoughtless, Helmut felt Aaliyah's gaze sharpen. Without hesitation, he answered, a friend. What, a friend? You mean you had other friends? Asuka's reaction was exaggerated, as was Cyan's, who was biting into a large pie. A friend. You, from my days in the Mercenary Corps. Maybe he should have said comrade, Helmut thought for a moment, but comrade seemed like a term used between equals. Finn had been a useless burden as a mercenary. Even after all these years, the memory remained vivid and unromanticized. It seemed Finn had found his calling as a chef. Would they ever meet again, he wondered. However, there was a more pressing matter at hand. He wasn't full yet. Let's eat. At Helmut's gesture, both Asuka and Cyan, who were in the same boat as him, readily agreed. While the humans were enjoying their meal with gusto, the demonic beasts were full of complaints. What is this? There's nothing for us to eat. Human food, it smells strange. Why would they process perfectly good ingredients like this? They call it umami. To me, it's disgustingly nauseating. Alaga, who had some experience with human food, frowned and grumbled. Human food, no matter what it was, always tasted strange to it. Hike smiled and offered, would you like me to prepare some raw meat for you? No need. A demonic beast of their caliber didn't necessarily need to eat. However, while Alaga seemed indifferent, Igrel immediately perked up. I want to eat a rabbit, preferably a white one. Recently, they released a white rabbit that Igrel had taken a liking to. Hike replied casually, certainly, whatever you wish. Chapter 304 Part 2. Soon a bizarre scene unfolded in the corner of the yard. Igrel with its beak was devouring a series of live rabbits, swallowing them whole one after another. It was a massacre. The rabbits here are quite small, but their flesh is tender. Everyone was too preoccupied with their own meals to pay attention to the unsettling spectacle. Moreover, since the rabbits were dwarfed by Igrel, they were swallowed in a single gulp, leaving no trace of blood. Even Alaga, upon seeing this, regained its appetite and declared, "I want a deer." Once again, Hike produced a deer as if by magic for Alaga's consumption. While Igrel remained remarkably clean despite having devoured 20 rabbits, Alaga, on the other hand, created a blood-soaked scene in the middle of the yard. Oh, the deer here are quite tender and soft. Their meat is on a whole other level compared to the tough and stringy ones from the forest of roots. Indeed, just like humans, are all things from the human world like this? You. Didn't you say you don't eat humans? Alaga's gaze turned sharp. Igrel quickly backtracked. No, it's just a saying. Where would I get humans from? That Naho guy takes them all. If you ever try to eat humans here, I'll be the first to end you. Well, even if I don't, those temple folks would probably try to gobble you up first. Humans eat demonic beasts too. Are you trying to be funny? Let's just drop this. In any case, everyone managed to satisfy their hunger. As the meal progressed, Antial gathered everyone's attention. Now then, I have something special prepared for you all. Everyone's eyes widened in anticipation. Antial unveiled his vast collection of alcohol. A stunning array of bottles, each with a unique shape and size, began to fly towards the table, finally settling down with a gentle clinking. The Archmage's collection boasted an impressive variety of spirits from various regions. The prices varied, with some bottles clearly exceeding the value of others. Please enjoy to your heart's content. Antial's generous hospitality earned him the favor of almost everyone present. A grand drinking party commenced. Everyone drank and ate to their heart's content, celebrating their escape from the forest of roots. Even Sarah found herself pleasantly tipsy after finishing a cup of alcohol offered by Asuka. Woohoo, her mother Susan was also slightly flushed from the alcohol, leaving Sarah unattended. Naturally, Asuka and Cyan were enthusiastically emptying bottle after bottle. Aaliyah, after downing an unidentified drink offered by Helmut, leaned against him, her head resting on his shoulder. She had surprisingly low alcohol tolerance. It was the first time Helmut had seen Aaliyah so at ease. He found her sleeping soundly on his shoulder, both refreshing and adorable. Noticing Aaliyah's state, Antial shook his head. She had the snake wine, strong stuff. Helmut silently hoped that Aaliyah wouldn't remember what she drank upon waking up. This time, even the two demonic beasts joined the revelry. So this is alcohol, induces a strange state in the body but also brings a peculiar sense of exhilaration. Igrel muttered, having intuited this knowledge through its demonic nature. While alcohol was poisonous to most animals, it was a non-issue for Igrel and Alaga, whose enormous sizes rendered them immune. I like this. Oh ho, so this is what it feels like. Antial winced internally as he watched the two demonic beasts, their snouts buried in bottles, emptying them one after another. That expensive alcohol. That one was a 200-year-old imperial vintage, and they're just chugging it down. He had intended to share his precious collection for this special occasion, but even Antial had his limits. He had discreetly hidden the truly valuable bottles. It pained him to see those priceless liquors, especially the rare ones, being guzzled down by demonic beasts as if they were mere water. However, what could he do? Seemingly sensing Antial's distress, Hike, who had been observing the festivities with a detached air, approached the two demonic beasts. How are you two feeling? We're all right. What's it to you? I was going to continue our previous conversation. Oh, right. That thing you mentioned, what is it? With the two demonic beasts' attention on her, Hike calmly began, don't you think your appearances are a little conspicuous? I propose a disguise of sorts. I've prepared a magical artifact for transformation. Their slightly intoxicated state would facilitate the application of the magic. The Archmage's hideout pulsed with magical energy, making it an ideal environment for even high-level spells. Transformation, you say? Sounds intriguing. You mean my appearance can change? Hike retrieved two magic stones from her pocket and placed them on her palm. These are temporary ones just to test the waters. You activate them by holding them in your mouths. And please remember, you shouldn't resist the magic, okay? Alaga and Igrel both lunged for the stones, nearly colliding with each other. I'm first, bird brain. As Alaga growled possessively, Hike interjected with a smile. I forgot to mention, this magic is will-dependent. It'll transform you into something close to what you envision. Before you activate the artifacts, please take a moment to decide what form you desire. Alaga didn't need much time to decide. I just want to appear less threatening, smaller if possible. Igrel, however, took a little longer. It rolled its eyes for a moment before exclaiming, yes, I've decided. As soon as Alaga snatched a magic stone, Igrel followed suit, shoving the other one into its beak. Immediately, a blue light enveloped both demonic beasts, and as it faded, a transformation occurred. It was a transformation so drastic that even the intoxicated humans couldn't help but turn their heads in astonishment. Chapter 305 Part 1 Meow, Ilaga blinked. No, it wasn't Ilaga anymore. The huge leopard had vanished, and in its place sat a small, doll-like white cat with a bewildered expression. Huh. What's this? What do you think it is? A hand reached out from the side and grabbed Ilaga by the scruff of its neck. You're actually kind of cute like this, aren't you? Ilaga looked up. There stood a woman Ilaga had never seen before. Even to a demonic beast's eyes, she was incredibly beautiful, a woman in a mage's robe with pink hair and crimson eyes, a figure that would stand out even from afar. Ilaga intuitively realized her identity. Igrel, you recognize me, huh? You look cute now, though that's not a word that usually suits you. Grinning, she released Ilaga into the air. Thump, like a cat, Ilaga landed softly on all fours. A human body isn't anything special, is it? The balance is a little different. Well, this much is nothing to the great Igrel. Perhaps because Igrel was also a bipedal creature, adapting was easy. After feeling her own body, she took a step. Staggering slightly, she soon succeeded in walking normally. Magic is truly fascinating. Antial, resting his chin on his hand, looked on with interest. Being able to speak immediately with a human voice is even more impressive than being able to walk right away. I just could, Igrel shrugged confidently. Hike asked, is that the form you desired? Yes. A natural smile appeared on Igrel's face, now transformed into a human woman. It was her desire. I want to become human. It wasn't that she wanted to abandon her original self and completely become human, but she was curious about humans, beings entirely different from demonic beasts. Humans who risked their lives for others, humans who accomplished seemingly impossible feats. If she took on a human form, could she learn about them? Could she understand the human heart? Since she had come to the human world, it was best to take on a human form to experience human life. Of course, Igrel didn't want to become an ordinary human. A beautiful human. Even as a demonic beast, Igrel boasted a flamboyant and beautiful appearance. As she transformed into a human woman, maintaining that image, she became a glamorous beauty with a curvaceous figure. Enough to make everyone stare in disbelief. Asuka and Cyan simultaneously let out sounds of suspicion and admiration. Is that even possible with magic? So this is the magic of an archmage. Helmut turned his head towards Aaliyah. She had briefly regained consciousness, aware of the flow of magic power. Aaliyah, can you do that too? Probably. It was an awkward answer. Even the greatest mages weren't equally proficient in all types of magic. In particular, there was always a field they delved into deeply, their area of expertise. Hike was the best in this area of magic, and Aaliyah, not yet an archmage, couldn't fathom her magic. If it were a spell on herself, maybe. But to completely change the size of such a large demonic beast, Aaliyah frowned. This was no simple illusion magic. She realized anew that Hike had been called a genius before earning the title of archmage. If Aaliyah and Lampine were geniuses, then so was Hike. There was no archmage who wasn't a genius. Her moment of realization was brief, as Aaliyah, her consciousness clouded by alcohol, started dozing off again. Ilaga, seemingly uncomfortable in its smaller body, took a few steps and suddenly looked up at Igrel with unfamiliar eyes. Come to think of it, you're female. Igrel narrowed her eyes and asked, yeah, didn't you know? Igrel was female. Ilaga felt a similar sensation to when Asuka, Cyan, and the others had realized Aaliyah was female. No, male birds are more colorful than females. I changed my appearance a bit as I grew. Towards more flamboyance. Igrel ran a hand through her glossy hair as if showing off her feathers. While it was impossible for a leopard to transform into a bird, demonic energy did influence growth. That's why Igrel's fur had such unnatural, variegated colors, and why Ilaga's fur was so uniquely white. Hike nodded. That's why the transformation was so successful. Because you already had the experience. You're not colorful as a human. That would be too conspicuous, you idiot, but you're kind of cute in that form, you know, so small I could crush you with my foot. Igrel burst into laughter as she uttered cruel words. It was meant to be a provocation, but Ilaga, who had willingly shrunk herself, simply nodded as if amused. I like it. It's cute being small. I've lived my whole life being big except when I was young. Sarah, clenching her fists, shouted from nearby, that's right, Ilaga. You're super cute right now, see. Chapter 305 Part 2 Ilaga was now the very picture of a proud, preening cat. Even Igrel, for a moment, found the sight adorable before quickly shaking the thought from her mind. Get a grip, that's Ilaga. Igrel can't be swayed by something just because it looks cute. But you can't fly in that form, can you? You said you wanted to fly outside the forest of roots. I thought you'd at least become something like a hawk. Igrel's expression faltered. She immediately turned to Hike. Can't this transformation be undone and redone? It's possible, however, creating an artifact will take some time. You'll need an artifact to transform freely without me. Since demonic energy resists magic, the artifact will have to operate on demonic energy instead of magic power. Your current transformation will last for more than a month, but it will be undone if you use even a little bit of demonic energy. The demonic energy possessed by Igrel and Alaga was immense. If they hadn't cooperated, casting the spell would have been impossible. The magic power would have dissipated due to the demonic energy's repulsion before the spell could take hold. Igrel realized that creating such an artifact wouldn't be easy, and that only the Archmage before her could do it. In the Forest of Roots, she could simply overpower others to get what she wanted, but the human world was different. Igrel was quite willing to adapt to the ways of the human world. She was the most adaptable demonic beast in the Forest of Roots. Igrel smiled brightly. I know that in the human world, getting something requires payment. How about it, Archmage? Want me to pluck out some of my feathers? Just as Antial and Aaliyah activated the sacred magic circle to the Forest of Roots despite being mages, it should be possible to operate an artifact with demonic energy. I've been researching this, so creating an artifact for you, Igrel, has research value for me as well. A smile appeared on Hike's lips as she spoke. But if you offer payment, I won't refuse. I don't want feathers. I'd like something else instead. What is it? I'll tell you later. Sounds like you're going to ask for something significant. All right, fine. The chance to get something from the great Igrel doesn't come often. Make sure it's a big request. Your way of speaking is the same even as a human. She's got a queenly vibe. Some of the humans nearby whispered among themselves. Helmut spoke up. So will Ilaga and Igrel be staying here for the time being, until the artifact is made. While Igrel might go her own way, Ilaga felt more like a member of Helmut's group than anyone else. Helmut had a rough idea of what to do with Susan and Sarah, but Ilaga was a different matter. Ilaga was a magical beast whose mere presence was a disaster in the human world, and Helmut had to keep an eye on it to prevent trouble. He wasn't just looking after Ilaga, he was managing it. I've already done some research, but it will still take about a month. More importantly, Hike fixed her gaze on Helmut. Helmut flinched involuntarily. Her gaze and appearance, so similar to Aaliyah's, felt unfamiliar, Aaliyah's blood relative. Helmut had never had a proper conversation with Hike. This was partly because Aaliyah had been acting as a shield and partly because he knew Aaliyah didn't approve of her. But Aaliyah was currently drunk and unable to interrupt their conversation. I heard about you from Aaliyah. You know about me too, right? Yes. It's nothing much, but please take good care of Aaliyah, you should. Aaliyah risked her life for you. Hike's gaze was sharp. Her tone became increasingly disapproving. It was as if she was thinking, my granddaughter risked her life for a man. Even if their relationship wasn't good, she was still Aaliyah's grandmother. Helmut recalled some random trivia he'd read at the academy, something like how to converse with your in-laws, from a magazine he couldn't remember. He immediately opened his mouth. I will risk my life for her too. You should. A satisfied smile appeared on Hike's lips. It seemed like the correct answer. Meow. Suddenly, Ilaga jumped onto Helmut's lap. As it put strength into its legs, a meow escaped involuntarily. Helmut stared at Ilaga with strange eyes, such a small Ilaga. It was awkward and unfamiliar, even creepy. What? You're quite big from this angle. Then Ilaga naturally settled down and sat, Aaliyah leaning on his shoulder, Ilaga sitting on his lap. He felt like some kind of living, breathing sofa. Why are you sitting there? You've sat on me plenty of times. Got a problem with it? Ilaga scoffed. Since childhood, Helmut had often slept leaning against or lying on Ilaga. Now Ilaga was taking the chance to return the favor. The problem was that it looked undeniably cute despite being so out of character. Helmut looked away. Do what you want. Sarah, still excited from the alcohol, stomped her feet and whined from nearby. My lap is empty too. Should I sit on it? Igrel, now walking over, picked up a bottle of alcohol. She intended to try drinking properly with a glass in her hand like a human. Even if she became human, her alcohol tolerance didn't change. While her appearance had transformed, many of her characteristics remained the same. Well, I should go and work on the artifact. Hike winked and bid them farewell before disappearing. Cyan gently placed a hand on Helmut's shoulder. Hey Helmut, we haven't had a proper conversation since we reunited, have we? Now that Aaliyah was asleep and there were no interruptions, this was his chance. Helmut looked directly at him. You said you had something to tell me, didn't you? You remembered. Well, about that, you haven't made any concrete plans for the future yet, right? No. In that case, I have a suggestion. Would you like to hear it? Helmut immediately nodded. Cyan's lips curved into a smile as he began to speak. Chapter 306, Part 1. You decided to visit Cyan's house. The next day, Aaliyah, waking up with a hangover, confirmed this while rubbing her furrowed brow. Her memories of last night were completely gone. She couldn't recall anything that had happened. Helmut faced her sharp gaze, which questioned why he had made the decision without asking her. Wasn't this something he could decide on his own? A feeling of discontent, similar to what he felt when being pressured by Darien, sprouted within him, but Helmut answered without showing it. Yes, he said it's not far from here. Aaliyah tried to recall a spell that might help alleviate her hangover, but her mind wasn't cooperating. She could use magic to get rid of her hangover. The problem was that she couldn't focus enough to find and cast the spell. Since she didn't enjoy alcohol in the first place, this was the first time she had been in such a state. The snake wine was truly potent, and Aaliyah's ability to even think about using a detox spell was paralyzed. This is the first time I've been this disoriented. Shaking her head, Aaliyah, amidst her headache, recalled something other than a magic spell. This is the eastern part of the sacred barrier, then it wouldn't be far. Greenkana, Rodril, I assume. You knew about Cyan's family? Aaliyah shook her head. Cyan is a spirit mage. The abilities of a spirit mage are inherited through bloodline. They're influenced by bloodline even more strongly than typical mage families. And Cyan can control spirits of all attributes. That's an incredible talent. A talent he could never have without being born into a powerful spirit mage family. His weakness is that he doesn't particularly excel in any one area, so I was guessing. That Cyan was from a spirit mage family. A case where both parents are spirit mages at that. Aaliyah added, and it's rare for two spirit mages to marry. Even if it's rare, spirit mages aren't so uncommon that their marriages would make headlines. Even though Helmut wasn't well versed in the ways of the human world, that still seemed odd to him. Cyan was going to enter the Forest of Roots with us, so I had to know more about him. I didn't dig too deeply, but I had a hunch. So she was saying that because she didn't trust Cyan and was worried he might betray them, she investigated him before letting him join. That was very Aaliyah-like. But why did Cyan invite you? It wouldn't have been strange if Cyan had just wanted to involve himself in Helmut's affairs, but bringing family into it was a different story. Both Asuka and Cyan had left behind letters as if they were running away from home. Entering the Forest of Roots meant potentially becoming enemies of the temple. Of course, neither Asuka nor Cyan would have needed immense friendship or resolve to accept that risk. They were similar to each other as friends in that they both tended to act impulsively. He didn't say he wanted them to join our group, he said there was no special meaning behind it. Cyan had invited him to visit his home in a very casual tone, as if simply inviting a friend over. I don't know much about you and you don't know much about me, so let's get to know each other, it'll be fun. There was no particular reason to refuse such an invitation, he was also curious. A normal human family, something he had never seen before. Well, maybe not that ordinary. A family of spirit mages didn't exactly fit the category of normal, Aaliyah nodded. Of course he would do that without thinking. Well, as long as we avoid catching the temple's attention, it should be fine. Spirit mages are experts at concealment, so even if they're spotted, they'll know how to slip away. Besides, they had immense power on their side. With Igrel and Alaga, it didn't seem like they would lose, even if they went head-to-head with the temple. No matter how much holy power countered demonic energy, even if the temple gathered all its holy power, it wouldn't be as much as the sacred barrier. But this cat, what's its deal? Aaliyah's gaze suddenly shifted to the white cat that had somehow climbed onto Helmut's lap. It was a fluffy and pretty cat like a doll. With her memory gone, Aaliyah couldn't even imagine that it was Alaga. It's cute, she reached out and stroked the cat, which was sitting on Helmut's lap, yawning with its mouth wide open. Meow. Now fully accustomed to being in a cat's form, a cute sound escaped Alaga's mouth. Helmut still felt awkward, but unlike the obvious looks of discomfort from Cyan and Asuka, he managed to keep his expression neutral. Alaga, now fully embodying a cat's mannerisms, purred and stretched out on Helmut's lap. It didn't seem like an act, Alaga genuinely looked like a cat. Well, leopards were part of the feline family, so it made sense. Alaga had perfectly adapted to this smaller form. I don't think I saw it last time. Did Antial start keeping a cat? At that moment, the cat raised its head and answered, keeping me, as if a mere human could keep me. Aaliyah was startled in a way Helmut had never seen before. She asked in disbelief, Alaga. Lord, only then did her numbed senses return, the faintly perceptible magical power, and within it a heavy concentration of immense demonic energy. The white cat yawned once more and licked its lips before replying, yes, drop the honorifics and just call me Alaga. Helmut treats me like I'm a rat, so there's no need to be so formal with me, is there? When did I ever treat you like a rat? I'm not a rat. When Helmut answered seriously, Alaga immediately retorted, Helmut, how come you understand jokes less than a demonic beast like me? Anyway, we're going to that Cyan guy's house, right? I'm curious about human villages, so I'm going too. Alaga's going to the human village too. I told you I don't eat humans. And I'm going because I'm worried that you, a frail human, might get into trouble again on your own. It would be interesting to see how Cyan's parents would react to the idea of a ruler of the Forest of Roots visiting their home. And Alaga wasn't the only one coming along. Chapter 306, Part 2. Hey, you're going to Cyan's house, right? I'm coming too. I'd like to join as well. Asuka joined in as if it were natural, and Charlotte also raised her hand. Now that they had returned from the Forest of Roots, Charlotte, who might contact Reynosa, was a person of interest and naturally had to come along. I've already sent word that you'd be coming too. Then Igrel suddenly interjected. Dressed in form-fitting, luxurious travel clothes, she looked like a noblewoman in disguise. Her flawless white skin, striking hair, and sharp features stood out. A human village. Sounds fun. Igrel, who had been engrossed in the new game of imitating humans since yesterday, had even done some studying. She had watched the crystal ball Hike had given her, which contained images of a noblewoman. Her movements were now completely natural. Her demeanor and posture were close to those of an elegant noblewoman. Shall I try seducing a human man, a human village? How intriguing. You can't go around doing that in someone else's village, Cyan grumbled. Alaga said sullenly, don't cause trouble and just stay here. You too, Alaga. Wouldn't it be troublesome if the magic wore off in the middle of the village? Cyan, uneasy about these two dangerous demonic beasts coming along, expressed his disapproval. After all, it was his hometown. If their identities were exposed, he wouldn't know how to explain it. Don't worry, as long as they don't get too excited and release their demonic energy, the transformation won't wear off. My magic isn't that flimsy. Hike winked confidently, her gaze shifted to Igrel. Even if you've transformed, the qualities of your body haven't changed, so you can fight without using demonic energy, but be careful. Even a light tap with your bare hands could kill a person. Taking a human life in the human world is strictly prohibited. Even if your opponent is an enemy, you must restrain yourself. Igrel burst into laughter. Don't worry. I prefer leaving my enemies alive to suffer rather than killing them outright. What a personality. Alaga clicked its tongue. Although it was long ago, Igrel had fought countless demonic beasts before becoming the ruler of the southern region. Though she might appear like a carefree, curious demonic beast, Igrel's true nature was that of a cruel and overwhelming predator. Well, there won't be any reason for a fight to break out in our village. Cyan glanced nervously at Igrel and Alaga. But the matter had already been decided, regardless of his opinion. Wah, I want to go too. Hearing about spirit mages, Sarah wanted to come along, but she didn't have a reason to join since she wasn't close to Cyan. Plus, it would be difficult for Cyan's family to accommodate so many guests out of the blue. Susan comforted her. We have our own path to follow now, don't we? Susan and Sarah both knew that they were somewhat of a burden to Helmut. Having left the Forest of Roots, they had decided to find their own way. They planned to secure their family's hidden wealth through Antial and then move to Baden to settle down. Sarah would also begin preparing to enroll in one of Baden's academies. After a moment of contemplation, Helmut wrote a letter addressed to Ethan Kudrow. When you meet him, tell him Helmut sent you. And tell him I'm doing well. Ethan Kudrow wouldn't remember Helmut's handwriting, so Archmage Antial's guarantee and Sarah's display of swordsmanship would serve as proof. Although he hadn't taught her Darien's swordsmanship, Sarah's style resembled Helmut's. Helmut had thoroughly taught her the basics. Ethan Kudrow doesn't know what happened, so he should be reliable. That's why Helmut had been able to write the letter. Susan asked with a gentle smile, so this is goodbye. She had regained her vitality after leaving the Forest of Roots. Susan's complexion was bright as she planned her second life. I'll visit Baden soon. I hope you'll be well. Stay healthy, Helmut. Thank you for everything. I thank you too, Helmut meant it. Without Susan and Sarah, he wouldn't have recovered as quickly as he had. Susan smiled faintly, tears welled up in Sarah's eyes. Helmut, when will we see each other again? When you enter the academy and become the top student. Then I'll see you soon. He didn't know where her confidence came from. But certainly having seen Sarah's skills, Helmut thought it was a possibility. Alaga, you're always welcome to visit. I'll brush your fur, you're so cute right now. We'll see once this kid can take care of himself. It felt like something that might take quite a long time. Alaga had chosen his side. It figured that while Susan and Sarah would settle safely with their newfound wealth, Helmut, with the temple as his enemy, needed Alaga more. And if Helmut were to go berserk, Alaga was the only one who could stop him. Goodbye, everyone, stay healthy and well, and so one parting was complete. Chapter 307 Part 1 Greenkana Rodrel's Greenkana's Rodrel. Without distinguishing which came first, these two proper names have long been known as inseparable. Greenkana is a small village located at the foot of the mountain range. It may appear ordinary at first glance, but among mages who study elemental magic, it was quite well known as the Village of Spirits. The most powerful earth spirit in existence resided there. The spirit, possessing its own will, lent power to the elemental mage, in exchange for the mage residing near the mountains, the source of its power. The mage agreed and settled there. Greenkana was a village inhabited by the descendants of this elemental mage, whose name was Rodrel. Rodrel became the surname of his descendants, the Rodrel family, a household secretly known as distinguished even among mages. It wasn't because of the honor or influence held as nobles, but because of the unique elemental magic inherited through their bloodline. Cyan, who was explaining this briefly on the way, winked. So my name is Cyan Rodril. The earth spirit contracted by our family is said to have the power to destroy nations. That's why, to avoid being targeted by any particular nation or temple, we Rodril folks keep our identities hidden. Now that I've graduated, I can share it, and yet you acted like you were ordinary. Asuka grumbled, having been attached to Cyan throughout their academy days and only learning about him today. It was an unspoken rule among them not to ask each other about their backgrounds. To hear someone else's secret, you must also be prepared to share your own. Neither of them had been ready for that until now. Pretending to be ordinary, being an elemental mage is anything but ordinary. What about you? What about me? Asuka felt a twinge. Now he was the only one among them still holding onto a secret. But he still didn't want to talk about it. Unlike Cyan, he had no sense of belonging or attachment to his family. I've graduated from the academy. It's time I start living my own life. He could still visit his mother occasionally to spend some time with her. He seemed to have adapted to his current life somewhat. I hid things too, but so did you, Helmut and Aaliyah. We all kept our secrets, didn't we? Charlotte, being the Grand Duke's daughter of Renosa, is the only thing that got out right. Charlotte opened her eyes wide as if she had no idea. Did I become known? Yeah, you participated in the academy competition and all. People aren't as tight-lipped as you think. The news spread here and there through the Renosa folks. That's why no one dared approach you. You were quite popular, but you've hardly received any confessions, right? That's true, about 2 or 3 per semester. That's more than I thought. There are more royals and high-ranking nobles in Greta Academy than one would expect. Only those who considered themselves on her level dared approach her. Asuka, overhearing, frowned slightly. What's so great about a girl with such stiff and boring speech? If she had a boyfriend or whatever, she'd beat him up in a sparring match. Cyan answered simply. They must have the same eyes as you. What nonsense is that? Why would I beat up my boyfriend? I'd treat him well. Charlotte responded earnestly, causing Asuka, who was fuming, to suddenly fall silent. Even though he's grown physically, his mind is still like a child's. How's he ever going to progress in a relationship like this? Cyan sighed, and as if doing them all a favor, changed the subject. By the way, Charlotte, what about the academy? You still have a year left, right? I've taken a leave of absence. I only need 1 more semester to graduate early, whenever that may be. I don't really need to graduate. For me, an environment to continually compete and improve myself is what matters, not a diploma. It was a statement befitting the Duchess of Renosa. Indeed, the swordsmanship department valued skill over anything else. If you had the skills, an academy diploma meant nothing. That's why quite a few people dropped out before finishing. Well, in your case, sure. Cyan glanced briefly at Helmut. Anyway, we hardly knew anything about each other. It was the same with Helmut. That's why I decided I should share my story. Despite not knowing much about each other, they still managed to maintain their friendship. It was, in its own way, a peculiar and special relationship. But one thing was certain. Even though 4 years had passed, they all still felt the same about each other as when they attended the academy. Seemingly shallow yet deep, seemingly light yet heavy, as if bound by threads of fate. The bonds formed at Greta Academy, no one knew how they would develop in the future, but even if it was a rough path, they all knew none of them would stray from it. My story is going to be a bit special too, Cyan smiled as he looked ahead. It was a gentle yet mischievous smile. They'd soon find out, but Greencana wasn't just an ordinary village. Chapter 307, Part 2, Greencana. From the very beginning, it wasn't ordinary. Although the spirits weren't plowing fields or pulling carts, this village, where elemental mages had settled, had some unusual traits. The village is just beyond there. They were almost at their destination. Antial had opened the way for them to come this far. It wasn't that far, and traveling through the passage he'd created was easier than using teleportation magic. Antial seemed to know about the village of Greencana. I visited that village several times for research. It was decades ago. Cyan, I even know about your parents. Really? Then will you come with us? No, I need to monitor the temple's movements and the sacred barrier for a while. After all, follow-up is important in any matter. With a calm face, he told Aaliyah to contact him if needed, then closed the passage and disappeared. Hike also did not join them, as she had her own matters to attend to. Mages were a breed that must constantly conduct research. I need to focus on my research until the artifact is completed. That seems to be the most urgent matter. Hike's eyes sparkled like a young girl's, having found a new research topic. Of course, it wasn't just for research purposes. To avoid catching the temple's attention, it was important to conceal the existence of those 2 beasts. Until the artifact needed by Alaga and Agrel was completed, Greencana would be a good hiding place. Staying at Antial's place would only make them restless. Even during the period when the temple oppressed mages, Grinkana was hidden by the power of the earth spirit and its unique abilities. Cyan was anxious, but this dangerous group had nowhere more suitable to go. In Grinkana, an elemental mage could wield power exceeding that of an archmage. After all, the earth spirit that existed there was akin to a god. The elemental mages of Grinkana are still mages. They won't overreact to demonic beasts, but regardless of how open-minded they are, those two beasts are too threatening. It's better they don't reveal themselves to the villagers. For now, both of you refrain from using demonic energy. That transformation now is as delicate as a piece of paper. Even though I've reinforced it, a little shock will break it. Igrel, will you be okay without flying for a while? Igrel shrugged her shoulders. No problem, I'll take this chance to adapt to human life. I'm fine since I've only become a bit smaller. Then, before the transformation wears off, I'll see you again with the artifact. I hope you all enjoy yourselves. Hike waved her hand and immediately disappeared with teleportation magic. With that, the group that remained was now smaller than before. Aaliyah, Igrel, Charlotte, the three women. Helmut, Cyan, Asuka, the three men. Though Alaga was male, he couldn't really be called a man. Right now, he was just a cat perched on Helmut's shoulder. Your shoulder is narrow and uncomfortable. Humans are really not good as mounts. Then get off. Why should I when I finally have a chance to use you as a mount? Keep walking. You've finally become useful, haven't you? Helmut felt a sudden urge to grab Alaga by the scruff of the neck and throw him away. But if Helmut had one exceptional quality, it was his patience in restraining that urge. He silently continued to walk, planning to set Alaga down somewhere once they arrived at the village. And as Cyan had mentioned, just ahead the village came into view. As always, the peaceful village of Grinkana, Rodrel's little house, was bustling with commotion. The commotion stemmed from a letter that had arrived that morning. Cyan is coming back. Didn't that rascal say he was going off for dangerous research? Didn't he say to consider him dead if he doesn't return? That brat, just wait till he gets back, a man's deep voice echoed. A gentle-looking woman tried to dissuade him as he raised his fist. Dear, don't scold him right away. Coming back safe is all that matters. We should at least hear what he has to say. He's always been such a model student. Where does he get off disappearing without a word to his parents just because he's grown up? He said he'd explain when he got back. Also, didn't our Cyan mention he was bringing some friends? He must have fallen in with some bad company at the academy. Time to set him straight. Cyan's father seemed already engrossed in playing the role of the father correcting his wayward son. It seemed that, because Cyan had always been such an exemplary student, he was finally seizing the chance to give him a scolding. In that sense, Asuka and Cyan were complete opposites. While Asuka was the troublemaker, Cyan, though occasionally slacking off with him, was the amicable honor student who consistently ranked second at the academy. When the commotion subsided and each had returned to their tasks, the woman suddenly looked up into the air. Looks like someone's at the village entrance. Their home was in the innermost part of Grinkana, close to the mountains. Situated where lush leaves cast shadows over the roof. Without even using magic, it was as if she could see her gaze fixed in the air as she murmured, "It's Cyan, and probably his friends." Oh my, before she could finish speaking, Cyan's father had kicked open the door and dashed out. He must have been very worried all this time, but Cyan's mother tilted her head. Those friends don't look ordinary. And there's something else. Sensing something, her expression turned serious, her eyes growing cold, an unfamiliar and dangerous presence, something that might threaten the safety of the village. I should go too. Standing up, she followed the path her husband had taken. Chapter 308, Part 1, Is This a Human Village? Igrel looked around as they entered the entrance. It was still early, and Grinkana was enveloped in the quiet mountain air. It was the time when villagers were just waking up and beginning to wash their faces one by one. Though Igrel didn't realize it, Grinkana was far from ordinary at first glance. For a village tucked away in the mountains, it had a distinct character. The houses were tidy and charming with a quaint appearance. The roofs were painted in various colors like green or blue. Though lacking the splendor of a city, it was a well-maintained village. Seeing this, Helmut immediately realized. Having the leisure to maintain houses means those who live here have no problems with their livelihood. Mages are wealthy folk, after all. Come to think of it, it's strange to have such a well-maintained village in this remote mountain area. Igrel frowned and looked down. The spirit of the earth, I can certainly feel a strange energy, this powerful energy flowing from below. It feels like we've entered a mage's dungeon. There's definitely a sense of entering some kind of domain. Aaliyah murmured with interest as she looked around. She had once researched Cyan's spirits. As she set foot in Grinkana, the village of spirit mages, her dormant curiosity surged. Still, you're no match for Alaga. His confident tone suggested he instinctively believed himself to be stronger. Whether that instinct remained accurate outside the forest of roots was uncertain. Igrel chided him. Alaga, why don't you keep your mouth shut instead of chattering noisily? There are no talking cats in the human world, you know. Cack, Alaga bared his teeth at Agrel, but he agreed that his identity should be concealed. Cyan, who had been observing them, quietly suppressed his rising anxiety. Well, it should be fine. This is the domain of the Earth Spirit. No matter how strong a demonic beast is, it can't be stronger than the Earth Spirit in this place. Just as they were entering the village entrance, the dwarf-shaped stone monuments standing on both sides suddenly moved their mouths. A thin voice leaked from the monument's mouth. Cyan. Is that you, Cyan? Cyan responded without hesitation. Yes, Mom, I'm here. As I mentioned, I have some guests with me. I see, stay there, Mom is coming. Oh, but before me, you're Cyan, you brat. A shout was heard from far away. A man who looked too old to be called a youth but too young for the word middle-aged was seen running towards them with his fist raised. Your father is, his mother trailed off. She quickly added, I'll be there soon. Handle things until then. Handle what exactly? Cyan wondered but soon found out the answer. As soon as his father reached him, he lunged directly at Cyan. Cyan dodged to the side with a bewildered look. Cyan's father, who had sliced through the air, landed smoothly on the ground and turned to look at him. It was a light movement. You brat, you dodged. Dad, what are you doing? It's embarrassing in front of the guests. The model's son sighed and calmly admonished his father. In truth, Cyan's father, Azer, had expected him to dodge, and that was why he'd thrown the kick in the first place. He cleared his throat and put on a deliberately angry expression. An opportunity had come to scold his son, who had seemed like an almost perfect model student for a very long time. Ahem. A father can discipline his wayward son if he wants. Cyan, are you out of your mind? Disappearing after leaving only a letter behind, who taught you to do such a thing? As if he was going to track down whoever taught Cyan to do such a thing, Azer glared at Cyan's friends standing beside him. However, his gaze stopped on Aaliyah and Agrel. There were two strikingly beautiful women that would be hard to find even in the city, and Charlotte, who was standing quietly behind them with a more modest appearance. Only then did Azer belatedly notice all of Cyan's companions, which he hadn't registered due to being immersed in anger. He had said he was coming with friends, but in Azer's mind, Cyan's friends were supposed to be more familiar and ordinary-looking people. Azer stammered involuntarily. What is this? Cyan, how did you? He was about to ask how did you bring such beauties, but caught himself, realizing they were his son's friends. They didn't look like friends, but anyway, it wasn't appropriate to show an unseemly appearance to his son's companions. I told you I'd come and explain, there were circumstances, Cyan calmly replied. After all, he had lived his entire life as a model student who was even rumored to have reformed Asuka. An aura of flawlessness emanated from him, suggesting that he had done nothing wrong and could do no wrong. Cyan, ever tactful, knew that the best approach now was to act confidently. Mother said she's coming, so let's talk when we meet her. Chapter 308, Part 2. Villagers were starting to emerge, glancing curiously at the group. While the people of Green Kana might not be untrustworthy, he was with companions who didn't want to attract attention. Being a spectacle was not desirable. Your mother may be coming, but who are these people? This is Helmut, this is Aaliyah, this is Asuka. Cyan quickly introduced his companions to Azer, pointing to each one by one and only mentioning their names. Of course, he omitted Alaga, who was a cat. Alaga sat on Helmut's shoulder, mewing discontentedly. He was a perfect cat that no one could suspect. His fur looked particularly white next to Helmut, whose head and eyes were all dark. Fortunately for Azer, being with such eye-catching individuals meant he didn't have the chance to pay attention to that cat. This is Agrel. While the others slightly bowed their heads in greeting, Agrel stepped forward when it was her turn. She looked down at Azer with arrogant eyes and asked, Hello, what's your name? Azer looked at Agrel, who was confidently addressing him informally despite being his son's companion, with disbelieving eyes. My, what an ill-mannered young lady. You look so young, why are your manners like that? Cyan quickly added. She's not really a friend. Young? Agrel burst into laughter. That's what I should be saying to you, child. See, child? Yes, even you mages find it difficult to judge age just by looking, don't you? Azer's expression hardened as he carefully observed the gorgeous beauty before him. He was a fairly skilled spirit mage. Although not skilled enough to see through Hike's magic, he finally noticed that something was off. Wariness flashed in Azer's eyes. But you're not an ordinary mage. Strange, this energy. Who are you? My name is Agrel. Haven't you heard of me in the human world? Agrel's red eyes emitted a strange light. It was a gaze that somehow felt dangerous. Just as Azer was about to summon a spirit, a voice was heard from behind. Step back, Azer. Terra. A woman with a gentle impression looking exactly like Cyan was standing there. Unlike Azer or Cyan, who were also spirit mages, the woman was different. The vague, enormous, and heavy energy emanating from her, as if some transcendent being was guarding her back. Some of those present immediately recognized it. So she's the Rodril who contracted with the Earth Spirit. Azer stood beside her with a stiff face. The Rodril who contracted with the Earth Spirit is Terra. Terra made eye contact with Cyan. She rebuked him in a low voice. Cyan, I won't blame you for disappearing, leaving only a letter. But I can't believe you've brought such danger to Green Kana. You should have told me in advance at least. Cyan scratched his head with a troubled expression. Mother, please listen to me. Cyan had his reasons. He was accompanied by beings beyond common sense. Seeing was believing, trying to convince her with words alone would be nearly impossible. After all, the Rodral tended to not tolerate any danger to this Green Kana protected by the Earth Spirit. Cyan decided to act first and explain later. He thought of it with the same mindset as picking up a cat on the street. Though his thinking was simple, he had his reasons. Reasons why these companions needed to face his mother. Igrel shrugged her shoulders. Human woman, there's no need to get unnecessarily excited. I don't eat humans after all. A demonic beast in this Green Kana, and an intelligent one at that. In all my life, I've never seen a demonic beast in human form speaking human language. Where did this demonic beast come from and why is it with you? Terra pressed with a stern face. She now seemed to be wary of even Cyan. Beside her, Azer asked with a tense expression. A demonic beast, not a dark mage. I can sense a distorted essence. That form is not real, tremendously condensed demonic energy. I've never encountered a being like this. It's the magic of someone called an archmage. It's quite impressive, but you see through it well, human woman. Energy rose from Terra threateningly. Her suspicion deepened. An archmage helped a demonic beast. If it's an artifact, is it Hike? What is the archmage planning with this creature? Igrel, you said you wouldn't cause any trouble. Cyan looked at Igrel with eyes that said to keep her mouth shut. He had planned to reveal things gradually, but to create such tension from the start. This bird brain can't be trusted. Even in the Forest of Roots, hadn't she pretended to cooperate with them only to exploit them for her own benefit? One shouldn't trust a being who doesn't hesitate to use any means necessary for their own purposes. Igrel tilted her head with interest. But human woman, it seems only I appear as a demonic beast to your eyes. Indeed. Alaga opened his mouth wide and yawned as if bored. Terra's expression hardened even more upon witnessing the talking cat. So it's not just one but two. And soon her gaze shifted to Helmut. 3, no you are. Mother, they're not dangerous people. If they were dangerous, I wouldn't have brought them. For now, let's move to a different place. Cyan nodded towards the gathering villagers. Terra stared intensely at Cyan's eyes as if trying to read his intentions. Finally, she spoke. Very well. Chapter 309, Part 1. Shortly after they arrived at Cyan's house, passing through the village under curious eyes. A massive, ancient tree occupied one side of the house like a pillar, its branches and leaves spreading out to cover the roof. It was a house with a natural feel, a fitting landscape for the dwelling of a spirit mage. Oh, it's Cyan, the prodigal son has returned. A girl peeked her face through the door crack. The girl, just entering puberty, had a bold impression with sparkling eyes. Her face resembled Cyan's yet was different. Cyan, unlike his usual self, responded firmly to his sister whom he hadn't seen in a long time. Go inside, Sienna, whatever. However, glancing at her parents' expressions, they seemed tense. Moreover, the group accompanying Cyan looked unusual. She quickly closed the door and went inside. Asuka lightly tapped Cyan's shoulder. Cyan, didn't you say you had 2 siblings? Yeah, one younger sister and one younger brother, but my younger brother isn't here because he entered Greta Academy this year. Among Baden's academies, Greta was the best for magic. Due to their unique nature, everyone in Cyan's family, being spirit mages, was a Greta Academy graduate. Terra spoke up. The house is cramped, so it would be better to talk in the yard. In the yard, there was a large outdoor table and several log chairs made from tree stumps. Everyone went over and took their seats there. Alaga was still perched on Helmut's shoulder. We should offer a meal to our rare guests, but I think the conversation should come first. The guests Cyan brought are far beyond our expectations. Although it was the innermost house in the village, they had attracted the villagers' attention on their way here. This wasn't a conversation that should be overheard by others. Terra muttered a spell. Her magic, contracted with the most powerful earth spirit, surpassed that of an archmage. Rumble, the ground around them rose up. As if suddenly growing from the earth, a massive wall 3 times the height of an adult man sprang up, enclosing them. Igrel exclaimed in admiration. Wow! Igrel had ruled as a predator in the Forest of Roots for a lifetime. Though she didn't eat humans, she had considered them weak beings, but that perception was gradually changing. Although it hadn't been long since she left the Forest of Roots, every human she had met so far possessed skills that couldn't be underestimated. No sound will penetrate this wall. Now shall we begin our conversation? Terra's eyes sparkled mysteriously. Cyan recounted his connection with Helmut and everything that had happened so far. He was quite skilled in storytelling, especially in downplaying unfavorable aspects and emphasizing the favorable ones. Leaving the Forest of Roots twice was already extraordinary enough, but Helmut's story of being abandoned by his mother twice was utterly heart-wrenching. Meanwhile, Cyan, who risked his life to enter the Forest of Roots to save his betrayed friend, was portrayed as a loyal, cool, and brave mage, causing the expressions of those around to change strangely. It was clearly a true story, but somehow it felt uncomfortable to listen to. Helmut's expression gradually became peculiar as he listened to Cyan describing him as if he were pitiful, and Charlotte's expression grew increasingly stern. In Cyan's words, Helmut was an innocent lamb who couldn't be more pitiful, while the Temple and the Grand Duchy of Reynosa were portrayed as the villains of the century. I see, so that's what happened. Tara seemed accustomed to her son's way of speaking, calmly accepting their story. Of course, this wasn't necessarily a good thing. So you, as a son of Rodril, aided in the escape of not only a possessor of the Seed of Darkness, but also two demonic beasts who are region rulers from the Forest of Roots. You're saying that you actively cooperated in such an act that might endanger humanity without a word to your parents. Am I wrong? He's never caused trouble in his life, but of all things, his first mischief had to be something like this. Azer, who didn't know how to handle this kind of situation as a parent, spoke. It was clear that a simple scolding wouldn't suffice. The couple exchanged somber glances. It seemed as if a sudden storm had swept into their once peaceful lives. Cyan opened his mouth. Mother, I am Cyan Rodril. I've never caused you any trouble, have I? Please trust my choice. I've been to the Forest of Roots, I'm friends with Helmut, and I've experienced these beings. I thought it over and made a choice. And I believe my choice was right. Aaliyah gave him a dubious look as if asking, when did you ever think it over? She remembered both Asuka and Cyan nodding fiercely in agreement right from the start, reacting passionately without much deliberation. Though I suppose magic is about excluding emotions, a highly emotional person wouldn't make a great mage. Cyan is the second best student in the magic department. His outstanding grades weren't simply because he was a spirit mage. They reflected his talent as a true mage. Then let's ask the person in question. Helmut, can you live up to Cyan's trust in you? Chapter 309 Part 2, the depth in Tara's eyes as she faced Helmut was unfathomable. In those eyes, even Helmut's abyss seemed to be a not-so-heavy color. Helmut knew that this wasn't simply a question from a friend's mother. With power comes responsibility, just as it was for Darien. The two archmages were relatively free from this, but not Tara, being a spirit mage. She bore the responsibility for power as much as a priest would. Helmut glanced at Cyan. He too knew that Cyan hadn't invited him here simply to meet his friend's parents. This is an opportunity and, I'll be on your side, but others are different. Show yourself and make those who could potentially become your enemies into allies. If you need power, even my parents could become that power. Cyan's intentions seemed to become clear. Cyan's mother, Tara, was none other than the contractor of the most powerful spirit on Earth. Even if Cyan had faith in Helmut, such faith had to be tempered with reason, especially with the wild cards of Agrel and Alaga. Thus, Cyan aimed to show his mother the presence of Helmut and the two magical beasts, for warning her of potential dangers. That was his duty regarding the choice he made as a spirit mage and a Rodril. To control a danger, one shouldn't simply believe that the danger will be controlled. Such complacency wasn't befitting of a mage. A mage should recognize the possibility of that danger and prepare for it. Cyan wasn't a thoughtless guy like Asuka. Although he acted thoughtlessly, he was a spirit mage. Spirits prioritize the maintenance and continuation of this world above all else. Nature is something that constantly cycles through life and death. Spirits are like the will of that natural world. It's a concept different from the peace often spoken of by humans. Even if it means war and destruction, as long as life persists in this world, that bare minimum is enough for spirits. It's not like the stability and continuity sought by Lumen, but the Demon King War crossed even that threshold. Cyan, as a spirit mage, was no different from a priest of the spirits. As long as he used that power, and as long as he was a Rodril, he couldn't betray the will of the spirits. Helmut opened his mouth after closing his eyes briefly and then opening them. A calm voice flowed out. Alaga and Agrel don't eat humans. As long as they're not threatened, they won't harm anyone or destroy the world. You'll see that if you observe. And his voice suddenly became resolute. I've left the Forest of Roots twice. If enduring the Seed of Darkness is a miracle, then I've had 2 miracles, so there should be a third. Tara shook her head. Miracles are chance occurrences. You might have been lucky. It's not chance, it's something I achieved. And I will achieve it once more. Helmut's black eyes darkened, and a faint aura of Vis began to emanate from him. Vis is the will and power of a swordsman. It is also a manifestation of mental fortitude. It was proof of endless sword swings and overcoming trials. Helmut's age was far younger compared to Darien, yet he had reached Darien's level. It wasn't something that could be explained merely by the Seed of Darkness or natural talent. Everything he had experienced so far had tempered him, finally completing the sword named Helmut. While a human may bend, a sword does not. You're dangerous, but the possibility of danger you possess can't overcome your other possibilities. No one can decide that in advance, not even I, Tara smiled. It was a gentle smile like calm ripples, similar to yet different from Science. The earth had the power of embrace, and she, as the earth's spirit mage, resembled the earth. She looked at Helmut and gained some understanding from his answer. For now, that was enough. Then, let's have a meal, I'll prepare it quickly, so please wait a moment. And as she walked towards the house, she gave a light wink. Welcome to Rodril. Azer, who was about to follow her, tapped Science's waist and whispered, but with so many beautiful women around, how come none of them is your girlfriend? He clicked his tongue as if in disapproval. Cyan, feeling upset, was about to retort but collected himself. Despite not lacking popularity throughout his academy days, he had always stuck close to Asuka like a best friend. His golden academy days had flown by bleakly, but now it seemed that Asuka himself had entered a flower garden. Back at the academy, he had been a guy who denied his own feelings to the point where one might wonder if he was truly an idiot. But as he entered the forest of roots and continued to stay close to Charlotte, he naturally began to follow his heart. Although Charlotte's feelings were unknown from Cyan's perspective, Charlotte had quite a simple personality. She was attracted to men stronger than herself, and she had a somewhat dull and patient side, so she tended to receive Asuka's advances well despite his bluntness. At this rate, there was a high possibility that things would work out well between Asuka and Charlotte. But it won't be that easy, I'll make sure to meddle plenty. Cyan unnecessarily fired up his determination. It was a manifestation of beautiful friendship. Chapter 310 Part 1 Soon the meal was prepared. Although there were many people, it didn't require tremendous physical labor or preparation. Because Tara and Azer were mages, they freely demonstrated the privileges of spirit mages. Without any special equipment, flames rose in the kitchen to cook the food. On the cutting board, knives moved on their own, slicing ingredients. Frying, cooking, all of it was done by invisible hands. Befitting a spirit mage household, it was quite a spectacle to see food plates flying through the air without servants. Aaliyah marveled at the sight from a distinctly magical perspective. It's difficult to achieve such delicate control with magic, as expected of spirits. Is this how humans usually prepare meals? How fascinating. Igrel, who had only seen things far removed from the ordinary human world from the start, seemed to be under some serious misconceptions. Soon a bountiful table was set in the yard and the meal began. Oh, this is delicious. The cooking at Cyan's house was excellent. It was different from what they ate at Ethan Kudrow's mansion, but while the food there was prepared with professional skill for noble banquets, this was completely home-style cooking. There weren't many dishes, but each one was superb. The spicy roast pork that whetted the appetite, potato and eggplant gratin baked with plenty of tomato sauce, and topped with cheese, asparagus soup with melted butter for a rich and deep flavor served with freshly baked bread, and a salad dressed with tangy lemon vinaigrette were all exquisite. Even the picky Aaliyah emptied her plate without a word. Rather than being made with extraordinary culinary skill, it was a case where the cooking was simple, but the inherent flavors of the ingredients were excellent. Charlotte asked in her characteristically serious tone, "The vegetables are really fresh. Did you grow them yourselves?" Tara smiled gently. "It's the power of spirits. When earth spirits breathe life into them, even dying trees can be revived and tiny seeds can grow into towering trees overnight." She went on to say that although there was a field in front of the house, it hardly needed tending. Tara, who had contracted with the powerful earth spirit, constantly summoned spirits to look after the field or do household chores. Perhaps because of this, her hands were as delicate as those of a noble. "It's a small village, but it seems well maintained. I didn't see any impoverished people and everyone seemed to live comfortably." Villages usually have rich and poor. But the people of Greencana all had healthy complexions and wore clothes that weren't just single colors, but had decorative elements. The colorful roof colors, and the fact that people could pay attention to things other than just survival, indicated that the overall standard of living in the village was high. The land around here is fertile and there's plenty to be found in the forest. With just a minimum of diligence, there's no worry of starving to death. One has to work to get something, but there's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. In places other than Rodril, there are many cases where people work but can't get anything, so being born and living in a place where you don't have to worry about starving to death could be considered lucky in itself. Asuka muttered. "Being a spirit mage seems really useful. At least you don't have to worry about starving to death wherever you go." A spirit mage of Cyan's level could cultivate crops even in a desert. If they were to farm, it would probably always be a bumper year. Charlotte, true to her status as the Duchess of Reynosa, asked with scholarly curiosity, "A village like this could be called a paradise. Don't outsiders come in?" Greencana doesn't accept outsiders unless they marry someone from the village. They also controlled rumors about the village. Since the people of Greencana tended to be exclusive, the secrecy of Greencana was maintained quite well. Azer spoke up seriously from the side. The power of Earth Spirit can be used for good, but it can also be used for the opposite. If used badly, it can be incredibly destructive. That's why Rodril always has to maintain distance from the human world, to avoid being swept up in the waves of the mortal world. Humans cannot survive without food. The Earth Spirit contracted by Rodril is the most powerful spirit on Earth that can be handled by human power. It's possible to grow crops and make the land prosperous, but it's also possible to kill crops and drain life force as if in a drought. The power was so great that it could even wither an entire country, which was problematic. If that power were to be linked with the powers of the human world, it was unclear what the repercussions would be. This time, Helmut asked. There was something that didn't align with the common sense of the human world as he knew it. You have such strong power that many would covet, so why do you live in such a small village? Wouldn't having power make it easier to protect yourself? Even if they didn't create a country, wouldn't it be easier to protect themselves if they had many people under them, in case of conflicts with groups or countries coveting their power? Instead of hiding like this, however, Tara shook her head. That's the life of nobles who seek power, it's not the life of spirit mages. Even though they weren't fugitives living in hiding like Antial or Hike, who were named as enemies of the temple, Rodril was still a mage, an exceptionally powerful spirit mage. If a city were to form here and an army were to be created, even the neighboring countries that had left them alone until now would feel threatened. If it came to conflict, they would need even more power and military strength. The small, peaceful village of Grinkana would disappear. Rodril didn't wish to be affiliated with any faction, only to live here in harmony with nature. That was the life of a spirit mage. Having less means you don't have to fight with those who have more, but we can't be looked down upon either. Until now, that balance has been well maintained. Chapter 310, Part 2. Tara, who seemed to be thinking about something, smiled again and urged, "Come on, let's finish our meal. The food will get cold." Only then did hands move to the forks that had been set aside while focusing on the conversation. While most of the humans were listening intently to the story about Grinkana, Alaga in his cat form showed no interest at all. Igrel seemed to enjoy human food, but she still didn't understand why they put strange spices in their food to cook it. Moreover, leopards are carnivorous. Unlike Igrel, he doesn't eat plant-based foods, but he knew the taste of meat. The meat in the human world definitely tastes different. After trying a bite of the pork Helmut was eating and spitting it out, Alaga was eating the special meal prepared for him. It was fresh raw meat from a chicken raised at home, freshly slaughtered, plucked, and bled. Alaga even licked up the yolk of the boiled egg served alongside it. Even for demonic beasts, there's not much to expect in terms of diet in the Forest of Roots. So it was the first time seeing Alaga show such an appetite. Helmut watched him with curious eyes. He looked exactly like a cat with its nose buried in a food bowl. Alaga was eating just as much as a well-fed cat would, true to his appearance. For Alaga, eating was more like a hobby, something done for the taste. Demonic beasts of Alaga's level can survive without necessarily eating. They've become a kind of mental entity, like spirits that don't eat food. Moreover, although the supply of demonic energy hasn't been smooth since leaving the Forest of Roots, there's been hardly any occasion to consume demonic energy so far. Anyway, Alaga was also enjoying new experiences in the human world for a change, though not as boisterously as Igrel. As the meal was coming to an end, Cyan's younger sister, who had joined the table at some point, spoke up. Her gaze was fixed on Aaliyah. I wondered who this might be with the silver hair and stunning looks. Wait, it's Aaliyah, the top student at the academy, the one who always made Cyan the eternal second place. Although he was used to it by now, hearing such words from a young sister suddenly made veins bulge on his forehead. Cyan snapped irritably. Hey Sienna, stop messing around and go back inside. I don't want to, I'm not going inside. What I said is true, isn't it? Second place from enrollment to graduation. Never miss second place even once. Sienna stuck out her tongue and teased. It was infuriatingly annoying. Normally, like a proper older brother, he would have summoned a spirit and hung her upside down, but with guests present, Cyan decided to endure it once. Sienna, what are you doing in front of guests? Don't be rude to your brother. I don't care, you're all talking without me. You always do whatever you want without even talking to me. Sienna stood up with a sulky face and ran off. Cyan watched her retreating figure with an incredulous expression. What's wrong with her? Did something happen? She was never an obedient sister, but her rebelliousness had suddenly worsened, to an almost incomprehensible degree. Tara shook her head. Try to understand, she's been like that since we stopped letting her go outside the village. I think she feels very frustrated. Why can't she go outside the village? Did demonic beasts appear nearby or something? She can handle spirits too, can't she? The power of bloodline was strong. Both of Cyan's younger siblings were also Rodril's spirit mages. As long as she didn't fail to pass tests in areas other than magic, Sienna, who had been handling spirits as naturally as breathing since childhood, would undoubtedly enter Greta Academy without any unexpected issues. At that moment, Tara's face clouded with worry. Cyan realized from her expression that there was something he didn't know. Did something happen while I was away? A not-so-light answer came to that light question. Yes, something did happen. It's about that balance I mentioned earlier. Cyan's expression turned serious. Does that mean someone is threatening Grinkana? Yes, it hasn't become serious yet, but we need to be careful. Tara glanced slightly at Azer. Meeting her gaze, Azer spoke up. As you know, Grinkana is a village within the domain of the Kingdom of Veneta. Not that we're under Veneta's rule, but, well, we're quite on the outskirts too. Until now, Veneta hasn't tried to interfere with us. Although there's a powerful earth spirit mage here, Grinkana is just a small village with nothing special. We take care of managing the mountain range and even exterminate demonic beasts, and in return Veneta left us in peace. But now things have changed. Yes, Veneta got a new king half a year ago. This new king is completely different in character from the previous kings. That's where the problem started. Chapter 311, Part 1. Azer, with a serious expression, suddenly became aware of the group's gaze and scratched his head. This is quite a heavy topic to discuss in front of guests. You've come here to relax after all. No need to spoil the mood by hearing something that might make you uncomfortable. Helmut's group was set to stay here for about a month. Since Cyan's family, being spirit mages, was well off, hosting such guests for a while wouldn't be a burden. The only concern might be the two demonic beasts. Rather, in such a rural village, visitors like these were so rare that they deserved to be treated as honored guests. It's true that the newly crowned King of Veneta was putting pressure on Grinkana, but the situation wouldn't develop significantly during that month. If it's something confidential or uncomfortable to share, please don't feel obliged to tell us. Charlotte spoke up. She was taking Cyan's village's troubles seriously, more so than anyone else. After all, for someone as diligent as her, it seemed like the duty of the Duchess of Reynosa who had accepted the invitation. Even though this was just an unofficial visit, her ingrained sense of responsibility had not changed. It's not exactly confidential, they're just unilaterally harassing us. Well, all right then, you're Cyan's junior, right? The young lady named Charlotte, was it? You're a noble. They hadn't yet revealed that her name was Charlotte of Reynosa. Given how Cyan had been constantly criticizing Reynosa, it felt a bit awkward to reveal it now. Charlotte hesitated for a moment before nodding. Yes, then you must know well about the nature of nobles. If there was anything that embodied nobility, it was Reynosa. Charlotte once again nodded slowly. Yes, then let me tell you the situation. I'm not asking for help, I wouldn't burden a guest with that. Cyan abruptly interjected. What's the new king of Veneta like? Did he make any demands on Grinkana? Yes, they demanded taxes from us. Taxes? Doesn't Grinkana not pay taxes to the Kingdom of Veneta? This village itself, having been developed by clearing the mountain range, was essentially a tax-free zone. Azer nodded. That's right, Grinkana is only part of Veneta's domain, not a village belonging to the Kingdom of Veneta. But the new king of Veneta officially sent people here just a month after his coronation. Royal knights and some sort of advisor carrying official documents and all. For a small village, that was quite a reception. Seeing how far they went, I didn't think they'd back down easily, so we were prepared to pay some money if it became an issue. We do benefit from being part of Veneta after all, but were the taxes excessive? How much did they demand? Cyan asked. About 80% of the entire village's income. It's an absurd amount. We don't make much money in this rural village, but being a family of mages, our Rodrel's income accounts for most of the village's total income. Aaliyah summarized. So it's an extremely high tax for such a small village. Yes, it's unfair. Their logic is that we should pay that much because we haven't paid taxes until now, and on top of that, there would be a 20% increase every year for 10 years. That sounds like they're just picking a fight, Asuka said incredulously. If it were him, he would have chosen to respond to the fight and clash head-on. However, Charlotte shook her head. There must be a reason for such an unreasonable demand. They must want something else. That's what it seems. It's not that we can't pay, but it's such an absurd amount that we can't possibly agree to it. Anyone would feel the same, Charlotte added. At this point, it was no different from robbery. But the problem was that the target of this robbery wasn't weak civilians, but the spirit mage Rodrel. A spirit mage who could fight and win against a country. It made one question whether the new king of Veneta was in his right mind. Surely the new king must know something about Rodrel. So I asked. I said it was incomprehensible why they were demanding such an excessive amount. I asked if there was something else they wanted, but they said no, just pay the taxes. Naturally, we said we couldn't. What was Veneta's response? Cyan asked. They threatened that we would pay the price and then withdrew. The next week, a blockade order was issued to all surrounding villages. They publicly announced that any village trading with Grinkana would be severely punished. In fact, an herb merchant from the neighboring village who came to buy herbs from our village was later dragged to prison. Charlotte picked up the conversation. It seems Veneta had planned this from the start. It must be troublesome for you. Yes, we can't always cross the mountain range, and Greencana is a village that needs to buy, sell, and trade goods, but that's been suddenly blocked. It's become completely inconvenient. There are useful things produced in Greencana, and we have trading partners, so other villages are also very dissatisfied, but the Veneta royal family is being too harsh. There are people who would be willing to trade secretly, but if they're caught, they'll be dragged to prison and we can't drag others into trouble for our sake. Of course, Charlotte nodded. Since Terra can't leave the village, a few of us spirit mages, myself included, have been traveling to other countries pretending to be traders. Thankfully, our village has everything we need to survive. Otherwise, we'd have dried up by now. As long as they could solve the problem of food and living, they could be self-sufficient. There were difficulties, but Greencana was a village established by Rodril. Chapter 311, Part 2. The people of Greencana, who had enjoyed a relatively prosperous life compared to other villages, were adapting without complaint for now. But at a time like this, you just left a single letter and disappeared, not knowing where you went, and we couldn't even go out to look for you. We were so worried, wondering if it might be related to Veneta. Do you understand how much we worried? Sion bowed his head submissively to Terra's reproach. I'm sorry, Aaliyah spoke up. It seems we've visited at an inconvenient time. Don't worry about it. Since Rodril established this village, do you think this is the only storm that has hit Greencana? Storms always pass eventually, Charlotte cautiously asked. Have you tried talking with the new king? No, neither Terra nor I felt comfortable going out to make contact. They might have set a trap for spirit mages, so we can't trust them. We can't both leave the village empty, and we can't send someone else when we can't guarantee their safety, so we decided to wait until they make contact. There must be an unusual intention behind trying to isolate a small village like Greencana. They likely had business with the spirit mage Rodril. Whatever it was, they would reveal their demands soon enough. It was frustrating, but they could endure for now. The only worry is that for now they're just isolating Greencana, but we don't know what they'll do next. It doesn't hurt to be careful, Sion shook his head. So you're not letting Sienna go out either because they might target villagers. You should have told her, she's old enough to understand that much, Terra sighed. Sienna is the type who would charge out and try to capture whoever is targeting her. It's better that she doesn't know. Charlotte, who had been listening carefully to the conversation, asked, what kind of person is the new king of Veneta? Is he a warrior? Azer turned his gaze to her. Yes, we've gathered some information about him. They say the new king is skilled with the sword and has a fair bit of cunning. He continued, apparently he fought a succession war with his brothers and emerged as the victor, taking the throne. They say he killed 3 of his siblings. More than that, many others also lost their lives. Although they say he's not needlessly cruel, he's known for making bold decisions. So he's not a thoughtless fool or a tyrant, Charlotte remarked. Right, he was originally the prince with the weakest faction, so considering he seized the throne, we should consider him rather clever. Charlotte's thoughts suddenly extended to Renosa. This wasn't an unfamiliar story to her. Hadn't she also been dealing with her siblings' schemes, and her own brother who was very intelligent and knew how to make bold decisions? He might not be like Michael, but he's probably not an easy opponent. Information about the Kingdom of Veneta that she knew as the Duchess of Renosa flashed quickly through her mind. After a moment, Charlotte spoke. He must be trying to fill the empty treasury that was depleted during the succession war. Also, having ascended to the throne with difficulty, he must want to strengthen his royal authority to secure his position. You think so? Yes, and this probably won't end here. If he's the type to make bold decisions, it wouldn't be surprising if something drastic happens. He's pressuring Greencana to gain leverage so that when he finally states his demands, it'll be easier for him to get what he wants. So the reason he's using such a troublesome method is because the demand is so difficult that we wouldn't accept it if he just asked outright. Yes, I don't think it's about money. The tax is just a pretext. It wasn't clear yet whether there was something they wanted from Greencana or if there was something they wanted to achieve through Greencana. To deal with any situation, one needs to think of ways to cope in advance. Charlotte made a resolution. If it comes down to negotiating with the King of Veneta, my bloodline as Renosa might prove useful. She had been taught not to misuse the Renosa name, but using it when necessary wasn't misuse. Even for the new King of Veneta, he wouldn't want to create conflict with Renosa. Even if it reached Michael's ears, as long as she kept quiet about it, it would be too much for him to interfere with distant Greencana. After all, it might turn the world's most powerful spirit mage into an enemy. Since we've had a meal, if you need any help, just call us, Asuka said confidently. Having escaped the tedious academy and not having had enough fighting in the Forest of Roots, who cares about some King of Veneta or whatever? If given a reason to fight, Asuka could fight anyone, no matter who the opponent was. Helmut coldly said, we're guests, so let's stay quiet for now, don't cause any trouble. Unlike Asuka, Helmut had more reasons to keep a low profile. Asuka closed his mouth, disgruntled. Igrel, listening to their conversation, gleamed with interest. The King of Veneta, a blockade. Does that mean there's going to be a war between humans? How entertaining. As a demonic beast, she had promised not to eat humans, but fighting in a human body could be fun too. Igrel was indeed a demonic beast who didn't shy away from a fight. Unlike Igrel, who was burning with curiosity, Alaga in cat form showed no interest in Grinkana's crisis. He was just feeling full and letting out a burp. Chapter 312, Part 1. A short period of peaceful and cozy village life began. It was a simple life, but for some, the daily life of humans remained unfamiliar. Most of Helmut's extraordinary companions were not accustomed to this simplicity. Only Cyan, who had returned home, seemed at ease, enjoying his usual life. Grinkana was a small village. Even though Rodril was a spirit mage and wealthier than most, it was unlikely that such a small village would have a large mansion capable of accommodating many guests. That was the natural assumption. As expected, Cyan's house was not big. It was a small 3-story mansion. However, neither Cyan nor his parents seemed burdened by the number of guests. Soon, the group would understand why. Well then, shall we prepare a place for our guests to rest? No sooner had Terra said those words than 2 huts appeared in the wide, empty space next to the house. No, they grew, houses sprouted overnight. It was a mystical yet amazing sight. When Terra planted seeds in the yard and summoned the spirits, vines shot up from the ground. The sturdy wooden vines grew while intertwining with each other, meeting at the ceiling, and became solid huts without any gaps. The huts were quite spacious, living huts made of wood. Though they might not be ideal for long-term living, they would suffice for a month's stay. The bathroom was attached to Cyan's house, so that could be used as needed. Aaliyah spoke seriously. You could run a lodging business. A mage never starves, especially not a spirit mage. Terra, responding cheerfully, winked at the guests. I've placed everything you need inside. Feel free to divide the huts among yourselves as you see fit. I hope everyone enjoys a comfortable stay. Breakfast is at 9. I'll leave the food in the kitchen, so if you miss it, help yourselves. They would likely gather promptly at 9. After all, everyone here was used to a systematic dormitory lifestyle. Once she disappeared, Cyan waved with a smile. Well, I'll be off too, don't worry about anything. I'll summon a light spirit in front of the house, so call if you need help. Now it was time for the group to allocate rooms. I'll take this one, Aaliyah said, pointing to the hut farthest from Cyan's house. Ah, then me too. Naturally, Helmut, who intended to share the hut with Aaliyah, hesitated when Charlotte gave him a strange look. She asked firmly, shouldn't I, as a woman, share the hut with Senior Aaliyah? It seemed that Terra had arranged the 2 huts with the assumption that they would be used based on gender. Asuka chimed in with a teasing comment. Exactly, Helmut, are you still stuck in the past? Back when you shared a room with Aaliyah, she was in her male form. Ah, Helmut made a sound as if he'd just realized. Ever since then, Aaliyah had been firmly embedded in Helmut's mind as his roommate. You sneaky rascal, you shouldn't try to make a honeymoon house here. It'd be troublesome if you had a baby at your friend's house, especially when you're not even married. Asuka's teasing earned him a shock. Ow, that hurts, sparks crackled from Aaliyah's hand. She had cast a magic attack without even a chant. Her violet eyes glinted coldly. Asuka shouted in protest. You ill-mannered witch, using attack magic on people. But Aaliyah didn't even spare him a glance as she entered the hut, as if he wasn't worth her time. Charlotte responded icily, he deserved it. Asuka, feeling deflated, fell silent. Igrel clicked her tongue and followed Charlotte, who had already turned her back. I suppose I belong on this side too, since I'm a woman. After all, Igrel was a demonic beast that couldn't be left alone. If she shared a hut with Aaliyah, Aaliyah could keep an eye on her. The rest of us will take this one then. Helmut calmly entered the other hut where the 3 women had gone. Alaga sat perched on his shoulder as if glued there. Trying to balance things out, Alaga occasionally switched between Helmut's left and right shoulder, but his place was always there. Inside the spacious hut, the floor was covered with a wide carpet, and it smelled of fresh wood. It was so soothing that anyone feeling unwell would feel at peace. In one corner were thick mats and a few blankets that would serve as beds, along with baskets containing daily necessities. The location's close to the mountains. It feels like we're in a training ground, Asuka muttered as he followed Helmut inside. Alaga, who had scanned the room, grumbled. This place is the size of a nostril. How could anyone live in such a cramped space? You're small now too, Alaga. Yes, I'm small, so small I could fit into a basket you couldn't even dream of entering. Ever since Alaga had shrunk, he took every opportunity to boast about his size. Having spent his entire life as a large, intimidating white leopard, it seemed he now took a strange liking to his newfound cuteness. Once a magnificent and awe-inspiring white leopard, Alaga was now a fluffy, adorable cat. And it seemed unexpectedly that he preferred the latter. Helmut responded drily, I'm not particularly keen on fitting into a basket. No matter how cute Alaga had become, Helmut preferred his larger form. Now, with Alaga constantly riding on his shoulder and making things difficult, he found it quite annoying. Alaga, in a dismissive tone, said, "You poor thing, not knowing the comfort of snuggling into a round basket. Anyway, you go ahead and use this leafy hut. I'm going outside to sleep." With that, Alaga leapt off Helmut's shoulder. Being a demonic beast, Alaga liked to roam freely. Staying cooped up in a small hut would have been too stifling for him. Helmut watched the white cat trot off and called out to him, "Don't pick any fights." Alaga snorted, "Fights only happen when both sides are equally matched. Do you really think I'd waste my time on humans?" And just like that, Alaga disappeared. With almost nothing to worry about in this peaceful place, Alaga planned to enjoy his life as a cat to the fullest. Chapter 312, Part 2. Despite there being no servants, life at Cyan's house was as comfortable and lacking in nothing as that of a noble household. If you saw objects moving on their own, it was thanks to the spirits. In a place where the energy of nature was strong, spirits could exert physical force without showing themselves. Of course, it might scare those unfamiliar with the sight. Helmut, who woke up at dawn, swung his sword in the spacious clearing near the mountain, then had breakfast. Aaliyah, seemingly full of academic interest in spirit magic, spent the morning deep in conversation with Tara and Azer about the subject. It seemed she'd stay in that state for several days. However, right after breakfast, she discreetly approached Helmut. "They say the mountain range is full of spirits. Would you like to come with me?" "Sure." Thus, the two of them went on a date. It was so secretive that no one interfered. Meanwhile, Ilaga, who had left Cyan's house, became a sensation in Green Kana in just one day. After all, in a village where wild animals and livestock were common, it was rare to see such an adorable, doll-like cat. "Wow, what a pretty cat. Where did it come from? Did the guests bring it?" "Yeah, I saw it sitting on that black-haired guy's shoulder." Meow. The people of Green Kana, especially the children, were very friendly toward Alaga. They brought him eggs and chicken breasts, hoping to win his affection. Alaga accepted their offerings, making cute meows in return. The children, delighted, lavished him with praise. It was a strange but pleasant feeling for him. "I don't like it when they pet my head, though." When he was annoyed, he would simply leap up to the nearest tree. This was an experience he could only enjoy in the human world. Cyan, meanwhile, was busy unpacking the luggage sent from the academy, which was piled up in his room. His younger sister, Sienna, had entered adolescence and was constantly picking fights with him. She had shown some accomplishment in spirit magic and seemed eager to test her skills against Cyan. Cyan began to ponder how to give her a proper scolding. Consequently, his mind drifted away from Asuka and Charlotte. Like Helmut, who had been training with his sword since morning, Asuka and Charlotte naturally ended up spending time together. After spending time together in the Forest of Roots, they had grown much closer. Whereas before, they would only greet each other briefly before parting ways, they now shared moments of deeper connection. After breakfast, Asuka, who had swung his sword to help digest the meal, flopped down with a sigh and spoke. "Being here reminds me of the old days." "The old days?" Asuka's eyes narrowed as if recalling something. "Yeah, back when it was just me and my mom, we lived in a small village like this. My mom wasn't a spirit mage, so she had to do everything by hand, which must have been hard for her. But I was young, so I didn't have any hardships. Those were good times. I suppose we would have been considered poor, but it was comfortable and free." There was a peculiar tone to his words. For Charlotte, who believed Asuka was a commoner, this remark was a little puzzling. Was he implying that things were no longer peaceful or free? What happened to his father? Charlotte suddenly felt curious about Asuka's father, but she swallowed the question. Living alone with his mother in the past meant that things were different now. Asuka might have gotten into trouble often, but he wasn't irresponsible. If he wasn't looking after his mother, it meant she no longer needed his care. "Mother seems more satisfied with her current life. It would have been nice if I could be like her, but it really doesn't suit my personality." Then, with a look of frustration, Asuka added, "I'm not fond of that bastard who calls himself my father either." Charlotte silently observed him. Even someone as seemingly simple and straightforward as Asuka had his own story. His personality and swordsmanship weren't ordinary after all. She spoke gently, offering some comfort. "As you know, having family doesn't mean you always get along." Asuka's expression softened. "I suppose you're right. I guess I've been saying useless things. You've probably had it much harder than me." Suddenly, Charlotte chuckled softly. "Why are you laughing? It's just, hearing that from you, Senior Asuka, is a bit strange. I didn't think you were the type to say such things." Asuka furrowed his brows. "What are you talking about?" "What do you think I am?" "Well, a skilled senior who's hot-tempered and does whatever he wants. Can't deny that." Before long, both of them were smiling. After a brief conversation, they seemed to have grown even more comfortable with each other. Chapter 313, Part 1. Like Alaga, who was enjoying his life as a cat, Igrel was also finding her own way of having fun. Pink hair and crimson eyes. Her striking beauty was noticeable even from a distance. Moreover, she was an extraordinary beauty, the kind that would be hard to find not just in this rural village but even in the city. "Wow, Exclamations burst out whenever Agrel walked down the street. Some even dropped their baskets when they unexpectedly encountered her coming out of alleyways. Naturally, intense whispers followed. "Who is that lady, a guest of Rodrel? You should have seen them yesterday. The guests who came this time are something else." It was a feast for the eyes, they're all gorgeous, both men and women. Yeah, everyone except Cyan. The last comment would have been particularly depressing for the person in question. Finally annoyed by the constant exclamations, Agrel grabbed someone, literally seized them by the nape of their neck. "How can a woman have such grip strength?" Agrel asked casually, though it sounded half like a threat. "Why do you people shout such unpleasant things when you see someone? And no, it's just you're incredibly beautiful," the young man answered with a stammering voice. Gone was his earlier enthusiasm when shouting in admiration. Now his ears were red as he was held by Agrel. "Beautiful, so you're interested in me? How could I dare?" Agrel's lips curled into a smile. What a spineless male. "When there's such a beautiful female before you, don't you want to claim her?" The young man thought this was too much, regardless of how beautiful she was. Her boldness was beyond aggressive, it was scary. "Don't tell me I'm not your type." You're beautiful enough to transcend preferences, but I'm married, I have a wife and child." The young man, who actually had neither a wife nor a lover but only someone he had a crush on, improvised by making up a non-existent wife and child. Is that so? I suppose I shouldn't mess with taken males." Agrel let go of the young man, or rather threw him away. Thud, the young man who had landed on his behind scrambled to his feet and fled in terror. It felt eerily like being held and released by an enormous being. "How boring." Agrel clicked her tongue. Perhaps it was because it was a small village. The males here were lacking in spirit and were wimpy. True strength is forged in the fires of competition. Perhaps in the crowded cities where humans swarmed, things would be more interesting, but for now she had to stay here. This is no fun. Should I look for someone else to toy with? Somehow, Agrel's objective seemed to have shifted from seducing humans to something more like defeating humans. Alaga, who had been playing in the village all day, suddenly dropped something in front of Cyan's house. At that moment, Cyan's sister Sienna, who was just opening the door to come out, let out a shrill scream and ran back inside. Hearing her scream, all family members rushed outside. Cyan came out and picked up what Alaga had left there, frowning. "Alaga, what is this?" What Alaga had brought was a dead mouse. A plump, well-fed mouse that looked like it came from the mountains. It appeared to have died instantly from a single strike with his paw, as there were no visible wounds on its body. "I heard cats bring their prey as a show of goodwill. I caught this while staying here. You should be grateful to receive a gift from a guest," Alaga replied haughtily. He remained sitting there leisurely, deliberately ignoring the fact that Sienna had run away screaming. Cyan dangled the mouse corpse and said, "No. Do you really think you're a cat? You don't need to give us things like this, you scared Sienna. Isn't this the right size for humans to eat? Everyone was always happy when I brought them prey," Alaga asked, perplexed. Not only when raising Helmut, but he had also provided daily hunted food for Sarah and her mother. In the forest of roots, food wasn't easy to come by, so they were happy when he brought them something with tender meat. It was Alaga's pleasure to watch humans cook and eat the prey he caught, doing what they called cuisine or whatever. Cyan held his forehead. "Normal humans don't eat mice unless they're about to starve to death, you know. Is that so?" "Then let it go." Just then, the mouse in Cyan's hand suddenly writhed and bared its teeth. Squeak! Whoa! Cyan let go in shock. The mouse, landing on the ground, darted away and disappeared somewhere. Alaga meowed in disapproval. "I went through the trouble of knocking it unconscious to bring it fresh and alive, tusk. For a mere human, you're too picky. You should eat what you're given." "What are you saying?" "Please just stop with the human belittling comments." Cyan's heart was still racing. Bringing a rat to someone's doorstep was practically a curse. At least it was fortunate that it wasn't actually dead, so there wouldn't be a corpse to dispose of. Are you getting more uppity because you're Helmut's friend? I tolerate you, but don't push your luck. I'm leaving now." Meow, Alaga snorted and walked away gracefully. He seemed to be heading toward the village, probably planning to find a suitable basket to sleep in. He had completely adapted to cat life, and everyone calling him pretty had only made his attitude worse. Chapter 313, Part 2. Helmut, who had come running at Sienna's scream, saw the whole scene and wore a somewhat bitter expression. After all, he was the one responsible for managing Alaga. Though he had caused trouble, it wasn't anything too serious. Cyan waved at him, wearing a somewhat mysterious smile. "Hey Helmut, how was your date?" Helmut denied it immediately. "It wasn't a date." "Oh really, you know what? This nearby forest is crawling with spirits. As a spirit mage, I can roughly tell what's happening around here. Of course, I didn't intentionally try to find out. I just happened to hear that you and Aaliyah walked into the forest together. They say the atmosphere was really good. If that's not a date, what is it?" "It wasn't a date. The spirits must have lied to you." "Wow, Helmut, spirits don't lie. You're the one who's gotten good at lying so casually. I'm leaving now. Unfavorable conversations are best avoided." Helmut turned around as if there was nothing more to say. However, at that moment, Helmut, wait a moment. Tara, who had been standing there, stopped him. What is it? Perfect timing. There's somewhere I'd like you to go with me. She gave Cyan a quick glance and Cyan, catching on quickly, went inside and closed the door. Click, only then did she speak. Come with me to meet Rodrill's earth spirit that I have a contract with, she added with a smile. My spirit wishes to see you. Helmut hesitated for a moment. He had something akin to trauma about being called somewhere alone. Wounds inflicted by those you trusted last for a very long time. Even if it was his friend Cyan's mother, he couldn't completely let go of his wariness. But the Helmut then and the Helmut now were different. Back then, Helmut had been in a weakened state, unable to protect himself. If his body had been whole at that time, Helmut would have broken through that trap and escaped. It's not far from here. If you don't trust me, you can bring your sword. And if anything happens, your guardian would surely sense the disturbance. What are you worried about? Tara spoke in a gentle tone. She too understood what Helmut had experienced. No, let's go. Helmut obediently followed her. He always carried his sword at his waist anyway. Tara led the way along a small path that extended behind Cyan's house, rather than going through the village. After walking for nearly 10 minutes, Helmut suddenly felt a strange sensation. His vision brightened and the air suddenly became clearer. It was like suddenly stepping through a door into a different space. A dizziness where his senses twisted and his surroundings became blurry, and in the next moment Helmut realized that he had entered someone's domain. His hand instinctively went to his waist. Helmut barely suppressed the urge to draw and swing his sword. Tara met his gaze steadily and whispered, "This is the spirit's domain. It might be uncomfortable, but please bear with it for a moment." Her soft voice helped ease the tension. Helmut blinked. The creeping sensation that had overtaken him disappeared and his surroundings came into focus. A clearing in the forest. Light was streaming down through the dense leaves, an ethereal, dreamlike light. That light shone down from the sky onto a large stone monolith in the center of the clearing, a pattern engraved in the center of that stone. Helmut immediately recognized the faintly glowing symbol as the character representing the earth spirit. The spirit wanted to see you. It seems to have something to say. Given that it wanted to call you here, it must have something to tell only you without even letting me know. What should I do? Helmut looked down at the monolith with its softly swirling light. Since spirits weren't beings of the material world, they would be different from demonic beasts like Alaga. However, this immense power. The most powerful living being Helmut had seen was Alaga, but that didn't mean he hadn't encountered beings that surpassed him. Lumen was like that. They said the sacred barrier was Lumen himself. It was similar to the sensation he had felt from Lumen. This earth spirit was perhaps a divine being similar to Lumen. Wasn't it said to be the most powerful spirit on earth? Place your hand on the monolith. Then it will speak to you. Tara wore a slightly worried expression. Even she had never brought someone who wasn't a spirit mage here before. It was a situation she had never experienced before, the earth spirit taking the initiative to call someone like this. Spirits usually only communicate with spirit mages. Therefore, when they want to convey their will to someone, they do so through a spirit mage. Calling someone to their domain like this and choosing to speak directly meant they intended to exclude the spirit mage who should normally mediate. Even Tara couldn't understand their intentions. Why? But spirits are not beings with evil intentions. Tara believed that the earth spirit would not harm Helmut, and as long as she didn't wish it, the earth spirit contracted to her couldn't harm Helmut either. Helmut reached out and placed his hand on the monolith. Then all was quiet. Chapter 314 Part 1 What's this? Something black brushed past his eyes. It covered his vision like a fleeting moment. And in the next instant, Helmut lifted his head. The space had changed. The place where he stood was no longer the forest. The monolith, Tara, everything was gone. He stood alone. A cave is it? Starlight poured down from above, giving a sense of depth. And floating in the air below the light were two luminous ovals. There was no other form or anything else, but their presence was unmistakable. This was the earth spirit. Helmut looked directly at it. Two eyes looked down at him. An overwhelming presence seemed to bear down on his chest, prickling his senses. Faced with an absolute foe, the seed of darkness stirred and reacted for the first time in a long while. During the Demon King War, spirit mages fought alongside humans against the Demon King. It wasn't just Lumen who rejected demonic energy, the Earth Spirit. The most powerful spirit on Earth was, ironically, bound by restrictions because of its immense power. Just as a rock couldn't move and flow freely like pebbles or sand, neither could the spirit dwelling within the mountain range. However, the Earth Spirit wasn't a being that felt confined by this fact. That was a sensation felt by living creatures. Many mages wondered why such a being had formed a contract with Rodrill, a human mage of seemingly insignificant power, but none knew the reason. The Earth Spirit possessed neither material greed nor a lust for domination, but it was known to have the will to manifest on Earth. Rodril was merely the pathway connecting the Earth's spirit to the world. But here, that pathway was completely excluded. As the sky met the Earth, something surreal was occurring in this space. A supernatural, colossal being, silent yet powerful, the force that had shaped this world. Its gaze, both contemplative and observant, was both mystical and instinctually stimulating. An ordinary person would have wanted to flee, but Helmut felt the urge to confront it. After all, he was a swordsman who had reached the pinnacle of his craft. "Why did you call me? What do you want to know from me?" As if asking, Helmut stared intently into the two eyes. His unwavering pupils were black, as if absorbing the light. He had lived a short life, but his eyes held an uncommonly strong will and firmness, rare for a human who had lived so briefly. They reflected Helmut's very self. Helmut was a sharply honed sword, a sword grasped in hand, a sword that moved according to the will of its master, the master of his own self. A controlled sword would not be swung indiscriminately. It would not cut anything but its enemy. He could read the essence of his opponent in a brief moment. It was simply an intuitive understanding. The Earth Spirit slowly looked down at Helmut. It had existed for an immeasurably long time, but what stood before it was a unique being it had never seen before. If the most powerful spirit on Earth was unique, Helmut was a miracle, the only one of his kind on Earth. The one who escaped the forest of roots with the seed of darkness, something that had never existed before. Was he dangerous? Was he not? What was the meaning of his existence? What impact would this variable have on the world? There were things that could be predicted and things that couldn't. What was clear was that the future was an unfinished painting. No matter how the sketch was drawn, the final result could be entirely different. It might be better to eliminate variables beforehand. However, that was not a choice for a spirit of the natural world to make. It was a human choice. The Earth Spirit was not Renosa or the Temple. Lumen bestowed his power upon humans and let them carry out his will through their own judgment. But the Earth Spirit was different. If it had intended to do so, it would have appointed priests, not formed a contract. Spirit mages were like its priests, but mages by nature were not beings subservient to anyone. As the long silence continued, Helmut finally spoke. "Do you have something to say to me?" As if waiting, the two eyes floating in the air blinked. Both Lumen and the Earth Spirit seemed to consider human eyes a convenient means of reflecting themselves. Otherwise, they wouldn't have taken such a form. Helmut tilted his head slightly. Can it not speak, or is it not allowed to speak? Spirits couldn't speak directly to humans. Contrary to Helmut's expectations, it seemed that this held true even in this special space. Or perhaps that was the line the spirit intended to keep. Before Helmut could urge it again, something appeared between them. It was a translucent spherical orb. A divine barrier. Divine barriers were typically spherical. While Helmut understood this, he had never seen one in person. As Helmut watched, a pitch-black darkness enveloped the divine barrier. No, it was but a fleeting moment. Soon the darkness was sucked back into the white sphere. As if being imprisoned, this scene was somehow familiar. Does this mean that the sacred barrier has been imprisoning demonic energy since the Demon King War? Then a black speck appeared inside the white sphere. The black speck pierced a corner of the white sphere and emerged. At that moment, the entire white sphere flickered dimly and vibrated subtly. The black speck rolled out and stopped in front of Helmut, as if pointing at him. Helmut bent down and reached out his hand. However, the black speck simply passed through his fingers, ungraspable. It was an illusion. "This is me, isn't it?" The two eyes blinked slowly again, a sign of affirmation. And in the next instant, the black speck was sucked back into the white sphere. After a brief moment, the light emanating from the white sphere dimmed. A total of 4 times. 4 times the sphere's light gradually faded. Soon the light intensified again and the entire sphere trembled. This time the tremor was quite significant, and several black specks, large and small, rolled out of the white sphere. Once again they landed at Helmut's feet. Helmut frowned. It was watching everything. Chapter 314, Part 2. If this Earth Spirit was similar to Lumen, it was a godlike being. It would have easily known about everything happening on Earth. The white sphere, having endured everything, appeared to be in its original state. But Helmut could tell, the light had dimmed even if only slightly. The white sphere vanished and suddenly a scene flickered in the air. It was a forest. Seeing the translucent barrier, it was likely a forest near the sacred barrier. However, the lush, vibrant grass and trees suddenly lost their vitality and withered. The birdsong ceased and the chirping of insects faded. As if touched by the breath of death, yet the sacred barrier still shone white. A chill ran down his spine. "Is this actually happening?" The two eyes blinked slowly. Helmut spoke succinctly. Why? Countless assumptions raced through his mind. Because demonic energy had leaked out? No, even if it had, the sacred barrier would have purified it. Helmut hardly carried any demonic energy himself, and Alaga and Agrel didn't leak demonic energy. In the first place, demonic beasts grew stronger the more demonic energy they possessed. The cores of demonic beasts like Alaga and Agrel would tightly grasp their demonic energy and not let a single drop escape. So the plants around the sacred barrier weren't withering because of demonic energy. Then the conclusion was, the sacred barrier is absorbing life force, isn't it? The tremors when they escaped were significant, and because of that the sacred barrier had weakened. It would have needed power to recover. If the sacred barrier was Lumen himself, then it was possible by Lumen's will. However, holy power was considered a beneficial force. It was hard to imagine it taking away the surrounding life force. In defiance of preconceived notions, Helmut arrived at an unthinkable conclusion. But is that a big problem if it's a temporary phenomenon? Even swordsmen, while absorbing vis, could cause the surrounding grass to wither. It was the same for mages. It was a natural phenomenon when a large amount of energy was absorbed from the surroundings at once. The two eyes blinked rapidly, twice this time, so that's a no. It wasn't a temporary phenomenon. That meant the sacred barrier had weakened considerably, or it needed more holy power to the extent that it needed to absorb the surrounding life force. In any case, something was happening, something ominous. If it's my responsibility, is there anything I can do? The two eyes didn't move this time, neither affirmation nor negation. It meant the question was wrong. After a moment, Helmut asked again. Not yet, is that what you mean? That there was nothing Helmut could do yet, but that he needed to know, because there would be something he could do in the coming future. Only then did the two eyes blink again, slowly once, an affirmation. Helmut spoke to the earth spirit. A clear and resolute voice flowed from his lips. If this is happening because of me, I will take responsibility. His sword existed for that very purpose. Again, something black brushed past his eyes. Helmut blinked. The world changed once more. The cool scent of grass filled his nostrils, the original space in the forest, mystical and peaceful, as if night and day had intersected. Helmut removed his hand from the monolith. Tara, who had been silently standing beside him, asked, "Did you have a good conversation?" "Yes, if that could be called a conversation. I don't know what it said to you, but I doubt it was a light matter. Do you want to know? If I were meant to know, it would have spoken to you through me." "You don't have to tell me. No, don't tell me. I am human, and even as a mage, I cannot escape human preconceptions." Helmut flinched, but it hadn't told him not to tell anyone else. Helmut had been thinking about discussing this situation with Antial or Aaliyah. As if sensing his thoughts, Tara smiled faintly. "It's only that I shouldn't know, isn't it? Whether you discuss it with your friends is up to you, Helmut. Do as you wish, but more importantly," Tara's eyes narrowed, "it seems something has happened in the village. We should go down and check." Without delay, the two quickly made their way down the path. Chapter 315, Part 1. The village was enveloped in a bustling atmosphere, palpable even from afar. Commotion usually stemmed from unpleasant events. An ominous feeling washed over them. Tara's house was crowded with villagers, their faces grim as they discussed matters with Azer. They were in the middle of a meal, so they were guests. Helmut and his companions observed their conversation. Tara, having arrived in haste, raised her voice and asked, "What happened?" A tearful woman stepped forward and cried out, "Tara, Hubert has been captured by Veneta." Azer, who had been standing with a frown etched between his brows, added, "She's right. Hubert has been taken, look at this." He handed over a paper bearing the royal seal of Veneta. Tara read the words written on it, "For trespassing on the king's territory, punishment will be dealt. If you wish for the sinner's return, prepare compensation." "Amanda, by any chance did Hubert venture far from the village?" The woman, called Amanda, nodded anxiously. "Lately, no one has been able to leave the village because of the village's policy. But Hubert is a herbalist. How can he work without going outside the village? He hadn't checked on the herbs for a while and he was worried. Today, he said he was going to check on the herbs he planted, that he would go a little further out. Even so, it's near the village. He said it was only about an hour away from here. If the king of Veneta had his sights set here, he would have stationed soldiers nearby, waiting for someone to step out. Or perhaps a mage was involved. If they're targeting Grincana, they'd have considered bringing a mage." Tara spoke calmly. She remained composed. It wasn't unexpected. If the king of Veneta intended to target Grincana, she had anticipated the possibility of someone being taken hostage. The people of Green Arabic Hamzatlewo at couldn't remain within the village entirely. Although Azer regularly brought in supplies, there were limits. The longer they were isolated, the more likely it became that someone would venture out. Tara's gaze settled on Amanda. "I'm not blaming you. At this point, there's no point in blame. We should focus on finding a way to bring Hubert back. The one who brought this letter also brought this." Azer held up a blood-stained glove, faintly smeared rather than soaked in blood, as if wiped away after a resistance. Amanda, her eyes reddened, nodded. "That's Hubert's glove. They said if we try anything foolish, they'll send his wrist next, not just the glove." "Oh, Hubert," Amanda covered her face with her hands. A deep sigh escaped Tara's lips. While their conversation took place, Helmut approached his companions standing to the side. They had been listening intently, trying to grasp the situation amidst the sudden commotion. Aaliyah gave Helmut a nod. I heard you were out with Cyan's mother. I'll tell you later, more importantly, about this matter. We can help, considering our circumstances here. It would be better for Rodril not to be involved with us, so we can't be openly involved, but Aaliyah shrugged. Even though they were dealing with an entire kingdom, there wasn't a trace of fear in them. They couldn't openly engage in a conflict with Veneta, but rescuing a hostage seemed feasible. If they could sneak into Veneta and extract Hubert, that would be enough. They had navigated the forest of roots, evading the eyes of terrifying demonic beasts. Evading human eyes to achieve their objective didn't seem like an insurmountable task. The situation isn't so bad, Asuka muttered nonchalantly. At least they haven't sent his wrist yet, and even if they did, we could reattach it. Aaliyah responded just as calmly. With the spirit mage Rodril present, Veneta wouldn't think they couldn't heal such a wound. However, sending a gruesome wrist would be a clear declaration of war. Veneta wouldn't want to offend Green Kana and jeopardize the negotiations, so they likely stopped at a reasonable point. Asuka said with a sigh, why does nothing ever go smoothly? We get out of one mess and another crops up. Cyan, you didn't call us here on purpose to use us, did you? No way, if I did I would have left you out. You're the least helpful. What are you talking about? You were the one relaxing and goofing off in Forest of Roots. Charlotte, who had actually been the most relaxed, cleared her throat awkwardly and quickly changed the subject. Regardless, Veneta will soon present their demands. They're waiting for us to make the first contact. Holding a hostage is their way of forcing us into that position. Cyan frowned. What would Veneta want from Green Kana? It can't be just money. Could it be the power of the Spirit Mage? Chapter 315, Part 2. But Rodril has never been subservient to any king. Unless they want to bring a massive disaster upon their nation, provoking a Spirit Mage wouldn't benefit Veneta. And there's no pressing reason for Veneta to need the power of a Spirit Mage, is there? As far as I know, the kingdom's climate is stable. There haven't been any large-scale droughts or floods in recent years. Perhaps it's the overreaching ambition of the newly crowned king of Veneta who wants to place even Rodril beneath him. Or it's frustrating, we know so little about their internal affairs or recent developments in Veneta. Cyan clicked his tongue and shook his head. Who asked you to help? Just think about eating and relaxing here and leave it at that. With the demonic beasts, the temple's enemies, the Duchess of Renosa, and everything else, you know things could get even more complicated, right? Even talking with you gets tiresome. It might be better if you don't get involved. Honestly, the real problem here is you. You'd be the first to step in and provoke that cunning king of Veneta to the point where he loses his mind. What did you say, you? Asuka raised his fist. As they bickered, Helmut stood beside Aaliyah. His low voice reached her ears. I have a card I can play regarding Veneta. Aaliyah immediately looked at Helmut. Her violet eyes shone brightly. Are you talking about Hawkeye? Talon of Hawkeye had promised to provide him with information 3 times. Helmut had used 2 of those opportunities, but he still had one left. His last chance to utilize Hawkeye's information network. Aaliyah immediately dismissed the idea. It's too dangerous. To obtain information, he would have to contact Hawkeye, and right here in Green Kana, no less. If Hawkeye discovered Helmut's survival, if that information somehow leaked and reached Renosa or the temple, she couldn't imagine anything good coming of it. Hawkeye wasn't a friendly organization to begin with. If anything, they were his enemies. Hawkeye doesn't know about my connection to Renosa yet. They don't know who I am. They could have figured it out by now. Since you disappeared, if they've inquired around Greta Academy, they'd have learned that Helmut, the top second-year student in swordsmanship, vanished without a trace, and that his trail was last seen in Renosa. You're already a person of interest to them. Why did Helmut disappear in Renosa? What was the meaning of the 2 pieces of information he took? Information about Basser and Renosa. The clues were too scarce to connect those seemingly isolated pieces of information, but it wasn't impossible for Hawkeye to make a deduction close to the truth. At the very least, they would likely know who Helmut's enemies were. Information organizations aren't scary because they possess a lot of information. They're scary because they can compile that information and derive new information. There's no need to reveal your location to those who aren't on your side, especially when you have so many enemies. We'll hold off on Hawkeye, but we can't just stay here doing nothing. Now that a hostage had been taken, if the situation continued as it was, Green Kana would soon face significant trouble. Terra and Azer didn't seem like pushovers. The idea of simply relaxing here and leaving was wrong. He couldn't simply ignore this and leave. Cyan too wouldn't be free from this situation as well as Rodril. Helmut owed Cyan a debt. Helping him was the right thing to do. Helmut spoke again. They seem to know something about us, but we know nothing about them. We need information, whether it's through Hawkeye or some other means. Aaliyah suggested, how about telling Cyan's mother that we'll investigate King Veneta and go there ourselves? In a large city, they should be able to pick up some news. They could learn about the political situation in the Kingdom of Veneta. The capital, where the king resided, was quite far from Greencana, but he remembered a decent-sized city about halfway there. Helmut nodded. Let's go there, we'd be grateful if you could do that. Tara and Azer agreed immediately once Helmut brought it up. They hadn't expected Helmut and his companions to directly confront and defeat the Kingdom of Veneta. The offer to assess the situation and gather information was a burden they could bear. Now they had to decide on the personnel. Helmut and Aaliyah naturally wanted to go alone, just the two of you. Leaving us stuck in this boring countryside village, Asuka protested vehemently. I would be a helpful addition. Charlotte's unsubstantiated claim resulted in their group growing larger. Now the two demonic beasts were the problem. Leaving them behind or bringing them along both seemed risky. They had been relatively quiet, but the problem was that they could cause trouble at any moment. Demonic beasts were inherently unreliable. However, he couldn't force them to come along, so the choice was theirs. Igrel made an unexpected decision. I'll stay, I'll protect Greencana. She seemed more interested in the potential events that might unfold in Greencana. On the other hand, Ilaga promptly hopped onto Helmut's shoulder. Of course I'm going with you. Where do you think you're going, weakling? Ilaga, you can't reveal your true form in the city, like I would. I'm not a dim-witted human like you, am I? Helmut felt the urge to fling the cat off his shoulder, but in any case the group was decided. Chapter 316 Part 1. Veneta. The royal palace of Veneta, having recently welcomed a new ruler, was enveloped in silence. A man entered the king's office, shrouded in stillness. I greet his majesty the king. I have come as summoned. The man, upon entering the office, immediately bowed respectfully towards the front. He carried a strangely dignified air, yet his expression was stoic, as if observing only the basic courtesies. But despite this, something was peculiar about the man's presence. His calm demeanor gave an impression of strength, even though he seemed quite ordinary. Davis, the young king of Veneta, who had been lost in thought at his desk, greeted him with a smile. Talon, at the call, the man raised his head. Talon, the leader of Hawkeye, a high-ranking member of Black Hawk, he represented the organization's will before the king of Veneta. Your efforts have been considerable. If you recognize our considerable efforts, then leave the matter of Greencana to your soldiers. A cold voice cut him short, polite but not the attitude of a subordinate. Monitoring a village required significant manpower. Even Black Hawk, cooperating with the king of Veneta, was reluctant to undertake such a notorious task, kidnapping a civilian to intimidate a small village. And the opponent was Rodril, no less. Rodril had a fairly good reputation in Veneta, known as a spirit mage who brought prosperity. They often assisted nearby villages and had exchanges with Veneta. Therefore, none of the surrounding villages welcomed the blockade around Rodril. Even now, they would be harboring resentment. Rodril had done more for them than the royal family of Veneta. It sounded like a risky undertaking, but that's the nature of reputation. In Veneta, Rodril was like a temple. No, their reputation was better than the temple. A sacred representative of the spirits, offering help without demanding anything in return. Clashing with such individuals goes against the principles of Black Hawk. Even those in the underworld had rules to follow. They didn't want to become public enemies. Furthermore, while following Davis's orders, they felt a sense of being monitored in return. How much power did they possess? How did they operate? Davis responded smoothly. This sort of task is your specialty, isn't it? No one is more suited than you to move quietly and avoid the spirit mage's sight. Besides, I can't deny that your people are more discreet than my soldiers. Davis smiled faintly. The young king, with his scholarly and intellectual appearance, was a difficult man to read. He had risen to the throne from the weakest position among the princes. Winning as the final victor was not something that could be achieved by luck. Therefore, Davis's abilities and resourcefulness were undeniable. Black Hawk agreed to cooperate with your majesty. We believe we've shown enough sincerity. In the current situation, if they antagonized the spirit mage Rodril, the king of Veneta might shift all the blame onto Black Hawk and wash his hands of the matter. Black Hawk was already a notorious organization. Even a spirit mage wouldn't hesitate to punish them. The king had pushed all the risky and dirty work onto Black Hawk. They couldn't simply accept everything. We need to draw a line at some point. Yet there are benefits to receive in return, so you must fulfill your part. I am attempting what no other nation's king has dared to do. Talon's eyebrows furrowed, a deep crease forming on his forehead. Yes, that's why they engaged in dealings with him, because Davis could grant what Black Hawk desired. Currently, he's the only one who can fulfill our terms. That was why they approached him. They were the ones who intended to approach and utilize him. But Davis wasn't easily manipulated, and instead, the situation had evolved to the point where he was using Black Hawk as his own personal force. They had no choice but to comply, in part because Davis had never shown any sign of betraying them. As a business partner, he was trustworthy, and then there was the ambition. Chapter 316 Part 2. Veneta, a century had passed since the establishment of Black Hawk. An ambition had blossomed within its leadership. The ambition to rise above the surface rather than remain hidden in the shadows. The ambition to exist as an official organization recognized by all nations, like the Mercenary Guild. The leaders of Black Hawk weren't born into high status or wealth. On the contrary, they had clawed their way up from the bottom with their own abilities. Their yearning for the light was immeasurable. Even those in the shadows could rise to the light, if they had the power. The leaders of Black Hawk were acutely aware of this reality. Therefore, they recruited even criminals with skill and ability, laundering their identities and incorporating them into their ranks. The power they had amassed was something any ruler would covet. It was Black Hawk's judgment that the time had come to transform from an illegal organization into a legitimate one. They sought a way to achieve this ambition. And that way was the King of Veneta. The seventh prince, intelligent but lacking in power, destined to perish in the succession war. Moreover, the Kingdom of Veneta, where Black Hawk's branches were already actively operating in secret, was neither too large nor too small, making it an ideal base. If Davis ascended to the throne, they would be able to bring Black Hawk into the light in the Kingdom of Veneta as their reward. But Davis was smarter than they anticipated and more kingly. He not only secured their cooperation but also manipulated them like his own limbs, skillfully wielding both carrot and stick. And some of those carrots were undeniably sweet. Black Hawk had unofficially received authorization from the King of Veneta to operate as an information guild. The agreement they had made was documented with the King's seal. Recently, a Black Hawk branch had been established in the royal capital. Things were progressing smoothly. This meant it was time to draw a line with the King of Veneta. To truly be an independent entity like the Mercenary Guild, unaffiliated with any nation's power, Davis's voice softened. I understand your concerns, but I want you to handle this matter to the very end. He too had a certain degree of trust in Black Hawk. Having raised them from the shadows, Black Hawk wouldn't turn against him unless pushed to the extreme. For a king to officially recognize a group of outlaws like Black Hawk was an extremely unconventional act. There had been rulers who dealt with Black Hawk, but none had treated them as equals. To rulers, Black Hawk was nothing more than errand runners and servants to clean up their messes. To allow them to emerge from the shadows, change their image, and operate openly. For a king to officially recognize this with his seal, it was preposterous. But it was precisely because he was capable of such a preposterous act that Black Hawk had chosen Davis. Their mutual interests intersected without needing to be spoken. That relationship hadn't yet been broken. Talon's voice softened slightly as he inquired, "Tell me what you require." "I hear there are newcomers in Green Khana. With distinctive appearances. We're investigating, but it doesn't seem like they entered through the surrounding villages." That meant they had entered Green Khana through teleportation magic, likely mages. It wouldn't be surprising if Rodril befriended skilled mages. Perhaps they're even preparing for war. Davis's eyes turned cold. Newly acquired power was unstable. It was too early to say it was completely within his grasp. The first thing a newly empowered ruler must do is solidify that power as if it had always been theirs. Davis, King of Veneta, was simply being diligent in this regard. He bore no particular grudge against Rodril, or perhaps. It's just irritating that they possess unique power beyond anyone's control, especially if that power is substantial. Davis smiled coldly. However, torrential rain and typhoons never obeyed human will. He knew that spirit mages were such beings, those who wouldn't side with anyone. In other words, those who wouldn't become his allies but wouldn't become anyone else's either. But because this unbiased nature could act as a variable, from a monarch's perspective, having such individuals within his territory was unsettling. But if asked whether he desired to crush Green Khana and force Rodril's loyalty, "Of course I do, but is that even possible?" Spirit mages were still mages. Mages weren't swordsmen. They were a breed incapable of pledging loyalty to anyone. They were so untrustworthy that they even created a mage's oath to prove they wouldn't betray someone. Rodril are not the type to wage war, they never have been. But they've never had a hostage taken either. Rodril are also human, passed down through generations. Couldn't this generation's Rodril be particularly impulsive? What if they make a bold attempt to infiltrate this palace and threaten me? That won't happen because they have a hostage, and Rodril prioritize the protection of Green Khana above all else. They prefer peaceful solutions over risky ventures, and so far the hostage's safety hasn't been compromised. They know that, Davis frowned. Keep the hostage well hidden somewhere a spirit mage can't find him. And we've applied enough pressure, now it's time to propose a deal before they become uneasy and take action. And as for the newcomers, they're residing in Green Khana. Currently, it's impossible to infiltrate Green Khana. They're on high alert. I thought the blockade had sealed everything off, but I suppose not. Well, I have someone useful for such occasions. You're dismissed. Yes, As he watched Talon's retreating figure, a deep smile spread across Davis's lips. He immediately summoned someone else. Chapter 317, Part 1. Come in, Teresa. I am here at your summons, your majesty. With reddish-brown hair and an alluring presence, she was unforgettable even while dressed in a mage's robe that covered her completely. Yet Teresa was a woman whose status few could challenge, but Teresa was a woman of a status few could approach. She flashed a coy smile, her eyes gleaming. Davis, facing her smile, frowned, not a frown of displeasure, however. You seem troubled. Davis ran a hand over his forehead, then asked with a composed expression, I can't fully trust Black Hawk. Is the hostage well hidden? Of course. The hostage was transported discreetly and placed within layers of barriers. Even Rodril would find it difficult to locate. You said you specialize in barrier magic, correct? Good. But let's assume they have no intention of negotiating with us. What if, after searching for the hostage in secret, they decide to infiltrate the palace and attack me? Are you afraid? It was an impertinent question to pose to a king. The subtle insinuation hardened Davis's expression. However, instead of reprimanding Teresa for her insolence or bursting into anger, he responded coldly, Who said I'm afraid? Didn't you already know this when you started? We haven't even had a proper conflict with Greencana yet. Rodril possesses power that transcends nations. They are fully capable of wielding that power against Veneta. Your Majesty, Rodril wouldn't make such a choice unless it was absolutely necessary. They have people to protect, and as the spirit mage contracted with the earth spirit, the most powerful on earth, they carry a sacred duty to wield their power with restraint. Royalty and nobles also have sacred duties, but few uphold them. Rodril have upheld theirs so far, and they will continue to do so. That is their mage's oath, and as I've told you, Teresa shrugged, adding casually, I'm acquainted with Cyan, Rodril's successor. We were both at Greta Academy. Teresa was Cyan's senior in the magic department. Cyan was sociable and generally knew most of the people in the magic department. But since they were only 1 year apart, Cyan and Teresa had naturally collaborated on research projects a few times. Seniors and juniors were often paired together. They weren't particularly close, but they were on speaking terms. The king's expression changed, this time in a different way. His composure, unwavering even during his conversation with Talon, faltered slightly. It seems your acquaintance is quite close, judging by your confidence. That's the nature of academic connections. Working together on research projects often leads to camaraderie. At the very least, they would listen to me. If they know I'm from Greta Academy, even without Cyan, Terra wouldn't attack without hearing me out. Terra was also from Greta Academy. Attacking someone you knew or were connected to was inherently difficult, especially if they were from the same academy. Attending an academy in Baden was often for the purpose of networking, so being a Greta Academy graduate carried significant weight. Rest assured, the king I serve, your victory is my victory. Teresa bowed gracefully. The king gazed at her long, elegant eyelashes. Teresa Fidelis, the confident and skilled mage. Her beauty was striking, but her magical prowess, honed as the top graduate of Greta Academy, was even more remarkable. Hailing from a prestigious mage family in Veneta, she had always been loyal to Davis. Her decision to support Davis during the Succession War, despite her family's neutrality, stemmed from her belief that it was best to quickly stabilize the nation as the war dragged on. She had discerned that Davis, the least favorite among the princes, was the most suitable successor to the throne. However, not all of House Fidelis had supported Davis. You made your choice, so you must bear the consequences. No matter what happens, House Fidelis will not assist you. Your life now depends on the victory of the successor you chose. Duke Fidelis, instead of insisting on neutrality, hadn't interfered with her choice. She had aided Davis not as a member of House Fidelis, but as a noble and a mage serving her lord. And after Davis ascended to the throne, she received the reward for her wise choice, control over House Fidelis. The king knew what she had risked. That knowledge became trust. If he had a most trusted subordinate, it was Teresa. However, that trust wasn't devoid of personal feelings. Davis suppressed those feelings and shook his head. You are a brilliant mage. Matters concerning magic are your domain, so I'll trust you with this as well. You flatter me. Teresa thought to herself, brilliant, yes, that's what they said. But during my time at the academy, I met someone, a true genius, who made me realize how insignificant I was. However, it's time to offer a deal within the next few days without further delay. As you said, it will surely be effective. I'll prepare as you command. This wasn't an impulsive plan, it was calculated. Davis had seized control of Veneta, but only on the surface. His throne wasn't yet secure. He had won the Succession War and ascended to the throne, but only because there were no other contenders left. Many still didn't truly acknowledge him. He was the 7th prince after all. The prince no one had expected to ascend to the throne before the Succession War erupted in earnest due to the king's illness. And I'll also monitor Black Hawk's movements. That was why he had no choice but to involve Black Hawk. Every action had a price. Very well, Teresa, you are dismissed. Once she left, Davis's face returned to its usual coldness. He buried himself in the mountain of documents once more. The king had a multitude of duties to attend to. Chapter 317 Part 2. It was a bustling city, a sight he hadn't seen in a long time. It felt new and exciting. Helmut stood still, observing his surroundings. Asuka rested his chin on Helmut's shoulder, grinning. What's wrong, acting like a country bumpkin like you've never been to a city before? Helmut nodded slightly. It's been a while. Aaliyah flicked her fingers, brushing Asuka's hand off Helmut's shoulder. You're dirtying him. What, are you afraid your lover will get worn out? You, Cyan, did you hear that? I called them lovers, gross. Shouldn't you be used to it by now? Cyan clicked his tongue. Alaga, perched on Helmut's other shoulder, was also wide-eyed, looking around curiously. This was Alaga's first time in a human city, and he seemed fascinated. This is a human city, how can they stack stones so high? Human craftsmanship is quite mysterious. Cyan, also looking around, quickly said, a talking cat would be considered more mysterious here. Helmut looked at Cyan and asked, what's the name of this city again? Fidelis. It's ruled by the Duke of the Fidelis mage family. Fidelis, I feel like I've heard that before. Was there someone at Greta Academy? Aaliyah muttered, furrowing her brows. Cyan's expression changed as if a realization had dawned on him. He knew Teresa was from the Fidelis family. They had once talked about being from the same kingdom. Due to Academy rules, Teresa hadn't explicitly stated that she was a Fidelis, but when it came to the kingdom of Veneta, the Fidelis family was the first thing that came to mind for mages. It was easy to find out through rumors among those from Veneta. Senior Teresa said she was returning to her homeland after graduation. That meant she might be working for the king. Nobles, especially high-ranking nobles like the Fidelis, knew how to separate personal and professional matters. She might know something about this unprecedented situation with Rodril being pressured by Veneta. Could she be in Fidelis? If so, perhaps I could get some information from her, but then again, Senior Teresa must have known I'm a Rodril. Cyan was a rare spirit mage. Moreover, he was a skilled mage ranking second at Greta Academy. Anyone with even basic knowledge would link a skilled spirit mage like him to Rodril. This feels unsettling. That senior is a typical mage. There were no sane people in the magic department. Especially if they were the top student, it was safe to assume they had personality issues. Like Aaliyah, Cyan prided himself on being a truly exceptionally kind and normal mage. Teresa knew Cyan was Rodril. And she was likely working for the king. She couldn't be unaware of what was happening with Rodril. These thoughts made Cyan's head spin. Scratching his head, he glanced at Aaliyah. She still seemed unaware of the situation in the kingdom of Veneta. That was a relief. Weren't Aaliyah and Senior Teresa on bad terms? Were they just on bad terms or really bad terms? There was a time when it was surprising they hadn't resorted to a magical duel. And the cause of their animosity was right there. Helmut. That was so long ago, Senior Teresa must have moved on. Even if she had moved on, seeing Helmut might rekindle those feelings, and Aaliyah definitely wouldn't want them to face each other again. Contacting the Fidelis dukedom might not be a good idea. Leaving Helmut and Aaliyah out of it, that could work. Cyan nodded, his thoughts organized. He looked at Helmut and said, Hey Helmut. Since you're in the city after so long, why don't you look around with Aaliyah? Alaga seems to want that too. This is Rodril's business anyway. Asuka crossed his arms and asked, What are the rest of us supposed to do while they're off having fun? You're coming with me. Besides, you all attract too much attention. It was a persuasive argument. Even now they were attracting a lot of attention. Helmut and Aaliyah readily agreed. All right. Fine. Chapter 318 Part 1. What approach should we take to propose the deal? Humming a tune as if singing, Teresa stepped off the magic circle. She had transported herself from the royal palace to Fidelis. In this kingdom, performing any significant magic often required borrowing the power of her father, the Duke of Fidelis. Not due to any lack of political power, but because her father was the strongest mage in Veneta. He wasn't an archmage, but his power was just below that level. Of course, archmages weren't called archmages for nothing, so the gap was distinct. The standards for a mage's rank were determined by the Mage Association, which assessed the amount of magical energy, control over magical energy, magical skill, research accomplishments, and achievements. But the most crucial factor was always the mage's skill. Mages were typically scholars. Many of them spent their days glued to their studies, and among them were those lauded as geniuses. Yet mages who could reach the rank of archmage were extremely rare. It was a realm that transcended hard work and entered the domain called talent, the talent to wield magical energy. Teresa didn't yet know if she possessed that talent. It was something even the greatest could not be certain of until they became an archmage. Still, some prodigies existed who were considered future archmages even before they reached that rank. Father, you summoned me, Teresa greeted as soon as she entered the Duke of Fidelis' study. She had received a message from her father while still at the royal palace, urging her to return as soon as possible. It seemed he was concerned she might delay. Did he think something would happen with His Majesty? The Duke, who looked barely in his 30s, turned to her from the window where he stood with his hands clasped behind him. He had a noble, sharp appearance that hinted at a sensitive nature in his youth. Like Teresa, he had reddish-brown hair. Although his appearance differed from Teresa's, who strongly resembled her mother, they shared that single trait. Even the distinct aura of a mage that emanated from both of them. Did Davis summon you for another meaningless errand? Why did it take so long? The Duke clicked his tongue disapprovingly. The Fidelis' ducal residence was connected to the royal palace via a teleportation magic circle, allowing instant travel. Teresa had told him she was going to the palace and had returned within just 3 hours. Teresa raised an eyebrow and placed her hands on her hips, facing her father directly. He is the king, father. You should not speak his name so carelessly. Do you still not recognize him as king? Or do you find it displeasing that I hold full authority over House Fidelis? No, I acknowledge him as king. And you hold authority over House Fidelis because you proved your choice was correct, and it was my decision, so I have no complaints about that. However, he covets my daughter, and I don't like that. His Majesty, you're misunderstanding. He only speaks to me about official matters. Though of course who could resist having their heart stirred when such a beautiful woman is nearby? Teresa smiled faintly, an unreadable expression. The Duke of Fidelis spoke with a stern face. Do not think the authority given to you stems solely from your skills and abilities. That sounds like you're belittling me. Royalty doesn't trust people, especially those who have survived succession wars. But Davis chose to listen to you and take risks. Do you think he did so purely because of your eloquence or abilities? Because he's listening to me? Well, I don't think so, and since you do, let's leave it at that. Don't try to determine who's right. Teresa. That is my name, even if you don't call me that way. By the way, the reason you summoned me, that wasn't all, was it? The Duke of Fidelis, barely hiding his displeasure, conjured an image in midair for her to see. These are the individuals who entered Green Kana. It's the Earth's memory, read from afar, so it's blurred, but I could clearly identify one of them, that junior of yours. Amid the hazy image, only half of Cyan's face was clearly visible. Cyan, it seems he wasn't in Green Kana after all. I wonder what he's been doing all this time. If Cyan Rodril, your junior, is there, it simplifies things. Look closely at the others. You might recognize someone. Chapter 318, Part 2. At a glance, she saw individuals carrying swords. One was a tall, blue-haired man. Wasn't Cyan close with the top student of the swordsmanship department, Asuka? Is that him? If it was Asuka, his skills were reputedly formidable enough to take a prominent position in any knight order. The others, however, Teresa's eyes narrowed at a man and a woman with dark hair. Such dark hair isn't common. If they were Greta Academy students, Charlotte from the swordsmanship department, then the man could be. A face flitted through her mind, a memory long buried even for her. If it's Charlotte, she's a year behind Cyan, the top of her swordsmanship class. But she hasn't graduated yet, so she should still be in the semester. It doesn't make sense for her to be here. That left her uncertain. There was no sign of Aaliyah in the footage. Aside from Cyan, I can't be sure about the others. The blue-haired swordsman could be Asuka from the swordsmanship department, but I'm not certain. Are they still in that village? I don't know. A trace of teleportation magic was detected. It didn't seem to be for supplying provisions. The magical wavelength was different from previous movements. I don't know how many left, but Spirit Mage Terra is still in the village. Teresa's expression turned serious. They wouldn't be heading towards the royal capital, would they? As the king feared, if Rodril targeted him, things would escalate dramatically. The king, who had faced threats of assassination throughout the succession war, was still not entirely safe. Teresa understood his vigilance well. We're tracking their route, but we haven't detected any traces of teleportation magic near the royal capital. Even if they teleported, it wasn't anywhere near the capital. As the royal mage of Fidelis, it was his duty to keep Venetta's key locations under constant watch. Please inform me immediately if there are any changes. I need to figure out how to approach Rodril. Very well, I'll take my leave now. With a bow, Teresa exited her father's study. New strategies were already forming in her mind. She had initiated this endeavor. It was her responsibility to see it through and secure what she wanted. My acquaintance with Cyan, even that she intended to coldly exploit for her own purposes. Cyan wouldn't take offense. Mages were by nature inclined to such practical uses of relationships. This was all for Venetta and the king. Personal sentiments had no place here. I can't let my guard down just because things have gone smoothly so far. Teresa maintained her boundaries. She wasn't aiming for war with Rodril, nor did she plan to directly confront them. She had merely ordered all the villages in the kingdom of Venetta not to trade with them. What did it matter? It was the king's order, and that was entirely within his authority. Green Kana was Venetta's territory, yet it operated outside the king's governance. They paid nothing to Veneta, so there was no ground for complaint if they now faced disadvantageous terms. Excessive demands were often made to ensure lesser ones were met. Not that taxes are what we're aiming to collect from Rodril. What she wanted was something only Rodril could offer. Teresa stepped out of the Fidelis mansion and walked into the streets. Wandering the town helped organize her thoughts. As she walked, a thought surfaced. I've lived a relentless life. Even after graduating from Greta Academy, I haven't had a moment's rest. After graduating and returning to Fidelis, she found Veneta embroiled in the succession war. Princes scrambled to contact her, desperate to break the Duke's neutrality and gain his support. The power balance was delicate, and since only one of them could survive, their desperation was understandable. Even without the Duke's endorsement, Teresa's credentials as the top graduate of Greta Academy's magic department made her invaluable. Why not go to another country and focus on magical research until Veneta stabilizes? The Duke of Fidelis had urged Teresa to leave Veneta, not wanting her caught in the conflict. She was an exceptional mage, and positions at the Mage Association, the Academy, or even as a royal mage in another kingdom were within reach. She had received offers of that nature even before graduating. But Teresa chose differently. She decided to contribute to Veneta. It had only been a little over a year since she graduated from Greta Academy. In that short span, she had climbed rapidly. She was sharp and outstanding mage, and she fit seamlessly into Veneta's noble society, not just as a mage but as a representative of the Fidelis name. And yet, why do I feel this emptiness? She often thought about her 6 years at Greta Academy. Fond memories ingrained in her mind and body, memories of the happiest times. Would seeing Sign again bring back those memories? A faint smile touched Teresa's lips. Chapter 319 Part 1. It would be better to change our appearance first. We're attracting too much attention. A slight frown crossed Aaliyah's brow. Even though the spell that drew people to her had lost its effect, her extraordinary appearance still stood out. Besides, Helmut was standing next to her. The two of them side by side were as strikingly different as black and white, drawing even more eyes. At the outskirts of the city, in a less populated area, they changed their appearances. Helmut transformed into a young man with blonde hair and blue eyes, resembling his former self Hyde. Aaliyah's hair turned a light lavender and her features became more ordinary. The disparity in their transformations was natural. Casting a spell on oneself required less power and could be done more effectively. This is still eye-catching. But using a stronger spell might alert the Duke of Fidelis. We should have changed our appearances earlier. Aaliyah murmured as she tucked her robe into her subspace. The clothes she wore underneath were luxurious travel attire, nothing too conspicuous. But given that Helmut, who stood by her side, would draw attention no matter what he wore, it probably wouldn't matter much. Helmut looked at her and asked, "Is there a place you'd like to go?" "There is." The response came surprisingly quickly. The moment Aaliyah's answer followed, Helmut's brow twitched. A bookstore. Fidelis is a city governed by a mage family. The city naturally reflects the Lord's tastes, so it's only natural that the bookstores in the region are substantial. I'm curious to see how this region's bookstores differ from others. Why would she be curious about that? Helmut genuinely wondered. He was the type to read books out of duty, not enjoyment. If given a choice between reading books for 10 hours or swinging a sword, Helmut would eagerly choose to sweat it out training with his sword. But it wasn't as if he didn't know that Aaliyah liked studying and reading books. He had just half forgotten. "Let's go." Aaliyah seemed a bit excited. She didn't appear to expect any objections from Helmut. Truthfully, she didn't seem too interested in the current affairs of Green Kana. Technically, it was Cyan's and Rodril's business, not hers. Even though she was staying for a while, Aaliyah wasn't obligated to take their side. "All right," Helmut nodded reluctantly. Aaliyah had an uncanny ability to know exactly where bookstores were located in such cities. Before long, they entered a large bookstore in Fidelis. Although the store was quiet, the staff appeared quite busy due to someone issuing a flurry of questions and requests. The scent of paper was strong inside the bookstore, which was lined with books up to the ceiling. To prevent the books from deteriorating, the light was somewhat dim inside, casting a shadowy ambience. Aaliyah quickly became absorbed in her reading. One by one, books began to pile up in the basket next to her. Helmut watched her for a moment before sifting through some books himself. On Helmut's shoulder, Ilaga yawned. "Why is she reading that? It smells odd." "It's such a nice day, can't we go outside?" That was exactly what Helmut wanted to say. But he also knew that Aaliyah's favorite type of date was the kind where the two of them sat and read together. Their tastes differed greatly in that regard. After a while, an employee approached Helmut. "Sir, pets are not allowed in here." The look in his eyes said, "What kind of inconsiderate person?" Before Helmut could react, Ilaga spoke to Aaliyah. "Hey Aaliyah, they say no pets allowed. I'll head out so you watch over this weakling, got it?" Ilaga's eyes sparkled with excitement. This was an opportunity to escape the bookstore. After all, he was there to guard Helmut, and this place didn't seem particularly dangerous. Aaliyah glanced up from her book and gave a brief nod. All right. Her gaze showed she had no intention of keeping tabs on whatever mischief Alaga might get up to outside. Well then, you weakling, don't wander around and stay put. Good luck, HMPH. Alaga left Helmut behind, who now felt a mix of jealousy and irritation, and walked out of the bookstore. Sunlight poured down outside. It was the perfect day for a stroll. The weather is splendid today. Teresa had arrived at the bustling street. A few who recognized her bowed politely in greeting. Walking confidently in her mage robe, she was none other than the daughter of the Duke of Fidelis. Here in Fidelis, she was like a princess. The city boasted good security, and Teresa was more than capable of handling most threats on her own. The problem is that Black Hawk is trying to establish a foothold in Fidelis. They were said to be educating their members strictly to adhere to rules and reinvent their image from shadow to light. But nature is hard to change. They were still a group born from thugs, gangsters, and criminals. That's why the authorities kept a tight grip on them. It's worrisome, but I have no choice since we made a promise. However, Black Hawk's activities weren't her main concern right now. Chapter 319, Part 2. Teresa was thinking about Grinkana and Rodril. Rodril, who cherished the people of Grinkana, was likely highly agitated. Or maybe not, their mages too. And Cyan as well. Lost in thought, Teresa strolled down the street while Alaga was startled by the change in his surroundings. In Grinkana, he was adored. A beautiful, soft-furred cat pampered wherever he went, even if only a few things were suitable for him to eat. What the hell is happening here? But here in Fidelis it was a different story. When he loitered near the fish market, he was treated like a stray and had stones thrown at him. Children even chased him in droves, trying to catch him. Wow, it's a stray cat, get it. Let's catch it and hang it up. Let's skin it, we can make a scarf. What does cat meat taste like? Suddenly pursued by human children, Alaga found the situation ridiculous. These tiny creatures, even though he looked like a cat, his physical capabilities hadn't diminished. A swipe with his paw could easily send their heads flying. But the condition for being in a human village was that he wouldn't cause trouble. His fur bristled not out of fear, but from an instinctual response to danger. Alaga was the ruler of the central region of the Forest of Roots. He hadn't been chased like this since he was too young to remember. Tolerating this isn't something a beast should do. Dodging stones that were unmistakably an attack, Alaga ran while contemplating. Even if his pursuers were children, he was tempted to tear them apart to make them pay. A savage nature began to surface. He might have found Sarah adorable, but not these violent human children. Alaga thought he liked human children quite a bit, but today he realized that wasn't quite the case. Helmut was cute compared to this. Looking around, he saw only walls with no place to climb. Alaga decided that as soon as he escaped, he would lose them for good. There it is, catch it. Hey, what do you think you're doing? Just as he turned the corner, a clear voice rang out. The children paused. Teresa, who had quickly assessed the situation, spoke with the commanding tone befitting the Duke's daughter. Abusing animals within the estate? Whose children are you? Teresa's face was well known throughout Fidelis. The children who saw her turned pale and hesitated. It's the witch. The witch is here. One child cried out, turning away as Teresa's expression grew cold. Who dares call me a witch? Disrespectful brats. I'll find out who your parents are and make sure they pay dearly for this. She was both a noble and a mage, more than willing to exact punishment, even if the offenders were children. Teresa had a reputation for having a strong personality at Greta Academy, but Alaga, regardless of what she muttered, liked her. A human helping me? This is new. She appeared to be a mage with reddish-brown hair. Quite beautiful, too. Alaga stood in front of her and meowed. Meow, Teresa's expression softened immediately. Oh my, what a lovely cat. Your fur is so clean, someone must own you. How did you end up here? Are you all right? Let's see. She reached out and gently picked up Alaga. Alaga, momentarily allowing the touch of a stranger, looked up at her in a bit of a daze. Meow. There, where's your owner? You're not abandoned, are you? Let's find out, shall we? Teresa extended her hand toward Alaga to read his memories and find his owner. Sensing the danger, Alaga leaped out of her arms at once. A mage casting a spell on him would feel a recoil, something that couldn't exist in an ordinary cat. Fortunately, Teresa wasn't adept enough to see through the spell cast by Hike. If Duke Fidelis himself were here, he would have realized right away that Alaga was not just any cat. Hugh, she's a mage, that was close. This woman, judging by how the kids called her a witch and ran off, she was probably a well-known mage in Fidelis. Teresa, who watched Alaga put some distance between them, asked worriedly, "Oh dear, where are you going? Isn't that the way home?" Alaga paused for a moment before responding. Meow, you understand me? Meow. A cat that understands words, how fascinating. Well then, lead the way, I'll watch your back. He was out for a stroll anyway, there was still time. As Teresa gestured, Alaga trotted ahead. Teresa tilted her head slightly, following Alaga as he made his way toward the bookstore. After his earlier ordeal, he no longer felt like wandering around town. Even as he walked, there were people who eyed him, but when they saw Teresa glaring behind him, they quickly turned away and pretended not to see. After confidently striding for a while, Ilaga suddenly stopped. Teresa asked, "Have we arrived?" But this is Chapter 320 Part 1. Before him lay a dead end. Where am I? Ilaga panicked. Leaving the bookstore with such confidence was fine, but finding his way back was a problem. He had believed it wouldn't be difficult, but the city of Fidelis was unlike anything Ilaga had experienced before. There were no walls in the forest of roots. There were no roads per se. The path Ilaga trampled and pushed through became the road. He could instinctively grasp his general location. Memorizing the geography of the forest of roots, where even the trees and grass shifted, was meaningless. Greencana, filled with small houses, was the same. It was only natural that Fidelis would be unfamiliar to Ilaga. "I'm lost," Teresa called out to the shocked Ilaga in a dubious voice. "Excuse me, kitty." Meow. Ilaga looked up at Teresa as if nothing had happened. He quietly brushed past her side. Teresa briefly considered whether she should follow this seemingly lost white cat, then concluded that a human couldn't possibly fathom the mind of a small animal. Perhaps it led me here on purpose to avoid me. She wondered if she should conceal her presence and follow it, but the white cat was walking right in front of her without running away. Of course, Ilaga's reason was simple. Running around would only make him more lost. After wandering for some time, Teresa's patience finally wore thin. Just as she was about to capture Ilaga and use magic, "Ilaga," a low voice called out. A man stood ahead. His blonde hair was striking, even from a distance. However, he was backlit, making it difficult for Teresa to see his features clearly. Teresa's eyes widened. The voice sounded familiar. Ilaga immediately darted towards the man. Leaping as if flying, Ilaga perched on Helmut's shoulder and muttered, only for Helmut to hear, "You should have come out sooner." Helmut stared at Ilaga, slightly dumbfounded, as the demonic beast complained about how dizzy he was from concentrating so hard on finding his way. "And you called me slow-witted." It seemed Ilaga was in no position to make such comments. "Shut up." Teresa stared blankly at the man who appeared to be the cat's owner. All she could see was his profile, faintly visible against the backlight. "He's handsome. Have I seen him in our estate before? But he looks familiar somehow." Before she could get a better look, Helmut, with Ilaga on his shoulder, was already turning his back. Teresa hesitated to call out to him. As the daughter of the Duke and known as the Mage of Fidelis, she worried that speaking to someone who looked like an outsider might come across as intimidating. She glanced at the man for a moment before turning away. Ilaga, what an unusual name for a cat. With a puzzled look, Teresa turned and headed in the direction of the Fidelis estate. It was time to go back. Helmut, with Ilaga, immediately returned to the bookstore. Aaliyah had told him to find Ilaga after she finished choosing her books. As soon as they arrived in front of the bookstore, Helmut asked, "Where have you been? Where else?" "Just wandering around, but this place seems like a poor area. People look like they were dying to catch and eat me." Helmut's eyes narrowed as Ilaga grumbled about the children throwing stones at him. "You didn't harm any humans, did you?" If a body turned up in an alley killed by an unknown beast, Ilaga would undoubtedly be the suspect. Ilaga shook his head emphatically. "What are you talking about? Why would I harm humans?" "Stop talking nonsense. Anyway, I'll have to stick with you in this town. It won't do. This place is too cruel to animals." While demonic beasts were cruel, humans were no less harsh towards animals weaker than themselves. Ilaga, heated with indignation, launched into a tirade against humanity. Helmut nodded slightly. He had similar thoughts. Besides, for a demonic beast of Ilaga's stature to endure being chased by insignificant humans in a place teeming with potential prey was quite remarkable. It wasn't just because Ilaga was overwhelmingly powerful that he was being tolerant. Ilaga had faithfully refrained from harming humans or revealing his true nature. So far, that was commendable. Just then, Aaliyah emerged from the bookstore, having finished paying for her books. She effortlessly stored the stack of books in her subspace before turning her gaze to Helmut. "There's quite a bit to read here. It's a shame, but this should do for now. There'll be other opportunities later. Did anything happen?" Helmut frowned slightly. "There was a mage nearby." Chapter 320 Part 2. A woman, and judging by the magical power he sensed, a fairly strong one. But he didn't sense any hostile intent from her, and she hadn't approached them. That's why Helmut hadn't paid much attention to her. "That mage helped me when I was being chased by children. She followed me saying she'd protect me, a rare, decent human. Are mages generally fond of animals?" Ilaga generalized, recalling Greencana. He wouldn't have said that if he knew how many animals and beasts had been sacrificed for mage experiments. Helmut searched his memory. "Come to think of it, I feel like I've seen that woman somewhere before." He couldn't recall clearly, as it was only a fleeting glimpse. He must have seen her briefly at the academy or somewhere else. Since this was Fidelis, it wasn't strange to encounter a mage or two in the streets. "I wonder how Cyan is doing," Aaliyah muttered suddenly. She didn't know Teresa was from Fidelis, or even that she was from the Kingdom of Veneta. Though Teresa was the top student in the magic department a year above her, Aaliyah had never taken an interest in her, partly due to their strained relationship. Aaliyah was a genius and Teresa wasn't, at least not in Aaliyah's eyes. There was no need to waste attention on someone clearly beneath her. If she hadn't shown interest in Helmut, they wouldn't have clashed. Anyway, it seems Cyan has connections with mages from Fidelis. Aaliyah assumed Cyan would try to get information from whoever it was. Tilting her head, she asked, "What shall we do now? Why not go to crowded places and gather information? That's why we came to Fidelis after all." Neither of them were particularly skilled at making friendly conversation, but Aaliyah could extract information from people using simple mental magic. She smiled faintly. "That sounds interesting." In any case, Aaliyah didn't seem interested in an ordinary date. The same went for Helmut. With Alaga, the mood killer, tagging along, a cozy date was impossible, and at this point he wasn't even sure what a normal one looked like. The two of them set off immediately. Cyan was in a kind of luck. After a quick meal in the city, they ran into Teresa near the Fidelis estate. They had been pondering how to call Teresa, as it wouldn't be good to be discovered by Duke Fidelis given their uncertainty about his relationship with the new king. Teresa, returning to the Fidelis estate after following Alaga, stopped upon spotting the conspicuous group. They noticed each other almost simultaneously. Cyan waved first, greeting her with his characteristically friendly smile. "Senior Teresa, it's been a while, Cyan. I'm glad I separated those two. It's been a little over a year since you graduated. I heard you were returning to Veneta, but you were here all along. How have you been?" "Yes. The people with you, I think I know who they are. They're from Greta Academy, aren't they?" Teresa observed those beside Cyan with a smile. Despite her expression, her eyes were cold. Her mind was racing. Asuka, he's suspicious, but a commoner nonetheless. But Charlotte, why is the Duchess of Reynosa with Cyan, and during the middle of the semester, a clash with Charlotte could risk conflict with Reynosa? That would be troublesome. The Kingdom of Veneta had only recently stabilized, and Reynosa wasn't just any principality. Reynosa's military power surpassed Veneta's. Even the Empire couldn't easily disregard Reynosa. Furthermore, Charlotte was the top student in the swordsmanship department. She was a force to be reckoned with. "I expected some mage friends, but these people are more troublesome than I anticipated." She had no intention of clashing with them. This would be settled through negotiation. Neither side would want a conflict. While guessing Cyan's purpose in leaving Green Kana and appearing here, Teresa asked, "You look well, what brings you here?" "Are you traveling?" However, Cyan was just as astute as she was. Seeing Teresa feigning ignorance, he saw through her, even the things she wasn't saying. The Duke of Fidelis' daughter couldn't be unaware of Veneta's meddling in Green Kana. "You already know why I'm here." At his direct remark, Teresa's smile deepened. "Well, I wouldn't know. Why don't you introduce your friends instead?" "Senior, you know who we are." Asuka interjected with a displeased expression. Charlotte also stared at her with a hardened look. "Since we're in Fidelis, we thought of you, Senior Teresa. We came hoping to get some information from you, but it seems that's not the case. You knew and you're involved." Cyan's expression turned cold, an unusual look for him, always amicable. Finally, Teresa responded, "It's the first time I've seen you make that face. Green Kana must be very important to you. Are you working for the king? It's natural for Veneta's nobility to serve the king, however." Teresa looked around. People were staring. This wasn't a suitable place for a conversation. "Why don't we go somewhere quiet to talk? We can't do this out in the open. If you don't want to come to my mansion, we can go somewhere else. We can talk about what you want there." "All right, let's do that," Cyan readily agreed. Chapter 321 Part 1. Before long they entered a spacious room in an inn near the Fidelis estate. Entering the Fidelis estate itself would be akin to stepping into enemy territory for Cyan and his companions. Though not a mage's dungeon, the Fidelis estate was the domain of the Duke of Fidelis. And the Duke was a mage more powerful than Cyan. Even with Asuka and Charlotte present, it would still be dangerous. "What does the King of Veneta want?" Cyan jumped straight to the point as soon as he sat down. Teresa responded with a smile still on her lips. "Green Kana has benefited from the grace of the Veneta kingdom for many years without cost. Perhaps it's time to repay that debt." Cyan's eyebrows shot up. "Is the Veneta kingdom so desperate that it would sever ties with neighboring villages and exert pressure just to extract an unprecedentedly large tax from the small town of Green Kana? The succession war, though brief, was quite draining on resources. It's not money you're after. Stop skirting around it and say what you want." Asuka looked at Cyan, surprised by his unusual boldness. Teresa's expression turned serious. The king was only the seventh prince. No one expected the seventh prince to ascend to the throne. But he did. Even though the two strongest princes had killed all their other brothers and wounded each other in their struggle, the seventh prince's abilities were undeniable. However, things were never that simple. There must be nobles who don't acknowledge him, so you plan to use Green Kana to solidify his position. Yes, it was my idea and my plan. Bang. Cyan's fist struck the table between him and Teresa. A slight grimace of pain flickered across his face. Noticing this, Asuka muttered mockingly from the side. Why hit the table with your weak little hands? Useless comment. Cyan's sharp gaze shot toward Asuka. Charlotte stepped in at that moment. Senior Asuka, be quiet. Asuka's mouth shut instantly as if he were a dog muzzled by its master. Charlotte scolded Teresa coldly. Senior Teresa, you're acquainted with Cyan. You plan to use Rodril even knowing Cyan is from Green Kana. Teresa, legs crossed, looked at her with a haughty expression. How much significance do you think my academy friendships hold after graduation? I'm a mage, a noble, and a servant of His Majesty. I did what was necessary for my king. Charlotte fell silent, meeting Teresa's gaze with eyes that blazed like fire. Charlotte, with her pitch-black hair, seemed to radiate heat, while Teresa, with her reddish-brown hair, remained elegant and composed. Cyan, having calmed himself, sighed deeply, as expected of a mage. That's so like you, Senior Teresa. He hadn't expected much anyway. At least she hadn't intended to stab them in the back. Cyan hadn't approached Teresa with expectations that would leave him feeling betrayed. Hoping for human decency from the top student in the magic department would be foolish. While graduates from the swordsmanship department seemed to share a bond, the same could not be said for the magic department. Well, fine. Rodril is a symbolic figure. I understand why the current king of Veneta would see value in using him that way, but why to this extent? His gaze seemed to criticize her for not choosing a more moderate approach. Teresa's smile deepened. Rodril isn't just a symbolic figure, it's a legendary spirit mage. The king needs to project the image of a ruler so powerful that even Rodril bows to him. That's what would solidify His Majesty's power. And Green Kana wouldn't negotiate any other way. Cyan's expression twisted. To be in a position where such a show of submission is necessary is far from reassuring. State your demands. Whether it's a title, the status of an independent state, or wealth, I can make sure it's all in official documentation. I'll discuss it with my parents. I don't have the authority to decide. I thought so. You were only meant to be the messenger. I'll visit Green Kana soon myself. Her tone had an oddly unsettling edge. Teresa quickly added, the hostages is safe, I can promise you that much. He better be, but you haven't said how. What exactly does the King of Veneta want Rodril to do? He's not expecting him to swear an oath as a mage, is he? It'll be something manageable, nothing more than a slight bow. Will you tell him that directly in Green Kana? Yes. Cyan's expression turned doubtful. I'm not sure if I should trust you and tell my parents, but as a senior you must be aware of Rodril's power. I'll trust you for now. Yes, clashing with the spirit mage Rodril wouldn't benefit us either. And we're still fellow Greta Academy alumni, aren't we? Trust in your fellow alumni. Teresa winked playfully at Cyan. Chapter 321 Part 2. Cyan's face visibly showed his irritation. Alumni connections were shining brightly. Now that he thought about it, everyone here was from Greta Academy, even Helmut and Aaliyah, who were away from this meeting. As the conversation wound down, Teresa's gaze shifted to Charlotte. But Charlotte, you're in your 6th year now, right? It's understandable for Asuka, but why are you here? Her eyes were filled with curiosity. Who would have guessed they had ventured into the forest of roots to rescue someone? Charlotte hadn't expected to be asked this question. She hesitated for a moment before responding. I thought it would be good to see the world at least once before graduation. I meet the early graduation requirements. It doesn't seem like Reynosa knows that their Duchess has left the academy in the middle of the term. Charlotte's eyes widened, caught off guard. You knew. It's a well-known rumor. And I'm not oblivious to rumors, but it's fine. As long as Rodril agrees to the deal, I won't report your whereabouts to Reynosa. A meaningful smile lingered on Teresa's lips. As if to imply that she would use that knowledge as leverage if things went awry, she was definitely the type to do so. Unlike with Asuka, Cyan didn't feel much warmth toward Charlotte. She was the blood of Reynosa who had betrayed Helmut. Regardless of her relationship with Asuka, that fact was paramount to Cyan. Whether Charlotte gets involved or not doesn't matter, or does it? Reynosa taking interest in Green Kana would be a problem. It would be troublesome if Helmut's presence were discovered. The people of Green Kana were generally discreet about their foreign guests, but there was no certainty. Cyan cut the conversation short. Enough with the threats, we'll handle our own affairs. They were about to rise from their seats when Teresa, tilting her head, asked, by the way, is it just the 3 of you? There were more than 3 people who entered Green Kana. Before anyone else could respond, Cyan spoke up. It's just the 3 of us here. The man with the black hair who came with you. Who is he? It was a question that made them tense, but Cyan, maintaining his composure, brushed it off before Asuka or Charlotte could react. You don't need to know about our village's guests. She must not know that Helmut is here. Teresa wouldn't know that Helmut was Charlotte's brother and a member of Reynosa's royal bloodline. That fact was a top secret in Reynosa. Helmut had been declared missing after leaving Reynosa. Reynosa had been meticulous in erasing any trace of him, as they had done when he was first born. Even so, Helmut's very existence being revealed was something to be avoided. Even if it was something that would come to light eventually, now was not the time. If Teresa visited Grincana, they could still keep it hidden. Helmut just needed to remain out of sight. It might be a bit early, but I could send him back to Antial. By showing Helmut to Terra, Cyan had fulfilled his duty as Rodrel's spirit mage. Helmut too had proven himself to her. The initial goal had already been achieved. Teresa didn't press further and let them go. All right then, see you soon in Grincana. With that final remark, their conversation ended. Cyan and his companions moved quickly to rejoin Helmut in the city. Cyan muttered under his breath as he glanced back. Senior Teresa has become even more subtly unpleasant than she was at the academy. She's grown in many ways after experiencing the real world. She's not easy to deal with. Asuka, with his usual thoughtlessness, responded, "Is she got prettier?" Though Teresa was known as the mage, she was also considered the beauty representing Fidelis. Cyan replied with exasperation, "That's how she appears to you, huh? Well, wasn't Senior Teresa known as a beauty back at the academy?" Asuka's careless chatter came to an abrupt halt when he noticed Charlotte staring at him. He stammered, "Oh, not that you aren't beautiful. You are just in a different way. I mean, she's not my type." "Is that so?" Charlotte's response was indifferent, as if she didn't understand why he was saying that to her. She tilted her head slightly, then touched Asuka's cheek. You had some hair stuck there, excuse me." With a calm smile, Charlotte brushed the stray hair off Asuka's face and started walking again. Asuka, momentarily stunned, hurried after her. Watching them, Cyan sighed heavily. "You idiot, in moments like that you're supposed to say she's prettier." Suddenly he felt like looking up at the sky. During their school days they were both troublemakers, so why was it only him left? Cyan couldn't help but feel a twinge of bitterness. Helmut has someone, Asuka has someone, why am I alone? It was strange. Out of the three of them, he had by far the best personality. Of course, his looks were the least appealing, but that was a matter of preference, wasn't it? Even setting aside their faces, there was a significant difference in physique between those two from the swordsmanship department and Cyan. But Cyan conveniently lumped it all together as a matter of preference. It was a phenomenon he couldn't comprehend. Grumbling inwardly, Cyan followed Charlotte and Asuka, Chapter 322, Part 1. While Cyan and his companions were conversing with Teresa, Helmut and Aaliyah entered a bustling restaurant. It was located on the ground floor of a large inn and was filled with noise and chatter. The food was below average. It wasn't the type of place Aaliyah preferred, but it was ideal for gathering information. They had come here for their original purpose. Although they didn't know when they would leave, for now they were Rodrel's guests. Helmut and Aaliyah intended to fulfill their minimum obligations as guests. "Everyone seems friendly," Helmut murmured. The current king of Veneta had not been on the throne for long. However, the country had entered a period of stability quickly. The current king was the only surviving heir to the throne and was skilled in governance, with the support of the Duke of Fidelis. Though his foundation couldn't be called solid yet, it was only a matter of time before the king fully controlled Veneta. A few more decisive moves would help. Moreover, this was Fidelis. It was well known that the Duke of Fidelis, following his daughter, had sided with the current king. With the local lords supporting the king, it was no wonder the king was viewed favorably in Fidelis. If Fidelis has sided with the king, then this matter must have the duke's involvement. Aaliyah muttered, barely touching her food. After all, this wasn't her kind of restaurant. If Fidelis understands what Rodrel represents, there's no way they wouldn't be involved in the king's decision targeting Rodrel, whether opposing it or spearheading it. The great earth spirit with absolute power. How could they even dare? It was like targeting Alaga. Helmut's question was understandable. Of course, Alaga was now even beyond that. He was a creature capable of destroying entire nations. Even if he faced the temple directly, despite the weakness of beasts to holy power, it didn't seem like Alaga would lose. He was akin to a resurrected demon king. Humans have limitations because they have constraints and things they must protect. They must have believed they could manipulate Rodrel if they didn't confront it directly. Making appropriate use of everything available is what nobles do. So it's not the king's idea, but a noble's. Would the newly crowned king, fresh from winning a succession war, really take the risk of directly opposing Rodrel? He's the one who would bear the risk. There must have been a powerful advocate, someone the king trusts, someone close. Aaliyah's deduction was close to the truth. In my opinion, it's a Fidelis idea. If Cyan has gone to speak with the Fidelis side, the issue might be resolved easily. If their demands are reasonable enough for Rodrel to consider, yes. Since they use such aggressive methods, they'll likely offer compensation behind the scenes. Aaliyah tilted her head. But why would they go without us? Meeting with Fidelis would be safer if we were together. It seemed odd that they would go without Aaliyah and Helmut, the strongest among them. Helmut gave a simple answer. Maybe they want us to come if there's trouble. Right, and it's not good for us to catch Fidelis' attention. As a public enemy of the temples, Aaliyah didn't need to be mentioned, and Helmut even more so. The point was that information about them shouldn't be widely known. Even Rodril could be put in a difficult position if they were connected to them. It would become a weakness for Rodril against Veneta. The food here is terrible. Should we go somewhere else? Helmut's plate was nearly empty as he made the suggestion. Helmut had lived in the Forest of Roots for so long that he could eat just about anything, but Aaliyah was the issue. Aaliyah smiled, her eyes narrowing as she appreciated Helmut's consideration. That's a good idea. She ate just enough to keep up her appearance. They would wait to hear what Cyan and his group discovered. Crash. Suddenly there was a commotion nearby. It looked like a fight had broken out. A hulking man grabbed another by the collar and slapped him hard across the face. Smack, blood streamed from the man's nose. Beside him, two more men glared menacingly. People around them whispered in low voices. Those guys are at it again. Why does the Lord tolerate them? So those thugs can now strut around legally in the estate. The world's going mad. As Helmut paused to listen to the murmurs, he gathered that these men were notorious troublemakers in the area. They frequently picked fights, beat someone up, and then robbed them. They didn't kill but chose targets who wouldn't cause big problems if attacked. Nearby, some men who appeared to be merchants spoke nervously. Those guys belong to that, what's it called, that underworld group that's now officially active in Veneta. That's why even the small fry are so brazen. Why would His Majesty make such a choice? There must have been a deal. How would we know what the bigwigs are up to? Let's finish eating and leave before we get caught up in it. Helmut's eyes narrowed. An underworld group. Chapter 322, Part 2. Something came to mind. Black Hawk, the massive underworld organization that had clashed with Helmut and was likely to make deals with the king. If it was them, they could have struck a deal with the King of Veneta to gain legitimate activity rights. Talon of Hawk Eye seemed resourceful enough for that. But it's none of my concern. Helmut had no intention of interacting with Black Hawk anymore. Just as he and Aaliyah were about to leave, the hulking man who had been eyeing them approached. The man, still excited from the previous scuffle and reeking of alcohol, stepped up to them. He looked down at Helmut with a smirk. Well, look at this. Can't tell if you're a boy or a girl. Pretty boy's got a girl on his arm, huh? Helmut's gaze lifted slightly. The small movement was somehow imposing, like drawing a line in the sand. Blonde hair and blue eyes. He wasn't in his original form but looked close to the guys he'd taken as Hyde. His appearance wasn't intimidating, but the air around him suggested he shouldn't be taken lightly. The hulking man hesitated. Some primal instinct made him pause, but backing down from this pretty boy would hurt his pride. Fueled by drink, his instincts failed to control his excitement. What are you staring at, you bastard? Bang. The table they had been sitting at rattled as the man's fist slammed down, causing the glasses to spill. Oddly, neither Helmut nor Aaliyah was touched by a drop. Shouldn't we avoid fighting in a place like this? Aaliyah said calmly. She directed the comment at both Helmut and the man. Someone like this was no match for her, but she didn't want to draw attention unnecessarily. However, her words clearly didn't sit well with the hulking man. What did you say, bitch? Helmut's eyes grew cold. From the other side, one of the man's companions shouted encouragement. Zach, what are you doing? Just take care of him already, Helmut spoke. He wants to fight, then finish it quickly. The exchange was brief, but it only stoked the man's anger further. He raised his fist from the table. You little bastard. With a roar, he swung down at Helmut. The result was brutal. Crack. Crunch, thud. Helmut hadn't even drawn his sword. He merely moved his hand. The man collapsed to the floor, frothing at the mouth, his arms bent at grotesque angles as if only the bones inside had shattered while the skin remained intact. His trembling eyes were unfocused. He seemed to have lost consciousness. Helmut wiped his hand with a napkin. His gaze was icy. Was that too much? It wasn't just a casual beatdown. He had nearly killed the man. Instead of commenting on that, Aaliyah glanced at the sprawled figure and urged him. Let's go. The man was still alive. That meant they wouldn't be charged with murder. He wasn't someone whose death would matter in Fidelis, but there were powers backing him. Fortunately, the overwhelming display of strength seemed to have silenced the man's companions. They didn't attempt to stop Helmut and Aaliyah as they paid and left the restaurant. Helmut and Aaliyah acted as if nothing had happened. Not long after leaving the restaurant, they ran into Cyan and his group returning from their conversation with Teresa. It was good timing, although Cyan's group didn't recognize them immediately since they had altered their appearances. Only when Helmut blocked their path and spoke did they recognize the two. They were momentarily surprised, then quickly recovered. Helmut and Aaliyah, you look different. You've changed your appearance. Helmut, you still stand out though. Still, we found you quickly, lucky us. But what's with the noise over there? Did you get into trouble already? Cyan pointed to the restaurant behind Helmut and Aaliyah. Helmut tilted his head slightly. Nothing serious, just a minor scuffle. I don't know who it was, but I'll offer my condolences. Asuka clicked his tongue. Aaliyah spoke up. We picked up some information. How did the talk with Fidelis go? Cyan hesitated for a moment at Aaliyah's short question. He wasn't sure if Aaliyah knew that Teresa was from Fidelis or even that she was here. Why am I even worrying about this? Senior Teresa approaching Helmut was a thing of the past. It's not even my business. Still, Cyan instinctively avoided mentioning it. A clash between Teresa and Aaliyah felt ominous. Their power levels might be vastly different, but still. The daughter of the Duke of Fidelis was a Greta Academy graduate. She said she'll officially visit the village soon. I need to discuss this with my parents based on what I've learned here. From that brief explanation, Helmut and Aaliyah grasped a lot. Then let's head back. Leaving the chaos of the restaurant behind, they immediately departed from Fidelis, leaving behind a bit of ash. And that ash was soon to become a spark. Chapter 323 Part 1. Talon was visiting Fidelis. This city was located between Greencana and the royal capital. To monitor the movements in Greencana, doing so from Fidelis was most appropriate. Of course, the Duke of Fidelis did not welcome him. What noble would be pleased to have Black Hawk within their domain? Even if it was the king's policy, in the Duke's eyes, Black Hawk was nothing more than an underworld organization. He tolerated their presence because they were supposedly transitioning into a legitimate information guild, but nothing more. People don't change overnight. It would take time for a group like Black Hawk to change. Even with orders from the top, the young, morally lacking members of Black Hawk were causing minor and major issues, leading to small conflicts. However, as anywhere had its share of thugs and ruffians, no significant incidents had occurred yet. That is, none that the Duke of Fidelis could hold as serious crimes such as murder or assault. In that sense, the current incident was surprising in another way, because the victim was one of theirs. Talon tilted his head and asked, "There was a disturbance at the inn's restaurant." "Yes, it seems a dispute arose, but I hear one of our boys is in critical condition." The head of the Fidelis branch lowered his head. Fidelis was a significant city even within the kingdom of Venata. The position of the branch head of Fidelis was not insignificant, but even he was just another branch head before Talon. Talon detected from the branch head's subtle behavior that there was an unsaid issue. What was the person involved doing there? WL about that. Even the branch head, known for his venomous nature, was at a loss in front of Talon. Lies would be useless. Talon was known for seeing through people's minds. A stern rebuke followed immediately. "Did I not tell you to keep your subordinates in line? I said Black Hawk would no longer be what it used to be. If issues arose in an important city like Fidelis, how much worse would it be elsewhere?" He wasn't one to cause significant trouble, just someone who did things like twisting a child's wrist for pocket money. The one involved was the branch head's nephew. Blood, after all, was thicker than water. If Talon hadn't been there, the branch head of Fidelis would have gritted his teeth and immediately sent assassins to whoever had harmed his nephew. There are no competent people. Talon clicked his tongue internally. How could there be so much noise while he was trying to achieve great deeds? He resolved to focus on disciplining Black Hawk's members once the Rodril affair was concluded. How critical is his condition? Muttering, Talon soon saw the condition of the branch head's nephew, who was in critical shape. A glint appeared in Talon's eyes. Judging by the way his arm had been broken, it was no ordinary skill. A highly skilled swordsman who can wield vis, at least at the level of second-rank mercenary. Who could be a second-rank or higher mercenary near Fidelis? His mind quickly gathered the information and a picture began to form. They said he was a young man with blonde hair, a handsome youth who looked like a nobleman's son. Suddenly, a certain image flashed through his mind. He couldn't understand why that old, faded memory was now coming to him so vividly. The cruelty, decisiveness, and the cold, icy demeanor shone through the wound, the simplicity yet ruthlessness in how the opponent was crushed. There was such a person. No, there had been, in the distant yet recent past. But that person had disappeared and never shown himself again. Talon had his suspicions, but he hadn't been able to confirm them. There was too little information and it was unrealistic. The role of an information broker was to consider plausible scenarios. No need to overthink. Whether he was collecting debts or not, a member of Black Hawk had been attacked. He couldn't overlook it. He could confirm with his own eyes. His mind hadn't forgotten. Talon ordered, "Bring me a paper." Hours later, Talon sat with a piece of paper in his hand, a portrait drawn on it. The face in the portrait was painfully familiar. A face so handsome it stood out even on paper. Though the portrait failed to capture his gaze and aura accurately, one thing was certain. Talon knew that person's name. Helmut, the boy who disappeared over 4 years ago. Now had he become a young man, time was fleeting, but Helmut's sword was likely sharper than it had ever been in the past. How many could now stand against that blade? The greatest genius Talon knew. He was abnormally strong. To the point where his strength didn't seem human. He couldn't even imagine how much stronger he might have become by now. "You're alive, and never appeared in our information network all this time." that was something so difficult it felt strange. Black Hawk's information network was incredibly intricate. Unless someone was living in extreme isolation, it was hard to avoid detection. Chapter 323, Part 2. Talon hadn't overlooked the fact that Helmut, a very dangerous element, had slipped through the net all these years. However, it was true that the matter had faded from attention. It had seemed like Helmut had been eliminated by Reynosa. If he's resurfaced, what is he after? Revenge or something else? Whatever it was, it would cause a significant event. The movements of the strong didn't end with a mere breeze. In any case, he had been hiding for years and was here now. Then where did he go? Talon found the answer to that question after some time. A depiction of Helmut and his companions visiting Fidelis lay before him. The details were chillingly accurate. Even the most vigilant among them wouldn't have imagined that they could be spotted and depicted in such a large city. That was why the King of Veneta had no choice but to accept Black Hawk. The extraordinary information network and the ability to compile it. Talon discovered from inside his room what Teresa Fidelis had learned through a face-to-face meeting. A total of 5. Cyan Rodril, the heir of Rodril. Close friend of Helmut since their days at Greta Academy. Asuka, the top of the swordsmanship department. The same goes for him. As for the others, the mage can change appearances, so it must be Aaliyah, the top of the magic department. And Charlotte, the Grand Duke's daughter and the top of the swordsmanship department. Talon recalled what he had investigated about Asuka. He had done so because Asuka was Helmut's friend, even before being Cyan Rodril's. Asuka himself was difficult to gather information on due to limited interactions with his family. Highborn nobles typically interacted with other nobles and influential figures, which inevitably revealed their existence. Asuka was an exception to that logic. Despite the fact that he actually wasn't a commoner, he was like someone who had fallen from the sky. Moreover, Asuka was perceptive, skilled at evading tracking, and moved alone. However, he couldn't hide where he went during vacations. Talon discovered Asuka's true identity and held that information, knowing only that he was not someone Black Hawk should touch. In that sense, Helmut saving Asuka in the past was fortunate. If Asuka had been killed by Black Hawk back then, Black Hawk would have paid a steep price. The entire organization might have collapsed. Its fate. And how extraordinary it is that such remarkable individuals have gathered. They were formidable in terms of individual power, but were also backed by forces that were not to be trifled with. The latter was even more troublesome than their personal strength. These were the ones who had newly joined Green Kana. They visited Fidelis, accomplished their goal, and left. In the process, they must have contacted Teresa Fidelis. Teresa Fidelis. A cunning yet inexperienced young lady. I wonder if the conversation went well. It needed to have gone well. The pride of Rodril wouldn't borrow external power, but it was different if external power offered assistance on its own. Shouldn't we track them down and make them pay? The head of the Fidelis branch urged Talon as he stepped out of the room. These were the ones who had left his nephew half-crippled. Although money could heal with magic or herbs, the boy seemed half out of his mind. If tears had been drawn from his kin, he needed to make the other party shed tears too. The branch head was burning with vengeance. Talon looked at him and coldly remarked, "You're blind, branch head. Your position will soon be replaced. Pardon, think carefully from the deputy's position if you don't want to lose even that." Leaving those words, Talon departed. The place he headed to was the royal palace of Veneta. "I come to see His Majesty." Talon had met with the king just recently. Having just received a report from Teresa, the king greeted him calmly. Fidelis and Black Hawk rarely interacted, even while engaging in similar tasks. The king didn't try to unite them. It was hard for an esteemed noble family of mages and Black Hawk who clawed their way up from the bottom to join hands. Though it could be considered inefficient, Fidelis and Black Hawk were unknowingly competing. King Davis was an astute man, and he knew he couldn't rely solely on Fidelis. A king who depended on his subjects wasn't a true king. Even though he acted as if he trusted Fidelis more, a kingly sense of balance always resided in a corner of his rational mind. Black Hawk balanced the scale opposite to Fidelis. To a king without personal power, Black Hawk was a necessity. Of course, it was true that the king's scales leaned towards Fidelis. It wasn't because Fidelis had been more devoted in supporting his ascension to the throne. It was the weight of emotions that tipped the scales towards Fidelis, Teresa Fidelis, the woman who aided Davis's rise, a capable mage and the beautiful daughter of the Duke of Fidelis. Rumors had circulated about her and Helmut during their time at Greta Academy. Most were unrelated to reality. Talon didn't believe those rumors to be true either, but they could be used to balance things. The king of Veneta wasn't reckless, and even if he knew, the weight of emotions would only sway him momentarily, not influence his decisions. Talon spoke. Soon his report flowed into the king's ears. How the king would take that report remained to be seen. Chapter 324, Part 1, Helmut's group returned to Green Kana in less than a day. Having achieved their objective immediately upon arrival, there was no reason to spend more time there. It would only risk unnecessarily exposing their strength to Fidelis. Hey there, did everything go well? Igrel waved at them as they entered the village. In the meantime, she had been making her rounds through the village. As a result, not a single person remained around her. People had locked themselves in their homes as if disaster had struck. Igrel's expression was full of dissatisfaction. Nothing ever goes right. Igrel was following steps sequentially. First step, adapting to human villages. Big cities would come next. That's why she hadn't gone with them this time. However, her intention to seduce human men wasn't working at all. Whenever she tried to approach aggressively, all she found were timid men who would run away with a terrified shout. Am I not considered beautiful by human standards? Why are there reactions like this? Is it because this is a rural village? Cyan, who had warned the villagers about her, sighed and said, because anyone can see you're not serious. Besides, most men in Green Kana are engaged from an early age. She was incredibly beautiful, but she appeared overwhelmingly powerful and was terrifyingly aggressive. It was scary when someone who clearly didn't seem to like you or have any genuine interest in you would approach saying things like, "Hey, what do you think about me? Want to hang out with me?" Of course, city men might have been different, but Green Kana's men were another story. Oh, nothing but paired males then. Is it because it's such a small nest? Isn't there any unpaired male? Hey, you're Cyan, right? Why, yes. No way. Cyan took a step back from her with a wary expression. Asuka snickered beside him. Right, speaking of unpaired males, isn't that you? Aren't you also an unpaired male, senior? Charlotte asked with an innocent face. As if to say she and Asuka weren't like that at all. Asuka immediately fell silent as if struck by a silence spell. Igrel approached Cyan with an inexplicably serious face. What do you think of me? Cyan immediately recoiled, waving his hands in rejection. I know your true form, you know. A bird and a human just doesn't work right. Not just a human and an animal, but a demonic beast. That's something considered perverse and unethical in most countries, and in conservative Veneta it was clearly illegal. While Green Kana didn't belong to any nation, it basically followed Veneta's legal system. You're a mage, aren't you? I heard mages are beings who make the impossible possible. That's not what that saying is meant for. Anyway, I just don't see you as a woman at all. Even with this beautiful face and fantastic figure, Igrel brazenly thrust her ample chest forward. Cyan flinched and backed away. His face was already too contorted to maintain any composure. Don't say such weird things. You're not just any bird, you're a demonic beast. Incredibly powerful, huge, and terrifying, Igrel narrowed her eyes and made a contemplative sound. I won't eat you, I promise. I'll treat you nicely. I just want to experience being human-like. Experience what? Cyan's face turned deathly pale. No, absolutely not, definitely not. I don't even want to think about it. It's completely burdensome. Hey, Asuka, why are you just laughing over there? Aren't you going to help stop this? What? Why should I? Akiahaha, this is great. Take this opportunity to be a bit positive, Kayahack. Asuka was doubled over with laughter beside them, even making choking sounds. Since Helmut and Aaliyah had already walked past them after a quick glance, there weren't many people left. However, among those remaining, there was one person who could help Cyan. Lady Igrel. Senior Cyan has expressed his refusal, and it would be right to respect that. There's a human saying that no tree falls with just one strike, isn't there? Doesn't that mean you should keep actively pursuing what you want despite the other party's refusal? Charlotte, momentarily at a loss for words, said with a serious face. While such a saying exists, Senior Cyan knows your true identity, and given the clear power imbalance, it could be perceived as coercion. So what if it's coercion? I heard in the human world there's even a custom of kidnapping a woman you want and making her yours. Is she implying she would kidnap me? Cyan anxiously backed away from Igrel. Against a powerful demonic beast like Igrel, if she were to suppress him with her demonic energy, he'd barely be able to cast a single spell. Once caught, she would be impossible to resist. Charlotte spoke in a stern tone. That is clearly illegal and a serious crime in Reynosa, where I'm from. Only those with base and barbaric cultures among humans do such things. It's not something a noble being like Lady Igrel should emulate. If you wish to meet a human man, win his heart first. That is the proper human culture and custom. Igrel seemed convinced by Charlotte's words and soon nodded. True, I am a noble being. Besides, it wouldn't be right to pursue someone while staying in their nest. Chapter 324, Part 2, Charlotte. Cyan looked at Charlotte with wide eyes as if seeing her in a new light. It was a moment when his affection for her, who had saved him from a crisis, welled up. Of course, it was a different kind of affection from what Asuka felt for her. Cyan immediately turned to Igrel with a serious face. Anyway, please remove me from your list of candidates. I'm absolutely not an option. I also have preferences, and above all, I don't want a woman stronger than me. You're already so weak, shouldn't you want a strong woman? How do you plan to live with such preferences? Igrel asked with genuine puzzlement. Like how Alaga would scold Helmut, her words were 100% sincere. Cyan was left speechless. He was the vice-top student in Greta Academy's magic department and the heir to Rodril. By human standards, he would never be called weak anywhere. However, among those around him, his power was utterly insignificant. Cyan wanted to lament, "Why is my environment like this?" He was talented yet not recognized and even struggled to hold his head high. While others might envy him for being surrounded by such exceptional people, he certainly didn't feel that way himself. Igrel looked Cyan up and down before saying, as if doing him a favor, "Fine, I'll respect your wishes, but that doesn't mean I'm giving up on you. As Charlotte said, there's a proper way to do this." What not giving up? Why is she suddenly fixated on me? It was like being struck by lightning. Whether Cyan was shocked or not, Igrel turned away with a meaningful smile. She was planning to seriously study ways to win Cyan over. The reason Cyan became her target was simple. Not because Igrel found him particularly special, but because there were no other suitable candidates around. As soon as Igrel disappeared, Cyan sighed and clutched his forehead. All the world's worries and anxieties seemed to be contained in his sigh. It was bad enough being single, but to have a demonic beast pursuing him, it was an unbelievable reality. Did I sell out my country in a past life or something? Charlotte patted Cyan's shoulder with a sympathetic face. Senior Cyan, hang in there. That shoulder-patting contact seemed to irritate Asuka, who had finally stopped laughing and spoke with displeasure. No need to worry about someone like him, he'll figure it out himself. Charlotte made a genuinely puzzled expression. Are you really friends? That's just how friendship between men works. Let's go to his house. Asuka moved quickly, disparaging male friendship as a whole. Cyan gritted his teeth and muttered at him, I won't forget this debt. This was directed at both Charlotte, who helped him, and Asuka, who just laughed. Either way, his path ahead seemed rather challenging. I've returned after talking with the people from House Fidelis. After composing his gloomy thoughts, Cyan returned home and reported to Terra and Azer. After listening to his entire story, Terra opened her mouth with a serious expression. So you're saying this Teresa girl will be visiting our village soon? Yes, a fleeting smile crossed her lips. Interesting and bold. To come up with such a plan, is this how Greta Academy is teaching mages these days? No, that's not it. It's just Senior Teresa's personality. She's known for using whatever she can to her advantage. She was famous for it since Academy days. In her eyes, you must have seemed quite approachable as a conversation partner. For some reason, Cyan felt stung by those words. His mother's gentle expression felt strangely unfamiliar. Well, Senior Teresa is, well, a senior. And you know my personality, right? Being friendly and getting along with everyone also means not appearing intimidating. And to someone with a strong personality, it can make you look like an easy target. Anyway, thanks to you, we've learned the will of the Kingdom of Veneta. You did well, Cyan. A result obtained in just one day. They now knew the will of the King of Veneta, which had previously been unclear. But despite praising him, Terra's expression remained firm. Cyan tilted his head. Don't you plan to let this end here? Cyan, we are Rodril. Rodril does not bow to anyone. I thought you didn't intend to wage war. To Cyan's knowledge, neither his mother nor father had ever engaged in a violent conflict. They might have had minor disputes or fights, but they both lived peacefully in Green Khana. He thought this matter, too, would be resolved peacefully, perhaps by yielding a bit. After all, he preferred avoiding headaches, even if it meant compromising, and Veneta had expressed willingness to pay a price. However, Terra declared firmly, if they request a deal, we can deal with them. But they were rude and kidnapped a resident of Green Khana. If we trade with Veneta, it won't be done by bowing our heads. They will understand that clearly. Cyan met her intense gaze for a moment before nodding slowly. Yes, if that was his mother's will, he had to be prepared as well. As a member of Rodril, Azer merely shook his head beside them. Chapter 325, Part 1. I really don't know what she's planning. Although Terra occasionally showed an imposing presence, she was fundamentally a gentle person. Terra was like a kind village aunt who had never oppressed or confronted anyone. The spirit mages of Rodril had always been this way. Until now, Rodril had never had conflicts with any country. No one had any reason to bother them as they lived quietly in the mountains. While some came seeking their power, Rodril had never once agreed to lend it. It was the will of the Earth Spirit not to interfere in human affairs, and Rodril had always followed that intention. It was a peaceful policy. But even if we win a confrontation with the King of Veneta now, it'll still be problematic. Everyone had left Rodril in peace because they weren't threatening. Though they possessed great power, they had never once flaunted it. If Terra were to teach the King of Veneta a lesson, the neighboring rulers would begin to see Rodril as a potential threat. That wouldn't be good. While Rodril's power was strong, Terra was the only one who could use the Earth Spirit's power. There were other spirit mages like Azer, but they weren't nearly as powerful. The best way to avoid conflict while possessing overwhelming power that could threaten others was to remain quiet. And yet it was the king of Veneta, supported by Teresa Fidelis, who had drawn Rodril out. Cyan's brow furrowed. That's also part of Senior Teresa's calculations. That Rodril wouldn't want conflict. However, his mother Tara had said that even though Rodril pursued peace, they wouldn't submit to unreasonable demands. His mother had used the word submission rather than compromise. This meant she viewed the current situation as entirely one-sided. A resident of Grincana had been kidnapped. Rodril had a duty to protect Grincana, even if it was just one resident. Therefore, Rodril wouldn't let this situation pass easily. They said the hostage is safe, right? That must be true. There was no reason to lie about it. When Teresa visits this time, she'll surely bring proof that the hostage is safe. One thing was clear, they would have to confront the king of Veneta. And Tara would want to speak with him as an equal. After organizing his thoughts, Cyan went to find Helmut and Aaliyah. So Helmut, Aaliyah, what are you going to do? Cyan asked carefully. For some reason, he didn't mention Teresa Fidelis by name, but he did tell them that someone from House Fidelis would visit soon. While Tara and Azer's plans were unknown, there could be conflict. He was reluctant to involve his guests in this. This was strictly Rodril's affair. Plus those two, there were Alaga and Agrel, two demonic beasts difficult to control. In truth, Cyan hoped they would leave with those two. Especially Agrel's presence was pure stress. It seemed she had made him her entertainment snack, which he absolutely refused. The problem was that among unmarried men in Grincana, only Cyan didn't have a fiancé. That was because he had left Grincana at a young age to attend Greta Academy. In any case, I joined in the first place to help rescue Helmut from the Forest of Roots. He had provided what little help he could in the Forest of Roots. Now that Helmut was out of the forest, it wouldn't be strange for their paths to diverge. Of course, Helmut was currently unemployed with nothing particular to do. The jobless Helmut answered simply. We'll stay since our strength might be needed, we'll watch. We can just change our appearances anyway, Aaliyah added, her eyes suddenly sharpened. But you're hiding something, aren't you? Why have you been looking guilty this whole time? Ah, no, not at all. Cyan stammered without meaning to. After all, it was from a long time ago. Besides, there hadn't been anything between Teresa and Helmut, so he couldn't understand why he was being secretive. Maybe I'm just scared of Aaliyah. Aaliyah no longer had any restraints now that she was away from Greta Academy. She was now a mage about to reach the level of Archmage. If she were to confront Teresa, whom she already didn't get along with, the situation with Veneta could take an unpredictable turn. After pondering briefly, Cyan asked, Then can you promise me one thing? Even if there's conflict, don't get involved unless it's absolutely critical. Helmut answered readily, Sure. Aaliyah tilted her head slightly in suspicion before answering, All right, and I'd like you to change your appearances too. So you won't be discovered. They both agreed to Cyan's terms. Charlotte and Asuka had already been discovered by Teresa. There was no point in hiding them as potential forces. Now they just had to wait. Until Teresa Fidelis visited Grincana, bearing the orders of the King of Veneta. Chapter 325 Part 2. Right after Cyan's group returned to Grincana, Teresa immediately tracked them. Though the matter was settled for now, she wanted to ensure everything was in place. However, she soon tilted her head in confusion. Strange, 4 people entered Fidelis with Cyan. There were 5 in total, so why are there only 3 here? The memories of those who had recognized them were strangely vague. They remembered the presence of the 2 individuals but couldn't recall their appearance. Moreover, even when she tried to read the Earth's memories, she couldn't. This meant that one of the 2 she hadn't met was a mage more skilled than Teresa. Could it be? Inevitably, one mage came to mind, Aaliyah. Cyan's friend and the top of the magic department, a year below Teresa. The one who had made Teresa experience what eternal defeat felt like. Is Aaliyah here? After graduating from Greta Academy, despite being qualified for any position, there had been no news of Aaliyah. Aaliyah had completely vanished. The same was true for Cyan. It bothered her that both Aaliyah and Cyan, who were close, had disappeared at the same time. Then wouldn't they be together? Teresa mentally added a powerful figure to Rodril's side. Though it was negative news, if the issues with Rodril were resolved smoothly, it wouldn't matter much. Then who's the other one? A memory crept up. A cold boy with black hair and black eyes embedded in Teresa's memories. To think that a daughter of Duke Fidelis would be drawn to a commoner, that held special meaning even for the cold-hearted Teresa. An emotion she could never have again. A memory of her youth when even she, calculating as she was, could like someone with pure feelings. Strangely, she thought of that blonde man who had been standing in the village. Teresa tilted her head. Is he my type too? Well, they did look somewhat alike. But this was no time to dwell on such thoughts. She was on the cusp of a significant endeavor. Teresa shook her head, dismissing these unnecessary thoughts. The night before she was to visit Grincana on the King of Veneta's orders, Helmut was deep in thought, gripping the sword he had been swinging. The night air was cold, making his mind even clearer. Stars twinkled cleanly in the sky. He sensed someone approaching. "Helmut, what are you thinking about?" A clear voice awakened his settled mind. Silver hair sparkled like cobwebs in the moonlight. Aaliyah, Helmut gazed at her steadily. Soon his lips parted. "Black Hawk. Why Black Hawk? Because of the remaining piece of information." "No, that's not it." Helmut's eyebrows moved. "From the shadows to the light, I was thinking about that." At some point while swinging his sword, that thought had flashed through his mind, like a dot had been precisely placed in his head. That dot gradually spread and grew in volume until it finally occupied his entire mind. Black Hawk was an underground organization operating in the shadows. It gathered all sorts of people, from criminals and troublemaking mercenaries to assassins and thugs. While there were quite a few skilled members, the morality of most members was highly questionable. It must have taken extensive preparation for them to emerge from darkness into light. Though it's still not completely achieved, the very fact that it's possible had left an impression. Even though they were both in the shadows, if Black Hawk were in the shadows, Helmut would be in the depths of a cave. If Black Hawk officially operating in the Kingdom of Veneta, Talon must be in Veneta too. He felt he should meet him. Though he wasn't sure yet what to say when they met, Aaliyah objected. "You're thinking of going to find him? What if Reynosa or the temple discovers your presence?" Helmut's black eyes gleamed coldly. "I'm not afraid." "Neither am I," Aaliyah responded. They were on the same side, the most trustworthy allies. Alaga, who was sitting cat-like with his hindquarters down in a bread-baking position at one corner of the clearing, spoke up. "I'm not afraid either. In fact, I'd like to have a good fight with those temple folks. It'd be better than fighting against sacred barriers. Could be fun." The white cat's eyes sparkled, fighting spirit. For Alaga, the most powerful demonic beast of the Forest of Roots, who rarely encountered worthy foes, the temple was a fresh and interesting opponent. Though his existence might become a double-edged sword, threatening not only the temple but other humans as well. Balance, is it? Stepping out of the shadows to be recognized. To exist as themselves, not as a threat to nobility or commoners. Just as Black Hawk gained recognition for their existence by cooperating with the King of Veneta, Helmut might be able to do something similar. This was the first clue thrown to Helmut. He still couldn't grasp how to follow this clue. However, one thing was clear: Helmut was strong, even stronger than Rodril, strong enough that no one would dare challenge him. That strength was the result of being abandoned once again to the Forest of Roots, where he had honed himself to the end. It was an undeniable power he had built up. And Helmut wasn't alone. Cyan, Asuka, Charlotte, and Aaliyah were by his side. Even if Igrel wasn't exactly on their side, above all there was Alaga. Let's do it, whatever it took, so he wouldn't have to hide from those who judged him guilty without cause. Aaliyah quietly took his hand. Chapter 326, Part 1, The Day of Reckoning has come. Teresa, dressed in royal mage attire, had a gleam in her eyes. Although the king's lukewarm response worried her, he didn't oppose what she intended to do. It would all be over soon. Before Teresa's visit, a letter had arrived in Grincana. A soldier from the Kingdom of Veneta rode in to deliver it. When he visited Rodril, the villagers were filled with wariness. A letter stating she would visit in the afternoon. In other words, it was a noble's way of announcing that they should prepare to receive the king's envoy. Grincana prepared for her arrival. There wasn't much to arrange. Aaliyah and Helmut finally learned the identity of the Fidelis mage who was visiting. Aaliyah laughed in disbelief. "Teresa, that senior was a Fidelis. No wonder she kept trying to avoid me." Her gaze toward Cyan was as cold as ice, as if just mentioning that name was unpleasant. Cyan waved his hands dismissively. "Don't get too excited and kill her or anything. It's ancient history, right?" Helmut, who had attended Greta Academy long ago, just tilted his head. "I've heard that name somewhere. Was she in the magic department?" His attitude strangely calmed Aaliyah's mood. "Well, yeah. It's old history. She probably won't even recognize me." As long as she maintained her transformation magic, there was no way Teresa Fidelis could recognize her. Aaliyah's magic skills far surpassed Teresa's. Just then, Igrel, who had been resting her chin on her hand, spoke up. Well, now things are getting interesting, aren't they?" She had been tormenting Cyan for days, but had grown bored again. Since Cyan was sticking close to Terra, it wasn't easy to mess with him. Terra firmly told Igrel, "Cyan has refused and you should respect his decision." It was clear that neither Terra nor Azer wanted a demonic beast as a daughter-in-law. Igrel, only teasing out of boredom, could easily let it go now. After pondering this new situation for a moment, she spoke as if finding something strange. "But aren't you guys being too soft about this? This Teresa Fidelis or whatever is the King of Veneta's subordinate, right? Since they took one of your villagers hostage, we should take her hostage too. Simple." Igrel clapped her hands together as if she just had the most brilliant idea. There was some logic to her words in a way. Cyan shook his head. That's just asking for a fight. But wouldn't she have more value as a hostage? We're talking about just one villager on your side, but on theirs, it's the daughter of some high-ranking duke, isn't it? They wouldn't have any choice but to negotiate. Igrel was quite clever when it came to these kinds of schemes. Alaga agreed. Hearing it now, it makes sense. When she comes, just take her hostage. That would only escalate things. Even if we did exchange hostages, the kingdom of Veneta would become completely hostile toward us. They're a kingdom, they can harass this small village in all sorts of underhanded ways. Just because they acted dishonorably doesn't mean we should do the same. There must be a better solution. Igrel crossed her arms. I don't understand why the stronger side has to show restraint. True, Alaga nodded in agreement. If someone weaker dared to rise against you, you should crush them so they never dared again. Make them regret it deeply. But a nation's power was different from individual power, and they had the weakness that they couldn't afford to lose even a single person here. Please just stay quiet. If all goes well, we might even get to visit the royal palace. Cyan sighed deeply as he tried to calm the group. As long as Igrel didn't do anything rash, there wasn't anyone likely to cause trouble. Finally, Igrel nodded. Fine, whatever. Helmut and Aaliyah decided to watch quietly while maintaining their transformed appearances. For now, it was right to follow the opinion of Cyan, the owner of the house. Chapter 326, Part 2. In the afternoon, Teresa arrived, exuding an air of authority. She appeared wearing the robes of a royal mage and mounted on a horse adorned with ornamental armor, leading knights and soldiers. The position of commanding the king's subordinates seemed to fit her as naturally as her own skin. As if to show, look how successful I've become after graduating from Greta Academy, she would be a great role model for her juniors. Of course, as the daughter of the Duke of Fidelis, Teresa Fidelis had only ever known a path paved with gold. Still, reaching such a position in such a short time was undeniably her own achievement. Teresa dismounted her horse in front of the Rodral people who had come out to the village entrance. I come bearing the orders of the King of Veneta. Even faced with an envoy carrying the king's orders, everyone met her with cold gazes rather than showing proper courtesy. Most were people from Rodral. Except for a few, all the Grincana villagers had stayed inside their homes. There was one unexpected development. Teresa smiled and said, "This is a show of our sincerity and trust." From among the soldiers, a man stumbled forward. It was Hubert the herbalist who had been taken hostage. Though his complexion was pale, he appeared unharmed. His wife Amanda ran out and embraced him. "Darling, Amanda." They quickly disappeared toward their house as if afraid he might be captured again. Even after witnessing this touching reunion, Tara's expression remained cold. You arbitrarily take someone captive, then release them and speak of sincerity and trust. Teresa responded with a brazen face. He paid the price for illegally entering the king's forest. Surely you haven't forgotten that the area around Grincana belongs to the Kingdom of Veneta. This mountain range existed before it belonged to the Kingdom of Veneta, and the Earth Spirit existed before that too. What use is humanity's brief history before the power of great nature? However, aside from Rodral, the humans of Grincana are still just that, humans. In any case, we have released the hostage. No violence was inflicted upon him. Although there was a small accident during his capture, the herbalist received treatment from a royal mage treatment far above his station. I'm not pleased with my junior's arrogance, but I acknowledge that you took at least basic measures. Though she was the king's subordinate and Duke Fidelis' daughter, Teresa was also a junior graduate of Greta Academy. Teresa immediately understood Tara's words, as she had used that school connection with Cyan to pull this stunt. You underestimate my sincerity, but it would be best not to dwell on minor disputes now. That would be in your favor. So what do you want? Tara calmed down her tone. She had no intention of confronting Teresa immediately anyway. If Tara was to show anything, it would be before the King of Veneta. Teresa dismissed the surrounding knights and stepped boldly toward Tara. I would like to speak with Lady Tara privately. As Teresa approached, Tara extended her hand. A thin layer of dust rose from the ground. A wall that blocked all sound now surrounded them, isolating them from others. His Majesty wishes for the Earth Spirit Rodral to visit the royal palace. He wants to see you all in person and determine whether you pose a threat to Veneta. As you know, he came to power after a succession war, so he's cautious and wary. He doesn't want any potential threats within his domain. How can I trust that this isn't a trap? He could very well decide we're a threat after meeting us. He's someone who can judge people's true nature. Once he sees Lady Tara, he will surely understand. Tara looked exactly like a gentle village housewife. Of course, she looked much younger than other women her age and possessed an inexplicable majesty. She definitely didn't look like someone who would actively harm or threaten others. I will personally ensure you are welcomed with the utmost respect. All you have to do is have a conversation with His Majesty and listen to a small request in a comfortable, gentle atmosphere. That alone would serve as visible proof that the earth spirit Rodril was friendly toward the current king of Veneta, or that they acknowledged him, which would serve as a visible testament. From there, Teresa would handle the diplomatic. Terra clicked her tongue. So you want us to bow to the king and listen to his requests as if they were commands. It won't be difficult for you, Lady Terra. I know what you're considering, but it's not confirmed, so it's hard to say more now. However, you will receive what you desire. You probably don't want a title, so how about the king's guarantee? Guarantee? The Kingdom of Veneta will recognize Green Khana's right to self-governance. We won't demand taxes, we'll allow free trade with villages in Veneta's domain, and this will remain valid as long as the Kingdom of Veneta exists. How does that sound? We'll certify it with a document bearing the king's seal. Also, if you wish some wealth as well, this would be a gift from Agreda Academy Jr., not from His Majesty, using not just school connections but money too. She was a proper mage in the sense that she used every means at her disposal to achieve her goals. Terra was slightly taken aback but understood. Teresa wasn't just any mage, she had graduated top of the magic department. Her personality made sense. Terra could understand that, having been through the academy herself, because she had encountered such people before. It brings back old memories. In any case, Terra had already decided to agree. She nodded without much difficulty. I understand what you're saying, but we can't fully trust your side either. You're welcome to bring companions. Green Khana's fighting power turned out to be more than I expected. Teresa smiled meaningfully as if she already knew who had visited. But Terra knew one thing: whoever Teresa counted as fighting power, it didn't include Alaga and Agrel. I accept. Then I'll give you time to prepare. I'll visit again tomorrow. You'll be transported directly to the royal palace through magic. I must now report to His Majesty. Teresa concluded with a smile. May you have a peaceful day. Chapter 327 Part 1. In Davis's office, the King of Veneta, Teresa was reporting to the king immediately after returning from Rodril. The conversation ended smoothly. Rodril will come to the royal capital and Your Majesty can have a leisurely discussion with them. Teresa appeared slightly excited. This was understandable, as everything had gone according to her plans so far. She was a mage who graduated at the top of her class from Greta Academy. Her wit and sharp mind were admirable. Davis stared intently at Teresa's face, as if trying to unearth something he didn't already know. The story he had heard echoed chaotically in his head and heart. Even a king is an emotional being. Particularly certain emotions are impossibly intense to resist. The beautiful Teresa Fidelis was the only one who could stir such emotions in Davis, who had risen to the highest position in the Kingdom of Veneta. There's one thing I want to ask. Please ask. Unlike Teresa, who responded readily, the king hesitated. Only when Teresa's brows began to furrow did his lips finally part. How did it feel to see your old friends after so long? Is he suspecting a collusion between me and Rodril? Although the king supposedly trusted her, Teresa never believed in such words to begin with. She knew how easily that trust could be shattered. Having quickly processed this, Teresa responded almost immediately. They weren't old friends but juniors, just casual acquaintances. There's no need for feelings there. You started this whole affair based on those casual acquaintances. I didn't use the acquaintance as leverage, but rather my knowledge. I merely thought it worth trying because I know them and they know me. Teresa's voice was confident and full of conviction. If Davis, who had unexpectedly ascended to the throne, needed to prove himself worthy of being Veneta's king, then she too needed to prove her worth. She had risen rapidly and reached the core of power. Not as the daughter of the Duke of Fidelis, but as Teresa Fidelis herself. To grasp more, one must be willing to take bold risks. If anyone had ambition, it was Teresa, even more than Davis. Are you saying you have no personal feelings toward them whatsoever? Of course, I wouldn't shed a single tear even if any of them died, though it might feel a bit uncomfortable since they were acquaintances after all. After pondering her response briefly, Davis dismissed her. As she left the room, Teresa contemplated the king's strange questions. Why such questions? Did someone from Black Hawk try to drive a wedge between us? It was an accurate guess. She was aware that Black Hawk and House Fidelis were competing, but the conclusion was simple. I just need to succeed in this matter. The king of Veneta trusted her, and Teresa would show results worthy of that trust. By doing so, the scales would tip further in her favor. The path ahead of her as she walked away proudly seemed bright indeed. Before departing for the royal capital, Aaliyah first conveyed the situation to Hike. So that's how it turned out. By the time my research is complete, you'll be in Veneta's royal capital rather than Green Khana. Aaliyah's communication with Hike wasn't simply to inform her of their destination. In Veneta's royal capital, how many people might be able to detect the magic cast on Alaga and Agrel? My magic isn't that flimsy. Duke Fidelis might notice, or perhaps a high priest. But I haven't heard of any high priest being in the Kingdom of Veneta. Then we'll have to keep those two away from anywhere Duke Fidelis might be. In any case, if they get excited and release demonic energy, the spell will break. You need to be careful. I don't think I'm the one who needs to be careful, but I'll tell them. The preparations in Green Kana were completed quickly. The members had already been selected. Each one was objectively a formidable force. Moreover, their capabilities were unknown to the other side. Azer decided to stay behind to look after Green Kana. However, Cyan decided to head to the royal palace with Terra. After all, he was the one with connections to Teresa. Asuka, who was decent enough as a swordsman, would also join them. Charlotte, the Duchess of Reynosa, was also a significant presence. Helmut, Aaliyah, and the unpredictable Agrel and Alaga rounded out the group. This is enough force to destroy a country, Cyan thought. Alaga wouldn't be a problem since he was a cat, but Agrel's conspicuous behavior was concerning. Why am I a problem? I've gotten pretty good at imitating humans. She demonstrated the etiquette of a noble greeting the king with fluid grace. From her gait to her speech and gestures, she appeared remarkably human compared to before. Watching her performance, Cyan spoke in astonishment. How? You think I've been wandering around the village for nothing? Learning isn't exclusive to humans. Not that I care about such things. Staying quiet suits me just fine, Alaga added. Even he seemed to have grown accustomed to living as a cat, currently pinning down a plump passing mouse with his front paw. Everyone waited for the appointed time in an atmosphere that was neither too tense nor too relaxed. Chapter 327, Part 2, Teresa arrived in Green Kana at the scheduled time. I shall escort you to Venetta's royal palace. His Majesty the King is waiting. As she spoke, Teresa quickly observed the group standing with Terra, 7 people counting humans plus that cat. Doesn't that cat look like the one I saw in Fidelis? No, it must be the same one, then that blonde man must be. He was among them, tall with a handsome face, his striking appearance and somewhat intimidating presence. Clearly not someone of ordinary capability, but his face was unfamiliar. His impression was slightly different from when she saw him at Fidelis, though she had only caught a glimpse then. Teresa turned her smiling gaze to Terra. Your party is larger than expected. There will be royal mages, knights, and countless soldiers in the palace. This much preparation seems reasonable on our end, don't you think? Of course, but might I receive some introductions? There are both familiar and unfamiliar faces here. Who do you mean? This is Agrel, a martial artist from a distant country. Terra pronounced the word martial artist awkwardly. Agrel couldn't handle a sword. She also couldn't use magic. However, she could exert powerful force in human form with her fists. Even with her transformed appearance, her physical strength hadn't diminished. She could still crush a human's skull with her bare hands. Hence the designation as a martial artist. Agrel greeted with a gentleness unbefitting a martial artist. Pleased to meet you. And this is… Teresa's footsteps moved. They stopped right in front of Aaliyah. Due to the transformation magic, her appearance was unrecognizable. An ordinary-looking woman without a single strand of hair resembling Aaliyah's. Wearing a mage's robe, all that could be determined was that she was a mage. But Teresa spoke with conviction. It's been a while, Aaliyah's body twitched. An expression of disbelief crossed her face. How could someone like Teresa see through her magic? It was a moment when Aaliyah's pride crumbled. Of course, Teresa hadn't actually seen through Aaliyah's magic. She had merely guessed. That guess was incredibly accurate. Aaliyah frowned and asked, How did you know, Senior? Simple deduction. I knew about your presence from Fidelis. A mage whose magic I can't read. Such mages are rare. Besides, you're close to Cyan, aren't you? Though I admit seeing you as a woman was unexpected. Oh, you are a woman. Teresa's eyes flashed sharply. She accepted without surprise the fact that Cyan and Asuka had struggled to acknowledge. So that's why you disliked me. Was it jealousy or rivalry? As the top graduate of the magic department and a renowned beauty, Teresa was known for her pride. Her personality was far from humble, which earned her many enemies. It wouldn't have been strange for Aaliyah to dislike her. As if I'd feel such emotions toward someone like you, Senior. Those feelings are reserved for people inferior to me. Yet even as she spoke these cold words, Aaliyah had to acknowledge it. Teresa had become formidable, not just in terms of magical ability, but comprehensively. You hid being a woman and pretended to be a man at the academy. I wonder why. That reason was Aaliyah's weakness. The temple's nemesis, Hike's granddaughter, Aaliyah responded calmly. That's none of your business. Fine, since you don't seem willing to tell me, I'll find out myself. More importantly, why are you in Green Kana? Why are you involved in this matter? I just stopped by to research spirits. When trouble arose, I couldn't ignore it after receiving their hospitality. Fair enough, the reason doesn't matter. Your presence here is what's significant. Now, finally, this person. Teresa's gaze moved naturally. It was directed at Helmut, who stood composedly beside Aaliyah. Her eyes scanned him up and down. It was a persistent stare. Though Teresa couldn't see through Aaliyah's magic, she could at least tell when magic had been cast on someone. In other words, she knew the person was under transformation magic. Aaliyah spoke coldly. He's a mercenary I hired. Sometimes I need a swordsman, someone you don't know, senior. Is that so? Then I'll take your word for it. Smiling brightly, Teresa suddenly reached out toward Helmut. Aaliyah's body tensed and Helmut's hand moved. He brushed aside Teresa's hand, reaching for his head as if clearing away an object. The movement was too weak and slow to be considered defensive. Helmut tilted his head and asked, "What are you doing?" "Ah, there was an insect in your hair, excuse me." Teresa turned away as if nothing had happened. However, her heart was pounding, excitement and shock at discovering new information and another indescribable emotion. "So you were here, Helmut, you're alive. Shall we depart?" As she naturally announced this and began walking, a deep smile settled on her lips. Chapter 328 Part 1 The Rodril group boarded the prepared horses and carriages. It took less than a few hours to reach the royal capital. As if prepared in advance, magic circles were installed in the villages near Grincana. They had been set up to accommodate the movement of large groups. This showed just how far Teresa had planned and prepared for this situation. "We'll move directly to the royal capital." Teresa, who was guiding them, was nothing but courteous. Her decision to release the hostage without any preconditions had undoubtedly been effective. The most important thing in gaining trust is showing it through actions. She had shown it through her actions. One could argue that it was only natural after they had made the first provocation, but human hearts don't work that way. As soon as they stepped onto the magic circle, the scenery changed. Those managing the magic circles in the royal capital all bowed their heads to welcome them. "Lady Teresa, these are distinguished guests, so receive them with proper courtesy." After saying this, Teresa turned to the Rodril group with a smile. "Let us escort you to the royal palace by carriage. We have prepared accommodations for you." Tara nodded. Since departing from Grincana, Teresa had been conversing exclusively with Tara, who represented the group. She hadn't even glanced at Cyan or the others. Though there had been some hostile exchanges with Aaliyah earlier, she now seemed to have cleanly withdrawn her attention from everyone except the Rodril group, as if those exchanges had never happened. They soon boarded two luxurious royal carriages. Tara, Cyan, Charlotte, and Teresa rode in one carriage, while the rest of the group took the other. Alaga stood up on Helmut's shoulder and looked around outside the window. Everything about this new human world fascinated him. "This city seems even bigger than the last one we visited. Humans are crawling everywhere." For other demonic beasts, this would have been a mouth-watering situation with prey everywhere for the taking. "Well, it's where the king lives," Helmut replied indifferently. Until a year ago, Mentum, the royal capital of Veneta, had been embroiled in a succession war. However, current-day Mentum was peaceful as if nothing had ever happened. Though it was the royal capital, it wasn't particularly striking in beauty or grandeur, but the streets were clean and neat, and the buildings had an understated feel. Mentum was a city that gave off a stable and practical impression, different from both the rough and generous Bassar and the sophisticated yet sharp Reynosa. This also reflected the character of Veneta's king. After all, people are inevitably influenced by the city where they were born and raised. "Great time for a proper human life experience," Igrel raised her fist excitedly. Aaliyah immediately warned her. "Don't think about wandering around as you please. We're only here to prepare for contingencies. Acting recklessly could ruin everything." Igrel's eyebrow twitched. "What are you going to do if I wander around as I please?" The corner of Aaliyah's mouth lifted coldly. "This isn't the Forest of Roots but the human world. Feel free to imagine what kind of restrictions I could impose on you." "You, Aaliyah. Haven't you gotten more and more impudent since leaving the Forest of Roots? This is my natural personality. The way I acted back then was the exception." "Hey, are you perhaps jealous of my beauty?" Aaliyah immediately withdrew her gaze from Igrel as if looking at something worthless. It was a response suggesting it wasn't even worth replying to. Helmut glanced at Igrel once before shifting his gaze to his shoulder. Absorbed in watching the scenery outside, Alaga had unconsciously extended his claws. If Helmut hadn't reinforced his skin with vis, he would have been bleeding. Moreover, Alaga had raised his tail and was pushing his backside toward Helmut's face. Somehow, it felt like there was an unpleasant smell. Helmut reached out and grabbed Alaga by the scruff of his neck. Alaga immediately got angry and started struggling. It was quite a cute sight. "Hey, you bastard, what are you doing? You two should stay together." Helmut placed Alaga on Igrel's lap. Igrel immediately frowned like a fastidious noble lady. "Gross, what are you doing? Why are you dumping this dirty cat on me?" Alaga, who had immediately jumped down to the floor, bared his teeth. "Who are you calling dirty? You. You four-legged beast, you just got dirt from the dusty ground all over my clothes. And since when do magical beasts wear shoes?" Chapter 328 Part 2 Toward their bickering, Helmut firmly declared. "Both of you are capable of causing trouble, so you'll keep each other in check." He was now sick of carrying Alaga around. It was bothersome. Even during his childhood, Helmut didn't recall being stuck with Alaga this constantly. But hadn't Alaga played the role of a steed for him enough to last a lifetime? Alaga shot back indignantly. Then who's going to protect a weakling like you? That weakling comment was incredibly irritating, but Helmut suppressed whatever was rising inside him and said, Aaliyah will take care of that. After uttering those words, some inexplicable sense of humiliation came over him, but regardless of how Helmut felt, it seemed to work well on Alaga. Fair enough. Well, your mate does seem good at cleaning up after you. Alaga seemed to think that Helmut was completely unreliable and weak, while Aaliyah was capable since she had come all the way to the Forest of Roots to rescue Helmut. Regardless of their actual strength, that was how he perceived it. Helmut unconsciously clutched his forehead. Aaliyah stared at him blankly. What is it? It's nothing. His expression was strange, but Aaliyah didn't press him further. As Alaga began to focus on the scenery outside again, the carriage fell back into silence. It was dusk when they entered the royal palace. Teresa had come in the afternoon, and considering the travel time, meeting the king that same day was impossible from the start. Since the king was busy with his royal schedule, they arranged to have dinner together 3 days later. As promised, the Rodral group received lavish treatment, luxurious accommodations and meals within the royal palace. And several days of rest. You won't find your stay uncomfortable. There's a bath supplied with hot spring water, and there's also a training ground suitable for swordsmen. Teresa, who was guiding the group, looked at Helmut while saying this. It was an unreadable look that seemed devoid of emotion. Her gaze quickly shifted to Charlotte and Asuka. This level of treatment is only natural for the Duchess of Renosa, right? Charlotte furrowed her brow. The fact that I'm here, Teresa smiled faintly. We haven't informed Renosa. It wouldn't benefit either of us if they knew. If our discussion ends amicably, Renosa need never know about this. Her words seemed to suggest they should cooperate to ensure that outcome. I hope you all enjoy a comfortable stay at the royal palace. If you need anything, please inform the attendants. I'll see you again in 3 days. With those final words, she turned and left cleanly. Despite being in the heart of the enemy's stronghold, it didn't feel like an ambush or betrayal was imminent. Everyone had relaxed somewhat because they instinctively felt this fact. After dinner, everyone dispersed to their assigned rooms. Helmut, are you going to practice sword training? Aaliyah asked as if it were obvious, without even asking what he planned to do. Helmut nodded. That's right. The recent revelations about Black Hawk had stirred something within him. And now he had come here to the royal palace. Helmut could now contact Black Hawk at any time, but before that he needed to organize his thoughts. Helmut was a swordsman. To organize his thoughts, he needed not to sit quietly and contemplate, but to swing his sword. Then I'm going to take a bath. My body feels a bit sluggish. Bath, you say? I'm in. Alaga eagerly followed her. As a cat, he hadn't been assigned separate quarters. He had followed Helmut, saying he didn't want to share a room with a Grell even if they were supposed to act together. Aaliyah raised her eyebrow. Aren't you male, so? I'm a cat and you're human, what does it matter? Well, I find it uncomfortable and unpleasant. Fine, I'll use a different bath. After reaching a compromise, Aaliyah and Alaga moved off together. Left alone, Helmut picked up his sword and headed to the training ground attached to his quarters. Charlotte and Asuka's quarters were somewhat distant, so they would be using a different training ground. Therefore, no one else would be using this training ground. It was a moonlit night. The tip of Helmut's sword reflected a cool light in the moonbeams. His mind was clear and his breathing remained steady without disturbance. Completely refined movements. Lines and curves beautiful enough to be obsessive were embroidered in the air. In the realm of swordsmanship, even if you try to hide your energy, it cannot be completely concealed. It shows in those movements. If any swordsman had seen Helmut training, they would have been overwhelmed, eyes wide open. Powerful and fast swordsmanship taken to the extreme. When wielding his sword, Helmut always became terribly absorbed in it. Sadness and pain were forgotten in complete immersion. Helmut was a born swordsman, beyond physical talent his spirit too, that's why he could reach his current level. At some point Helmut stopped his sword, someone's presence. His gaze immediately fixed on the other person. It was a young man. His clothes weren't flashy but were elegant, and he was dressed casually as if out for a stroll. His neat face, which looked scholarly, was suffused with composure, leisure, and an undeniable dignity. In the darkness, Helmut's sword-wielding figure, intertwined with his unique energy, was even threatening, but the other person raised his hand casually as if it were nothing. Excuse me. I seem to have interrupted. Helmut stared with an expressionless face at the man who smiled gently, not a swordsman, since no special energy could be felt from his body, not a mage either. But neither was he a servant or ordinary person. That much was certain, even setting aside the fact that this was a place not just anyone could approach. The man began walking straight toward Helmut. Chapter 329 Part 1 This person. His measured strides were not those of a trained swordsman but of someone rigorously educated in posture and demeanor. More than anything, it was the aura he exuded. A person without wealth or status couldn't possibly radiate such authority. If he was neither a swordsman nor a mage, then he must undoubtedly be a man of noble birth. Helmut could guess his identity, transcending any preconceptions. However, he couldn't understand why this man had specifically sought him out among the Rodril group. Wariness washed over him. The man continued speaking with a composed expression. While I lack the expertise to judge swordsmanship, I can say your skill is extraordinary, quite impressive. Despite his disguise, Helmut's eyes, now dyed blue, remained as sharp as a blade. This is the training ground assigned to my quarters. His tone made it clear, whoever you are, you're unwelcome here. Leave and stop wasting my time. The man shrugged his shoulders. Others can come and go here as well. I wasn't told that. No one has restricted my access to this place. Then I'll leave. Helmut's decision was straightforward. Though the man seemed weak enough to cut down without effort, Helmut sensed the presence of knights nearby. Indeed, such a person wouldn't have appeared here alone. It might be intentional provocation. But that didn't mean he would bow down. As Helmut tucked his sword at his waist and turned around, a low voice emerged from the man. How arrogant and rude, have you not even considered who I might be? What showed in that voice was hostility. It was clear he hadn't sought Helmut out with good intentions from the start. Why specifically him, leaving aside the people of Rodril? He still couldn't understand. He had no connection to the kingdom of Veneta. Helmut turned his head back and threw out his words. Whoever you are, it's none of my business. Do you know who I am? It was indeed an arrogant and rude attitude, as pointed out. The man's eyebrows twitched. Just as he was about to open his mouth with anger in his eyes, why are you here? A clear voice rang out from the other side. A woman appeared, walking steadily toward them. Teresa. The man's expression stiffened, a faint sense of frustration flashing across his face. And what of you? I was making my rounds to ensure the comfort of our guests. It seems I came just in time. Teresa's eyes narrowed. Is there some issue with one of our guests from Rodril? She particularly emphasized the word Rodril. It meant don't forget that this person is with Rodril. The man's expression hardened. No, nothing of the sort. I'll take my leave now. Since it's late, I'll visit you tomorrow morning. Although she was kind of speaking in a commanding manner, she bowed her head respectfully to him. After the man left, Teresa remained. She stared intently at Helmut's face. If you have no business, I'll be going as well. As Helmut turned around again, Teresa's voice pierced his back. Do you know who I am? Why were two people in succession asking if he knew who they were? Helmut still couldn't understand, but he did know who she was. At first, he hadn't recognized her. Delving into his memory, however, he recalled there was a woman named Teresa during his time at Greta Academy. A senior from the magic department who didn't get along with Aaliyah. And perhaps someone who had shown interest in him, a rare occurrence. Teresa Fidelis, daughter of Duke Fidelis and a royal mage. That's not all, is it? Helmut reluctantly turned to face her. Teresa had already taken several steps closer. Under the moonlight, her appearance was alluring. Unlike her girlish appearance from before, she now had the look of a mature woman. However, her approach only made Helmut uncomfortable. Particularly because he was in disguise and because someone wouldn't like this encounter. I don't know anything about you. But I know about you, though we weren't close. Aaliyah underestimated me. She really believed I'd just leave because I said so. And now here's my chance. Teresa let out a small laugh. Immediately after, her expression turned serious. At her next words, Helmut raised his eyebrows. Helmut, so you were alive. It was a certainty. Helmut isn't skilled at lying. Instead of denying it, he asked, how did you know? Teresa smiled brightly. From Arya's reaction. Cyan, Asuka, and Aaliyah, anyone familiar with this group composition would find Helmut's involvement plausible. Yet his altered appearance had prevented confirmation. While Aaliyah had little interest in Teresa, Teresa paid a lot of attention to Aaliyah, which made it easier for her to connect the dots. There had only ever been one person who made Aaliyah react so sensitively, so the answer was obvious. Teresa's visit here had not been a coincidence, but to meet someone like Helmut was an unexpected twist. Chapter 329, Part 2. The King of Veneta, Davis, was cautious to the extreme. For him to act, there had to be significant reasons. Nevertheless, Teresa hadn't reported anything about Helmut to Davis yet. She had only identified his identity today, and she hadn't gone to the king yet. Then someone else must have moved the king. Black Hawk, what did they say? Searching through vague memories, she seemed to recall hearing that Helmut had been targeted by Black Hawk during their time at Greta Academy. Had Black Hawk not forgotten their grudge and continued pursuing him? Had they manipulated the king to eliminate Helmut? But that was over 4 years ago. Was Helmut worth pursuing so persistently? Back then, Helmut was just a student, but what if there was something more about him that I didn't know? Questions bubbled up one after another. Under Teresa's gaze, Helmut spoke. What do you want from me? Well, what do you think I want? As Teresa smiled and deflected the question, Helmut thrust indirectly. As you can see, I'm dating Aaliyah. I know. And what remains for me is memories, not the feelings from back then. Her voice was calm. She was saying she wasn't the Teresa from the magic department who had liked him anymore, but that didn't mean nothing remained. It was that lingering sentiment that compelled her to speak further. But I'll leave you with one piece of advice. His Majesty the King knows about you. I don't know what he knows, but someone has reported something about you to him. It wasn't me, so who could it be? What did they say about you? Black Hawk. Helmut realized immediately, had Black Hawk already recognized him. Given their information network, it wouldn't be strange. And how much do you know about me, Senior? Nothing at all, but I could find out if it's necessary for Veneta. So you're saying you're not on my side? Teresa just met him with a peaceful smile. No, I only wanted to confirm something. Now that I have, I won't bother you again, nor will I act like I know you. You're with Rodril and I'm Veneta's royal mage. Teresa turned her back. Goodbye. For an unannounced visit, her attitude was surprisingly mild. After she left, Helmut drew his sword again. I need to practice more. Two visitors in one night, the King of Veneta and Teresa Fidelis. Though Teresa hadn't explicitly stated the first man's identity, it was obvious. Of the two, the king posed the greater problem. Helmut had yet to decide his course, and he certainly didn't want his escape from the Forest of Roots revealed. If both Reynosa and the temple discovered his presence here, it would confirm the fact that he had fled the Forest of Roots again. For the King of Veneta to personally seek him out, Black Hawk must have provided crucial information about him. Enough to provoke action. The question is whether they know about my connection to Reynosa. That could only be found out by directly contacting Talon. I'll have to move as soon as Rodril's business with the king is finished. Helmut had sought refuge in the small village of Greencana, but the world seemed determined to pull him back into its chaos. Events kept occurring and old connections approached him, as if trying to drag him out of the cave. Problems to solve and debts to repay had piled up. The important thing was that nothing would be resolved by staying in this place. Helmut devoted himself to the sword until dawn. Like stars hidden behind clouds, his clouded thoughts gradually became sharp and clear, like the tip of his sword. Even if he became clouded and dark and lost again, finding the answer in the end would be the path Helmut must walk. Afterward, Helmut's honest admission about Teresa's visit resulted in him having to deal with Aaliyah's temper, which was a minor yet unfair incident. 3 days after Rodril's party arrived at Veneta's royal capital, their period of respite came to an end. Teresa had promised lavish treatment, and that promise was fulfilled. The luxurious accommodations, fine dining, and attentive service within the royal palace were enough to melt even the most stoic hearts. Excellent accommodations, clothing, meals, hot springs, massages, and trained servants. In any case, Sion's mother Terra seemed very satisfied. Regardless of others, how she as the representative of Rodril felt was most important. When would she have received such treatment, having lived in the small village of Greencana since graduating from Greta Academy? Though being a spirit mage had spared her much inconvenience, the comforts of the palace were on another level entirely. At one point, Terra even said, "This is like heaven. Ah, forget about your father and children and everything else, I feel like I don't want to go back." Has she already been won over? Sion was slightly worried. It seemed his mother might accept if they offered her a position as a royal mage with promises to maintain this treatment. It made him wonder if she had forgotten her earlier resolve to stand firm and showcase Rodril's power to the king. Regardless, on the third day, a servant delivered a message to them. An audience with His Majesty the King will be arranged at noon. The time for confrontation had arrived. Chapter 330 Part 1 Welcome to the Royal Palace. The king's brief greeting fell from his lips as he sat at the head of the table. Helmut narrowed his eyes. As expected, the man who had approached him last night was none other than the one welcoming Rodril's party, Davis, the King of Veneta. Davies regarded them with a neutral gaze, neither warm nor hostile, as if the prior night's encounter with Helmut had never occurred. I trust you have been well during your stay. Thanks to your Majesty's gracious hospitality. Of course, we suspected such comforts were provided for a reason beyond mere kindness, Terra replied, her posture upright and confident. The woman who had wanted to abandon her family and remain here just days ago now spoke with an air of authority that belied her humble origins. Even as she offered a bold response, the king remained unfazed, his tone businesslike as he continued. It has been a year since I ascended to the throne. Neighboring countries have showered me with gifts, but it seems this fact has been of little importance to those within my own territory. The unexpected remark caused Terra to falter slightly before responding. Greencana is a remote village, unaccustomed to news and slow to learn of your Majesty's coronation. Now that you are aware, I trust I can look forward to your congratulations. The king's gaze rested on her, neither a plea nor a command, but a clear expectation. Though the exchange lacked the overt dynamics of a hierarchical relationship, it was evident that Davies had skillfully maneuvered the conversation to extract a concession. Helmut raised an eyebrow. He's clever. Teresa had mentioned that the nature of the request would be determined by the king. If that was the case, he was proving to be a formidable negotiator. If it's a coronation gift, I can offer something as a neighbor. However, as merely a spirit mage from a small village, I cannot fathom what your Majesty of Veneta might prefer. Without hesitation, the king delivered his request, as though he had it prepared in advance. There is a ruined garden on the western side of the palace. About a year ago, during a great disturbance within the palace, the land was scorched and rendered barren. Since then, it has been left untouched, as none knew how to restore it. I wonder if the Earth Spirit Mage of Rodril might be able to revive such dead land. A disturbance a year ago, his words carried a weight that everyone in the room could feel. Terra responded cautiously. Would your Majesty permit me to visit the site? The king shifted his gaze to the woman standing nearby, Teresa. With her usual serene smile, Teresa responded, allow me to guide you. The Western Garden, a war of succession, inevitably demands sacrifice. Davis had not ascended to the throne without strife. While he may not have been branded with the stigma of being unfilial or tyrannical, his path to power was paved with blood. 2 princes died, and countless corpses burned in this ominous place. Among the fallen, some had wielded poison, and the ash and fumes that filled the garden's air had contaminated the soil. It had become a dead wasteland, incapable of supporting even weeds. Teresa frowned. We could have restored this long ago, but His Majesty insisted it remains untouched. The king could have chosen to meet Rodril in a formal audience flanked by nobles, but he had instead opted for a simpler approach. Even without such formality, if Rodril restored this land, it would carry tremendously symbolic meaning. A new era under a new king, acknowledged even by Rodril. It's a perfect statement. A faint smile graced Teresa's lips. She was pleased to see she had chosen the right king to serve. Although his demeanor had been somewhat odd in recent days, she dismissed it as insignificant. Soon, the group arrived at the Western Garden. This is the place. Terra stepped into the garden's barren expanse. Despite its size, the area was desolate, devoid of mature trees or vegetation. Sparse, withering weeds grew amidst patches of blackened ash. The lifeless garden lay hollow and forsaken. Terra examined the ground and muttered, scorched earth. Normally, ash would enrich the soil, but the vitality here is so depleted. Perhaps it's haunted by the malice of the dead, Teresa suggested. Malice of the dead? No, it's poison. The soil has been contaminated. Terra swiftly assessed the situation and turned to Teresa. So you just want me to revive this garden? Not make it like other gardens? An earth spirit mage is an excellent gardener. Wouldn't any garden touched by Lady Terra be vibrant and beautiful regardless of its form? Indeed, no need to waste more time. Everyone, please step outside the garden. At Terra's gesture, the group retreated to the garden's perimeter. Soon after, Teresa would come to deeply regret her words. What is this? Moments later, Helmut turned his gaze toward Terra. Tremendous energy was converging upon the Western Garden. Typically, powerful magic draws in magical energy from the surrounding atmosphere. Magic is usually formed by combining one's own magical energy with surrounding energy. But this was different. Subtle tremors rippled through the ground as if the very earth's veins were channeling their strength into Terra. Roots extended from her, draining nearby water sources with alarming speed. Helmut couldn't shake an unsettling feeling. This much magic just to restore one garden. Chapter 330 Part 2. Teresa, sensing something amiss, called out loudly, Lady Terra, but no response came. Terra's magic had already begun. A deafening crack resounded. From the center of the garden, a massive tree erupted from the ground, its trunk sprawling across half the space. Branches shot skyward, spreading a dense canopy outward in mere moments. The sight was both awe-inspiring and terrifying, a phenomenon one might witness only once or twice in a lifetime. It was as though an eclipse had begun. Screams of confusion echoed from all directions. Thick foliage and sprawling limbs cast an immense shadow over the entire palace. Lady Terra, surprisingly, Aaliyah pulled her to safety, remarking coolly, "You've grown quite reckless. Jumping thoughtlessly into such magic could kill you." She made no effort to heal Teresa, who lay sprawled on the ground while the colossal tree consumed the palace. The Veneta royal palace was now plunged into darkness, the shadow of the tree stretching across the city. It was a scene straight out of legend. Sion conjured a light spirit to illuminate the scene and summed up the situation succinctly. "Wow, is this the power of the earth spirit? Truly amazing," Charlotte murmured in awe. Asuka, however, had a different reaction. "With this, we'll never run out of firewood. Spirit mages are ridiculous. Sion, can you do this too? If an earth spirit would contract with me, I could." Asuka tilted his head. "More than that, I thought this was supposed to be a deal. Isn't this picking a fight? Though I wonder if anyone could pick a fight after seeing this." "They're coming," Helmut warned. From the distance, people began converging on the scene. The king, knights, and mages rushed toward the towering tree. Restoring order seemed impossible. The tree's magnitude rendered it untouchable. Burning it would ignite the palace, and cutting it down would send debris crashing into the city. From the outside, Veneda's royal palace must look like a tree island. As the crowd gathered, Rodrill's party stood with their backs to the garden, prepared for confrontation. Helmut's hand moved to his sword, the blade he hadn't wielded in earnest since leaving the Forest of Roots. But before tensions could escalate, Terra emerged from the tree's luminous core, stepping out as though passing through a transparent wall. The tree's surface, however, remained solid and impenetrable. The king approached her and asked, "What is the meaning of this?" His tone was grave, his expression cold and firm. "Does my gift from Rodrill displease you?" Terra's serene smile remained unwavering. "This tree symbolizes my wish for your majesty to remain steadfast, like its mighty trunk, and for your reign to extend far and wide like its branches. Please accept it graciously." The king was momentarily speechless, staring at Terra in silence. Meanwhile, Teresa, groaning in pain, managed to rise from the ground. "Teresa!" Noticing her belatedly, the king rushed to her side and helped her up, heedless of the onlookers. His concern for Teresa was clear, his affection for her unmistakable. Yet Teresa, seemingly oblivious, focused her bewildered gaze on Terra. "What have you done to me?" Her voice was faint, strained. Terra's expression turned cold as she responded. "It may take years of recovery before you regain your magic. Didn't you know not to rashly interfere with magic from a mage stronger than yourself? It was an accident, yet not an unforeseen one." Teresa had made her choice, and now she faced the consequences. "My magic, how could you?" Teresa's face contorted with anguish. For a mage, especially one of her caliber, being deprived of magic was a devastating loss. But Terra showed no pity. "If you're talented, perhaps you can shorten the recovery time, but even the Duke of Fidelis may find it challenging." This was the price Teresa paid for attempting to use Rodrill for her own ends. And now she could only stare at Terra in despair. Chapter 331 Part 1 Was my mother always this kind of person? Cyan clicked his tongue as he observed the situation. The son was simply amazed to discover this new side of his mother. "Now that your majesty has received what you wanted, are you satisfied?" Terra smiled sweetly, almost mimicking Teresa's signature grin. Even the knights and soldiers around the king stood frozen, as if overwhelmed. She was facing them alone, as if she never needed any companions in the first place. Still supporting Teresa, the king opened his mouth heavily. "I understand your intentions. Withdraw your magic and your demands will be met." "Very well," Terra nodded readily. With this, she had gained the upper hand in the negotiations. She stepped back inside the tree. Walking through as if passing through a doorway, Terra reached the center and once again unleashed her magic. A bright green light spread out from the center. The massive tree began to shrink in an instant. Rumble. As if time was being reversed, the extended branches and thick leaves appeared to be sucked back into the tree's trunk. Light and the blue sky returned to the royal palace. And soon, in the western garden stood a massive tree that looked centuries old, its leaves fluttering. It was a mysteriously beautiful sight. Having completed her work, Terra smiled at the king and said, "Let's talk when you have time, since this situation is settled." Though brief, the tree's occupation of the palace had thrown the outside into chaos. It looked just like a demon king had appeared and cast a curse. Fortunately, since the tree had spread its branches so high, there was almost no damage to the palace. Apart from the sudden plunge into darkness and the collective blindness that ensued, no significant accidents occurred. It seems they managed to explain it away as a slight mistake during the casting of magic. A few hours later, they were gathered in the conference room around a large table. The exhausted king looked extremely tired by then. Teresa was absent, presumably having gone to receive treatment. "Now state your demands." "What I want is..." Terra demanded from the king a permanent document of non-interference and non-aggression bearing the royal seal. She considered indirect interference, like blocking all trade with surrounding villages as they had done this time, to be a violation as well. Future kings must not repeat similar actions. One demonstration of Rodrill's power was enough. The earth spirit wasn't meant to interfere in human affairs just to show off its power. The king readily accepted her demands. This much went according to plan. "Is this sufficient?" However, to the king's question, Terra shook her head. "Hardly, you're thinking too small. Rodrill also demands compensation for the direct and indirect damages caused by the Kingdom of Veneta." "How much?" The amount she named was enormous, equivalent to 1/3 of the national treasury. Even Cyan, who was listening from the side, was shocked. Has she developed expensive tastes while living luxuriously in the palace? Naturally, the King of Veneta wouldn't agree so easily. "If you thought I would accept this, you are gravely mistaken. Veneta experienced major turmoil just a year ago and we're still recovering from it. That's your majesty's circumstance, Veneta's circumstance. The child in the western garden is under my control. That child is capricious and stubborn. I'm not sure when it might decide to grow again on its own, perhaps even if it feels its existence is threatened." The implication was clear: comply with the deal or face the tree once more engulfing the palace. The king's expression grew cold in an instant. Is this a threat? You still don't realize that you have no choice, your majesty. At Tara's words, the king's gaze sharpened. You seem to think you have absolute advantage. Don't I? You monitored Green Khana, isolated it, committed petty acts like kidnapping villagers and brought Rodril all the way to the palace. Your majesty has taken all that you desired. Now it's time to pay the price. Tara wasn't doing this simply out of greed for wealth. Of course, this was an opportunity to legally extract money from the Kingdom of Veneta, and it wasn't entirely free of personal interest. But the most important reason was different. The King of Veneta had touched Green Khana's residence. To prevent such a thing from happening again, the King of Veneta needed to pay a painful price. Paying a price comes with losses. Since she couldn't physically strike the king, she would at least take his money. I cannot agree. Then your majesty will have to pay the price in another way. Tara stood up abruptly. Though the surrounding knights all reached for their swords, she had no intention of directly harming the king from the start. Why would she damage her bargaining partner? She could just grow the tree again and turn the entire palace into a garden just like before. Listen, I must show you a card I had no intention of playing. A card? The king gestured toward the door. It opened and a man walked in. Chapter 331 Part 2 Helmut's eyes narrowed. He recognized the man immediately, a trained swordsman's gait. Though the man's appearance was unfamiliar, his aura was unmistakable, a presence shrouded in ambiguity, his entire being steeped in a weighty atmosphere. He's gotten stronger. Even though he would be an opponent Helmut could finish in one strike, being incomparably stronger than he was 4 years ago, the man was still powerful. Talon. Helmut whispered that name in his mind. The leader of Hawkeye and a key figure in Black Hawk. He had one chance left to request information from him, one chance he couldn't waste carelessly. He had been thinking he should meet him soon, but he hadn't expected it to happen in this moment. Did he recognize me? Even though he had changed his appearance with magic, he didn't think Talon wouldn't recognize him. But Talon didn't give Helmut even a glance. His eyes were focused solely on Tara, the representative of Rodril. He greeted her politely with a gentle, relaxed tone. I am Talon of Black Hawk, Lady Tara of Rodril. Black Hawk, aren't you those underworld groups? I heard you started operating officially with recognition from the Kingdom of Veneta. If you know that, this will be faster. We deal in buying and selling information. Information. That word sounded particularly meaningful. We exist in the darkness, and thus can access information that hasn't spread in the light. This information is advantageous to some and disadvantageous to others, but what's certain is the value that information holds. Whether big or small, unknown information always has value. Information from the darkness that others shouldn't know. Until recently, Rodril had no such secrets, but now they did. Because her troublemaker son, Cyan, had brought it all with him, Tara asked slowly. So what do you know? Tara almost unconsciously glanced at Helmut, if what they were talking about was Helmut. The positions in this negotiation could instantly reverse. The scale that had been tipping in Tara's favor would at least become balanced. It would be fortunate if it didn't tip the other way. Talon paused briefly. His eyes remained perfectly calm. Talon's hand moved. The granddaughter of Archmage Hike, the enemy of the temple. His finger pointed precisely at Aaliyah, who sat there in disguise. Caught off guard by the sudden situation, Aaliyah's eyes widened. Talon posed a simple question. If the temple learns that she is among Rodril's party, what do you think they will think about Rodril? An expression of dismay crossed Tara's face. She had completely forgotten about Aaliyah. Everyone had. Helmut was also an issue, but even if they didn't bring him up, there were many other points they could use against them. Charlotte, the Duchess of Reynosa who had left Greta Academy, was another one. Though her existence alone wasn't enough reason for blackmail, Aaliyah's case was different. Charlotte had no enemies, but Aaliyah had one, the temple itself, an immensely powerful adversary. Even the temple wouldn't dare to. Tara's voice trailed off. That was because even she couldn't be certain about this issue. Archmage Hike's residence remains unknown. The temple tracked her but failed to capture her. So they targeted her blood relatives instead. That meant Hike's bloodline. The temple is unyielding when it comes to those they consider sinners. Once they realized they couldn't catch Hike herself, they had killed her children. That's why Aaliyah had become an orphan. There had been considerable resistance, and the temple had lost many troops. But the temple still hadn't withdrawn their designation of Hike as a sinner. The temple at least didn't hesitate to pay the price. They would eliminate those they needed to eliminate, no matter the cost, even if their opponent was Rodril. That was what the temple called their sacred duty. To them, such confrontations were holy wars, a divine obligation. Moreover, hadn't Hike recently caused friction with the temple? Hike was a witch who had threatened the sacred barrier. They announced that she was a target that must be eliminated with absolute priority. If the temple learns of this, they will undoubtedly question Rodril's ties to Hike. No excuses will suffice. And unlike Veneta, they won't show mercy. When Teresa reported Aaliyah's presence, the king immediately summoned Talon. Both the king of Veneta and Talon had kept this method as a last resort with no intention of using it. But when the matter involved an enormous sum equivalent to one-third of the national treasury, it was different. It was worth bringing up for negotiations. Though they weren't sure how a fight between Rodril and the temple would affect Veneta, and while they weren't keen on the temple freely entering and leaving Veneta's territory using Rodril as an excuse, it wouldn't be bad for Veneta if the temple permanently removed Rodril. Even though it was practically equivalent to waging war and thus a strategy they couldn't choose lightly. To Terra, who had lost her words, the king asked steadily, "Now, are you willing to reconsider the terms of our deal?" After looking back and forth between the king and Talon briefly, Terra sat back down. Chapter 332 Part 1. The negotiations with the king of Veneta were left entirely to Terra. It was Grinkana's matter, after all. The rest of the group had agreed not to intervene unless something serious happened. But Aaliyah couldn't help but ask, "How did you know I'm Hike's granddaughter?" Talon answered calmly. "You disguised yourself as a man and hid your identity at the academy because someone was after you. It's not easy to make enemies at such a young age, so it must be an inherited antagonistic relationship. Silver hair and purple eyes. A talented mage with striking features. Magic may not be absolute, but it is an inherited talent. Blood doesn't lie. With some digging, it wasn't hard to figure out. From someone who deals in buying and selling information, it wouldn't make sense if they couldn't figure out that much." A sharp light crossed the purple eyes that stared at Talon. She didn't like becoming someone's weakness, especially in such an unexpected way. Was it a problem that Teresa discovered she was a woman? Or was it problematic from the moment her existence was discovered? She had thought Teresa couldn't have reached that conclusion so quickly. The problem wasn't Teresa, there was a solution. Should we wipe them all out? Though Veneta wasn't known as a military power, the knights protecting the king weren't to be taken lightly. But she was confident. With Helmut and Alaga by her side, she could do it. She could silence both the king of Veneta and Talon, ensuring no one could speak of this. However, Terra had already taken her seat again, signaling her decision. Aaliyah clenched her fists tightly. "Even if we silence these two, we probably can't prevent that information from reaching the temple. They weren't careless enough to bring up such information without taking minimum precautions." Terra couldn't choose open war with the temple, not with Grinkana to protect. The king of Veneta seemed to understand that she couldn't take extreme measures because of this, but Terra hadn't completely given up. If I don't like the king's terms, she could retaliate in other ways. An earth spirit mage had many methods at her disposal. However, when she saw the compensation the king offered, even those thoughts disappeared. While it wasn't a sum large enough to dent the national budget, it was comparable to the rewards given to high-ranking nobles for meritorious service. He's not trying to brush this off with just threats. Sincerity isn't shown just through words, but through the size of the amount. It was quite a substantial compensation. The king had his own idea of reasonable compensation. The amount wasn't small, and Terra realized he hadn't intended to drive them away with mere pocket change. Unlike Teresa, who had thought too lightly of Rodril, the king had prepared for other possibilities. Terra glanced at the king and thought, he's not someone who takes losses easily. Even if Teresa made a mistake, he had prepared measures to deal with it. Perhaps because he had struggled to ascend to the throne, he was meticulous about details. No matter how extraordinary Rodril might be, its power had rarely been displayed. Groups tend to look down on individuals, and kings are usually overbearing, but his attitude wasn't like that. He wanted this issue resolved without further provoking Rodril. Terra returned the document the king had handed her and said, "Your Majesty, it seems Veneta has a bright future under your rule." After all, a king willing to engage in meaningful dialogue, especially with Grinkana's concerns, could only be a good thing. The king, too, understood that Rodril had no desire for prolonged entanglements with Veneta. "I'll take that as a compliment, and I must admit I was deeply impressed by the power you displayed. If it impressed you, then I trust Rodril's power will never again be exercised in Veneta. As a servant of the Earth Spirit, I wield power not meant for the human realm, nor for anyone's greed or personal desires." The Earth Spirit was an entity comparable to Lumen. But while Lumen had countless followers, the Earth Spirit had only one contractor. Though there were limits to utilizing all that power as a human, its might was still imaginable. However, that power could only be used when necessary. If Terra misused that power, the Earth Spirit would break the contract and reduce her to an ordinary mage. While it was usually difficult for a spirit to unilaterally break an established contract, the Earth Spirit was an entity free from such restrictions. The king nodded. "I understand your position. I had hoped our discussions could be smoother and more pleasant, but alas, they were not. As do I. If you're not planning to leave the palace immediately, would you give me a chance to make amends?" As the host, I don't wish for my guests to leave with unpleasant memories. Tara responded to this proposal more quickly than any other answer she had given. Gladly. Chapter 332, Part 2. So you were serious about wanting to live in the palace? Cyan narrowed his eyes. After their final conversation, they were moved to guest quarters for receiving state visitors. In other words, better accommodations than before. They said a farewell banquet would be prepared for them tomorrow. While their visit had been unofficial until now, they said they would record it in official documents. Tara's face naturally lit up. From her perspective, it was a deal with no downsides. Although they had been challenged and received compensation for it, they had only gained things. Tara shot a glance at Cyan. If you're not capable enough to let your mother live in luxury, why don't you just stay quiet while your mother enjoys some extravagance? Are you suggesting I should get a job as a royal mage somewhere? Cyan felt wronged. It wasn't that he couldn't get a job due to lack of ability. His skills would be welcomed anywhere. He just had a temporary gap while helping his friend. Moreover, Cyan had more talent as a mage than anyone else in Rodril. Since the Earth Spirit chooses the most talented mage among Rodril's bloodline, he would become the next Earth Spirit contractor after Tara. The succession wouldn't necessarily wait until Tara's death. It could happen at any time. The timeline depended entirely on the Earth Spirit's will. Besides, once contracted with the Earth Spirit, you couldn't take any jobs elsewhere and had to stay in Greencana anyway. His career path was practically predetermined. Tara clicked her tongue. It would be better than being jobless and not earning any money like now, after graduating from Greta Academy no less. What a waste of tuition. I was second in the magic department, you know. I was second from admission and received scholarships for all 6 years, so what waste of tuition? I only paid the admission fee. Cyan pointed out the facts as if dumbfounded. Though it stung a bit that he had always been second, thinking positively, there must have been someone who never managed to get above third place because of him. Tara retorted as if unwilling to back down. But you still received an allowance, didn't you? While he had received some financial support, mages rarely struggled economically, and Rodril was more than comfortable financially. Cyan went straight on the offensive. And how were your grades at Greta Academy, Mom? How could I remember something from so many years ago? Stop making noise and be quiet. I need to think about something. She blocked unfavorable conversations. It was a good tactic. Like the model student he was, Cyan didn't push further and just replied with dissatisfaction. Yes, yes. Watching this little drama unfold beside them, Helmut looked at Aaliyah. Aaliyah had been furrowing her brow and seemed to be intensely thinking about something, probably something like plans for Black Hawk's destruction. Though Talon was capable, he had picked the wrong opponent. Aaliyah was the type who would definitely retaliate against those who crossed her, no matter how long it took. Do whatever you want with Black Hawk, but you're not planning to act immediately, are you? Aaliyah responded slowly. Yes. Black Hawk, didn't you have something to discuss with that Talon guy? Yes, and they'll probably try to make contact. Helmut spoke in a low voice. When leaving the conference room earlier, he had made eye contact with Talon. It was intentional on their part. Helmut realized it, that Talon knew who he was. Talon moved his lips. Night, Helmut understood. He meant to make contact tonight. It was fortunate as he had something to say to him as well. The king tried to make them stay longer, saying he wanted his guests to leave in good spirits. Helmut didn't think he was excluded from that decision. Despite knowing who I am, he mentioned Aaliyah instead, even though Helmut would have been more useful as a target for blackmail. Did they not know Helmut was of Renosa's bloodline? That was possible, but Talon's silence about Helmut wasn't for that reason. A gesture of goodwill, Blackhawk seemingly wished to avoid antagonizing Helmut, and that's why they offered him 3 pieces of information in the past as a gesture of goodwill. This time, too, they showed their intention not to touch Helmut, at least. Of course, they had picked the wrong target. But Black Hawk didn't know that targeting Aaliyah was as dangerous as targeting Helmut himself. Once they do, they'll pay for it. Even Helmut couldn't guess why Talon acted this way when 4 years ago, he had been nothing more than an exceptionally skilled swordsman for his age. Though Talon must know that if Helmut hadn't been idle, he would be stronger than he was 4 years ago. Aaliyah raised her eyebrows and asked, "Are you telling me to stay out of it? I'm not a child, Aaliyah." It was frustrating enough that Alaga treated him as a weakling, but couldn't this much be left to him? He had always handled conversations with Talon alone anyway. Aaliyah nodded. "You'll handle it. Yes, I'll tell you about it when it's over." "All right." Aaliyah accepted readily and their conversation ended there. Now Helmut just had to wait, while doing what he always did, sword training. And as expected, late that night, someone approached Helmut as he was swinging his sword alone in the training ground. Chapter 333 Part 1. It's been a while, have you been well? Helmut, lowering his sword, stared at the man who had discreetly approached him. Strictly speaking, they weren't particularly close or familiar with each other. Though their first meeting had been unique, they hadn't encountered each other since except when making contact for information. However, Talon's impression had been powerful enough to be etched in Helmut's memory. Helmut, only when his name left Talon's lips did Helmut finally respond, "I don't think we're on terms to exchange such greetings. Is this current appearance magic, like when you were in Basser?" If Teresa Fidelis couldn't notice, it would have been difficult for me to notice too. 4 years is more than enough time for someone to rot away and vanish. Are you disappointed that I didn't rot away and disappear? No, I'm just disappointed I can't see your original appearance after growing up due to magic. It was a somewhat strange response that made him feel odd. It sounded like something Ethan Kudrow would say. Talon continued, "You still have one piece of information left. I know. I thought you'd forgotten, or perhaps mistakenly believed you'd used all three. It's been 4 years since you requested the second piece of information. I suppose I had no information I wanted to know during those 4 years. That was true. Having been betrayed and abandoned in the Forest of Roots, what else would he want to know? It's not like Talon knew how to get out of the Forest of Roots anyway. I see it differently." A peculiar light flickered in Talon's eyes. "Perhaps you were in a situation where you couldn't ask me anything during those 4 years. Instead of denying it, Helmut responded, "There wasn't anything I wanted to know, but now I do have something to ask. I'll answer since you still have one left, but before that," Talon turned his head and pointed in a direction. "A certain distinguished individual is waiting. I'd like you to follow me." "Fine," Helmut agreed readily. The reason was simple: he intended to destroy whatever they had prepared. Besides, Rodril, Aaliyah, and Alaga were nearby. Whatever tricks they might try wouldn't work. Meow. As they left the training ground following Talon, suddenly a white cat appeared. It was Alaga. He tilted his head at Talon and Helmut, then secretly sent a message to Helmut in a low voice. "What's with this guy? You're following him so naively, you weakling." Being called weak always felt unpleasant, especially when it wasn't true. Naturally, he couldn't respond to Alaga with Talon watching. Alaga kept meowing while following Helmut, who continued walking without stopping. "Hey, I'm coming too." And without waiting for Helmut's permission, he climbed up his body and settled on his shoulder. Seeing this, Talon merely made a light comment. "What an affectionate cat." Alaga, who had been called affectionate for the first time in his life, let out a raspy cough, but the cat's reaction was beyond Talon's interest. In any case, carrying the cat, they passed through several checkpoints and soon reached their destination. It was a spacious room. Rather than a conference room or office, it seemed more like a private space without a single document on the table. This was, therefore, an unofficial meeting. As they entered, a man who had been looking out the window with his hands behind his back turned around. "Welcome." Helmut, who hadn't even greeted him, responded coldly. "You ignored me earlier." Helmut now knew he was the king. Though he wasn't speaking informally, he wasn't being particularly respectful either. "That was a meeting meant for Rodril. Then why did you summon me?" "Out of curiosity." Davis, king of Veneta, looked at Helmut as if observing him. One thing was certain: the king harbored no goodwill towards Helmut. But it wasn't outright hostility either. The reason remained unclear. However, what was certain was that if he had intended to eliminate Helmut, he wouldn't have summoned him so carelessly. "Talon must have told you about my skills." "Indeed, he said my guard knights wouldn't be able to protect me, yet he called me anyway, which means he knows I won't strike first if only because of Rodril. What do you want?" "I was curious about you as a person." "I have no intention of working for anyone." Helmut cut to the chase. He had no intention of entertaining offers to become someone's subordinate. Even Darien, who was from Basser, became the knight commander in Basser because of his origins, not because he was the type to serve under someone. And Helmut was even more so. After all, he was even the son of the Grand Duke of Renosa. Chapter 333 Part 2, I don't want you to work for me either. One shouldn't keep subordinates who can't be controlled. Then why? How much do you know about me? Helmut briefly considered why he should even engage in this conversation. But to have a smooth conversation with Talon, he needed to finish this dialogue with the king first. After all, the king was essentially Talon's superior. Alaga was already yawning widely beside him. 1 year ago, you won the succession war and ascended the throne. Originally, you were the prince furthest from the line of succession. I hear you have a reputation for being clever and capable. Seems like public opinion of me is better than I thought. Despite killing my siblings to claim the throne, victory often comes with sacrifices. The king's expression changed instantly. No, I never desired the throne, but I had no choice. I did it to survive. No matter how marginalized a prince might be, they can't avoid becoming a target when the succession war intensifies. Especially someone like Davis, a prince with excellent qualities, would naturally catch everyone's eye. The throne wasn't a matter of wanting it or not for him. It was simply a fate imposed on him for being born of royal blood. However, he lacked power. Though there were nobles who secretly supported him, that alone wasn't enough. Lacking a strong faction, he'd had no choice but to rely on Teresa Fidelis. She had helped him claim the throne. Teresa thought she had chosen Davis, but it was Davis who had made her choose him. You probably don't know how special Teresa Fidelis is to me. One could fall in love with a woman who helped in the most difficult times. Helmut, even before Aaliyah came to save him, and even during his academy days, could understand this. However, at the next words, "So you should understand why I dislike you," Helmut was momentarily speechless. Davis's eyes were cold. Then it clicked: his dislike for Aaliyah and for Helmut shared the same source, Teresa, yet neither issue had anything to do with Helmut's own intentions or will. Meow, Alaga's eyes sparkled. This was turning into an intriguing tale. Helmut, meanwhile, was flustered by the sudden entanglement in what seemed to be a love triangle, to the point where he hadn't been this shaken in recent memory. Helmut tried to explain. "I have no relationship with her. If anything, we were merely senior and junior at the academy." Talon tells a different story. He says there were rumors about you and her during your academy days. "I don't know about any rumors, but there was nothing between us and I was seeing someone else." Helmut had enough sense to know he shouldn't mention that Teresa had pursued him. But it seems Teresa didn't think that way. If it had been Asuka, he would have already caused a scene. Helmut was at a loss for words. "When I visited the training ground, she also appeared. I doubt it was a coincidence." Davis's gaze was intense, as if he might burn Helmut alive. Helmut had committed no crime other than existing at this point. Being handsome, perhaps, was the only fault he could claim. "What did she say to you?" Telling the truth straightforwardly might make it seem like there had been something more between them. In any case, Helmut didn't want to make an enemy of the King of Veneta, whom he couldn't kill right now. "She has no feelings for me and was merely curious about why I was here. She said she would investigate me if necessary for Veneta's sake, that's all," Helmut quickly added. "I'll be leaving soon anyway." Once he left with Rodril, there would be no further issues. However, naturally, this wasn't the only reason why the King of Veneta had summoned him. The king slowly opened his mouth. "I'm also curious, why would a descendant of Reynosa appear in my kingdom?" Helmut's expression changed the moment he understood the implication. His hand instinctively reached for his sword. The king spoke with certainty, and Helmut didn't know whether he was truly certain or not. What mattered was that Helmut had shown a reaction to those words. The prodigy swordsman who boasted the highest skill at merely 15 years old at Greta Academy. Disappeared from Reynosa, missing for 4 years, and now reappears in our kingdom of Veneta. The king's eyes gleamed coldly. "Wouldn't it be stranger if I, as king, wasn't curious about what purpose you had in entering my territory? Especially if you're of Reynosa's hidden bloodline." Chapter 334 Part 1. I almost missed something. Sword Saint Darien's disciple. Helmut's gaze shifted to Talon, who stood aside. He had expected Black Hawk to have noticed something about him, so this was merely to gauge how much. How much had Talon told the king about him? The temple, the seat of darkness, the forest of roots. Had they gone that far? Even with close cooperation between the King of Veneta and Black Hawk, it would be difficult to expect complete truth from someone like Talon. The king had not mentioned the temple. "Is there anything incorrect in what I said?" Instead of denying, Helmut answered briefly. "I merely had business with Rodril." In situations where denial or admission could yield valuable information to opponents, silence was the most effective response. And what mattered wasn't who he was, but his purpose for being in Veneta. And his purpose, it wasn't much of a secret. "Then why did you come all this way following Rodril, in case you tried to assassinate Rodril?" Helmut countered. "Black Hawk is here and they specialize in such matters. I am the King of Veneta, I don't use such petty methods." Anger clouded the king's face. Alaga, entirely unfazed by the tension, yawned while glancing back and forth between the two. "Why are you just moving your mouths? Fight already." He seemed to expect that. "And what would you do if I had other intentions?" Helmut's eyes turned cold. "You speak quite boldly for someone too weak to withstand even my first strike." Helmut grabbed the king's collar with murderous intent. With a chilling glare, Helmut grabbed the king by the collar and hoisted him into the air. "If you weren't the King of Veneta, you'd already be dead." That fact was precisely why both the king and Talon had summoned Helmut here. Of course, Helmut had no intention of killing the king, but with only one witness, he could teach him a lesson. "Meow," Alaga meowed as if disappointed that it ended at just that. Talon, who had been watching the conversation, stepped forward with apparent concern. "That's enough. As you said, he is the King of Veneta. Didn't you come here to talk?" Helmut released his grip. The king, remarkably, maintained his balance. Standing in place, he reached up to rub his neck. His face, which had briefly turned pale under Helmut's oppressive killing intent, was recovering its color. He had held up surprisingly well. For someone who wasn't a proper swordsman to withstand a Sword Saint-level swordsman's killing intent and remain standing, perhaps it was the unique spirit of royalty. "There's someone even weaker than you. How can a king be so weak?" Alaga prattled thoughtlessly from the side. Just as the king seemed about to speak again, the door swung open and a woman burst into the room. "Your Majesty," the king's expression turned flustered upon seeing her. "Teresa, your condition." His pure-hearted concern for her condition even after having his life threatened was touching, but the person in question showed little interest in the king's feelings. Teresa crossed her arms and demanded answers. Did you summon him here because of your petty jealousy, your majesty? I knew something was off when you started interrogating me about what I discussed with him. She spoke as if the king had been persecuting Helmut. Though it was he who had his collar grabbed, as king these words felt unjust. No, there were suspicious points about him. But before the king could finish speaking, Teresa cut him off angrily. After all my explanations, you couldn't trust me and had to cross-check with him. How could you? This is an insult to me as well. Teresa, that's not what I, the king, who hadn't been particularly nervous even before Helmut, now fumbled as he reached out toward her. Ilaga tilted his head and muttered from the side, this human female must be stronger than you. That's definitely how one acts toward someone stronger. Perhaps, Helmut thought. After all, he himself couldn't overpower Aaliyah, so he could somewhat empathize with the king's plight. Strangely, this realization made him feel more sympathetic toward the king. The argument between Teresa and the king eventually escalated to the breaking point. Teresa pulled away from him dramatically and declared, I need to reconsider our engagement. Teresa, the king was shocked, but Helmut was also somewhat surprised. She was the king's fiancée, or was this recently decided? More than that, Helmut couldn't understand why he was stuck watching the Veneta king quarrel with his fiancée. It made no sense. Anyway, tears welled up in Teresa's eyes. Chapter 334 Part 2. After all, your majesty doesn't trust me, and I'll be useless to you while I can't use magic. You're intelligent and have already been of great help to me, magic or not. You will continue to be. A mage who cannot use magic cannot represent House Fidelis. Father will use this as an excuse to strip me of all authority. Then you'll stand beside me as the Queen of Veneta. Isn't that enough? If you wish, I will have all my promises put into writing by dawn. Your majesty, what I need is your trust. If I don't trust you, whom would I trust? The king wrapped his arms around Teresa's shoulders. She looked up at him with tear-filled eyes. As the atmosphere suddenly turned warm and embarrassing, Ilaga made retching sounds most uncharacteristic for a cat. It was poor acting. Wiping away her tears, Teresa spoke firmly. Still, you must have it notarized. Very well. When the king agreed, Teresa embraced him and shot a triumphant look at Talon. Of course, it was a look the king couldn't see. Helmut, who had briefly wondered if the king preferred men given Teresa's concern about Talon, soon found another answer. The king's scale was divided between Teresa Fidelis and Black Hawk. Teresa had initiated the Rodril matter, while Black Hawk had brought new information and resolved it. Given the circumstances, the king's trust would naturally tilt toward Black Hawk. Teresa, now unable to use magic, must have felt as though everything she had worked for was crumbling beneath her. After all, Teresa had strongly advocated using Rodril, and while she had achieved some results, she had made the king negotiate with Rodril at considerable cost. If the king hadn't discovered information about Aaliyah through Black Hawk, the negotiations might not have happened at all. Everything she had done stemmed from her desire to achieve merit. She had been top of the magic department. She had continued to advance after returning to Veneta. She was the type who couldn't stand anything less than achieving and being acknowledged as the best. Even Helmut could clearly see her intentions. Teresa must have known for a while that the king had feelings for her. So she plans to grasp power through means other than being a mage. For Teresa, who had become disadvantaged in her competition with Black Hawk due to temporarily losing her magic abilities, this was the best choice to maintain power. Whether she had planned this from the beginning or not was unclear. As queen, there would be no higher position unless she attempted to usurp the throne. Talon muttered quietly as if to himself. What an impressive young lady. Helmut silently agreed. Beside him, Ilaga murmured, What, so who won? Was it a draw? Was it a negotiation? He was still far from understanding humans. The king of Veneta gently pushed Teresa aside and said, Teresa, regardless, I'd like to finish my conversation with our guest. Are you asking about last night? Is there something I'm not aware of? Teresa's eyes narrowed. Talon quickly intervened. I've already briefed the king on the information I uncovered. Why don't you listen together? The king turned directly to Helmut. Are you preparing for revenge? Is that why you sought out Rodril? Preparing for revenge? It sounded strange. Did revenge mean plunging a knife into the heart of the mother who had abandoned him? However, Helmut didn't want to do that. He recalled the voice he had heard as a very young child, the voice that had led him out of the forest of roots. That voice, despite all the betrayal, had shaped who he was today. Though Helmut's past and present might have once been wrapped in terrible despair, they weren't filled solely with misfortune. Even though Margaret had not wanted Helmut's appearance and had betrayed and abandoned him. The king observed Helmut's expression and slowly shook his head. That's not it, you're still wavering, uncertain of your path. Is that why you summoned me? Helmut changed his tone again and spoke stiffly. I was curious. What choice the forsaken bloodline of Reynosa would make. I have not yet made my choice. The king stepped closer to Helmut. His voice was low, almost a whisper, but if my experience is any guide, you'll come to know. No, perhaps you already know, serious eyes, eyes filled with wisdom and understanding gained through countless experiences. There's only one way to protect yourself in the end, to fight and claim what's yours. Such was the destiny often thrust upon royalty. The Grand Duke of Renosa was royalty who ruled the Principality of Renosa, and Helmut was a member of the royal family. Even if that authority had been stripped away, they couldn't deny the blood flowing through his veins. But you don't know that I carry the seed of darkness. Because of that, the king didn't know that Helmut had the temple as an enemy. He seemed not to know. How then could he and Helmut be the same? Whether in position or justification, Davis was far better off than Helmut, but the king continued lightly. And you have more than I do, exceptional swordsmanship companions too, don't you? I was fortunate that she appeared in my life. He glanced at Teresa with a smile which she returned. It was a brief conversation but one that conveyed much. Chapter 335 Part 1. Whatever choice I make is none of your business, and you can rest assured that I have no interest in Veneta. That's short-sighted thinking, the king laughed. You never know, I might be able to help you. You, Helmut responded with slight hesitation. Yes, what I mean is. The king's eyes grew notably serious. Veneta could support the bloodline of Renosa in their pursuit of rightful claims. The moment he understood those words, Helmut raised his eyebrows. So that was the objective from the start. It seems the king also needed time and opportunity to evaluate Helmut. The king of Veneta wasn't idle or foolish enough to scrutinize Helmut just out of sheer jealousy. He's even joined hands with Black Hawk. Black Hawk was a famous criminal organization across the continent. Strangely enough, the temple paid little attention to them, meaning they rarely found themselves officially targeted. However, any ruler aware of Black Hawk's activities or members would hesitate to openly align with them. Regardless of their usefulness or trustworthiness, prejudice would naturally precede them. Davis was practical enough to make such bold choices. He was someone who had risen to this position with nothing to begin with. If he hadn't been the type to take risks, he probably couldn't have ascended to the throne. W8. Then Helmut is from Renosa, so he was related by blood to Charlotte. No wonder Charlotte followed him all the way here. Teresa, who hadn't yet properly investigated Helmut, covered her mouth and muttered. Judging by her rapidly moving eyes, she seemed to be recalling information about Helmut and making all sorts of assumptions. Helmut responded coldly. Renosa doesn't even border Veneta. How much help could Veneta provide in such a situation? Even if they sent soldiers, they couldn't avoid crossing other countries' borders. Even if they took the mountain route, they would have to cross territories belonging to other countries. That would risk conflicts with other nations. The difficulty in deploying military force meant there was no guarantee that the king of Veneta could secure his own benefits. If Helmut accepted help and then washed his hands of it, Veneta would have no recourse. But the king still maintained his relaxed smile. Don't assume my support only means military assistance. The power of a king extends far beyond just that. Are you saying you'll just cheer me on? At that moment, the king's expression turned peculiar. Talon's shoulders shook and Alaga sneezed as if choking. Only Teresa, busy with her thoughts, failed to properly hear his words. Alaga, who had finally stopped coughing, said to Helmut, "Hey, that was meant to be funny, right? It worked." It was really funny. It seemed the cat couldn't laugh, so it had sneezed instead of trying to hold it in. The king asked incredulously, "Would my cheering be of any help?" "No, it would be pointless and serve only to boost your own ego." "Ha ha," the king burst out laughing. Alaga started sneezing again furiously. Kalok, stop it, I'm dying here. Are you trying to expose my true identity?" Though that wasn't his intention at all. Helmut had to contemplate what part of his serious response was causing such laughter. The king spoke again. "Take some time to think it over. Just remember that the king of Veneta can offer his support." What the king didn't know, however, was that aiding Helmut, who was publicly wanted by the temple, would inevitably turn the temple against him. The temple wouldn't attack Veneta itself, but might replace its ruler. After all, there would be many in Veneta who would follow the temple's will. There was no reason for Veneta to help Helmut at the cost of making an enemy of the temple. But I'll keep it in mind. It was the first time someone had extended their hand first. Even if the intention wasn't pure, it wasn't meaningless. A calculated offer was easier to accept than one veiled in false kindness. Besides, it gave Helmut an idea. A vague plan began to form in his mind, no more than a rough outline for now. Helmut responded, still in a cold tone. "That help would come with a price, I assume." Chapter 335 Part 2. Helmut didn't believe in anything being free in this world. The king's expression became meaningful. "Depending on the scale of help, it might be a price worth paying. You should think about that first." The king tilted his head slightly, observing Helmut carefully as he spoke. Interesting, my first impression was wrong. You're not undecided. You already know what needs to be done. You know the right choice and that you must act on it. You're simply lacking the motivation to follow through. It was a bare and precise observation that hit the mark. The most crucial preparation is mental, preparing your heart. The king pressed his chest firmly, exactly where his heart was located. You don't seem the type to be pushed into action, but when your heart is ready, you'll act. Helmut said nothing in response. Still, the king of Veneta's words struck a chord. His insight felt uncomfortably close to the truth. Helmut's insides churned uneasily. Alaga, oblivious to the mood, commented bluntly, "He's treating you like a weakling. Giving you advice, even, that weak human sees you as inferior." For a moment, Helmut had to consider whether throwing this snarky white cat against the wall would reveal its true form or not. The king turned his attention directly to Teresa. "Shall we take our leave?" "Yes, your majesty, I still don't understand what's going on here, so I feel like I need more time to process this." Teresa replied coldly, suspicion lacing her tone. She had clearly realized there were conversations between the king and Talon that she wasn't privy to. Naturally, the king wasn't obligated to share every decision or piece of information with her. Still, Teresa pushed for answers and the king looked troubled as he tried to explain. "I was going to tell you, but you were injured. I didn't have time to think about it." "No, before that." "Did you not have time to tell me before the incident with Rodril?" Her tone made it clear she wouldn't let this go easily. While she had shifted her focus toward becoming queen, she wouldn't accept being sidelined by Black Hawk. "I'll explain outside, there are others here." "Fine." The king led Teresa out of the room. It seemed the arrangement had been pre-coordinated with Talon. Though the king didn't fully trust Black Hawk, he must have judged that Talon had no reason to conspire with Helmut against Veneta. Only then did Talon, who had been standing like a shadow in the corner, step forward. Finally, it was time to face him. Alaga raised his spine towards Talon. "Kaijang, who's this guy? He looks stronger than the king, be careful. If something happens, I'll step in, so don't worry too much." Helmut really wanted to throw Alaga, but it was tragic that he was rational enough to realize he shouldn't. As Helmut's expression hardened slightly, Talon spoke first, his tone mild. "Understand, he's currently my superior. You only shared the information you knew. They weren't the kind of relationship where loyalty could be expected anyway." Talon had no obligation to protect information about Helmut. He had expected it would leak anyway. "Do you want to ask for the third and final piece of information?" "The final one." It was a clear message, there would be no fourth. "Yes, but the information I want isn't something you can investigate." "Oh, instead answer the questions I ask right here. Isn't it just one question? It's more than one, but they shouldn't be difficult to answer. Besides, you might gain something from my questions." After a moment of silence, Talon responded, "Fine, let's do that, but I won't answer questions I can't answer. Sometimes there are facts that one can't reveal even at the cost of death." Helmut nodded and went straight to questioning. "How much do you know about me? I only consider things I'm certain about as information. Tell me what you suspect too, even if you're not certain." "Renosa brought in the temple to attack you." "The temple, not mages. They demand a greater price than mages. And especially the high priests don't move on a large scale for human greed. They only move for their mission." Talon's tone was slow. Helmut listened carefully to the words coming from his mouth. "They stepped in because they thought you were a harmful existence to the temple. I don't know the reason. However, there are rumors that the Sword Saint's disappearance in Bassar was the temple's doing, so I think you, as the Sword Saint's disciple, must have been a thorn in the temple's side." "How did you know I was the Sword Saint's disciple?" "Simple. Because you inherited the Sword Saint's assets. A massive fortune, and contrary to what people think, banks aren't that secure." Helmut's suspicion that Black Hawk might be connected to Renosa or Michael was dispelled. "Well, Michael may be vile, but he's an elegant fellow. Unlike the King of Veneta, he's the legitimate heir with a stable foundation. Having already built his own information network, he has no reason to risk damaging his reputation by dealing with Black Hawk." "Continue. If there's a way for the temple to remove someone from the world, there's only one. You were sent to the Forest of Roots 4 years ago, and that's why you disappeared." Though he hadn't guessed everything, it was the correct answer. Helmut wondered if Talon could read confirmation from him. Talon continued speaking quietly. "But the fact that you're here means you got out of the Forest of Roots. That's impossible by human common sense. That's why I didn't tell the king about it. It had been 1,000 years since the sacred barrier was erected. It was a barrier that had never been breached even once. Even if there had been an anomaly in the sacred barrier, Black Hawk couldn't know about it. Because their intelligence network would come solely from human sources after all." Chapter 336 Part 1. If the temple makes an obvious move toward the barrier, even Black Hawk will notice. The anomaly in the barrier. As he had glimpsed through the spirit of Rodril, Helmut hadn't forgotten that the phenomenon was ongoing. "How did you know I was of Renosa's bloodline?" "You resemble the Grand Duke of Renosa, and Renosa tried to eliminate you." If the Grand Duchess of Renosa gets involved in eliminating a mere academy student while the Grand Duke is absent, it must be because you're someone significant enough. Helmut remained silent while meeting Talon's gaze. A Sword Saint's disciple and an exceptional swordsman. A new heir who could threaten the position of the current heirs of Renosa, a daughter skilled with the sword and a frail son. The Grand Duchess of Renosa is known for her gentle and compassionate demeanor, but that's only possible because her foundation is solid. After all, she is still a member of Renosa and a noble. Talon immediately thrust forward with another question. Are you the illegitimate child of the Grand Duke of Renosa? If he confirmed it was true, it would be a lie, and if he denied it, Talon would form another hypothesis. Helmut chose not to answer that question. I'm the one asking questions, finding out the answers is your business. Very well, do you have another question? Why did Black Hawk join hands with the King of Veneta to step into the light? Why try to step into the light? Isn't Black Hawk an organization that can't be touched because it stays in the shadows? Revealing themselves would inevitably draw retaliation from someone. Black Hawk was a group bearing original sin. Quite a few of its members were wanted criminals. Mercenaries who abandoned their clients and fled, criminals, thugs, how many people would welcome them? It was shocking enough that the King of Veneta had joined hands with them. This decision had politically burdened the king, as he now had to shoulder the consequences of aligning with such a notorious group, because it's everyone's wish. Talon responded simply. The desire to walk proudly under the sun is human nature. Black Hawk has accumulated enough power to protect itself even if it emerges from the shadows into the light. Didn't you consider that failure could collapse the entire Black Hawk organization? Risk is inevitable. The greater the ambition, the greater the accompanying danger. But while we've assessed the risks, we've never shied away. This is something worth the gamble. We've prepared for failure, but we focus on how to succeed. This one has quite a positive mindset. Alaga muttered with a bored expression. Helmut was quietly listening to Talon's words. Talon suddenly mumbled, I know what you want to ask me. His eyes gained intensity. Talon spoke in a firmer tone than before. Power is a right. We have power, so we seek new rights. Rights are won through struggle and maintained through strength, and when you protect your rights, you protect yourself, Talon asked. Helmut, what rights do you have? It wasn't about succession rights he should have rightfully had as Renosa's heir or the Grand Duke's legitimate child. The right to live as a human in the human world. This was the most desperate right for Helmut, who had been driven into the forest of roots for having the seed of darkness. Helmut desired only that. He had no intention of claiming anything as a member of Renosa's bloodline. But because he claimed nothing and desired nothing as Renosa's bloodline, all he had was his swordsmanship. And when he temporarily lost his swordsmanship, Helmut couldn't protect himself. Talon asked another question. Do you hesitate to raise your sword against Renosa, swordsmanship that reached the level of Sword Saint, excellent companions? Helmut already possessed enough power to destroy a country. If he wanted to, revenge wasn't impossible. However, revenge without killing is harder than revenge through killing. He already knew he didn't need to necessarily stab his mother. He also understood that vengeance didn't always require eradicating one's bloodline, as the King of Veneta had done. To take that path, he would need to bear certain burdens. Helmut finally answered. What I hesitate about is shouldering Renosa. To exact revenge without killing, he needed justification. And to obtain justification, Helmut would have to claim Renosa. He had the talent, the skills, and the strength to do so. As the Sword Saint's disciple who reached the realm of Sword Saint, Helmut could prove his own quality. But did someone bearing the seed of darkness deserve to claim justification? The seed of darkness had gnawed at him his entire life, making him doubt even his own humanity. The image of the monster consumed by the seed of darkness that he had fought in Renosa before, it was still vivid in his eyes. That was Helmut himself who would appear someday or who he had already experienced being. Chapter 336, Part 2, You don't necessarily have to find the answer right now. When you move, new paths might appear. From Talon's encouragement, Helmut realized one thing. Like the King of Veneta, you also want me to make a move. Obviously, neither of them wanted it for Helmut's sake. Talon nodded. I won't deny that it would benefit us. Having change is better than having no change, as there's something to gain. And just as we did with the Prince of Veneta, we're willing to negotiate with the heir of Renosa. Helmut threw out a warning. It could mean standing against the temple. Black Hawk doesn't know that Helmut has the seed of darkness, but it was the temple that cast Helmut into the forest of roots. They must know that it's an irreparable relationship. Talon answered readily. I know, there's no need to tell them the full truth. Helmut would have to confront the temple to reclaim his rightful place, and the more allies he had, the better. I'll consider your offer. My questions are done. Helmut declared the conversation over. There was a slow flow in his chest as if something was blocked. But after his discussions with the king of Veneta and Talon, his mind cleared as if that blockage had suddenly opened. Helmut's picture became clearer than before. Talon handed him a small glass orb. "You can contact me with that. Secret communication between males, that's suspicious." Alaga frowned for some reason. Helmut noticed something else. "It's smaller than before." It seems Black Hawk has achieved some technological advancement in their own way. As Helmut turned to leave, Talon casually asked, "How did you get out of the Forest of Roots?" Helmut answered simply, "A miracle." The first time had been a miracle, the second skill, but neither had been mere coincidence. As he was about to leave the room, Talon's voice reached him. "How much do you know about your friends?" Helmut turned around. With the same unreadable, calm face, Talon continued, "There must be a friend you don't know well. They might be helpful to you." It was an incomprehensible yet somewhat comprehensible statement. After staring at him for a moment, Helmut turned his back again. That concluded their conversation. Once they were alone, Alaga, who had been listening to the conversation with a bored expression, poked Helmut's cheek with his tail. "I've figured something out." "What is it?" "Given how hesitant you've been, you're not only weak but also a coward." Helmut immediately threw Alaga to the floor. Kairayang, despite Alaga's fierce protest, Helmut left without looking back. Although his shoulder where Alaga had been sitting was stiff, his mind felt refreshed. That night after returning to his quarters, Helmut swung his sword through the night. It was an unusual night for him, as he had deliberately tried to get some sleep before. Following countless trajectories drawn in the air, thoughts arose, reorganized, and repeated. It was something he had never attempted before. It was also something that would change his life, which had been lived solely as a swordsman. No matter how strong Helmut had become, reality wasn't easy and change was unfamiliar to him. Now more than swordsmanship was required of Helmut. Near dawn, someone visited his training ground. Helmut, silver hair with cold light, entered his view. Though it was a color that brought a cool sensation like the crisp dawn air, it instead brought warmth to his heart. "Aaliyah." Helmut slowly opened his mouth. Soon the story of what happened last night flowed from his lips. When he finished speaking, Aaliyah calmly opened her mouth. "I see, so you've made your decision?" "Yes. It goes without saying, but I'll be on your side." "However, the others, I should ask their opinions." They were friends who had risked their lives together all the way to the Forest of Roots. Being honest with them was natural, Helmut suddenly asked. "Talon was talking about Asuka, right?" "Yes, we still don't know his identity." Asuka hid his origins even more tightly than Cyan, as if he absolutely didn't want anyone to know. Though they could investigate if they tried, it wouldn't be easy. Aaliyah hadn't paid attention to him as she needed to focus on her research. Besides, Asuka was a thoughtless guy who posed no threat, Aaliyah muttered. More than that, now there's someone who needs to make a choice. And they both knew who that person was, Charlotte, Helmut's younger sister and another heir to Reynosa. Chapter 337, Part 1. After coming to terms with the king of Veneta, there were no further conflicts with Veneta. Treated with generous hospitality, Helmut and his companions safely returned to Green Kana. It seemed Heike's artifact was still incomplete, as there had been no word from her. Helmut's group decided to stay in Green Kana until Heike finished her research and came to find them. "Don't worry about food shortages just because you're staying here. Our house has plenty," Cyan said lightly. Among Helmut's group, Alaga was the one who liked Green Kana the most. "I like this village. No chance of getting lost here." Meanwhile, Igrel had grown quiet at some point, with an inexplicable shadow falling over her previously energetic face. Igrel spent all day gazing up at the blue sky with her chin propped up. Alaga accurately diagnosed her condition. "It's depression, she's a bird after all. Of course she'd feel stifled not being able to fly." Cyan furrowed his brow. "Even so, letting her transform here would be a problem. If a massive demonic beast like Igrel appeared, it would cause an uproar throughout Green Kana. Though she didn't outwardly look like a dangerous demonic beast, if she has a breakdown, that might be even more dangerous. It might be okay to let her roam briefly, but without Heike here, we can't risk undoing her transformation spell and then failing to reapply it." True enough. In the end, they concluded that Igrel had no choice but to endure until Heike returned. And now there was another remaining issue. "I have something to say." Helmut gathered his friends and began with those words. It was a meeting with Aaliyah, Cyan, Asuka, Charlotte, Alaga, and the dazed-looking Igrel. "Have you finally decided what to do?" Cyan asked with a serious expression. Helmut nodded slowly. "I intend to go to Reynosa to reclaim what is rightfully mine." Helmut's voice rang out firmly. "As a bloodline of Reynosa as its rightful heir." Charlotte's lips twitched. She seemed unable to find words to say. Asuka asked in her stead, "Does that mean you're seeking revenge against Reynosa? If they try to stop me, they'll have to pay the price." However, Helmut cast his gaze toward Charlotte. "If you're asking whether I've chosen to raise my sword against them, that's not my intention. The sword symbolizes force and power itself. Simply wielding that power can achieve the goal. If I reclaim my rights, that alone will be my revenge." As the firstborn son of the Grand Duke of Reynosa, if Helmut reclaims his rights as Reynosa's heir, that would be the last thing those who feared him and sent him to the Forest of Roots would want. The people of Reynosa, his mother and Michael, who must have firmly established himself as Reynosa's heir by now, it would be a difficult battle. They'll simply claim they did it to protect Reynosa. Helmut had emerged from the Forest of Roots, and now the anomaly with the sacred barrier had become evident. The process of breaching the barrier had revealed connections between Helmut, Heike, and Antial. A bearer of the seed of darkness colluding with public enemies, it was enough to provoke the temple into desperately seeking his elimination. Conflict was inevitable. Though the temple had lost much of its power to intervene in worldly affairs, they were still the temple. No country could ignore their voice. But the decision was already made. Helmut had already survived several life-threatening trials. Compared to those, this seemed like a challenge with greater possibility. I still have cards to play. Helmut had saved his father, the Grand Duke of Reynosa, who had been gravely ill at the time. Surely the Duke would have learned the truth by now. Nobles understand honor and the Grand Duke of Reynosa more than anyone. Helmut had also saved Charlotte, prompting her to defy her family's wishes and enter the Forest of Roots to rescue him. Charlotte's temperament must have come from somewhere, if not from the Grand Duchess, then surely from the Grand Duke. Even if there was no paternal affection, he couldn't deny that he owed Helmut a debt. I can demand repayment for saving his life. Moreover, Helmut's early ventures after leaving the Forest of Roots hadn't been in vain. The connections he had made and the things he had set right would prove useful. And here were those he wished would join him, those Helmut trusted more than anyone currently. I'd like to hear your thoughts. You're not asking for mine, are you? I'm coming with you anyway. And that half-mad Agrel will too, Alaga responded quickly. The same goes for me, Aaliyah also answered simply. Chapter 337 Part 2 Sion shrugged and spoke. What thoughts do you need to hear? It's obvious. I'm free until the Earth Spirit chooses me. I've graduated, so I have nothing better to do. His expression suddenly turned serious. But my mom wants me to get a job and earn some money. Since I can't just be unemployed like this, how about hiring me? You could promise to make me the court mage of Reynosa later. As a rare spirit mage, Sion could even become an imperial court mage. Helmut answered clearly. When I achieve my goal, I'll pay you and appoint you as court mage. But is Rodril okay with that? Wasn't their policy to not interfere in worldly affairs, which had already caused complications in Veneta? I'm not an earth spirit contractor, am I? I'm just spirit mage Sion. I can work without that title like I did at the academy. My mom will pretend not to know me. Besides, there are two other potential heirs for Rodril if something happens to me. Sion replied lightly, mentioning his two younger siblings. As soon as he finished speaking, Asuka raised his hand. I'll join too, sounds quite interesting. My sword will rust if I stay like this. Clearly, Asuka didn't seem to be motivated by burning friendship. He was already grinning at the thought of facing Reynosa's knights. The Black Wing Knights of Reynosa were considered one of the finest knight orders on the continent. Asuka's skills would rank in the upper ranks even among their knights. Aaliyah looked at Asuka. Her purple eyes gleamed sharply. Before that, there's something we need to clear up. What is it? You're not a commoner, are you? At that moment, Asuka's body jerked violently. A cough burst from his mouth. Cough WH what? Who said that? Senior Asuka isn't a commoner. Charlotte's pupils shook greatly. Born as the Duchess of Reynosa, she didn't discriminate against commoners, but she did think of nobles and commoners as distinct. In other words, Charlotte had preconceptions about how nobles should be. By those preconceptions, Asuka didn't fit the image of a noble. That's why she had never once suspected Asuka's true identity. Aaliyah pressed on with a cold voice. Playing dumb won't work. A mere commoner wouldn't be so secretive about themselves. You disappeared without a trace every vacation. That's because I was worried nobles might harm my family. Don't be ridiculous. If you were afraid of nobles harming you, why would you act like that at the academy, behaving as if you were trying to make enemies? He would beat up anyone who provoked him, noble or royalty, and acted as if he had no future after graduating from the academy. To live so recklessly, one must either be thoughtless or have something to rely on. Until now, people had assumed the former about Asuka, but Aaliyah thought differently, probably both. Thoughtless and with something to rely on. That reliance wasn't belief in getting help. At least, it was the belief that his family wouldn't suffer because of his behavior. In other words, Asuka's parents must have sufficient status. Asuka wiped his lips with the back of his hand after stopping his cough. He finally admitted it. Yeah, fine, I'm not a commoner, but I never lied about it. I grew up as one. So you thought you were a commoner, but turns out you weren't, Sion muttered while propping his chin. Sion was a pure commoner. Rodril was an entity not belonging to any country, and since there was no class system in small villages like Grinkana, he could only be a commoner. He quickly raised his finger. I think I know what happened. Asuka, you said you lived with just your mother, right? Your father who left later came back and it turned out he was a noble. That's how you became noble. Asuka's bowed head confirmed Cyan's deduction. Raising his gaze, Asuka added, "Why does that matter? I am Asuka and I'll live as Asuka, that's why I didn't reveal it." What showed on his face was antipathy, probably antipathy toward his father and his family. Aaliyah crossed her arms and pointed out, "Going against the temple in Renosa isn't a simple matter. It's very different from just beating up nobles. Have you considered how this might affect your family?" Asuka looked at her with an expression that said, "I haven't considered anything like that." "Well, they'll handle it themselves." "It's none of my business." By this point, it wasn't just irresponsibility, it was outright indifference. While the others silently judged him, Aaliyah frowned. Unless his family is so powerful even the temple wouldn't dare touch them, this guy. He might not just be any noble. One thing needed to be made clear. Your family could end up obstructing Helmut because of you. How can you be sure they won't? That won't happen, and if it does, I'll go and turn things upside down myself, so don't worry about it. Asuka's frown deepened as he raised his voice. "So are you saying I can't join, even though I went to the Forest of Roots with you?" Everyone's gaze turned to Helmut. He would have to make the decision. Helmut shook his head. "No. But we'll need to maintain some distance on the surface, so I'll hire you as a formal mercenary. Get yourself a mercenary badge." "Got it." Asuka's expression brightened immediately. It was a fair solution, and just like that, Asuka's participation was settled smoothly. Chapter 338 Part 1 Charlotte. Now she was the only one left. Although it wasn't a direct threat to destroy Renosa or kill the Grand Duchess and Michael, as the Duchess of Renosa, Charlotte found it hard to accept this easily. Helmut's claim to regain his rightful position was a declaration that he might become the Grand Duke of Renosa. The Grand Duke of Renosa with the Seed of Darkness. Charlotte had already witnessed that danger 4 years ago. Moreover, Charlotte was also one of the heirs of Renosa, so if she had any ambition, it was something she couldn't tolerate. However, the heir closest to the position of Grand Duke was Michael. With no intention of confronting him directly, Charlotte knew that rising to the position of Duke of Renosa would be a distant dream, though not entirely impossible. Michael was frail and she was healthy, so her turn could come at any time. Charlotte's expression was rigid. She hadn't expressed negativity or opposition, but she seemed slightly shocked. "What are you going to do?" Helmut finally turned his gaze to her and asked. Charlotte must have already predicted what would happen when he rescued her from the Forest of Roots. Did she also predict that things would go this way? Even if Charlotte declared that she couldn't join him and left, Helmut would let her go. At least he believed she wouldn't report him to Renosa. Cyan scratched his cheek and looked away, and Asuka also kept his mouth shut. This was not an issue that could be forced upon anyone. Charlotte slowly opened her mouth. "Senior is of Renosa's bloodline and the legitimate son of the Grand Duke. That is your right. I believe it is only natural for you to reclaim what you have lost." But she blinked and continued. "However, if the method involves shaking the country of Renosa, I cannot participate. The people of the Grand Ducal House of Renosa bear the duty to protect Renosa. My joining in going to the Forest of Roots because I owe you my life." Charlotte hadn't been without her own thoughts. Who could help Helmut and who could Helmut enlist? It was a force that could potentially shake Renosa. Helmut declared firmly, "What you're worried about won't happen. Senior, there is one thing you must know. The next Grand Duke of Renosa is determined by the current Grand Duke of Renosa. No one can dispute that decision. It was a law established to prevent endless disputes over succession. Even if Charlotte and Helmut's father, the current Grand Duke of Renosa, acknowledged that Helmut was his son and the rightful heir of Renosa, the problem remained afterward. If the Grand Duke of Renosa decided Michael was the next Grand Duke, that was the end of it. And what Helmut desired was not simply to be recognized as one of the Grand Duke's children. 4 years ago, that would have been enough. No, he didn't even dare to hope for that much, but now things were different. "I will obtain what I want through legitimate means." He had no intention of threatening the Grand Duke or using forceful methods. He just needed to show the Grand Duke that Helmut was the one who truly deserved to be the heir of Renosa. "If that's the case, then you only need to do the minimum from your position." She was, after all, the daughter of the Grand Duchess of Renosa and Michael's sibling. Unlike Helmut, she wasn't completely at odds with them. Finally, Charlotte answered, "Then I will join you. What do you want me to do?" Her words were plain and direct, yet her black eyes, identical to Helmut's, shone with determination. It was a resolve as unyielding as steel. "For now, return to Greta Academy. If you remain absent for too long, Renosa will grow suspicious." "Yes, understood." Charlotte nodded without hesitation. Now finally the path was set. It was time for each of them to move in their own way. The next day, Charlotte left immediately using Aaliyah's teleportation magic. Aaliyah handed her a magic crystal ball. They could contact each other at any time through it. Charlotte would return to Greta Academy and wait for the right time. Cyan and Asuka were also busy. Asuka needed to go to the city to get his mercenary badge. Likewise, Cyan had to register with the Mage Association to formalize his employment under Helmut. The plan to stay in Grinkana until Hike arrived had not changed. When Cyan and Asuka left for the city, Helmut remained in Grinkana with the two demonic beasts and Aaliyah. Then Terra approached Helmut, who was practicing his swordsmanship in the open field. "Helmut, can we talk for a moment?" "Yes." Chapter 338 Part 2. Terra's expression showed signs of concern, likely from her conversation with Cyan. "Cyan mentioned that he's going with you. He didn't explain what you'll be doing, but it doesn't sound easy." "Between that and registering with the Mage Association, what's going on?" Helmut answered clearly. "I've decided to hire him. I'll pay him well." While he hadn't accessed it yet, Helmut had plenty of funds thanks to Darien's inheritance. Terra seemed speechless for a moment and stroked her head. "Do you think I'm worried that Cyan will work for free?" Helmut hesitated briefly before replying. "I also promised to help him find a formal position once our contract ends." Since Terra had been concerned about Cyan being jobless, this solution seemed logical. Her expression grew more complicated. "Well, that's good, but I'm worried about Cyan's safety. Nothing will be as dangerous as entering the Forest of Roots." Cyan had already done that. Nothing Helmut planned would surpass that level of danger. Terra found herself silenced again. Helmut's responses were short but truthful, leaving her with little room for argument. She needed to make one thing clear. "Helmut, Rodril cannot help you. Even if something happens to Cyan, that won't change, and if I do intervene, it will only be to save Cyan." That was the boundary set by the Earth Spirit. Helmut nodded. "I didn't hire Rodril's contractor. I hired Cyan, Greta Academy's second-ranked graduate. He's an exceptional mage. You seem to acknowledge Cyan. That's good to see." Terra, seemingly satisfied, offered her blessings. "I hope you succeed and achieve your goals." As she turned to leave, she added one final remark. "And don't forget what the Earth Spirit shared with you." "I haven't forgotten. Even if the sacred barrier was damaged, it didn't mean that demonic beasts would suddenly appear from the Forest of Roots." For now, there was nothing Helmut could do. He had merely sent word to Antial to keep an eye on the barrier. If anything significant happened, the temple would be the first to know, and their movements would reach Helmut through Antial. Nothing comes easily, but Helmut felt no fear. After Terra left, he resumed his sword training. It was the best he could do for now. Cyan and Asuka eventually returned to the village, and time began to flow swiftly. A week later, Hike arrived in Grinkana. "How have you all been?" Her hollow eyes and haggard appearance suggested she'd spent the entire time absorbed in research. Arya greeted her with mild irritation. "You're finally here." Her tone was accusatory, as though scolding Hike for taking so long. Hike smiled calmly in response. "I've been working on something far beyond your comprehension. Naturally, it took time." "Did you finish your research?" Alaga ran up to her excitedly. "Leopards and cats are similar, so you shouldn't have any problems staying in that form." "What do you mean similar? My field of view is too low." "It's suffocating." Although he once appreciated being able to fit into baskets, Alaga now aired his grievances. Igrel approached from the other side, her face impassive. Here, Hike handed thick metal bracelets to both Alaga and Igrel and explained their use. "You can now freely switch between your original and current forms." She then cast a visibility-blocking barrier, signaling them to test the bracelets. Alaga quickly reverted to his true form, but just as quickly returned to his feline state. In contrast, Igrel's reaction was far more intense. "Screech!" The moment she returned to her original form, her piercing cry shook the entire village. Everyone nearby instinctively covered their ears. The magical barrier Hike had set up collapsed under the force of the demonic energy emanating from Igrel. "That crazy bird!" Alaga shouted as Igrel launched herself into the sky, her movements frantic, releasing all the frustration of having been grounded for so long. The events unfolded too quickly for anyone to intervene. Hike, watching Igrel soar into the sky, muttered calmly, "The bracelet has a tracking function. If she doesn't return, finding her will become our top priority." Thankfully, a few hours later, Igrel returned to Grinkana. Late at night, she landed and reverted to her human form, shrugging casually as if nothing had happened. "I guess being grounded for so long messed with my head. Oh, and the bracelet works great." "I'm sure you understand, right?" Hike folded her arms and retorted. "I suppose I'll need to add illusion magic to the bracelets." Although the village had been thrown into brief chaos, the incident eventually blew over as a temporary disturbance. The time to leave Grinkana was approaching. Chapter 339 Part 1, The Beginning of Change. Latona of Renosa, an office steeped in old-world elegance. A young man, barely past boyhood, sat before a desk piled high with documents. His snow-white face still retained some baby fat, giving him a youthful appearance. Long hair was a privilege reserved for those of noble birth. His golden hair, which fell past his shoulders, was neatly tied back. His fine, well-proportioned features held an aristocratic and androgynous charm, while his blue-rimmed eyes were clear and bright. Basking in the sunlight streaming through the window, he looked almost angelic, a kind and merciful angel. Anyone easily swayed by appearances would never doubt his true nature. However, those who served him closely knew exactly what kind of person he was. In the bloodline of Renosa, no angel could exist. "I'm still alive." Michael held his hand up to the sunlight, examining it with curiosity. Though this was a feeling he experienced daily, today felt somewhat different. His pale skin and delicate hands, which had rarely held anything heavier than a quill pen, were noticeably beautiful. His androgynous appearance with fine features actually stemmed from his frailty. Michael was sickly. He had spent his entire life bedridden. Death always loomed under his bed, waiting with its mouth wide open. It seemed he had only one option, to eventually fall into that waiting mouth. Every human faces death eventually, but for Michael, death was a constant, visible presence. He had grown up staring into its abyss. Strangely, the more he became aware of death, the more something took root within him. If he was going to die anyway, he wanted to possess more. Anything he could have. Michael was greedy. The dead cannot desire. Michael did his utmost to obtain what he wanted. That was his life, his driving force. And so Michael had survived until this day, without falling into death's mouth. If Michael had been a docile child who lay helplessly in bed waiting for death, he would never have survived. Thus, Michael felt justified, no matter what he did. For a living being to pursue life was only natural, and nothing could take precedence over survival. "Have I come more than halfway now?" While his competitor Charlotte was away at Greta Academy, Michael had steadily built his position in Renosa. He was clever and knew how to handle people, so his inability to wield a sword wasn't a significant flaw compared to his strengths. Michael was such an outstanding talent that even the master swordsman Grand Duke had to acknowledge him. Even if Charlotte had competed with him at full force, Michael didn't think he would lose. However, since he could never become an excellent swordsman, he had no choice but to be wary of Charlotte, who had achieved what was impossible for him. It was a talent highly valued by the Grand Duke of Renosa, yet she was too upright and righteous to be suitable for the position of Grand Duke. Michael was patient and meticulous. He kept watching Charlotte, never once taking her lightly. It would be careless to lose sight of his only competitor just because she currently showed no interest in competing. Michael would not let go of his vigilance toward her until the moment he ascended to become the Grand Duke of Renosa. However, Charlotte had recently shown unexpected movements. Michael had to ponder about this for quite a while. "She's been quiet these past few years." As he sat tapping his desk, lost in thought, there came a sudden knock. Tap, tap. "Come in, Your Highness, Michael." A man entered and bowed his head, and Michael cast his gaze upon him. Though a slight movement, it carried weight. A smile appeared on Michael's lips as if painted there. "Sinus, I heard Charlotte has returned to Greta Academy." "Yes, she is currently going through the re-enrollment procedures. Though less than half the semester has passed, it's been quite a long time. I wonder what she's been doing all this while and where." Michael's interest in Charlotte was greater than she likely realized. No matter how quietly she lived, Michael always maintained perfect vigilance. There was no way Michael wouldn't have noticed her absence from Greta Academy. He had discovered this fact barely 3 days after the semester began, but until now, he had merely been observing the situation. If Charlotte had been captured by someone, that would be different, but there were no signs of resistance. Because she moved using magic, we couldn't track her whereabouts. Judging by the amount of magical power scattered around, she seems to have traveled quite a distance, but even our mages couldn't determine the direction. "This is why mages are such a headache." Michael clicked his tongue. "When people move, they always leave traces, no matter how hard they try to erase them, but mages were different. They could traverse space, and mages couldn't read magic from those more skilled than themselves. This made tracking an archmage nearly impossible. Michael, who wasn't the Grand Duke of Renosa, had limited access to mages. It wasn't a low-level mage for her to receive such support. She hasn't wasted her time at Greta Academy." Charlotte had seemed uninterested in connections, but perhaps that was just how she appeared. After all, everyone she associated with closely was exceptionally skilled. Chapter 339 Part 2, The Beginning of Change. Several figures from the magic department flashed through Michael's mind. Interesting. Her swordsmanship had already surpassed that of Greta Academy graduates. She didn't even need to continue attending at her level. Even so, Charlotte wasn't one to neglect her studies. She was fundamentally diligent and enjoyed academy life. There must have been something significant enough to make Charlotte move. Otherwise, she would have faithfully attended the academy until the end, with just 1 year left until graduation. "It's been nearly 4 years since I last spoke with Charlotte." 4 years ago, Charlotte learned all the truth and closed her heart. When she discovered what the Grand Duchess and Michael had done, she didn't forgive them. Not just Michael, but even the Grand Duchess whom she had thought so highly of. They say she spent her academy life quietly without anything special happening. For someone like her to take action, there could only be one possibility, but that's, Michael muttered. His subordinate questioned, "What do you mean, Your Highness, Michael?" "No, it's nothing." Michael waved his hand. For a moment, he had entertained an impossible thought. It was impossible for someone sent to the Forest of Roots to come back alive. Even if it had been possible once, it couldn't be possible twice. Hadn't even the temple assured this? The sacred barrier remained solid, rejecting everything that carried demonic energy. To leave the academy without permission and make no report to the family, this is unacceptable. Now that she's returned, I must inform His Grace the Grand Duke. Charlotte would have to explain herself about this. Michael would soon know why she had been absent from Greta Academy. On a broad road, two horses trotted leisurely. Asuka held up his gold medal to Cyan's face. "Hey, look at this, I'm a gold medal mercenary. Cool, right?" Riding beside him, Cyan responded curtly, "Hey, I can't see. Besides, you're just a gold medal in name, you've never actually worked as a mercenary. I'm working as one now." "No, you're not, the client isn't even with us." "Yeah, that's right, why did they tell us to go to Baden first? Where did they even go? So rude, leaving us behind." Asuka grumbled. "Probably don't want us getting in the way of their date." Helmut and Aaliyah, along with the two demonic beasts, had left for somewhere, without telling them their destination. Did this mean they didn't trust them to keep quiet? It was disappointing, but blocked by the cold-acting Aaliyah, they couldn't ask more. After all that talk about getting mercenary certificates and working together, they just told them to wait in Baden without any explanation. They had been left behind. Both Asuka and Cyan were naturally dissatisfied. But nevertheless, both were satisfied with this new and dangerous adventure they were experiencing by being involved with someone like Helmut, even enough to work without pay. They probably would have joined even if Helmut hadn't offered to pay them. If this is how it's going to be, we should have gone with Charlotte when she left. We can't go around with her. Well, she went by magic anyway. Traveling by magic would be convenient. Oh, come to think of it, you're a mage too. What do you mean you're a mage too? Did you forget I'm second in the magic department, you idiot? Besides, he had been in Green Kana until recently. Somehow in Asuka's mind, spirit mages and regular mages seemed to be different entities. Asuka asked, finding it strange, "Then why are we traveling by horse instead of using magic?" "Because Baden is a magic city. They monitor traces of magic use over a wide area. My magical power is now registered with the Mage Association, so if we use magic, someone might notice. We're supposed to keep a low profile." "Who's going to notice?" Asuka sounded skeptical. Cyan sighed in exasperation. For someone who'd drawn so much attention at the academy, how could he think the world would have so little interest in him? "Anyone, we need to leave as few traces as possible. The temple or Renosa might be interested in them. Not to mention Asuka's family, who would surely be looking for him since he hadn't contacted them after graduating from the academy. Moreover, there were several graduates who might want to kill Asuka. Before his family, avoiding those guys' notice was the priority. To get from Green Kana to Baden, one had to either go around the mountain range or cross it. They had only used magic to travel to the point where they would cross the mountains and had been riding horses since then. "Don't cause any trouble on the way. We need to meet up without problems in Baden. If we're late, those guys might leave without us." "No way, they wouldn't do that." Asuka snorted and spurred his horse. Cyan sighed and prayed inwardly, "Please let us reach Baden without any incidents." However, prayers often go unanswered. Chapter 340 Part 1 Sabet Rugel, a name long disconnected from Greta Academy. Few graduates would remember him. 4 years ago, he had tried to harass Helmut, who transferred to the academy at the same time simply because he was a commoner. Instead, he was thoroughly defeated by Helmut and left Greta Academy, practically running away. To Asuka, he was little more than a blurry, almost forgotten figure, and truly 4 years was a long time, long enough to forget petty grudges. But nobles, as a breed, had a peculiar trait. Once their bellies are full and their livelihood secured, they had the leisure to remember and nurse even the smallest of grievances. Sabet Rugel, having graduated from the Imperial Academy to which he had transferred, now had ample time to contemplate revenge. Moreover, Sabet was the sort of man who never forgot a grudge once held. For 4 years he had brooded, chewing on the bitter memory of his first humiliating defeat, an experience that had been seared into his soul. The fear he had felt during that moment had faded, leaving behind only the shame, humiliation, and smoldering rage of having been bested by a mere commoner. "I lost everything because of that bastard." When he first transferred to Greta Academy, Sabet Rugel had been a talented and promising swordsman, standing out even among his peers. But after being defeated by Helmut, he somehow became timid, his movements dulled. Sabet Rugel's swordsmanship lost its edge. Whenever even slightly dangerous situations arose, his mind would go blank and terror would flood in. It had taken him years to overcome the psychological scars of that incident. As a result, the talent for which he had been recognized at Greta Academy had never fully manifested, and he had to settle for graduating from the Imperial Academy instead. Though he worked hard to polish his skills at the Imperial Academy and achieved a respectable level of swordsmanship, he believed that he would have gained far greater recognition had he stayed at Greta Academy. He had lost so much. The true reason for his departure from Greta Academy was whispered about, even at the Imperial Academy. The tale was that he had tried to oppress a commoner, only to be defeated and forced to flee. Though this wasn't a major scandal in aristocratic circles, it had tarnished his reputation. Sabat's father, who had once proudly boasted of his son, now avoided mentioning his name in public. Now Sabat Rugal was just another graduate among many. Graduating from the Imperial Academy was no small feat, it still marked him as a capable individual. The swordsmanship department at the Imperial Academy, while not as prestigious as Greta's, was still well regarded. But for someone who had once been recognized for his potential at Greta Academy, mere mediocrity was unacceptable. Helmut, Sabat Rugal obsessively chewed on that name. Jerome, who had come to the Imperial Academy with him, felt the same way. Asuka, Jerome too harbored a deep grudge. How could he forget the humiliation of being covered in vomit and rolling around in it before a crowd? Like Sabat, Jerome had struggled with similar issues and was forced to graduate from the Imperial Academy with diminished prospects. Together, they reminded each other of their shared disgrace, ensuring the memory never faded. Once we graduate from the academy, the two had transferred to the Imperial Academy. Causing trouble here would only disappoint their families further. Even if they wanted to act out, Greta Academy was far away and plotting during school breaks wasn't feasible. Revenge had to wait until after graduation. However, Sabat Rugal heard some news. It was unwelcome news he hadn't wished for. Helmut had left Greta Academy. He had disappeared after winning the Academy's swordsmanship tournament. Sabat Rugal mobilized his family's resources to search for him. He couldn't bear to lose his target for revenge, but Helmut had vanished without a trace. That damned rat, Sabat ground his teeth in frustration, seething with rage and resentment that kept him awake at night. Had Helmut fled Greta Academy because he knew his place as a commoner, surely a man like him would have made many enemies. Perhaps, having turned so many nobles against him, he feared the consequences. Unable to locate Helmut, Sabat had no choice but to give up. But another target remained, Asuka. After Sabat and Jerome left Greta Academy, Asuka had reportedly become close friends with Helmut. An arrogant commoner with a foul mouth, he was also Jerome's enemy. So Sabat and Jerome turned their attention to Asuka. They would make him grovel, lick their boots, and beg for his life. And when he lay weeping like a worm, they would put him out of his misery. Once Asuka graduated from Greta Academy and left Baden, they would strike. He was just a commoner after all and no longer a student. Chapter 340, Part 2, Killing a commoner rarely brought consequences for a noble. They would simply flee to the empire once the deed was done. So they stationed themselves around Baden, observing and waiting. Of course, they had brought along knights from their noble houses and hired mercenaries. Underestimating Asuka's skills would have been foolish. However, after graduating from Greta Academy, Asuka did not leave Baden. Or more accurately, they couldn't confirm his whereabouts. No one had seen him leave the city. Could he have escaped using magic? That would explain things, though it was frustrating. Asuka had surely made plenty of enemies, so such caution was plausible. Yet even they didn't know where Asuka originally came from. Sabat and Jerome lingered in Baden, hoping to find a lead. But like Helmut, Asuka's trail was cold. Should we give up? Swallowing their grudge and rage, they eventually left Baden. Their path that day was nothing more than coincidence or perhaps a cruel twist of fate. The sound of galloping hooves echoed across the road. In the distance, two riders approached on horseback. It was Asuka and Cyan heading toward Baden. It's them, Sabat's eyes widened. 4 years had passed, but the faces were unmistakable. Asuka had grown taller, his boyish features maturing into a sharper, more masculine appearance. Yet his blue hair and sharp, upward-tilting eyes were instantly recognizable. Sabat turned to Jerome, who also stared in shock, his face pale but filled with intensity. Jerome, we've found them. Yes. A malicious grin spread across both their faces, a twisted mixture of joy and murderous intent. It felt like divine providence, a chance to make their revenge a reality. Today, Asuka would pay for what he had done 4 years ago. Now, whoosh, swish, 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 with the signal, multiple arrows were fired directly at them. A rain of arrows mercilessly shot as if hunting deer. Cyan, caught off guard while riding, was startled. What the? Clang, Asuka's sword lightly deflected the arrows aimed at Cyan. Idiot, summon your spirits. You almost died just now. Snapped out of his daze by Asuka's scolding, Cyan quickly called upon his spirits. The sound of metal clashing against metal reverberated as Asuka nonchalantly blocked the incoming arrows. Despite the ambush, his expression remained composed. His calmness and reflexes far outclassed Cyan's. What kind of crazy bastards attack without warning? Bandits? No ordinary bandits would open with arrows. Killing the horses would ruin their loot. Even in this chaos, Cyan's logic was sound. Once Cyan summoned his spirits, a protective barrier formed and no arrow could penetrate their vicinity. Even the horses calmed under the spirit's influence. Both Cyan and Asuka looked ahead where their attackers were gathered in formation. Asuka muttered under his breath, "Not bandits. No, they're too well equipped." The attackers' polished armor and disciplined posture spoke of trained soldiers. This was no petty ambush, it was something far more troubling. One man stepped forward and called out in a commanding voice. "Asuka of Greta Academy's swordsmanship department," the deep voice echoed. Asuka and Cyan stared blankly at the speaker. He had a greasy, unpleasant look, his face unfamiliar yet somehow vaguely recognizable. Both of them quickly reached the same conclusion. "A noble," Cyan said dryly. "Someone who holds a grudge against you. I certainly don't have any enemies." The certainty in Cyan's voice was almost comical. Asuka gave him an incredulous look but couldn't argue the point. Asuka called out, "Who are you? Don't tell me you've forgotten." Sabat Rugal's face twisted with frustration as Jerome stepped forward. "But I'm sure you remember me, Asuka. I've come to settle the score." Jerome's words stirred a faint memory in Asuka's mind. Had he dealt with this one before, perhaps around 4 years ago? It was hard to recall specifics. After meeting Helmut and later rising to the top of the swordsmanship department, Asuka had led a relatively quiet life. Yet as he stared at Jerome, the faint memory began to crystallize. "I don't bother remembering weaklings." Asuka grinned, it was his characteristic aggressive smile. "Especially losers. They're not worth remembering." Chapter 341 Part 1. You're still rampaging like a mad dog without knowing your place. You mere commoner. Jerome's face was filled with rage. It was an expression that rage alone couldn't adequately describe. Sabat spat out, "You there, step aside. If you do, I'll spare your life." He was also aware of Cyan, who always hung around with Asuka. This was the maximum generosity he could show. "No, we should eliminate him too. He might run to Baden and report us." Jerome immediately objected. His anger was too great to show even a shred of generosity. Cyan muttered, "I was planning to step aside if you asked me to." Asuka immediately glared at him. "You disloyal bastard. I found your attitude annoying too. You reap what you sow," Asuka retorted curtly. "Just go over there and stay put. I'll handle this myself." Although they had fought demonic beasts in the Forest of Roots, the greatest hardship there had been clinging to Alaga's back. He hadn't had any real conflicts in Veneta either, so he was itching for a fight. His fingers tightened on his sword handle. "I'll kill every last one of you." Even Sabat and Jerome flinched at Asuka's fierce aura as he stepped forward with his threat, but their preparation wasn't lacking either. Above all, they had superior numbers. Sabat gritted his teeth and shouted, "Attack!" After all, how skilled could a freshly graduated swordsman be? They had hired not just knights but also experienced rank 2 mercenaries with extra pay. While the Mercenary Guild's policy forbids taking requests that oppress nobles, they sometimes bend the rules when the target is a commoner. The Knights of House Rugal and the mercenaries approached Asuka. They weren't easy opponents even for him. Life-or-death experiences bring growth. Though not as much as Helmut, Asuka had also gained something in the Forest of Roots. Growth as a swordsman. Difficult doesn't mean impossible. "That's right, come at me." However, their fight ultimately never took place. "Stop!" Suddenly, magical energy was felt and knights appeared from somewhere to block their path. All of them were formidable fighters. Sabat and Jerome's eyes widened when they saw the emblem on their uniforms. "Why are the Imperial Knights here?" A man walked out from among the knights, strict and cold features in an immaculate white mage's robe. His clothes also bore the Imperial emblem. Imperial Mage Mijlo, a graduate of Greta Academy who, like Aaliyah and Teresa, was the Academy's valedictorian. He was a far senior to Cyan and Asuka. And among the Imperial Mages, he held a high position as the next chief mage. He was a famous figure known to most nobles in the Empire. He slightly bowed his head to Asuka before turning to Sabat's group and coldly saying, "Arrest these people, they have committed serious crimes." Several knights stepped forward to bind Sabat, Jerome, and their group. Opposing the Imperial Knights would be considered treason. At this point, with even Mijlo present, it was impossible for Sabat and Jerome, Imperial nobles, to resist. Jerome twisted his face and shouted, This is absurd. How can it be because of that guy? You'll find out when you get to the Empire." Mijlo responded coldly. Several knights led away the bound prisoners. Once they had disappeared, Mijlo's gaze turned to Cyan. The scrutinizing look trying to determine whether he was friend or foe was uncomfortable. "He used magic to conceal his presence. I couldn't even sense him approaching. That means he's on a much higher level than me." With so many knights present, resistance would be meaningless. Cyan blinked. While mages of higher caliber than him were rare, they weren't impossible to find. Unlike Aaliyah, while Cyan was talented, he didn't possess once-in-a-century level talent. Even Teresa Fidelis, who had graduated from Greta Academy as the top of her class, was on a higher level than him. But he was encountering such people too frequently, that was the problem. But why are Imperial mages and knights here in Baden? Cyan's gaze immediately shifted to Asuka. He had been frozen since the moment the Imperial Knights appeared. Though he should have been disappointed after getting excited about the prospect of a good fight, that thought had completely vanished. There was no time to think about anything. Chapter 341 Part 2. Asuka's face, full of bewilderment, tried to maintain composure. "What's this about? Should I thank you for helping?" Asuka feigned ignorance. He knew exactly who Mijlo was. For someone like Asuka, who didn't care about others and was just a swordsman, the fact that he knew who Mijlo was proved their connection. He wanted to flee desperately, even abandoning Cyan, but knights had already surrounded the area. These were fighters far superior to Sabat's group. Even Asuka could tell this was a fight he couldn't win. Mijlo ignored Asuka's pretense and spoke. "We've been looking for you, Lord Asuka." It was a respectful attitude for such a rigid mage. Cyan blinked several times again. Even when Aaliyah had pressed him, Asuka had kept his identity sealed tight, saying there wouldn't be any problems. But now, with the Imperial Knight Order and Imperial Mage swarming around him, what exactly is he? A natural question. The answer seemed obvious now. The fact that so many Imperial Knights had gathered and someone of Mijlo's caliber had moved meant this was an important matter for the Empire. An important matter connected to the Imperial family. If Asuka wasn't a criminal, there was only one explanation: royalty. Realizing this, Cyan shouted in disbelief. "Asuka, you said you wouldn't get involved with your family, but the Imperial family, a member of the Imperial family." Rare genuine surprise showed on Asuka's face. "No, how was I supposed to know this would happen? You're being rude, do not address such a noble person so casually, this isn't the academy," Mijlo pointed out in a calm tone. A noble person, the disconnect in those words made his mind reel. Asuka seemed to feel the same way as he raised his voice with a flushed face. "This guy is my friend, and who are you calling noble?" "That's creepy, I see you're still in denial, that's why you've been wandering around so freely." Mijlo narrowed his eyes as if looking at a child. "We've spent quite some time looking for you, Lord Asuka, let's go now." "They're waiting." Asuka shut his mouth tight. It was obvious who was waiting: his father. His mother's tearful face flashed before his eyes. Sending this much force meant they intended to take him back even by force if necessary. If he were alone, he might have resisted, but Cyan was here too. "They never cared about me before, so why are they suddenly doing this now?" For Asuka, it was not just sudden but strange. But those of noble birth come with restrictions. The freedom he had enjoyed as a minor would be stripped away as soon as he came of age. But what was clear was that the grace period had ended, and now his father had decided not to leave him alone anymore. Mijlo said in an emotionless tone, "I received orders to escort you back." His eyes briefly scanned Cyan. There was no need to think about who the person beside him was: Cyan Rodril. He had already memorized the information about Asuka. Of course, he knew about his friends too. "Fine, let's go." After a moment's hesitation, Asuka finally spoke. His face wore an unusually serious expression. "I'll have to settle this." Since things had come to this, it wouldn't be easy to resolve, though it would take some time. "Cyan, come with me to my home." Cyan was good with words. Whether that would work on his father was uncertain, but besides, he was a model student, the type adults would like. If he brought him along, his mother would probably approve too. Calculations unlike Asuka quickly formed in his head. "Why should I? I have no reason to go." Cyan looked disgusted. Though the situation was tense, he still spoke casually. For Cyan, speaking formally to Asuka would be as distasteful as confessing love to him. Besides, he was very reluctant because it felt like the kind of place where entering might be easy but leaving wouldn't be. Asuka raised both eyebrows. "Are you seriously going to abandon me and leave? You just told me to step aside earlier." That was then. An argument broke out between Asuka, who didn't want to go alone, and Cyan. But the conclusion was simple. Cyan had no choice. Mijlo approached Cyan. His face was cold and solemn. "Cyan Rodril, what? You will come with us, Lord Asuka wishes it." Mijlo gestured with his chin. As if that settled it. The social hierarchy was at work here. He added as if to reassure, "You will be going as a guest, so there's no need to worry. Right? It's not like you'll be dragged to a torture chamber just for hanging out with me." Asuka laughed with a whatever happens happens attitude. Standing there surrounded by Imperial knights and mages, his words carried an inexplicable tension. "Fine, let's go," Cyan reluctantly agreed. Since it had come to this, he thought he might as well enjoy the Imperial experience as a guest who wouldn't be mistreated. There was one problem. But what about Helmut and Aaliyah, who we were supposed to meet in Baden? However, Cyan was a mage. He would find a way to contact them, thus their destination was forcibly changed. Neither of them knew what would happen there. Chapter 342 Part 1 Luke Yeager, a man officially known as the descendant of the Sword Saint. Now, 4 years after parting with Helmut, everyone in Basser knew about him. He had joined the Palma Knights with his brilliant skills, and shortly after joining he achieved an incredible military feat. His achievement was killing the new ruler of the desert, the Red Scorpion, who had appeared and disrupted the finals of the martial arts tournament. That incident caused major ripples throughout Basser. Furthermore, the subsequent revelation that he was the Sword Saint's descendant sent another wave of shock across Basser. Luke Yeager claimed the position of Palma Knights commander, which had been vacant since the previous commander's death, becoming the youngest ever to hold the position. Fortune and support were on his side. At the time, there were limited candidates qualified to become the Palma Knights commander. Of course, the Palma Knights were a group of knights with exceptional skills. Some knights were as skilled as the former commander or even stronger than Luke Yeager. However, such individuals were much older than Luke Yeager. Moreover, the position of Palma Knights commander, which had become vacant twice in succession under questionable circumstances, gave an ominous feeling to those who were older and already had stable lives with rank and age. The Palma Knights commander not only had to handle numerous administrative duties, but also had to lead the most dangerous missions in Basser. While it came with honor, it was nevertheless a challenging position. Additionally, there was the second prince's strong argument for reforming the Palma Knights through young blood. Having Luke Yeager, the Sword Saint's descendant, ascend to the position presented the ideal scenario and aligned with the prince's implicit support for someone he wanted in his corner. After the Red Scorpion incident, the first prince had practically fallen from grace, while the second prince solidified his position as heir to the throne, making his influence incomparably stronger than before. The king of Basser accepted the second prince's opinion, and a public sword tournament was held within the knights to determine the position of commander. Luke Yeager was able to win the tournament without much difficulty. His skills were unrivaled. No one could contest his appointment as commander. Beyond his skills, he was a man who had achieved remarkable accomplishments and was the descendant of the Sword Saint after all. However, despite his impressive titles and fame, there was one issue where he still struggled even after 4 years. "So, what went wrong this time, Commander?" a knight asked with a grin. The young commander wasn't an intimidating superior to the members of the Palma Knights. Luke Yeager's relaxed personality and friendliness had changed the previously authoritarian atmosphere. "Wrong. It just didn't work out naturally, that's all," Luke replied, scrunching his nose. Basser tended to reject outsiders. Luke Yeager had faced such rejection initially, but being the grandson of Sword Saint Darien de Firth and ascending to the position of Palma Knights commander quickly silenced any prejudice about his foreign origins. He became Basser's #1 bachelor with a bright future. Noble families with daughters sent introduction letters in droves. If he had to live in Basser anyway, it would be better to form ties with Basser's noble families. But the results weren't good at all. Basser's nobles marry at an early age. Though he was at an age where most nobles would already be married, Luke Yeager didn't even have a fiancée. His packed schedule and his oblivious nature, which often made his partners feel ignored, were the primary reasons for his lack of success, though he himself was unaware of it. "There's only one other bachelor left in the knights around your age, Commander. Are you planning to join him?" "Join him? Just focus on the mission. Think about where that cute thing might be hiding." Though speaking lightly, when Luke Yeager's expression turned serious, the surrounding knights' atmosphere naturally became serious as well. They were currently dispatched to a desert village far from the royal capital. The village had long been empty. Due to a sudden attack by demonic beasts, nearly all of the 100 or so villagers were massacred, and only a few survivors managed to report the attack. The Palma Knights had been consistently culling demonic beasts to control their numbers in the desert. Therefore, this recent massacre of a village that had been in a relatively safe zone was extremely shocking. The Basser king immediately dispatched the Palma Knights to the village in response to this incident that occurred after 4 years. Half-destroyed houses and scattered laundry on the ground spoke to the urgency of the situation during the attack. Black stains of dried blood remained in various places. However, the corpses that should have been there were nowhere to be found. To demonic beasts, humans were like the ultimate delicacy. It was likely that the ravenous creatures had devoured them whole, bones and all. It was an organized attack, they say. They blocked all escape routes from the village and herded everyone to one place before devouring them all. The survivors were either quick to escape from the beginning or happened to be outside the village when they saw it being attacked and ran away. As one knight muttered with a grave face, another knight continued. "No matter how thoroughly we search, we can't find any survivors in the village. Everyone's dead." Luke Yeager nodded. Yes, the method is similar to what happened 4 years ago. This doesn't feel good. Back then, wasn't it revealed that High Priest Dolos was controlling the Red Scorpion? Could this be the temple's doing again? It's possible, but unlikely. The temple claimed that it was an isolated act by that high priest. Though Luke didn't believe the temple's claim, realistically, even among high priests, the ability to control demonic beasts would be rare. Chapter 342, Part 2. While it was revealed that the Red Scorpion incident from 4 years ago was High Priest Dolos' doing, it wasn't publicly known that the temple was behind Sword Saint Darien de Firth's disappearance. That matter involved internal betrayal within Basser and was connected to the Sword Saint's honor. Moreover, officially accusing the temple of conspiracy would risk outright conflict with them, an unwise move even for a military powerhouse like Basser. The temple had protected the continent from the Demon King War, and was the only organization with the solid justification of protecting humans from all evil things. Considering their influence and followers, the temple possessed power beyond their military might. Basser had protested unofficially, and while the temple dissociated itself from Dolos, they offered massive reparations to Basser. The matter was ostensibly settled, though tensions between Basser and the temple had undeniably worsened. The Palma Knights knew fragments of the truth. At the time of the incident, the temple was hosting a major event. All the high priests were in attendance, Luke said, frowning. Then it might not be a high priest, but judging by the traces left behind, the demonic beasts moved in an organized manner. This kind of movement is difficult to achieve without a leader giving directions. Then, Luke Yeager immediately gave his answer. It must be the one who swallowed the Red Scorpion's core and fled back then. After absorbing its power and knowledge, it's now making its move. 4 years ago, the Red Scorpion's body had been hollow. Whatever beast had done it would eventually reveal itself, that much was certain. Because demonic beasts with power inevitably target humans, the easiest and most tempting prey, since demonic beasts receive power and knowledge through cores, problems continue even after dealing with them. This time we'll eliminate it along with its core. But it didn't seem like it would be easy. This demonic beast hadn't even left witnesses. As if deliberately avoiding the mistakes of the previous Red Scorpions, no one knew what kind of demonic beast it was, its form, or its abilities. It had orchestrated the attack without showing itself, using other beasts as pawns. Such a creature wouldn't easily reveal itself to the Palma Knights. It would know that the Palma Knights had been regularly subjugating demonic beasts, and therefore would know how strong they were and how skilled they were at killing demonic beasts. Even with magic, it's difficult to search for demonic beasts in this desert, and since all nearby villagers have evacuated to the city, it can't attack another village. If another attack occurs, all the villages in this area might become ruins. Luke Yeager shook his head. Having tasted blood, it won't resist its instincts for long. Another attack is inevitable. It might target the city as well. Rather than directly attacking, it might choose to pick off humans wandering around the city outskirts one by one. The Palma Knights couldn't stay in this region forever. But even without the Palma Knights, the Desert City's forces, which had considerable experience dealing with demonic beasts, were capable enough. Enough to make it difficult for even a demonic beast with many subordinates to decide to attack. They could hold out until reinforcements arrived. However, in the desert where resources were scarce, even in cities, people couldn't remain isolated forever, making wanderers good targets. Is there any way to handle this? Luke smirked. Well, if some tempting prey were to roam around in groups, it wouldn't be able to resist showing itself. Luke Yeager pointed at himself. All the knights looked at him. Luke Yeager's finger moved again, pointing at each of them. You mean we, the Palma Knights, should be the bait? Exactly. Remove your armor, pack only your swords, carry supplies, and disguise yourselves as ordinary villagers. No matter how intelligent this beast is, it won't be able to distinguish that much. Since we'd be the only humans worth eating in this area, it might reveal itself. Let's bet on it. Everyone move out. It was a new idea. The Palma Knights had always hunted demonic beasts while perfectly armed and with thundering hoofbeats. It was a bold plan. The Palma Knights, traditionally clad in full armor and marching with banners, had always approached subjugations like a prepared army. That was their tradition and protocol, but their young commander had a different mindset. The knights, though surprised, admired Luke Yeager's ingenuity and followed his orders without hesitation. Chapter 343, Part 1. It was daytime. The desert, whipped by sandstorms, was hazy and pale that day. Dust stirred up all around. Even the sunlight, normally so intense that it could dry flesh and bone, was obstructed by the veil of dust. For a traveler passing through the desert, now that demonic beasts had attacked a village, this unclear visibility would surely cause unease. But that was a problem only for humans who relied heavily on their sight. For demonic beasts, it wasn't much of an issue. The creature crouched beneath the sand. The dry sand rasped against its outer skin, making a grating sound. Perhaps because of that sensation it felt thirsty. The stomach that had once been filled with blood and chunks of flesh was now completely empty. That was what humans were to demonic beasts. No matter how much they chewed and swallowed, they could never be sated. They triggered a maddening hunger. All that remained now was a famished instinct. However, it knew the essence of power it had been lucky enough to obtain, the red scorpion's core. That core had awakened its bestial nature. It had revived some vital experiences and knowledge, ingrained as if part of its own body. Humans were prey, but at times they could become more threatening than any demonic beast. There were such humans. Humans who could dissect demonic beasts alive, making their hard skin, sharp teeth, and massive bodies meaningless. Humans who possessed power different from demonic energy, humans who knew how to handle gleaming metal. They were strong even alone and even stronger in groups. The Palma Knights, though it did not know their name, it knew they had appeared in this desert. It knew it was because of its attack on the village. Facing them head-on would be dangerous even for it. After all, even the Red Scorpion hadn't dared to do that. But the Red Scorpion had evaded them for a long time, devouring countless humans in the process. Surely it could do the same. It was a demonic beast aware of its own demonic nature, capable of suppressing its instincts when needed. SSHHK, SSHHK. A strange sound escaped the demonic beast, not a vocalization from its mouth but a noise emitted from its body itself. Its body trembled slightly. Hunger swept from its toes to its head, completely dominating it. It sensed presences. Several humans were approaching from beyond, heading in its direction. Since its first attack, the nearby humans who had lived in small groups had fled behind thick stone walls. There were countless humans there, but it could not invade that place. It knew that the more humans gathered in one place, the more dangerous it was. Still, a stone-walled haven was just that, an enclosure. Humans could not stay trapped there forever. From time to time, humans ventured out from their hiding places in groups, moving toward other habitats. Humans with feet sinking deep into the sand, with bodies too frail to protect themselves. They would encounter it in the desert, its domain. SSHHK, SSHHK, the sand around it shook. Fierce winds blew across the desert as strong as a storm. Its movements beneath the sand would be concealed by the wind. As it gradually approached its prey, the creature's 8 eyes gleamed red. This should make me look tasty enough. Luke Yeager lightly tapped his own cheek, a sturdy adult man, tall, muscular, with plenty of flesh. The meat might be a bit tough, but to a demonic beast he was a large, tempting morsel. A knight chuckled and responded, "For someone like you, Commander, you're young and your meat would be tender. Hopefully the thing will notice and target our side. That would be nice. Especially in weather that's so comfortable for demonic beasts." Luke Yeager moved at a relaxed pace, showing no particular tension on his face. He was the commander of the Palma Knights who had subdued countless demonic beasts. His only worry was that the bait might not lure out the demonic beast. If we get a signal from the others, we must move immediately. In this weather, we might miss their signals, so be alert. Yes, understood, Commander. The members of the Palma Knights were divided into groups of 4 or 5, moving on foot without horses. Fewer people would appear suspicious, more would be too large a group for the demonic beast to dare approach. They chose to walk on purpose. If they were mounted, it would be easier to flee, so walking made them seem like slower, easier prey. "Come on, just go for us," Luke Yeager murmured. His group had the strongest force, but that didn't mean the knights in the other groups were weak. At the very least, if the demonic beast appeared there, they could send a signal and hold out until this group arrived. But it would be far more convenient if it appeared right here, where the Palma Knights' commander was present. They walked for who knew how long, the sandstorm growing fiercer. The wind, mixed with sand, stung their faces and made it hard to keep their eyes open. All of them had pulled their hoods down tightly and were carrying packs as they moved. Before long, conversation dwindled. Even the Palma Knights had no way to stop the sand from flying into their mouths whenever they opened them. They were climbing a large sand dune when a strong gust swept over it. Chwaya. The cascading sand crumbled underfoot, causing them to slip. They lost their balance for a moment. The 5 members who had been walking at set intervals were now scattered apart. "Is everyone all right?" The moment Luke Yeager spoke those words, he frowned. He felt a vibration. It wasn't natural, he sensed a tingling demonic energy. His skin prickled. As he straightened up, something sharp shot out from directly ahead. Chapter 343 Part 2 Chayak Kagging, Oh ho, sand grains mixed with spines whipped at his face. But Luke Yeager, who had drawn his sword to block the attack aimed at him, grinned. Of all people it had targeted him. The beast had taken the bait perfectly. Swoosh. From the collapsing sand a giant form emerged. A furry body the color of the sand, 8 eyes glowing red. A spider, SSHHK, SSHHK. The creature felt something was off. The instant it attacked, this human should have been skewered by its fangs and killed. But as though expecting it, the human had effortlessly defended against its attack. This was not a move an ordinary human could make. Instead of sensing fear, the human before it exuded confidence. A certain energy rose from the human's blade. It was the power called vis. Raising his voice, Luke Yeager gestured grandly. You've come all by yourself without bringing any underlings. Come on everyone, let's treat our guest, Piuo. Bang Pupung signal flares soared skyward, releasing bright light and loud noise. Every Palma Knight present drew their swords. Only then did the demonic beast realize who they were. This was a trick it had never encountered in the memories inherited from the Red Scorpion. SSHHK, SSHHK, the 5 swords lunged at the now flustered creature. Luke Yeager declared loudly, "Today is the day your fate is sealed." A large-scale pursuit unfolded in the desert. More precisely, a large contingent was pursuing a single demonic beast. The giant, yellowish-brown spider broke through the encirclement by kicking up sand, then sprinted across the desert on its swift legs. Summoning other demonic beasts it controlled to block the path behind it. Yet the Palma Knights managed to keep up. They had a mage skilled in tracking demonic energy with them. It was never easy to find a hidden demonic beast in this vast desert, but they had prepared well. Now that it had shown itself, they would not let it escape. Damn, it's fast. One knight gasped for breath as he muttered. Without horses, he had to channel vis into his legs to chase after the spider. The others were in a similar state. Luke Yeager led the charge, sword in hand, at the very front. I must catch it no matter what. This creature had learning ability, so it wouldn't fall for the same trick twice. Who knew how it would hide and prey on humans next time? They had to deal with it now, but the other Palma Knights couldn't run as fast as Luke. He pulled ahead almost as if leaving the others behind. From the lead position, he could see the demonic beast's back. He might be able to catch it. If he lunged now and cut off one of its legs. Suddenly, the demonic beast came to a halt. There was a flash of light ahead, something like an ashen streak flickered. It was an unfamiliar yet somehow familiar energy, the power known as vis. The spider's body collapsed to the ground. Thud. The sandy floor swallowed the impact of the spider crashing down. Luke Yeager had no idea what had just happened. He approached the fallen spider. In the blurred vision of the dusty air, he saw a figure. What there is that? Luke Yeager widened his eyes. A young man stood there. He contrasted sharply against the desert. Black hair and black eyes as dark as if filled with the essence of the void and white skin. He had a somewhat imposing aura. His noble appearance, by Basser's standards, delicate as a woman's yet perfectly symmetrical, was striking. Luke Yeager felt he had seen that face somewhere before. Their gazes met. The young man with black eyes suddenly spoke. You are quite lucky. The words carried many implications. His voice was deeper than before, but the underlying tone was unchanged. A chill ran down Luke Yeager's spine. Instinctively, he recognized him. At once he shouted, "Hide," the other calmly replied. "That's not the name I told you last time." Only after a moment did Luke Yeager recall the name the young man had last revealed to him. Helmut. He was surprised that he remembered. But some memories, however brief, are etched so deeply that they last a lifetime. To Luke Yeager, Helmut was just such a presence. And that very Helmut had returned after 4 years, standing here in this unexpected place in an entirely unforeseen way. Chapter 344 Part 1. What a stupid expression. What? You bastard, been a while. At the casual greeting, Luke Yeager frowned. How did you get here? Where have you been all this time? What do you mean, where have I been? You disappeared in Reynosa. Helmut raised an eyebrow as if surprised. How do you know about that? Considering Luke Yeager had been stuck in Basser, and all he knew about Helmut was just his name, it was unexpected. I'm now the commander of the Palma Knights. I can find out at least that much. I figured you were either a mercenary or an academy student. I never imagined the latter, since you never looked like a student. Your skills were never something a person your age would have. Whoever you were, I thought for sure there'd be rumors about you, even if you tried to hide, and since I knew your name, it wasn't hard to find out. Luke Yeager furrowed his brow. It was just too late. I only learned afterward that there was someone named Helmut at the Greta Academy and that he had gone missing in Reynosa. That's how it was, Helmut responded briefly. Then why did you show up here? Luke Yeager glanced between Helmut and the felled monster with suspicion. If this were the royal capital of Basser, he would have welcomed Helmut happily, but this was no such situation. Luke Yeager believed Helmut's disappearance had been Helmut's own choice. After all, Helmut wasn't someone who would be easily taken down by anyone else. A guy who vanished on his own suddenly appearing in a desert like this was bound to seem strange. Helmut murmured quietly, so now you know how to be suspicious. Anyone would find this situation suspicious. Just then a bright flash came from the beast, a demonic energy. Luke Yeager hurriedly aimed his sword. However, the demonic beast did not move again. Instead, a person jumped down over the beast's carcass. Tap. Judging by the white robe, it was a woman. Her hood was pulled low, showing only her lips. Pale chin and pretty pink lips stood out beneath it. But there was something else more notable. A black mass with a smooth, crystalline surface was floating in the air beside her. The black mass radiated an intense presence of demonic energy suppressed by magic. The writhing, massive demonic energy was almost visible to the naked eye. However, the magic perfectly sealed it. It could not affect Helmut's dark seed. I've retrieved the core. Now no demonic beast can inherit the red scorpion's power, so for a while there will be no demonic beast capable of ruling the desert. Her voice was pleasing to the ear. Luke Yeager stared at her in astonishment and then noticed something else odd. A bird with splendid, colorful feathers perched on her shoulder, and at her feet, a white cat had somehow followed and was staring up with wide-open eyes. A bird and a cat. It was an odd combination that didn't fit the desert, nor did it fit each other since cats eat birds. But she was a mage, so maybe it was different. The white cat Alaga spoke up at that moment. For something living in the human world, that was quite a strong one. Who would have thought such a beast would be here? The bird, trilling in a peculiar tone, chimed in as well, strong one. A creature that flees from humans even under optimal conditions is strong. More importantly, what happens to that core? Why don't you weakling eat it? You might at least reach my ankles. What? You stupid cat, you lousy bird brain, you know you'd lose to me even in your current state, right? You, the mage Aaliyah intervened firmly. I'll use it for research. I'm not giving it to anyone. Her voice snapped Luke Yeager back to reality. The cat is talking and the bird too, Luke Yeager cried out, pointing a finger. Alaga thumped his tail on the ground. Ah, right. We shouldn't talk in front of humans. I forgot since there was only one here. We could just kill him and bury him since he's the only one who heard us. The cat and the bird simultaneously fixed their gazes on Luke Yeager. Though he couldn't understand their exact words, the intensity of their stare made him flinch. Stop it, he won't tell anyone. Helmut calmly restrained them. Alaga then yelled at Helmut, this time in a tone only he could hear. How can you be so sure? You trust humans again after being betrayed by them. You dim-witted fool. Alaga seemed to exist solely to criticize Helmut. By his standards, Helmut was an inadequate person who, after being carefully raised, stupidly got betrayed and wandered around as if nothing happened. Helmut's foot twitched. He desperately wanted to give him a fierce kick, but he had to restrain himself. He was currently learning what it meant to have patience. He was bitterly regretting having taken Alaga out of the forest of roots. At this point, he suspected he was taking revenge for how he bothered him when he was a child. He's Darien's great-grandson, and the reason I'm here. Helmut's gaze shifted from Alaga back to Luke Yeager. Is to meet him, Chapter 344, Part 2, You came to meet me. Don't misunderstand, it's not like I planned to meet you in a place like this, it's just that looking for you led me here, Aaliyah explained. Luke Yeager stared intently at her hooded face before asking Helmut, who is she? My girlfriend. Luke Yeager jerked in surprise. He looked at Helmut as if unable to believe it. You have a girlfriend? Is that a problem? No, nothing. He'd been a bit worried when he heard Helmut had disappeared, but it seemed he'd been doing just fine. Certainly better than spending his days constantly battling demonic beasts in the desert. Just as Luke Yeager was about to speak, he noticed the Palma Knights rushing in from the distance. They had fallen quite behind, so they only now arrived on the scene. They found the fallen demonic beast Helmut and Aaliyah and approached warily, forming a defensive posture. Commander, what happened here? Did you defeat that demonic beast by yourself? The Palma Knights asked, having finally arrived. Just as Luke Yeager opened his mouth to respond, Helmut cut in. I happened to be passing by and drew its attention, and then he took it down. In a casual tone, Helmut gave the credit to Luke Yeager. Luke Yeager immediately denied it, his expression saying, when did that happen? No, he's the one who defeated it. You don't even know how to accept credit when it's given. I am the commander of the Palma Knights and a knight who knows honor. I cannot lie. Before becoming commander, Luke Yeager had followed Helmut's lead, even taking credit for defeating the Red Scorpion. But now it was different. Luke Yeager's gaze was firm and Helmut interpreted it in his own way. Right, he has no need to climb any higher anyway. It's not like he was going to become king, so the commander of the Palma Knights had nothing more to prove. Who is this person that managed to defeat such a demonic beast? Is the one next to him a mage? Such skilled individuals suddenly appearing in the desert was highly suspicious. But it was also true they had killed the demonic beast the Palma Knights had been pursuing. Luke Yeager vouched for them. The Palma Knights hesitated, unsure how to react. Helmut took a step closer to Luke Yeager and spoke. Then shall we go? Go where? You should take me to the royal capital as the one who contributed to slaying the demonic beast. His dark eyes hinted, you're not going to make me leave empty-handed, are you? Luke Yeager nodded reflexively. Ah, right, we should do that. Subtle, or maybe not, Helmut was still good at getting people to do what he wanted. Luke Yeager turned to the Palma Knights and said, I know him, so there's no need to worry. They've perfectly dealt with the demonic beast's core. He has rendered distinguished service, so we must bring him to the royal capital and reward him. Yes, Commander. The Palma Knights obeyed without complaint. Luke Yeager decided to return immediately with Helmut and a few knights. The remaining Palma Knights would summon troops from a nearby city to handle the demonic beast's corpse. As Helmut approached Luke Yeager, he whispered, "Ah, keep it a secret." Luke Yeager immediately understood what he meant, the talking cat and bird. With a conflicted expression, Luke Yeager nodded. "For now. I'll explain later. I have things to tell you anyway." Luke Yeager sized Helmut up and down from up close. He was different from before. After 4 years, it was a wonder Luke even recognized him. He had changed so much. Back then, Helmut No Hyde had been just a boy. Now he was a grown young man, but more than that, Luke Yeager sensed something else clearly. "You've grown stronger." "Yeah, so have you. Though not as much as I have. Your attitude, on the other hand, hasn't changed at all." Luke Yeager laughed heartily. Finally relaxing, he reached out and patted Helmut's head. Helmut flinched unconsciously. It was a gesture both unfamiliar and friendly. With his characteristic bright smile, Luke Yeager said, "Good to see you, Helmut, though I'm not sure if I'll still feel that way after I hear your story." Would he still feel glad to see Helmut once he heard everything? Helmut thought probably not. After becoming commander, the simple-minded Luke Yeager must have changed somewhat. Meanwhile, Ilaga and Agrel were chattering noisily beside them. "That guy is looking down on you too. Just how weak did you act in the human world to be treated like this?" Indeed, patting one's head is, in human custom, a gesture from an adult to a child, in other words, from the strong to the weak, so that's how it is. Helmut took their annoying chatter in stride. He could now handle it. Aaliyah kept her composure amid the double chorus of complaints and followed alongside Helmut. Her mind was entirely occupied with how to use the invaluable demonic beast's core they had secured. "Let's go." At Luke Yeager's suggestion, they moved along with the Palma Knights, heading straight for the royal capital of Basser. Chapter 345, Part 1. Riding their horses to the village and then traveling from there to the royal capital did not take long. Although the demonic beast's core Aaliyah had obtained was rightfully hers, she had to present it to the king of Basser as proof that the monster had been vanquished. Inside the carriage heading to the royal capital, Luke Yeager gave a slight nod. Only he, Helmut, Aaliyah, and the two demonic beasts were on board. "Now explain." "Explain what?" "About the talking cat and bird." Luke Yeager's finger swept over Ilaga and Agrel. As if they were divided by gender, Ilaga was perched on Helmut's lap while Agrel took a spot on Aaliyah's shoulder. It looked almost as though they were being used as mounts. Agrel immediately bristled. "You insolent human. How dare you point your finger at me? Why are you getting so worked up? He's a man, a man. Didn't you say that's what you wanted? He looks pretty decent, doesn't he? I've given up on that game. Besides, I'm not human right now, am I?" There was a time when Agrel had briefly decided it was better to be a bird than a flightless human. Since there had been plenty of time to prepare an explanation, Helmut responded nonchalantly. "They were cursed by an archmage and turned into a cat and a bird. It wasn't a lie, though strictly speaking it was magic rather than a curse, and they were originally demonic beasts rather than humans." Thanks to Agrel's remark, Luke Yeager interpreted it as Helmut intended. "Huh, so you're saying they were originally human? Wait, hold on, an archmage's curse, what's that about? I've had an adventure no one could possibly imagine." "Adventure? I even went to the Forest of Roots." Though he had been stuck there for quite some time, it wasn't a lie. Luke Yeager's face grew serious. He immediately latched onto this new piece of information. "The Forest of Roots, what do you mean by that?" 4 years ago, I was sent there because of the temple's conspiracy." "You remember how they sent Darien, your grandfather, the Sword Saint, to the Forest of Roots?" "Why, yeah, I do." Because of that, plans to establish a temple in Basser had fallen through, and the relationship between the temple and Basser had continued to worsen. Before long, the second prince who would inherit the throne was likely to be even more antagonistic toward the temple than the current king of Basser. They might openly come into conflict. "But hold on, the Forest of Roots, you say? What excuse did they have for sending you there? Was it because you were the Sword Saint's disciple? How would they have known that?" Anger welled up in Luke Yeager's eyes. Helmut hesitated briefly, torn over whether or not this was the right time to reveal everything. "I'm still not entirely sure. What led you to suspect it? Did Reynosa say something? What's your connection with them?" Luke Yeager hadn't been completely idle about Helmut's disappearance. He had felt something was off from the start. Reynosa and the temple were in collusion. Luke Yeager's thoughts quickly jumped to suspecting a conspiracy between Reynosa and the temple. Helmut stared at Luke Yeager for a moment. "What? I was just realizing I underestimated you." Luke Yeager was not as simple as Helmut had once thought. Years had passed, he had become the Palma Knights' commander, and he had indeed grown. Luke Yeager wore a stern expression. "What do you take me for? We'll get to that in time. Any other questions?" Another question came flying immediately. "How did you manage to get out of the Forest of Roots?" "The greatest reason people can't escape the Forest of Roots is that it's swarming with demonic beasts. Surviving there is nearly impossible." "But I'm different." This was partly true. Helmut was strong. So long as he could get past the sacred barrier, he certainly had enough power to survive in the Forest of Roots. But it took a while, 4 years to be exact. Luke Yeager appeared to grasp it at last and said, "So that's why you got so strong." It helped a lot. Luke Yeager eyed Helmut up and down, looking slightly envious. He was the type of swordsman addict who would gladly endure 4 years trapped in the forest of roots if it meant he could grow stronger. In fact, Luke Yeager participated in nearly every demonic beast subjugation in Bassar. Sitting in the royal capital buried in paperwork did not suit his nature at all, but these people— Luke Yeager frowned as he looked back and forth between Alaga and Agrel. A cat and a bird calling them people felt downright awkward. What are they, and why were they cursed by this archmage? Also, who is that archmage? How rude. Those are hurtful questions. Agrel suddenly poured out a wave of indignation. Luke Yeager, startled by the shrill bird sounds, looked flustered. "Ah, well, it's suspicious from where I stand. I can't just let it slide without some explanation. Her name is Hike." They were her test subjects. A soft, mellifluous voice resonated beautifully. Luke Yeager focused on the speaker, Aaliyah, who wore her hood drawn low. "Just by your voice, I can tell you're a beauty." "She is." When Helmut responded, Luke Yeager made an odd face. I didn't know you could say such things in front of your girlfriend." "It's the truth." Helmut had to pause and think about what such things meant. Chapter 345, Part 2. "So does that mean you're enemies with that archmage? Is she going to come after you?" Aaliyah answered smoothly. "No, she already finished her research with those experiments. That cat and this bird are the fruits of her research. She's achieved her goal, so she won't be showing up again." "I'm not sure I follow, but so you're trying to undo their curse, more or less." They might have deviated by a margin of a grain of rice, but Aaliyah's reply satisfied Luke Yeager, who gave a nod. A talking cat and bird were strange indeed, but not harmful. Alaga and Agrel stayed quiet. Although they readily chattered when Helmut talked, they would clam up the moment Aaliyah spoke. Regardless of their power, they instinctively understood the situation, that Aaliyah held the most authority in this group. "In any case, welcome back safe and sound." Wearing a broad smile, Luke Yeager patted Helmut on the shoulder. It was a greeting from someone who had waited 4 years to see him return, free of any flowery phrases, yet it left a gentle warmth in one corner of Helmut's heart. Not everyone had been hoping Helmut would never return. There were those who truly wanted him back. One of them was right here. "Luke Yeager is indebted to me, still that doesn't mean I can relax." It was never again wise to place blind trust in someone. His mother had not betrayed him because she hated or resented him. She had betrayed him simply because there was something more important to her than Helmut. Luke Yeager was the Palma Knights' commander. He had to protect Bassar. Helmut had to remember that the debt Luke owed him might fall behind his duty to Bassar, even though Luke was Darien's descendant. "I can only hope he doesn't turn into an enemy." He himself wished to avoid cutting down Darien's descendant if at all possible. "Yes," Helmut answered shortly. After that, the conversation turned to how Luke Yeager had spent his time in the 4 years since their separation. Before long, the carriage arrived at the royal palace. Stepping down from it first, Luke Yeager spoke. "I have to file a report, so why don't you rest for now? You are the ones who slew a demonic beast that inherited the Red Scorpion's core after all. We can't just escort you straight to His Majesty without any formality." Evidently, he had already sent word. Servants came out to greet them at the sight of the carriage. As she descended, the chamberlain attending them addressed Aaliyah. "My lady, please lower your hood. No one may enter the palace with their face concealed." Without argument, Aaliyah removed her hood. The moment she did, it felt as though the air currents themselves paused. Her hair, akin to strands of silver silk, fanned out with a shower of radiance, and within it shone features that resembled an incarnation of beauty itself. Even the palace attendants, trained not to display their emotions, unconsciously sucked in a gasp, momentarily forgetting themselves. It was only after a short delay that one of them regained his senses enough to ask, "May I have your name, my lady?" "Aaliyah." Guided by the handmaid, Aaliyah began to walk away. Because the servants were so utterly taken with her, Helmut was left overlooked, even though he was hardly someone with an unremarkable presence. Just as Helmut was about to follow, Luke Yeager, who had yet to depart, grabbed Helmut by the shoulder. "Hey, how exactly did you meet that girlfriend of yours? Why are you asking? You said her name's Aaliyah, right? She's the most beautiful woman I've ever laid eyes on." Luke Yeager lowered his voice conspiratorially and added, "From today onward, we're rivals. Let's see which one of us does better." It was impossible to tell if he was joking or serious. Helmut looked at him intently. Alaga, who was trailing at his feet, burst out in anger. "Hey, this is a challenge. That guy is after your woman. How lightly must he think of you to say such things?" Helmut let it pass in one ear and out the other, answering, "Try beating me first, then talk." "How arrogant." Luke Yeager grinned, patted the back of Helmut's head, and walked off. Left alone for a moment, Helmut started toward the path Aaliyah had taken, but he soon ran into an unexpected turn of events. "You think I'm just some object? Beat me first, then say that. Are you implying you'd hand me over if you lost?" The moment he stepped into the room Aaliyah had entered, she coldly snapped at him. He didn't need to ask how she heard. If it was Aaliyah, she would be able to hear it just fine. Taken aback, Helmut opened his mouth. But I wouldn't lose. You made it sound as if my thoughts, my choice, didn't matter at all. Faced with Aaliyah's barrage of criticism, Helmut fell silent. After a moment, he asked, then what should I have said? You seriously don't know? The door connecting to the reception room slammed open and shut violently. Bang, a powerful gust of wind whipped across Helmut's face. A snow-white cat brushed past him and leapt onto the sofa. Tilting his head, Alaga spoke in a mocking tone. You stupid fool, even I know the right answer. Aaliyah is my girlfriend and it's her choice to make. That's what you should have said. With Alaga's spot-on correction and mocking click of the tongue, Helmut had no words to defend himself. Igrel also joined in the scolding, flapping her wings. You're even more clueless than Alaga. You really are a hopeless cause. After that, Helmut's silence dragged on for quite a while. Chapter 346 Part 1. Helmut and Aaliyah's brief quarrel naturally resolved itself over time. A few hours later, when Aaliyah opened the door and came out, she looked at Helmut with an expression that seemed to say, what can I do with this guy? It's fine. It was a meaningful fine. It's a relief my expectations were low, I suppose. From the sofa, Alaga added a snarky remark. Though Helmut desperately wanted to throw a punch, Alaga wasn't someone who would take the hit. The atmosphere grew slightly awkward, and then there was a knock-knock followed by the door opening. His Majesty the King is calling for you. They were immediately taken to see the king, leaving Alaga behind. No one knew what he might say there. Come closer. A solemn voice resonated. It was a not-so-large hall. With about a dozen Palma knights, including Luke Yeager, standing in formation, the king sat on a dais. An elderly man with a long white beard cascading down to his chest, the king radiated the dignity of Bassar's ruler from head to toe. The king of Veneta was like that too, but monarchs, whether weak or strong, give off a distinctly different aura than ordinary people. So, you are the ones who got rid of the desert's troublemakers. His voice was rough and raspy. Though his eyes appeared sharp, his physical energy was declining. Helmut could sense it instinctively. This man didn't have much time left, but it is said that the second prince is an excellent choice for the throne. With a solid air, Bassar should be safe from major turmoil. Helmut and Aaliyah bowed their heads. The king posed a question, what do you do for a living? I'm a mercenary, Helmut replied. The king's gaze shifted to Aaliyah. Although it was enough to unsettle someone, her eyes remained calm. I am Aaliyah, a mage from Greta Academy. What brings you to Bassar? I've been researching demonic beasts. I came to Bassar because I was interested in the desert's demonic beasts, and so I arrived here together with him. Have you any desire to serve Bassar? It was the typical sort of recruitment line. It seemed like the ruling class would always cast a net when they spotted a promising talent. I don't want to be tied down anywhere. My research on demonic beasts isn't looked on favorably by the temple. I'd like to leave quietly without drawing attention. It was a reasonable explanation. The king nodded. I heard you prefer to avoid commotion. Consider this a reward from me, take it. The king bestowed upon them a rather substantial sum of money. Aaliyah accepted the gold coins the king had bestowed, placing them in her subspace. For some reason, Helmut seemed to have no claim. Strictly speaking, Helmut was the one who had defeated that spider, yet both the beast's core and the money went to Aaliyah. Of course, he had no right to complain. The king didn't appear particularly interested in them, or perhaps he simply lacked the energy to show interest. I hear from the Knight Commander that you don't wish for a big celebration. They had already said they wished to leave quietly. Since Helmut might have turned the temple and Reynosa into enemies, Luke Yeager accepted his words at face value. It seemed he had conveyed that properly. Helmut answered, that's right. Even so, I can't just let those who have done us a favor slip away. Stay in the royal palace for a few days and rest at ease. Word of your achievements will not leave the palace walls. Depart whenever you wish. Since they had performed a service, they deserved a reward. The king's words were formal, almost to a cold degree, but did not stray from official procedure. Once the conversation ended, they departed. Among the Palma Knights, several faces seemed oddly familiar, but they didn't seem to recognize Helmut. After all, Hyde and Helmut differ in hair color, eye color, and even overall impression. With 4 years having passed, it would be hard for anyone, no matter how sharp-eyed, to recognize him. As they stepped outside, Luke Yeager leaned in close to Helmut's ear and whispered, His Majesty only knows a watered-down version of the story. Like we nearly had it, and you two simply finished it off. If word spread that you did all the work, His Majesty might become eager to recruit you, and that would complicate things. Though demonic beasts aren't so easily worn out, it was true the creature had been blinded after being chased by the Palma Knights, which made it easier to finish off. But the king didn't exactly look full of ambition to recruit us. However, Luke Yeager didn't seem to know the king's true condition. Since it was just speculation, Helmut saw no need to set him straight. By the way, you didn't touch any of the food in your quarters, right? Aren't you hungry? I'm a bit peckish. As soon as they arrived, Aaliyah had been too upset to think about food. Helmut had also been aware that once Aaliyah had gone into her room and shut the door, he wasn't going to sit around outside and rustle something up for himself. Neither Aaliyah nor Helmut were particularly constrained by hunger, but it had been quite some time since they last ate. They were just about at the point of growling stomachs. Food is prepared, so let's go. There's one more person you should meet. We'll talk over a meal. Chapter 346, Part 2. Sending away the attendants, they followed Luke Yeager. After a moment, Helmut spoke up. And who might that be? It was obvious. Luke Yeager paused and in a serious tone began, unofficially, His Majesty the King entrusts large and small affairs of state to the second prince. I report to His Highness the second prince, he gathers and judges the information, and then the second prince reports it all to His Majesty. The same goes for anything about you too. It was no surprise that Helmut would end up speaking with the second prince. From Luke Yeager's words, Helmut realized the process of handing over the throne was in full swing. But one question remained, why unofficially? Because rumors about the king's health might spread. The king of Bassar has to remain robust until the very moment he departs this world. That's the desert's way of kings. Helmut revised his thoughts, so Luke Yeager was not entirely ignorant of the king's true condition. You said you wanted to tell me something. You weren't just telling Luke Yeager the man, right? Helmut answered without hesitation. You're the Palma Knight commander, and that's inseparable from who you are. I cannot do anything that would harm Bassar. But I do owe you a debt. That means I can't be completely objective, which is why I'm not the one making the decisions. Though Luke Yeager possessed genius-level talent with the sword, he wasn't equally brilliant in other fields. If anything, the problem was that he thought too well of people. The second prince was certainly aware of that. Praised as a fitting candidate for the throne, the second prince would compliment Luke Yeager's limited ability in judging people. When he made the young, relatively inexperienced Luke Yeager the Palma Knight commander, the second prince must have considered all that. Helmut asked to confirm, so is the second prince on your side? I'm the Palma Knight commander. His Majesty has entrusted everything to the second prince, and I merely follow orders. I'm asking if the second prince is on your side. Luke Yeager must have understood the difference. His Highness does care about me, yes. Luke Yeager was fair and upright. He didn't harbor pointless ambition, nor did he flaunt authority or misuse power. As a knight, he diligently performed his duties, staying nearly neutral. Helmut figured that trait of his wouldn't easily change. He was indeed well suited to be commander of the Palma Knights, and he had a charm that drew people in. For the second prince, Luke Yeager as knight commander was undoubtedly an ideal arrangement. Does your opinion carry weight with the second prince? He wouldn't ignore my words. I am the Palma Knight commander, after all. But if you think I'll naturally take your side, that's not going to happen. This is official business, official. He tried to sound dignified as he talked about official business, looking similar to how he had 4 years ago. By the way, your tone can come across as insolent. Try not to use it in front of His Highness. Luke Yeager left a final stern warning. Helmut, not entirely sure which part of his speaking manner was insolent, merely offered a vague nod. All right. Walking beside them, Aaliyah remained silent. In the dining hall they entered, a lavish feast was laid out. Normally the maids would attend them, but they withdrew as soon as the group arrived. A man was already seated at the far side of the table. Killing the Red Scorpion 4 years ago and now slaying a demonic beast that inherited the Red Scorpion's power again after 4 years, should I call that coincidence or destiny? It was the second prince, whose features had changed little from 4 years prior, who spoke. A swordsman and the man who would be king, there was a distinct strength in his words and bearing. It was obvious Luke Yeager was the stronger swordsman, yet the aura the second prince gave off felt more intense. Isn't that right, Hyde? Or should I call you Helmut now? It's been a long time. It's good to see you again. Have a seat. It seems everything about me has been discussed. Helmut and Aaliyah, together with Luke Yeager, offered a light bow and then took their seats. The dining table was huge, so there was a fair distance between them. However, it was enough to converse comfortably. The seating order was the second prince, Luke Yeager, then Helmut and Aaliyah. It also signified that Luke Yeager would block any attack aimed at the second prince. The second prince answered in an easy manner, I've known for some time. The Palma Knight commander has been looking for a boy named Helmut who possessed outstanding swordsmanship. How else would he search? By using Bassar's intelligence network. Luke Yeager wore an embarrassed expression. In other words, it couldn't have been hidden from the start, since the intelligence agency was also in the second prince's hands. That's why I naturally learned about you. I even knew that you'd gone missing. I had to devote considerable thought to that. His words implied deeper meaning. The second prince's eyes became serious. He was the one who would inherit Bassar's throne. His contemplations could hardly be compared to Luke Yeager's simpler thoughts. I must have raised some uncomfortable points. Let's eat first. We can talk slowly. Despite the suddenly heavy atmosphere, Helmut and Aaliyah began their meal without much fuss. Even though it was Bassar's own rough style of cuisine, a royal meal was still excellent. Aaliyah openly used magic to check whether the food contained poison or toxins. Her magic could detect even components that became poisonous when combined. Thankfully, there was no issue. The second prince didn't take offense to her suspicions. Watching them eat, he wore a calm expression. Chapter 347, Part 1. By the time their meal was drawing to a close, the second prince spoke in a relaxed tone. Perhaps you know this already, but 4 years ago, Bassar withdrew its plan to build a temple here. Since then, we've also strictly banned the entry of priests or holy knights. Helmut asked. Don't Bassar's worshippers object? They wouldn't have tried to build a temple in the middle of a barren wasteland for no reason. There had to be a certain level of influence the temple held here in Bassar, and presumably that was an attempt to expand their power. The temple were the ones who saved humanity from the Demon King. Even though Bassar is a warrior nation known for its exclusivity, that doesn't mean nobody ever immigrates here. While worshippers are few, there are some, and these believers themselves represent the temple's strength. There was plenty of justification. Whatever they planned with the first prince's collusion went well beyond simply removing Luke Yeager. Various acts of corruption and conspiracy were uncovered through investigation. Of course, they tried to brush it off, saying all they did was attempt to build a temple and that the events in Bassar were merely the wrongdoing of a few rogue priests. A grim shadow came over the second prince's face. But we know the truth. The temple trapped Bassar's hero, the Sword Saint, causing his disappearance, and 4 years ago they stirred up trouble in Bassar again. He gripped the cup of chilled water, the veins bulging in his hand. The anger in the second prince's eyes was vivid enough to be almost tangible. After taking a drink, he spoke again in a rough voice. This is an infringement of national sovereignty that cannot be overlooked, an insult to Bassar. We may not have exposed everything publicly, but Bassar remembers it all, etched into our bones. The atrocities they committed. Neither His Majesty nor I have ever forgotten. We've just been waiting for the right moment. A cold light flashed in the second prince's eyes. Bassar is a warrior nation, it despises plots and trickery. For the temple to conspire with a Bassar prince and do as they pleased was an unspeakable humiliation. It was something that should never have happened in Bassar. The temple would have to pay a price. But Bassar alone couldn't handle them as enemies. Even with the Palma Knights acclaimed as the continent's finest, if Bassar were to face the temple head-on, Bassar would surely be defeated. Though technically a small state, the temple's armed forces surpass those of the Mage Association, the Mercenary Guild, and even some empires combined. And it's not merely their formidable combat strength. The temple has the authority to request military assistance from other nations under the guise of support. If a fight against the temple broke out, every nation besides Bassar would take the temple's side. Moreover, every worshipper in every country is effectively a soldier for the temple, even those worshippers inside Bassar itself. If war breaks out, they would hide among the populace, cropping up like weeds to catch Bassar off guard. You're hoping I'll be the one to create that right moment, aren't you? Helmut asked quietly. He understood precisely what the second prince was implying. Bassar lacked sufficient justification. Not that the temple's misdeeds were trivial, but rather that Bassar couldn't persuade other nations to join them with the evidence at hand. The temple's atrocities happened outside Bassar as well, yet those places accepted hush money or other concessions to keep silent. They had no choice. None of them wanted to risk their nation's fate in a war. The temple, for far too long it's been engaged in these wrongful acts using a 1,000-year-old incident as its pretext. The second prince's voice returned to a steady calm. It's time they lost the influence they've wielded on that pretext and refocused on their original purpose. It's not just me who thinks so, many others feel the same. Oppression leaves a mark on those it oppresses, revealing just how unjustly the oppressors have wielded their power. And the temple's oppression has lasted at least a few centuries, violating the sovereignty of nations and meddling in their internal affairs for its own benefit. Everyone knows it's wrong. No one has dared stand up to them openly until now. But in so doing, the temple has slowly, without realizing it, whittled down its own power. The time has come to deliver the final blow. Bassar is willing to aid the Sword Saint's successor in striking back against the temple. 4 years ago, the second prince ousted the first prince over that incident and solidified his position as heir. He gained a great deal from it, but that alone wouldn't be reason enough to stake Bassar's fate on fighting the temple. This isn't about what you gain or lose, it's a matter of what must be done. That's the pride and dignity of Bassar, the desert nation, and it's how Bassar will preserve itself. Bassar's king had made this clear to the second prince. Though he was too old to do it himself, he asked the second prince to do it in his stead. For this, he would give him Bassar's throne. Chapter 347, Part 2. The Sword Saint Darien de Firth was the one who conquered the desert to found the Bassar we know today. Neither Bassar's king nor its people will ever forget him. It's also the legacy Darien left to Helmut. And as for Luke Yeager, Darien's heir and Helmut's ally, he quietly watched Helmut with subdued eyes. Though his grandfather's generation might have departed Bassar, he himself was Bassari and the commander of the Palma Knight Order. If he'd expected the second prince to be hostile to Helmut, he would have already told Helmut to leave. But over the past 4 years of serving the second prince, he'd come to understand him. His faith in the second prince was faith in Bassar itself. Tell me your story. I firmly believe you will be both the justification and the rallying point for all this. On the second prince's face flickered a mixture of excitement and hope. He was young and driven, possessed of a warrior's resolve, but there was something he didn't know. Once he learned it, that hope might prove bittersweet. Helmut looked at Aaliyah for a moment. He and she had shared many conversations. The things he possessed, his weaknesses, the things that would happen. And what Helmut realized was that Aaliyah had prepared more than he had thought. During those 4 years, Aaliyah hadn't just thought about getting Helmut out of the forest of roots. In fact, Antial had done most of that. While helping with Antial's research, she had thought about what would happen after Helmut escaped the forest of roots. Whether he chose revenge, reclaiming what he lost, or simply disappearing for good, whatever Helmut chose was his decision. But whatever he decided, she needed to prepare for that decision, because she also knew what was holding Helmut back. After all, Aaliyah herself had lived in hiding for countless years, through no fault of her own. She even disguised herself as a man, all because of her grandmother Heike's crime, one that wasn't even her parents but fell upon her. So for her, going up against the temple was also her destiny. Thus, whether she wanted it or not, as long as the temple was her enemy, their loss of power would only benefit her. In her amethyst-colored eyes was support. Support for the future battles and ordeals awaiting him, for every step Helmut would take. And support for Helmut as a person. I'll stand by you always, even if you possess the seed of darkness. Helmut opened his mouth to speak. 4 years ago, I was sent to the Forest of Roots, caught in a conspiracy between the temple and Renosa. Similar to how Sword Saint Darien de Firth was sent to the Forest of Roots, and the reason was. His story flowed without interruption. It was less like a spotless, pure white truth and more of a gray-tinted narrative. There were lies and truths intertwined. Even so, it fell to them to turn that ambiguity into a truth the world could accept. They couldn't afford to reveal absolutely everything. Some enemies were far too great. A vast tide was beginning to surge, yet it was not just one flow. The flow of the human world and the flow of the inhuman world. Only time would tell what kind of whirlpool these two flows would create in the world. Cyan felt his life was going through a massive upheaval. Of course, he'd known the risks as soon as he decided to head to the Forest of Roots. But in all his countless scenarios, not one had included being dragged to the imperial palace of the empire. Wow, it's really fancy here, look at that ceiling and those carvings. Cyan's voice brimmed with admiration but also exhaustion. He could sense something had gone seriously wrong. The Imperial Knights had confined them in some glittering place in the palace, and from the moment they were confined there, Cyan realized he couldn't use magic. It wasn't surprising. If you could freely use magic in the Imperial Palace, the Emperor's safety would be impossible to guarantee, which meant Cyan could do nothing. He had no way to contact anyone, he couldn't even summon his spirits. And if I die here without anyone the wiser, it wouldn't be strange at all. His fate, he suspected, rested in Asuka's hands. Cyan stared intently at Asuka's annoyingly bright blue hair, but what could Asuka do? He'd had his sword taken away too. He could still use his vis, yet the door hadn't budged no matter how hard Asuka kicked or punched it. Instead, all they got for their effort was Asuka's pained yelling. Bang, arg, it's useless. There's an Imperial Knight standing watch outside. If you do manage to get out, they'll just drag you back in. After kicking the door a few more times, Asuka sat on the sofa. The room had no windows. Damn, they don't give even a slight opening. Creepy how thorough these guys are. That's because they're afraid you might escape. Even while escorting Asuka and Cyan, the Imperial Knights and Mages had shown no sign of letting their guard down. Meaning they clearly knew who Asuka was. Observing the room, Cyan let out a sarcastic laugh. So who exactly are you that we're stuck in a place like this, Asuka? This is quite a sight, enough to put our so-called friendship to shame. Chapter 348 Part 1. Cyan, who had insisted he would never call him Asuka Nim, ended up speaking in polite form without even realizing it. Asuka frowned deeply. Hey, you hid things too. I didn't know you were Rodril. Honestly, even if I tried to hide it, you could have figured it out by doing some research into spirit mages. You, on the other hand, kept everything buried so thoroughly that here I am, dragged off to the Imperial Palace without anyone knowing, not sure what's going to happen to me. Are you at least going to guarantee my safety? Not that he had much choice in the matter, but there would have been more options than being stuck in a place where he couldn't even use magic. Cyan was already regretting having come along in the first place. Waving a hand dismissively, Asuka confessed, I can't even guarantee my own safety, how am I supposed to guarantee yours? You shameless jerk. At least Helmut's situation was intriguing to some extent, but Asuka's not so much. Scratching his head as though vexed, Asuka finally blurted out, "All right, fine, I was born of Imperial blood." "Wait, you don't mean?" Cyan's eyes went wide. Asuka grimaced. "You're about to ask if I'm a prince." "I'm not." Cyan narrowed his eyes. "Then are you the crown prince?" "I said no," Asuka snapped. Hesitating briefly, he scratched his nose. "Do you really have to hear this? Come on. You can't hide it now." In truth. And so the story of Asuka's secret birth unexpectedly unfolded. It was a tale unfamiliar even to the listener, Cyan, and no less awkward for Asuka himself to put into words. The Emperor of the Deus Empire, the sole empire on the continent, wields immense power by virtue of that position. The current emperor ascended to the throne about 8 years ago when Asuka and Cyan were still kids. There was no overt struggle or war of succession, but the process was hardly smooth. Behind the scenes, countless dangerous battles were waged, and the current emperor narrowly avoided death on multiple occasions. Each time he'd been protected by his one and only full sibling, the current Grand Duke Farnese. Even back in his days as crown prince, the emperor's path was fraught with peril from the start. After giving birth to the Grand Duke Farnese, the late empress's health declined sharply, and she passed away early. Not long after, a new empress entered the palace and gave birth to another imperial prince. The late empress's family was a noble house of considerable renown, while the new empress's family was a marquess house of immense influence within the empire. The indifferent late emperor had designated his son, the crown prince, as heir because he showed exceptional qualities as a ruler from a young age, but that was the extent of his support. He did not shelter his two motherless sons. If one is destined to be emperor, one must prove worthy of the position. Thus, the crown prince's path was paved with thorns, and in the midst of it all, he had to protect his younger brother. That younger brother eventually grew into the crown prince's dependable right hand. Now Grand Duke Farnese is closer to the emperor than anyone else. Indeed, he's the only one who can meet the emperor privately and personally influence his decisions. "So you're telling me you're the son of this illustrious Grand Duke Farnese, imperial blood?" Asuka's face remained full of distaste. It was like he wanted nothing more than to disassociate himself from that fact. Though he hadn't staged public executions for his rivals, the current emperor had carried out purges both before and after taking the throne. Many imperial relatives who supported the third prince lost their titles and properties, exiled or stripped of noble rank. As a result, very few members of the imperial family now remain in the Deus Empire. Given that the emperor currently has just 2 princes and 1 princess, Asuka being the Grand Duke Farnese's son implies he's quite high in the imperial line of succession. Cyan, who seemed to arrive at that conclusion, exclaimed in shock, "You mean you could become the emperor of the empire?" Smack. Asuka's punishment followed immediately. After hitting Cyan on the back of the head, he quickly covered his mouth. "Hey, spout nonsense like that in public and—" "MMPH," Cyan nodded quickly, indicating he understood. There was no guarantee no one was listening in on them right now. With his magic sealed, Cyan had no way of checking. "That hurt like hell. I don't enjoy hitting a frail little guy like you, so be more careful when you run your mouth." Usually, Cyan would have played with words depending on the situation, but he thought perhaps he had picked up some of Asuka's habits. The situation was that confusing and shocking. But this doesn't add up. How would the son of Grand Duke Farnese grow up as a commoner? Asuka had insisted that he was a mere commoner. If he was truly Grand Duke Farnese's son, he should have grown up in the imperial palace or at least in some grand estate in the capital. Sure, in the kind of popular novels where the emperor or crown prince has a secret child, the kid might be raised anonymously among commoners. But Farnese at least seemed a bit removed from the cutthroat struggle for power. While the child could become a weakness, there was still something odd about raising him in secrecy like that. Chapter 348 Part 2. I wasn't born to a legally wedded couple. Officially, my name wasn't even recorded on the imperial registry until I was 10. I didn't even know I was of imperial blood for a very long time. I just grew up thinking I was a commoner. How it happened was... Asuka began recounting his backstory. Perhaps he'd always wanted to tell someone, and Cyan, his closest friend, was the perfect listener. Cyan fell silent and paid attention. I was born and raised in a small village in the northern reaches of the empire, way off from any city. My mother raised me all by herself. His mother was an elegant and beautiful woman, unlike what you'd expect of a country village maiden. Her father, Asuka's grandfather, had been a knight, so they technically had noble lineage. But only barely so, and once Asuka's grandfather retired, even that title didn't hold much weight. Cyan cut in briefly. You said you were a commoner. Well, Grandpa was a knight, so my mom was effectively a commoner, right? A retired knight's daughter isn't really treated like a noble, you know. By that logic, Rodril would be royalty of Green Kana. That's true. Satisfied with Cyan's nod, Asuka went on. Anyway, because of this, his grandmother strictly educated his mother, and his mother grew up to be an elegant yet cheerful young lady unlike typical village maidens. How exactly his mother came to meet Asuka's father, Grand Duke Farnese, was almost a matter of fate. Father, who was the second prince at the time, apparently visited the Northern Empire for some important matter, supporting the then crown prince, or so the story goes. There, assassins dispatched by the late empress tried to kill him, though he managed to deal with the assassins but lost consciousness on horseback after taking an arrow to his back. The horse continued carrying father, and that's when grandfather, who was out hunting, and mother, who had accompanied him, happened to find father. His father didn't look like an ordinary person. The sword and clothing were clearly top quality. It was obvious this was something serious. But how could they leave a dying person? They brought him home and quietly treated him. Because her father had once been a knight, he kept a stash of precious magic potions. That's how Asuka's father survived. Regaining consciousness after a brush with death, the first thing he saw was the lovely young lady who had saved him. He was drawn to her naturally enough. She'd saved his life and cared for him. And to her, the mysterious, dignified man who radiated noble charisma was unlike any young fellow from the village. The two fell for each other almost immediately, and there in that village they held a small wedding ceremony. Shortly after that wedding, Asuka was conceived. This left his father deeply troubled. He was imperial by blood. How could his child be raised in some tiny village? The vow he took in the name of the gods made Asuka his legitimate son. But bringing a powerless young woman into the capital, where the war of succession was raging, would be tantamount to handing her a death sentence. He promised that once things were secure, he would officially bring his wife and child into the imperial family. He swore it under his royal name. Since he couldn't remain hidden away forever, he had no choice but to leave the village, departing even as Asuka's mother carried him in her womb. Still, he didn't completely abandon them. A few times a year, Asuka caught sight of the man called Father, who arrived in secret. His father was extremely cautious, traveling with virtually no attendants, so Asuka didn't realize he was imperial. Fearing that young Asuka might blurt something out, the entire family hid his father's true status from him. Asuka simply thought of him as a wealthy merchant or something along those lines. He only felt resentment that the man was leaving his mother like a widow. Anyway, Asuka's childhood was comfortable and happy. Life in the village was carefree and delightful. Then came the day when the current emperor took the throne. The second prince became Grand Duke Farnese, and he officially brought his secret wife and child back with him. Clad in fine clothes Asuka had never seen before, his father smiled and said to them, "From now on we'll be together." Amidst countless knights and soldiers, a teary-eyed mother and Asuka climbed into a carriage. And so, at the age of just 10, Asuka was catapulted into a status he'd never wanted. The village boy who had once roamed free found himself imprisoned in a gilded cage. No matter how tasty the food or how fine the bed, they couldn't make up for his stolen freedom. Then came all the education demanded of royalty and the stifling life that went with it. His father was strict, the tutors likewise, and his mother, overwhelmed by her new circumstances, could no longer give Asuka the attention he craved. It was to Asuka a calamity. Science summed it up in the simplest possible terms. "So that's why you turned out so twisted." "My father had this useless sense of responsibility," Asuka grumbled in reply. Chapter 349 Part 1 Thwack. Ouch, this time it was Asuka who got hit. Cyan, who rarely lost his temper, was visibly angry. "You crazy bastard, so you're saying it would have been better if he had no sense of responsibility and just abandoned you and your mother. You're pretty quick with your hands. You might have some talent in swordsmanship." Asuka looked surprised. It seemed he was more shocked by the fact that Cyan had managed to hit him than by Cyan's anger. "Stop talking nonsense." "No, I'm just saying. And if he had a sense of responsibility, wouldn't that mean he's responsible for me growing up as a commoner? I was a commoner, raised as a commoner, but then, overnight," Asuka protested. Suddenly his home had changed. It wasn't a palace, but it was a grand mansion in the capital. The path leading to the mansion was incredibly long. His status had changed too. He could no longer freely play with the commoner children outside. Going out alone was impossible. He was told to always have knights accompany him. He had to behave in a manner befitting his status. As a member of the royal family, the restrictions piled up, and everything he had been able to do before was now out of reach. His mother was busy. She had a lot to learn too. To be recognized as the Grand Duchess of Farnese, she needed to put in her own effort. Compared to that, Asuka's struggles were trivial. He had tried to be friendly with the young servants his age, speaking casually and playing with them, but he was scolded for it. "What did I do wrong? They are commoners and you are a member of the royal family. You must accept that fact now." The butler, his father's subordinate, was strict. He said Asuka needed to adapt and removed all the young servants and maids his age from his surroundings. Now only adults were around him. His mother was busy and his father, who was close to the emperor, was also occupied. Having lived apart for most of his life, their relationship was distant, and even attempting to converse felt awkward. After one incident where Asuka flipped his desk in refusal to attend lessons and ran off to the garden, his father finally took notice of him. His father offered a simple solution. He assigned a few children who would be suitable companions for Asuka. If you're lonely, try making new friends. And so 3 new friends appeared. They spoke politely, using honorifics, and their demeanor was aristocratic. They were polite, but there was an air of arrogance about them. The Grand Duke of Farnese wouldn't have assigned just anyone. They were exemplary, well-behaved children of high-ranking nobles, meant to be role models for Asuka. Asuka was the Grand Duke of Farnese's only child, a member of the royal family. They knew exactly what that meant. Nobles learn these things from a very young age. From the very beginning, their hierarchy was established. Even though they were only 10 years old. Asuka, sir, you can drop the formalities. Why are you being so polite to me? If you wish, we can speak casually. The Grand Duke wants us to be friends after all. Those 3 gave Asuka an uncomfortable feeling. They seemed to shrewdly observe his actions and constantly tried to please him. Sometimes they went along with Asuka's suggestions, but when he proposed something risky like climbing a tree in the garden, they would dissuade him, saying the Grand Duke wouldn't approve. They constantly reminded Asuka of what he could and couldn't do, trying to restrict his actions just like everyone else. It was uncomfortable. They were supposed to be friends, but Asuka couldn't see them as such. But Asuka was lonely, and spending time with them when they visited was his only pastime. Then, a decisive incident occurred. They were gathered in the study playing chess. Asuka was surprisingly good at chess. A maid brought in some tea, and as she set down the teacup, she accidentally bumped into the hand of one of the boys who was moving a chess piece. The teacup spilled, soaking his lap. He immediately shouted, "What are you doing? Why, young master, are you all right? Tea that's too hot ruins the flavor." The tea in the cup wasn't scalding, but it was still hot. The boy's eyes flashed and he slapped the maid across the face. Smack, how dare you? As the maid clutched her cheek, he picked up the teapot and poured its contents over her head. The maid screamed. That's way too much." Asuka finally stepped in to stop him. The scene was shocking and Asuka, still naive at the time, couldn't react quickly enough. Seeing Asuka's expression, the boy hesitated. The maid was crying. He quickly softened his expression and spoke to Asuka in a soothing tone. "It's a serious crime for a commoner to harm a noble, but since she's a servant of your household, we'll let it slide." "That's right, Asuka. You need to show servants who make mistakes like this in front of guests what's what. You're too soft-hearted. It'd be best to either fire or severely punish that maid." The other boys also took his side. Chapter 349 Part 2. Of course, even among nobles, only those with particularly nasty tempers would pour hot water on someone. But so what? The victim was just a maid. It was excessive for venting anger, but not enough to make a big deal out of it. Other servants quickly took the maid away. Asuka stared at the scene for a moment before asking, "What if I made a mistake like that? Would you have done the same to me?" A cold glint flashed in Asuka's eyes as he asked the question. "Of course not, you're different. How can you compare a maid's mistake to yours?" Whether they realized it or not, Asuka couldn't tell then, and he still can't now. Asuka blurted out, "I used to be a commoner too." The expression that appeared on their faces at that moment is something Asuka will never forget. From that day on, their shallow friendship was over. Nobles and commoners. The royal family, nobles, and commoners. The world was divided in a way Asuka had never known before. Because in the rural village where he had lived, everyone was equal, and the only person who could be considered a noble was his grandfather. His grandfather was a respected elder in the village, but he wasn't treated as a noble, nor did the villagers find him intimidating. This new world that had suddenly come upon him was strange and unfamiliar. The nobles of the capital were especially authoritative. They treated commoners as if they were mere livestock, separate from themselves. As a member of the royal family, seeing how nobles treated commoners was strange, unpleasant, and sometimes even disgusting. They groveled before him, a member of the royal family, but treated commoners with disdain and discrimination simply because they were commoners. Of course, there were those who didn't act that way, but Asuka had no connection with them. Asuka rejected all the friends his father introduced to him. If that's what friends were like, it was better not to have any. He even told his father when he was called to his presence. "I don't need friends." For one, he couldn't trust his father's judgment. The high-ranking noble children he brought were especially prone to such behavior. To Asuka, who declared this boldly, his father suggested, "Then how about you seriously start learning the sword?" According to the tutor, Asuka was intelligent but had no interest in academics and enjoyed physical activities. The royal bloodline had a talent for the sword. Asuka was also interested in the sword, so he had learned basic swordsmanship and received fundamental training under his grandfather's guidance. His father proposed that he learn the sword, build his skills, and enroll in an academy. At the academy in Baden, you can hide your status and make friends comfortably. The academy's policy prohibits students from revealing their status. How about finding friends there who suit your taste? His father thought it wasn't good for Asuka to live in isolation, interacting with no one. As a member of the royal family, as long as he had a certain level of refinement, it didn't matter if he wasn't exceptional in any particular area. But it was better to stand out in swordsmanship if not in academics or magic. It would also showcase him as the legitimate heir of the Grand Duke of Farnese. Asuka immediately nodded. All right. Asuka started learning the sword the very next day. His talent was beyond imagination, to the point where everyone was astonished. The desire to escape this stifling place and go to the academy became a powerful motivation for Asuka. He was a hardworking genius, and his efforts were enough to form a river of sweat. Within a few years of properly learning the sword, he demonstrated exceptional skill among the new students and successfully entered Greta Academy. That was Asuka's past before entering the academy. Sion, who had been listening intently, shook his head. Not as much as Helmut, but your life is quite, well, how should I put it? It'd fit perfectly in a novel. Look who's talking, the descendant of the legendary spirit mage. There was no need to worry. Even after hearing his story, Sion's reaction didn't change. He was already used to Helmut and Charlotte, the children of the Grand Duke of Renosa. There was no difference between them and Asuka. Anyway, so that's why you pretended to be a commoner at the academy. It's amazing no one found out. Hardly anyone knows I'm the son of the Grand Duke of Farnese. I've never been in social circles. Those three probably went to the Imperial Academy. Besides, they were bound by a gag order not to talk about me. But when you left for the academy, didn't your mother struggle, and after graduating you ran away because you didn't like it there? It's not running away, it's independence. And my mother, well, she's naturally optimistic, so she adapted well there. My parents get along well. My mother seems to prefer life in the capital to life in the village. The capital is glamorous, and people treat her with respect as the Grand Duchess of Farnese. My mother is good at winning people's favor, and well, she's a bit simple-minded. That's why she tends to think positively no matter how others speak or act. Even if something difficult or unpleasant happens, she forgets it quickly. Asuka shook his head and Sion spoke in admiration. That's a great personality for living happily in the world. I'm not being sarcastic. I think so too. Anyway, my mother is fine. The problem is me, I don't like this place. I can see why you don't like it, but you're still a member of the imperial family after all. At that point, it wasn't a matter of liking or disliking. His status didn't allow for a free life. Running away wasn't exactly going to solve anything.